What you're about to see has literally never been done on YouTube in the agency space before. This course took over 4 months of my life to create, and I spent over $150,000 of my own money on consulting from some of the top guys in the space, and all of those insights are in this video, no gatekeeping. This course is going to be 8 hours of content, literally teaching everything that I learned over the past 4 years of being in the agency game. During those 4 years, I've scaled 2 of my own agencies to 100K a month and helped many others hit 100K a month, and you might know them as well. And so in this video, I'm going to be going over everything I learned and everything I implemented for those clients so you can hit your first $100,000 month. And no, I'm dead ass not going to be holding a single thing back. And I actually forgot to mention I've charged $24,000 for this material multiple times. And I understand when you get something for free, it's hard to actually take advantage of it because it loses value. But I promise you that if you watch this and actually implement the strategies that I'm showing you, you're going to see massive success. And so here's what you'll learn. I'll show you the exact blue ocean offers that you can implement in any niche that convert on cold traffic and that you can price high at 5K plus. I'll walk you literally A through Z on how you can book calls and nurture those calls with cold outreach, paid ads, VSLs, show rate things, and everything like that. And I'll show you how you can get those appointments to show up, ready to buy, credit card in hand, 5K PIF, ready to go. And I forgot to mention, I'm gonna show you how to close them with training I spent $30,000 on from Cole Gordon. And I've literally never heard him share this sauce anywhere else. And so like I said, I've genuinely charged $24,000 for this. So please, please, please don't brush this off just because it's free. I'm dropping more game than 99% of the gurus do in their paid shit. Like genuinely, I'm dead ass. If you've bought a course or you're thinking about buying a course, go buy the course or go look at the course, compare it to this one, and let me know what you think. So that said, I hope you guys enjoy, lock in, and let's get to it.
What's up, y'all? So I hope you enjoy my little setup here. I just have some notes on like stuff I want to add to the community for y'all. And I wanted to give you guys some updated offer stuff because the more I run my agency, the more I learn, the more I basically get to help you guys. So, right, these are the offers that I'm seeing win the most right now in the agency space and how we're structuring them. Ignore all this other bullshit that I have right now here. Here are just some other things I wanted to add for you guys, like agreements, something that we're doing now about putting proof in our pitch for sales. And then I want to do some SMS blasts and then ads, training your ad account. I'll record those and then picking your avatar. So small things, but offer wise, so let's get fucking rid of all this and just ignore all my other notes. Okay. If you want to experience the scale with your agency that you want to experience fast, you're going to have to be new, right? Now, I'm not sitting here saying that you have to be like, create the fucking Amazon, you know, like I'm not saying that, but I am saying like, you can't go into a market that basically has seen all these sophisticated offers. And what I mean by that is like pay per close, pay per this, and just go there and win, you know, like fast. Like, unless you're just so much better at marketing and sales than everybody else, right? Which if you are, like, you can probably do better than them and you can probably beat them. And as long as you have a better product, you're not going to blow them out of the fucking water. And what I mean by that is like, I'm talking about you're not going to experience the level of growth that you want to. Like, experience like going from like 10 to 60, 70K in like 2 months, right? When people experience that type of growth, they go into a red ocean market, which is just going to be a saturated market that is proven, right? Where people are buying shit and they go take a blue ocean offer to it, right? So I'm pretty good friends with one of the COOs at Scaling with Systems, like Ravi Abuvala's group. And basically, whenever we're talking about like the agencies that we're seeing win, and one of my friends is the sales lead at acquisition.com too. It's like people who go take an offer, who go to market with an offer that market has never seen before, right? Because then we're getting calls for super cheap. We're closing clients for super cheap. So it's the same thing that I did with my agency. And so in the solar space around 1.5 years ago, people were running paper everything. Like pay per close was one that some people were running. It wasn't that big. But like the big offer that people were running was like, bro, people were even running like 30 leads in 14 days. Which, like, by our standards now, we both know is like a fucking awful offer. Not that it's awful, but it's just like not optimal. Like, and that wouldn't work nowadays. So we went and created the offer of a pay per appointment, no ad spend, right? So we did a pay per appointment. We would do a setup fee of $3,500, and then we charge $250 an appointment, and we did it with a call center. Now I think I was probably the first person to do this in the solar industry. So like, let's use some examples. So if I can find my fucking mouse, right? So let's say, and I'm just going to use clients as an example. So let's say roofing, right? I have like the traditional offer right now is just going to be pay per close slash a retainer, right? So either 2K a month or pay per close. So everyone's running that. So if you're going to put the same ads up as everyone else, guess what? You're going to get the same results. So if we put the same ads, we get the same results, which is they're not making much money. We just had a client go to roofing, offer pay per appointment. Sorry, I'm fucking sick right now. No ad spend, a no ad spend offer. So your clients had no ad spend. And the way that we delivered on this was with text blasts. Right? Now, pay per appointment, like first off, let me finish this note. I like this offer so much because like no ad spend. We're able to put that on the ad and we're also able to put pay per appointment on the ad, and it's just so transactional. It becomes like, okay, it's 4K, set up 4K for 20 appointments. No ad spend. That's it. 4K, you get 20 appointments. Do you want it? Do you not want it? Right? So like it becomes the roofer is now like, oh, if I spend 4K, I'm gonna get 10 shown calls. I'll close 5 out of 10 and I'll make 20K. Do I want that? Yes or no? Right? So it becomes less of like a trust question, which is why I like it so much. And then let's even say we ran the same offer, but pay per appointment. Sorry about that. So pay per appointment with a setup fee, and then plus per appointment, right? So let's just say it was 250. Shit, my bad. 250 per appointment, right? So 3,500 up front plus, or not 250. Let's just say 150 plus 150 per appointment, right? And then we book them 10 appointments month one. So we collect the 35 up front, 3,500. Then we book them 10 appointments month one, so that we get 1,500 in booked appointments, because 150 times 10 is going to be 1,500, plus the 3,500 from the setup. That's $5,000 month one in the first 30 days, right? So that's basically like collecting a fucking PIF, but not. And then you get the LTV of getting them paid month over month over month over month over month. That's the name of the agency game. I see so many people fucking scale and then dwindle out because they want to just collect PIFs, and they are so worried about themselves right now and their product fucking sucks. And they're never going to be able to scale because of their churn and burn, right? So like your product is so fucking important. Point being, we took those guys that were running pay per close, we put them in a pay per appointment offer, sending text blasts, and they went from 30K a month, which is obviously a good agency, and they had like decent margins. Then the very next month, they did 87K, right? They 3x'd when they were plateaued at 30K. Let's go for an example. Same thing with my guys in solar. They were running, again, pay per close. We took them to a pay per appointment, right, with no ad spend. And in their scenario, they were doing I don't know why my fucking computer is doing that, ad spend. In their scenario, they were charging 4K for 20 appointments. And then if they liked it, then they would charge 18K for 100, or was it 50? Times 5, that's got to be 100 appointments, right? So this guy's Arjan Jake. Arjan Jake, you might have seen them in the community. I think I'm going to have them do some group calls. So those are my fucking guys. If they are doing group calls, you all better show up to them because those guys are fucking G's. Anyway, doing around 80K a month now after being stuck at around like 15, 20, 30K a month. Well, I think that was their best month with the traditional pay per close. And like they are truly profiting and have MRR. Like it's a very desirable agency that you can actually exit one day. So point being, like these guys are going from not awful agencies, but agencies with traditional models. And then we're going into so people are like always concerned about niche. I had a conversation with the guy who works for Alex Hormozian, and I went to a Hormozi workshop, and what Hormozi was talking about was almost more important than the offer. And Hormozi is literally the guy that cares about offers. Is is the avatar, right? So in the agency space, if we want to basically experience the amount of scale we want to fast, while they're going to have to go into a new industry, right? So we could either go into like an industry like that no one knows, right? Let's say like no one knows the industry, so like something random, like I had a client who went and did roofing, but for Spanish speakers only, right? So let's say you're either going to have to do that and bring an offer that has been ran before in roofing before. So like we know the offer pay per close works in roofing, but now it's getting saturated, or like guaranteeing jobs. if we were to go take that offer and bring it to an industry that's never seen that offer before, that's when we'd fucking crush. Just like if you guys were to discover SMMA back in like 2020, like, and we had the skills that we have today, oh, we'd be fucking printing. So that's how I want you guys to think about it. And so if you want to sell, like, so you either are going to have to go find that new industry, right, and go sell like traditional retainers and traditional agency services because no one's ever seen it before. Like, for example, there's like, when I first started running agency ads, I could literally put up on just a static image and literally just say, get more roofing jobs, click below. Get more get more solar installations, click below. Get more leads, click below. And it would fucking work. That shit does not work anymore. You know, so offer is king aligned with the avatar. So I would say those two go hand in hand. So I would say either it's we go to a saturated avatar, right? Like one that's like been sold to a million times, and we go make them an offer that's never been seen before. Truly. So the no ad spend thing, and we go blow it the fuck up, right? Or we go to a new avatar, right, that has never been offered to before. Not a never, but is not that saturated. And we go make offers to them that have been proven in other niches. So I hope this makes sense. Another offer I hope that makes sense. Some things that we've ran in the past, right? So some offers that we've ran in a red ocean niche. So this would be like realtors, wholesalers, HVAC, solar, roofing, med spas, shit like that. Like the ones everyone's doing is, so in red ocean markets, is pay per appointment with a call center, the ones I was talking to you about, so no ad spend. Pay per appointment with SMS blast, same thing I was talking to you about, no ad spend. Pay per appointment with a setup fee, right? The one I was talking to you guys about, where you can collect that 5K PIF month one without actually piffing them. Pay per show with a setup fee, that's the same thing as pay per appointment, but it's per shown appointment. So instead of charging $150, you could charge way more because you like go one step further. And then something else we can do is pay per close with a setup fee, and then we ascend appointment setting. Now the problem with pay per close is we can't actually track what happens on the back end, but like what happened, like when our clients close deals, and we'll never really be able to, they can just lie to us. But yeah, so we never can actually track that. So it's hard to have like good LTV and clients that pay us over and over and over and over and over again, if that makes sense. So yeah, so what we can do to combat that, what one of my personal like one-on-one clients is doing, he's actually doing pay per close with a $3,500 setup fee. We actually lowered it to $2,500 because we saw once we got above 3K, it started like people started to be like, oh shit, that's expensive. So $2,500 setup fee. And then what we would do is we wouldn't do appointment setting. So we wouldn't set their appointments. We would only call their leads. Sorry, someone just came in my room. But we would only run their ads. We wouldn't call their leads. And then 30 days after, and then let's say, okay, so we would only run their ads. We wouldn't call their leads. But then on the onboarding call, we would actually say, hey, we're going to give you appointment setting for free. So we're going to call your leads for free. So we call the leads for free for 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. And then on the third week, we take it away for 1 week. So let's just use two weeks as an example. We give them appointment setting for 2 weeks, right? So we call their leads for them. At the end of and we have to make sure we over deliver like crazy. At the end of 2 weeks, right, we take it away for 1 week, right? We don't let them have it anymore. And then the third week, we like basically offer them to have it again on $1,500 a month. So we literally give them the service for free and then take it away from them, and then they're going to physically feel that pain of not getting as good results, and they're ideally going to be able to pay that $1,500 a month retainer. Like all these, this is going to be the most important thing I ever fucking told you guys right here. The biggest mistake people are making with the agency game. Now, if you literally just need to close more clients, just close more fucking clients, right? Like, but the biggest mistake that I'm seeing in the agency game is people are trying to make it hard on their fulfillment to make it easy to land clients. I don't know if that makes sense. But like people are lying on the sales call or over promising on the sales call, and it makes it hard to fulfill for the client, that they charge the client, right? When the hard part about a marketing agency is not closing clients. Closing HVAC contractors is pretty simple. Like, and if marketing agencies like the only thing you guys have done, like closing other prospects are way harder than closing like HVAC guys and like booking calls with HVAC guys. The fulfillment is the hard part. That's the problem, right? That's the problem with agencies. That's why they don't scale. Because let's think about a 50K a month agency. All it is 20 to 25 active clients. That's really not that much, you know? So like if we land 5 clients a month for 4 months, or let's say we land 4 clients a month for 5 months, 1 client a week for 5 months straight, we should be doing 50K a month, as long as we're not churning our clients. But the problem is that our fulfillment's not good enough, so the clients leave us, right? But the name of the agency game is how long can we get our clients to pay us anywhere between 1 to 3K a month. That is how we will be profitable, and that is how we're going to make a fuck ton of money and profit in our bank account. So instead of making the offer favorable to land clients, to land a shit ton of clients, I'm more interested in making the offer favorable to actually deliver and fulfill for the clients that we have. So I know I went on this tangent, but I would say either you got to go into a red ocean niche, one that's never been seen before, or a red ocean niche, one that has a lot of people in it, and go make a blue ocean offer, so an offer that no one has ever seen. Or we go into a blue ocean niche, so a niche that no one's ever been in, and we go make a red ocean offer. We basically go bring an offer that's proven into that niche. Hope this video makes sense. If you're a complete beginner, it might have been confusing a little bit. If it was, hop on a call. I'll explain it to you. It's all love. I'll catch you guys soon.
What's up, guys? So I'm going to be walking you through how to price your setup fee and price your backend. So just pricing your offer. Don't overthink this. Literally just, like I always mention, speed is king, right? So we need to move fast, but yeah, don't overthink this, right? Like your offer is fluid, or your pricing is fluid. Like it can change, right? Especially when you're at the beginning. Like that's the luxury of not having a real business, is you can just change shit. But that's why I'm having everything be so strict for you guys, just so you can take action as fast as possible. Now, if you're a complete beginner, start at $500 setup fee. It's not a lot of money, but it allows you to gain a baseline knowledge about marketing and sales, right? So we can have the confidence to increase the setup fee, gain momentum to be like, oh, okay, wait, I can actually fucking do this. And then 3, prove that internet money is real, right? And so like, oh shit, I can actually like close, right? So if you're anywhere below 5K a month, I would do that, right? I would just start at $500 so you can get better at marketing, get better at sales, slowly increase your setup fee, which I'll teach you guys how to do, and then go from there. If you're at 5K a month plus, just start at 2K. We're going to be increasing this. We also just need to get momentum and proof of concept, collect some cash, get some money in through the door. Again, for the 500, that's why we're doing it too. Get some money in through the door so we can start paid ads as fast as possible. Next is scaling your setup fee and finding the sweet spot for your setup fee. When you're closing above 10% and you've closed 3 clients at that price point, scale the price $500, right? So let's say we're closing a 2K setup fee, right? And when you are closing above 10% consistently, so you've taken 30 calls and you've closed 3 clients at 2K, we can scale it 500. And then once we're at 2,500, if we take let's say we take 10 calls and we close 3, let's scale it, right? Typically, I would want to see this at 20%, but we just have it at 10 for the bare minimum for you guys, right? And so I hope that makes sense. Let's say you're selling it at 500, you're a complete beginner. We need to be closing at 10% plus and sell 3 of them, right? So I don't want you scaling price until you've sold 3 of them before. So let's say we've taken 40 calls and we close 3 clients, don't scale it until we close 3 clients at 10%. Repeat the process and just rinse and repeat. We have some clients selling setup fee at 6K. Like I told you guys last video, Josh Rivera sells a setup fee at 9K, right? We just simply need the skills to be able to sell and market like that, right? After we've scaled the setup fee 4 times, what we're going to do is go back and look at all the data to see which price point we were collecting most cash per call. This is the metric that I want us looking at. How much money we made per call, right? This is really helpful for long-term for like marketing, for like the marketing team basically. Like let's say we're paying $20 to book a call with ads and we're making $100 per call. It's very helpful for us, right? And so that's one reason why, but this is just the most effective way to see which offer is basically helping us close the most money at the best closing rate. Because obviously like when we increase our price, our closing rate might decrease, but we are still selling a higher ticket service. It's more expensive. So even if our close rate decreases, we can still make more money, if that makes sense, right? So this is how we're going to calculate that. This is why it's so important to keep up with the KPIs, right? So
A few examples of this. So let's say June 1st through 14th, we are selling a $400 upfront offer. We booked 31 calls. 10 showed up and we made 10 offers and we closed 3 people and we collected $1,500, right? So off of 10 offers, right, we made cash per call. We do actually cash per offer, right? But so we had 31 calls booked. We made 10 offers, which means we pitched somebody. We said, hey, it's $500. Do you want it? Right? That would be an offer made. We closed 3%. We closed 30%, so 3 closes, and we collected $1,500 because we were selling 500 up front. That means we collected $1,500, and we took 10 calls, so we collected $150 per call, right? And then let's say we started selling a 1,000 upfront offer from the 14th to the 28th. Let's say we booked 34 calls, we offered 12 people, and we only closed 2 people, which you can see here. The close rate is lower because the ticket is higher, right? We're selling a more expensive offer. But since we closed 2 people, we collected $2K instead of $1,500, and $2K collected, 12 calls, $166 per call. So we see here that this funnel, right, that this offer and price point is more profitable than this one, right? And then third, let's say July 1st to the 14th, we were selling a $3,000 upfront offer, right? Which obviously I don't suggest going to 1,000 to 3,000. I'm just showing this to you guys for like to show like how to do this, right? Let's say we had 36 calls booked. We made 12 offers and we closed only 1 person, or we'll have the math, $3,500 offer. So let's do that. And we only closed 1 person. So our close rate you see here is like 8%. When here is like 15, but still we collected more cash, right? And so 3,500 divided by 12 is $291 per call. So out of all these 3 funnels, with keeping close rate in mind, we were making the most money at this $3,500 offer. So closing percentage isn't all that matters. After we ran this offer, we start to see where we collect the most money per call, and we go with that, right? So I hope this makes sense. If you have questions about like which offer, like don't worry about this right now. Simply just scale it. So start at $500 or $2,000 and do this. Close 3 clients at 10% closing rate and scale the price by $500, right? And we'll just go from there. This doesn't even matter that much right now. It's just long-term, right? So long-term, you can come back to this video, but don't get stuck on this. Pricing your backend, pay per close. I like a flat fee, which is around 10% of the deal because it's easier to track than a percentage, right? Especially with like roofing, right? Roofing, some jobs are like 20 grand, some jobs are like 4 grand, right? So while you do want that upside, for us, it was just easier, $600 per roof. Like it doesn't matter how big it is. It helped us track it more, make sure our clients aren't lying to us, right? So this is pretty simple. So let's say dentist, the average ticket is like $300, $30 per patient we bring you. Pay per show and pay per appointment. You have to be a little advanced to run this because you need to make an offer that aligns with their CPA. So if you're not advanced, if you're not over 10K a month, don't even watch this. Just click off and go take action on the things I'm telling you. But so they have to pay for ad spend and appointment costs. So for solar, they typically made 5 to 8K per deal profit, which means they'd be typically willing to spend 1.5 to 2K to acquire a deal, meaning they'd make 4X what they spend on advertising, which is solid. And so I could get appointments for $100 with the ad spend. And so if they could close a fourth of shown appointments, which was normal, then we would need to book 4 shown appointments in order for them to close, right? In order for them to close somebody, right? So 400 ad spend, which is I did this math wrong. It would be, yeah, but you guys get the point. So it'd be like $400 would be ad spend for those booked appointments, right? Because I could get a shown appointment with $100 in ad spend, right? So if they could close 1 in 4 shown appointments, which is normal, then 400 would be ad spend, right? Because 100 times 4 is 400. And so their cost they'd be willing to pay to acquire was $1,500. And so if I'm only spending 400 in ads, that leaves me 1,100 in show fees I can charge to keep them profitable. So we charge around $300 a show, right? So they were paying around $400 a shown appointment total. And if they could close like 1 in 4, 1 in 5, they'd be pretty profitable. So they would give us $300 for management fee of the show. So this is why you need to know your industry and actually be able to deliver with pay per show, or else you won't make any money because you're not getting them shown appointments. But yeah, so This is a little confusing as well for you guys that are beginners, probably. If you're advanced, or like maybe over, not even like advanced, but just like over 10K a month, this probably makes a lot of sense. We just need to reverse engineer their CPA in order to see, like we just need to reverse engineer their CPA versus like our ad spend cost in order to see like how much they can actually pay for shows. All right, so in this training, I'm going to be going over what lead gen to pick depending on what situation you're in and how to succeed with that specific lead generation. So generating leads is the most important thing in your agency. Not even just in your agency, in your business. Like your clients, if they have no leads, they have no business. You probably might not have any leads and you have no business. If you have a bunch of leads, it's just a matter of closing them and you make money, right? So it's pretty simple. Lead generation is probably the most important thing, and just sales. So if you have a massive amount of leads and appointments, you will make money really easily. If not, you'll be broke. So I'm walking you through the 3 main lead gen mechanisms that we like for agencies and what we pick depending on the situation. Now, to preface this, like all of them will crush, all of them can crush, but it's literally just a matter of like what we need to do right now. And whether it's with the cold calls, with the cold DMs, or with paid ads, I have seen them all help people hit 50K a month. Like I hit 50K a month just with something called, just with cold calls, and something called voicemail drops. It was basically like the same thing, which like I don't love that for every niche, so that's why I don't teach it, right? But yeah, and then cold DMs, obviously, people scale with that, and paid ads, obviously. So when it comes to paid ads is the fastest way to scale your agency. There's not a single doubt about it. It's basically spending money on Facebook or Instagram for the traffic, right? You see ads on Instagram, Facebook all the time. You should probably know what a paid ad is if you're trying to sell it as a service, but it's like you're scrolling on your reels, you see an ad. That's what we're running for our agencies, targeting whatever our niche is, right? So if you have 1K plus in your bank account to spend on your agency and you know your niche and offer and can actually close, I would start ads, right? I would start ads with a 2K setup fee, right? Instead of 500, just so we can stay profitable because we have to spend money on the outreach. But this is only if you have 1K liquid USD and you know your niche and offer really well. Like this would probably be like if you've been in the agency game for like 5 months, you've been hitting like 5K months, you have $1,000 liquid, you can go start running ads and honestly hit 10, 20, 30 next month. I've seen that happen a bunch. Now, if you're a beginner, if it comes to ads, if you have 3K to spend on your ads, I would say launch the ads. So like you might waste a lot of ad spend or a little ad spend at the beginning, but overall it's going to be okay because it's going to have you booking a bunch of calls really, really fast and give you the ability to prove its sales exponentially, right? And so with ads, you're going to book calls, really a lot of them and really fast, versus with cold calls and cold DMs, you're not going to get as many calls booked. So it's basically like fucking pay to win, right? Like not pay to win, but just like pay to see the success faster, if that makes sense. But yeah, so paid ads is scary because it costs money, right? But like it is the fastest way. Like whether you're doing cold calls or cold DMs, everything I want you to do is figuring out, okay, how can I make enough money to do paid ads? It's like we're doing cold calls. I want to close 2 clients so I can start ads, right? We're doing cold DMs. I want to close 2 clients so I can start paid ads, right? It's the fastest way to scale your business, and it always will be. Cole Gordon blew up his business with ads. Closers.io. I blew up my agency with ads. Alex Hermosi blew up Gym Launch with paid ads. It's a system where it's like I spend $1 on Facebook ads, I can get $4 out, $5 out. And then it literally just becomes how many dollars can I put into Facebook ads and how much dollars can I get out? And it's also infinitely leveraged because you don't have to spend time sending the DMs or cold calling, right? You just get calls on your calendar and you show up to them, right? So I'm hammering hard on like we want to do ads as fast as possible. Next, cold calls and cold DMs. So you can scale with DMs and cold calls both, right? And you can scale with DMs and Facebook groups easily, and don't get discouraged if you don't have the capital. Like I didn't have money when I started my agency. And like I said, I've seen agencies scale to 30, 50K a month with just cold DMs. And so when it comes to DMs, it probably just depends where your niche hangs out. So if they hang out on Facebook or Instagram, DMs is probably good. Definitely. So like real estate agents, as real estate agents hang out on Instagram, dentists hang out on Facebook, right? And if they respond to calls and they have to be on the phone to answer leads all the time, I like that more, as long as they're not the receptionist. So like, for example, like if we're going to do dentistry, there's the example right here. I didn't even know I wrote that. But so for dentistry, I like Facebook DMs because they hang out on Facebook, right? Because they're older usually, not really on Instagram. They answer the calls a lot, but oftentimes it's an assistant, and you can't actually pitch the assistant, and you never want to be selling to the wrong person. So selling an assistant is kind of useless because they're not a buyer. So why are we selling to them, right? And oftentimes the assistant is trained not to let you get to the actual dentist because they don't want to waste the dentist's time, right? That's why I don't like cold calling for dentistry. But if you can't decide, and so like, let's run this through another niche, like roofing. Roofers hang out on Facebook, they're older, but they're also on their phones, they're contractors, right? There's not a lot of gatekeepers for roofing. So for roofing, I like cold calls. And if you can't decide whether or not to do DMs or cold calls, do cold calls. I like them a lot because it makes you face a lot of rejection. People are going to say no. People are going to tell you to fuck off. People are going to tell you that they hate you and to stop calling them. And basically I'm trying to get a point across that it's hard as fuck. But you can book a lot of calls in, and it makes the actual sales call you're on a lot easier if you can already handle rejection and some objections, right? And so it's literally just training sales. And so when you do get the calls, you'll be a lot better at them. And then here are a few things that to keep in mind, whether we're doing cold calls, whether we're doing DMs, whether we're doing emails, basically to ensure your success, right? First thing is, like I said, all of these can work, but we need to focus on two things, right? And don't let ourselves get shiny object syndrome and just focus on these two things. And those two things are volume and speed. So number one, volume. We need to do more. We simply need to do more, and that's for a few reasons. We're already at a disadvantage because you're not running ads. I mean, if you aren't running ads, if cold calls, cold emails, because there's other cold calls or cold DMs, because there's other people in your industry that are running ads, that have more money, that have more that have more money, that have more time, that are harder working, that probably are smarter, that have a better team, that have more leverage, right? And so you're at a massive disadvantage. And so if we want to get to the goal as fast as we want, you're going to have to do more than everyone else, right? You guys probably want 10K a month, 50K a month, and you probably want it yesterday. You probably want it last month. And so what makes you think a normal person, a normal entrepreneur doesn't even achieve 10K a month, or a normal entrepreneur that does hit 10K a month, it takes them 50K a month takes them like 2 years, 3 years. And for you, it can just happen next month. That's just not how it works. And so if you want what you want, which is a hard, quote unquote, hard result, it takes work. And there is no skipping the work, and it just has to be done. And there takes a lot of it. And so if you want it fast, you're going to have to do a lot of fucking cramming, right? And I don't mean rushing, but I mean literally just putting your time debt in, right? And so it's just necessary, right? And there's, like I said, there's no skipping the work. It just has to be done. So if you want it, you're going to have to outwork everybody else. So there's probably all these gurus on the internet, and I'm not even going to put out how many DMs or how many cold calls a day, right? But it's like, there's, for example, like I know Jordan Platten or something says to do like 100 cold calls a day. Yeah. And he has, I don't even know, he has a lot of subscribers. And let's say even 1%, let's say he has 100K. I don't know. I could have just made that up. But let's just say did I unplug my mic? I really hope not. Let's just say he has 100K subscribers, right? And 1% of them take action, right? That's 1,000 people making 100 cold calls a day. Do you think all 1,000 of those people are going to make 10K a month? No, because they don't have what it takes. And so do you have what it takes? I hope so. And just fucking lock in, right? And so everyone's doing 100. I want you doing 10 times what everyone else is doing because you ideally want it 10 times as fast. And so what you need to do, I'm fucking everything up right now, but what you need to do is tie together the work with the output. If I want 50K a month goal, I'm going to have to do X, Y, Z. I'm going to have to do 100. I'm going to have to do 500 cold calls a day. I'm going to have to send 3,000 DMs, and I'm going to have to do 500 cold calls a day, and then at night send the DMs. I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do this if I want this. And so if it's that serious to you, We have to do more than every other person. If you want a normal life, then do normal people shit. But you're here, so the odds are you don't want a normal person life. You want to be extraordinary. So you're going to have to do extraordinary shit. Second thing, speed is king. Speed is king. Go take action right now. There's like a quote. It's like, by the time you start, I've already failed 3 times and found the solution. And so it doesn't have to be perfect. You're never going to feel ready. You're always going to feel like you don't know what the fuck is going on. It's okay. Fall on your face. Trust me. Trust the community that we're going to take care of you and move on, right? Take action. Fall down on your fucking face and catch yourself on your way down, right? Because there's the amount of times and the amount of content you guys have consumed, you probably know everything you need to know. You probably know how to run ads. You probably know what offers are good. You probably know everything. It's just you don't do anything with it. And so if I'm here to teach you one thing, it's do something with it, right? Learn something. Oh, DM script like this, cold call script like this. This is where I found the leads. And then go do it. Don't worry about the fulfillment. Don't worry about anything else besides doing it. Speed is king. Do it fast. If you want shit fast, you have to make decisions fast. If you're willing to have shit slow, go be lackadaisical about it. But then don't come complaining to other people why you don't have it fast. Next, we just need to start. We need to get data from the market and improve. Like our cold call script, we're never going to feel ready. It's always going to suck starting. If we cold call, we get data. People are saying, I don't like the offer. They give us this objection. We go back to the lab, we fix it, and we go back and start making cold calls with our new script. Every single ounce of effort you guys have should be focused on finding a predictable client acquisition system at scale, right? So like all it is to succeed is finding one ad or one cold call or one DM that works. That we can be like, okay, I need to spend 500 on ads and I'll close a client. I need to send 10,000 cold DMs. I'm just making these numbers up, by the way, and we'll land a client. I need to make 1,000 cold calls and I'll land a client. Once we produce that equation, that is a predictable client acquisition system. And all we need to do is plug in how many cold calls we need to make to land how many clients we need. And we just rinse and repeat, right? So it takes way more work. I hope this helped you guys with deciding what one to pick. Don't go watch all 3. Just go watch the one that applies to you right now and implement it. I hope that helps. And I'll catch you guys soon. Super quick video on how to create UGC ads. So if you're choosing video ads, bro, video ads can absolutely fucking crush it. But a lot of the times, if you don't know how to speak on camera, if you've never been on camera before, it's a little hard. So I would suggest getting a UGC. What a UGC is I don't even know what UGC stands for. Let me find out. User generated content. Is that what it stands for? Regardless, it's basically like paying somebody else to just record the videos for you. And so at times we can get either like a girl or either someone older or someone that your audience and resonates more with, right? So like let's say you're in real estate agents, maybe somebody a little bit older that looks a little bit wealthier rather than you. So it builds that subconscious trust with them, lowers your lead costs, lowers your appointment costs, and yeah, and they can be more confident on the camera than you can, right? And so especially if you're young, if you're under 23, I would 100% suggest making UGC ads, or under 21, I would 100% suggesting making UGC ads instead of you being on camera if you're in the agency space. Now, number 2, if you've never been on camera before and you're kind of like an introverted person, 100% would suggest making UGC ads, right? And so these people are literally just getting paid to record stuff for people, right? And oftentimes if you can find somebody that is similar to your target audience and relatable to them, it'll perform better, like I was talking about. And oftentimes having a girl can work better as well. At the end of the day, it's just something else to test. So launching your UGC, just literally finding a UGC actress. You can look up UGC Fiverr. I think it's... So first off, Upwork, you can do... And also, you can just do Fiverr. UGC. So literally just look up UGC and try and find somebody that looks to be, sometimes girl works, but also sometimes like one of my clients I think uses this guy for dentistry. Yeah, like this guy looks professional. That's what these solar guys want, right? Not solar guys. That's what anybody wants in there. I'm just used to saying solar guys, but that's what these guys want. Like anyone that wants their marketing done for them wants somebody professional, wants a real business, not some dude who's never done this before, right? So if we can come off as professional as possible, that'd be ideal. This guy's doing podcast videos. Here's some girls, right? We just scroll through these and try and find somebody that either A, we think our target audience would resonate with, or B, girls oftentimes just perform better, right? So just go through it, see what pricing you want to work with. If you're looking to spend around $100, $150 for three hooks, one body. So honestly, like you can go through other websites. It's just a matter of like searching Upwork, Fiverr, Google. Like you can find other websites as well. I found all my UGCs on Fiverr. They all like if you search enough, you can find somebody good. So like, yeah, but essentially that's it. Literally just look through Fiverr. You're looking to spend like around $100. But first you got to go script your videos, right? And then you send the scripts to them, and then they send the videos back, and then you get them edited. It's that simple. Like it's nothing crazy, but it's like, it's been a game changer for a lot of people being able to run video ads, right? So like whether you're testing new creatives, whether you're making your first creatives, UGC is something definitely you can test. And you can also test different UGC actresses with the same script, right? Maybe an actor versus an actress, something like that. And just testing different things with creatives, trying to find that one acquisition system that works, right? So send your scripts, they'll send them back. And then for editing, if you have the budget, here's my editor. I'm not 100% sure how much it'll be, but like if you've seen my videos, if you've seen my edit, it's like the best you can get. I know he has like different packages on like types of what editing you want. And his name's Fahad. Just tell him I sent you. If you don't have the budget, you can use something called Submagic. It's this, submagic.co. And it's I think there's like a free trial and you can create a free video. If not, you're gonna have to pay like $27 a month or something, but it'll basically put captions on it, and you can just like cut the video up in CapCut and stuff. Now I'm no editor, so I can't give you guys an editing tutorial, but it's pretty simple stuff. Like you literally just go to Submagic, you cut your video up in CapCut, and then you just put it in Submagic. It'll add like B-roll and captions. It's pretty fun, cool. Some like AI, but yeah. So this is an alternative. Especially like if you're doing video ads, like for 90% of you, I honestly do suggest you doing UGC, probably even 95 if you do have the budget to be going into that. So if you don't have the budget, then I don't even know if you should be running ads in the first place, to be honest. So yeah, if you have questions, drop them in the marketing channel. I'll take care of you. What's up, y'all? So I'm going to be going over static ad creation, right? How to create a static ad, when they're good, when you use a static, when you use a video, everything like that. So first things first, static ads typically are going to bring cheaper leads, and they're easier to make. So beginners, I want you to start with static ads. Bro, honestly, they'll fucking crush it, and you can make it in 5 minutes. So I don't even want you to overthink that, right? People can see it within seconds and know if they want it. It's literally like, oh, for example, like here's some example ads. I was going to show you guys later, but established real estate agents, you only pay when you get a listing. Sign up here to hear more. Literally, yo, you're a real estate agent. Do you want to pay per listing? Yeah? All right, dude, fucking click it. No? All right, scroll, right? So Facebook can get really, really good at targeting here because they're seeing exactly who wants it, exactly who doesn't, and things like that. Rather than having to watch a video for 20 seconds, listen to a hook, listen to a pattern interrupt, go watch the video, resonate with the person on the screen, like build like some sort of like subconscious trust with them. And like I love static ads for direct offer marketing, which is basically like, yo, do you want this? Yes, right? Do you want 10 installs guaranteed? Do you want 10 clients guaranteed? Do you want to pay per client? Do you want to pay per close? Do you want to pay per deal? Yes? Click it. Do you not? Okay, don't click it, right? When we'll use video ads, I typically like to use video ads for like something called the full marketing cycle, where we have like a full top of funnel, bottom of funnel, middle of funnel. Don't worry about it. And something called the value funnel. Don't worry about it, right? For you guys, like you can hit $200,000-$300,000 months literally just with direct offer marketing with statics. Gym Launch, Alex Ramosi, running statics, right? They also have videos up, but they're converting really, really, really well on statics, right? The ad that cracked my solar agency with pay per appointment than the offer was. Static image, really simple, very, very simple with the exact structure I'm about to show you. So when creating videos, there's a lot of room for error. People judge you, they judge your UGC, they judge the editing, they judge the background, they judge if you mumble, they judge the inflection in your voice. They have to subconsciously trust you. It's a lot harder, right? But images is just like, yo, I want that. I'm gonna click it, right? So the optimal ad structure, image-wise, huge call out. And you have to be very, very specific here because that's who's going to be opting in. So if we go here, established real estate agents, we can do the same thing if you watch the video ad structure, right? And ignore like the sizing here. So we can go established real estate agents. This is who we want, right? And we can add some sort of pre-qualifier, which literally just means like even like to qualify them further financially. So it'd be like closing over 5 listings a month. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't know if real estates use the word close. I think they do, honestly. But so established real estate agents closing over 5 deals a month. You only pay when you get a listing. Sign up here to hear more, right? Something like this would convert. So the very first thing is we call out, and then we're being specific, or else we're going to get the wrong people opting in. If we write solar professionals here, we're going to get solar professionals. If we write established real estate agents, we're going to get that, right? And so this pre-qualifier works, but obviously it's not going to work all the time. Not everyone's going to read this, right? And so typically, like for the agency space, if I'm targeting you guys, trying to get you on a call, we'll say agency owners at 20K a month if we're trying to get someone between 5 and 10. And at 30K, we're trying to get someone at 10, right? And so typically we'll like overshoot that pre-qualifier. You don't even have to have this. So if you're a beginner, what I would do, first I'll go into ad structure, then we'll get into that. But first, huge call out. We have established real estate agents, pre-qualifier. After that, state the offer, their main desire. So you guys are going to go, you only pay when you get a listing, the offer that we have for you guys. Or you only pay when you close, or you only pay per shown appointment, or whatever your offer is. Next, state the risk reversal, or you don't pay, right? And then we're going to have a CTA in there as well, which I'll write for you guys. Boom. So you only pay when you get a listing. Sign up here to learn more is the CTA. So it's literally exactly what I was showing you guys. Call out, boom, offer, CTA. It's that fucking simple. This, same thing. This, same exact thing, right? So literally it's what I like to do is I will make a new one right now. We just mess around with the background. Let's just say white background, and we'll go text, and let's say we're targeting, actually let's do black background just because I want to. Let's say we're targeting roofers. You can't see, but I'm writing the word roofers. We'll put it in blue. All right, roofers, and the font I always use is Horizon. So yeah, roofers, and we'll do effects. Like we can do like neon and makes the text glow. All right, I like it. Let's go, speed run the ad. So roofers, then we'll duplicate this. Closing over 5 jobs a month, and then we'll go ahead and make this smaller, and I like that. So we'll go ahead and duplicate this. Only pay per job. Boom. Maybe we'll do this global, make it white. Doesn't work for some reason. Oh, okay. We'll make it white. Boom. And then we can duplicate this and go like risk free. Click learn more to get started. And like another font I like to use is Montserrat. I think that's what it's called. And then here maybe we do all Montserrat. Oh shit, I just changed the whole, okay, I'm getting really confused. All right, maybe this works. Yeah, I would literally run this. Maybe you can clean it up a little bit and then you can duplicate it. We could be only pay per job, and instead of risk free, we go like $500 per job. And maybe we can change the background, change it to white, change this to black, and take this effect off and maybe do like that, and change this to red, and maybe we can take the effect off and do that, and we can change this to also black, and again a different effect like that, right? So now we have a bunch of fucking creatives. So if I'm you, I'm making 3 of these with 3 different with very, very similar offers, but 3 different like something that's been working a lot for us right now is like 500 per job. So roofing would be like 500 per job, $600 flat job on the back end, like $600 per install for solar, something like that. We haven't necessarily tested that in dentistry and like lower ticket offers, but for high ticket offers, it's been crushing it. Risk free also works really well. So I would do this exact thing, change the colors up. Font always works, but change like the effects up, make 3 of them, and literally have those be your creatives if you're a beginner. So yeah.
So this is a training on how to make winning copy and headlines. Now, to preface this, copy is the least important thing in your ad, and headline is the second to least. Creative is the most important. If you have a really good creative and a shitty copy and a shitty headline, your ad will convert. If you have shitty copy, if you have great copy and a great headline but a shitty creative, your ad's not going to convert. So at the end of the day, don't spend too much time doing this. It does matter, and it can drop your CPL a little bit, but it's not going to make or break your ad. Your creative is. So your creative takes up the most real estate, so of course it makes sense. Now, if you don't know much about creatives, copies, and headlines, where it is, this right here at the top, come find out why Roofing Marketing Pro is the #1 roofing marketing agency in the U.S. That's the copy. This video right here is the creative, and this is the headline down here, #1 roofing marketing agency in the U.S. Now, I am not showing you this ad because I think it's a good copy and headline. I don't think it's great, but my point is the creative's still good, so it's converting. And I think Roofing Marketing Pros is at like $300K a month, and I think they've had this ad up for the past couple of months at least. But essentially, that's where it's located. Copy up here, headline at the bottom. So, headlines. Have your headline be your irresistible offer and just word it a few different ways. So, that's like my only suggestion. 30 installs or you don't pay. 30 installs or a full refund. 5 clients are guaranteed. 5 clients are a complete refund. Just like reword your offer and your risk reversal in the headline and just keep it short and sweet. For copy, the copy is long, short. It doesn't necessarily even matter which one it is. Most people don't expand it and read the whole thing. If you do, they're kind of weird, to be honest. But regardless, like, in all seriousness, it's not going to make or break the full copy. What is going to be somewhat important, just as important as the headline, is the first 2 lines of your copy, because people are going to be able to see it right at the very top before even watching your creative. Of course, they're going to see your creative first, but they're also going to be able to see the first 2 lines of your copy now. In the first 2 lines, I would include your call out plus qualification and your offer. So solar companies over 10K a month, 30 installs guaranteed. That's literally what I would do. That's what I do for all my ads. That's how everybody's running their ads. Something like this. And this is going to catch eyeballs. Now, if you want to find inspiration, then just look up Facebook Ads Library and do the same thing I always tell you to do. So roofing, ad category, all ads, roofing appointments. Boom. Look up roofing appointments, and you can, let me make this smaller. This is like B2C roofing. Oh, no, here we go. But you see, like, get tear-offs with $0 with 0 up front. Get roof installs with 0 up front.
Roofers, stop burning your money on marketing agencies by paying them money up front without...
Yeah. Anyways, so essentially, you can play around, look at their copy, and their headlines, see what's working, see what's not working. Just kind of get a idea of what everyone else is doing. right? So that's how I would go look at the ads library to find what other people are doing. $4.99 to grow your roofing company, right? And so the way I would see if they're converting, go to filters from, and then type in the date 3 weeks back. So, or 4 weeks back ish. So December 1st, 2023, boom, apply filter. So these have been running for 3 weeks now. So this ad, converting. We just saw it. Get tear offs with zero upfront dollars. So that's working. And he is all over the place, to be honest. But you can essentially just see the copy, see the headlines, play around with your niche, and yeah, figure out from there. All right. What's up, guys? I'm going to be going over audience and targeting options for fucking Facebook ads. So when it comes to audience and targeting, it's pretty much the same for B2B and B2C. So if you don't know how to get your clients results, like this whole course can pretty much help you do that as well. It's not exactly the same, just take the same principles. So essentially, the purpose of this training is help you choose what targeting to run and the different options in the ad set level. The idea is for you to understand the basics of these terms in order to understand why you're doing what you're doing. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're a beginner, you're going to do A+ and you're going to do interstack broad. But so like, don't overthink it. All this is just for more advanced people and basically scaling your ads and testing new stuff. So first option is completely broad, and we'll talk about this with A+ as well. Broad is targeting everybody, only putting restrictions on location and age, sometimes not even doing that. This basically lets Facebook do all the work and does what it does best, which most often the best ad set in this experience. The stock was a little old, like 6 months old. Broad still performs really, really well, but A+ right now is performing a little bit better in my experience, right? So broad is a very good audience. The problem with broad, though, is that since it's completely broad, Facebook has no data. It usually takes a little bit longer to work, right? And takes a little bit more spend. So like if you can't spend at least 50 per ad set per day, so at least 100 a day, I wouldn't look into broad, right? So I would only do broad if you have a lot of spend to play with. 2 and 3 are interstack broad and interstack narrow. This is very similar to broad, but we're basically stacking a bunch of interests that the niche would be interested in on the ad set level, right? And so interstack broad is going to be a very broad interest stack, obviously. And then interstack narrow would be one smaller, obviously, right? So like I said, stacking a bunch of interests, 20 plus that your audience would be interested in and would align with. This is similar to broad. It lets Facebook do a lot of the work, but it just gives a little bit of guidance, right? So instead of Facebook just being like, oh shit, where do I go? I don't know what to do. Yeah, but instead of Facebook being like, I don't know where to go at all, you give them a little bit of guidance. So interstack broad is one of the audiences that I want you guys to start out with. So basically, just stack a bunch of interests on the ad set level. Go watch how to build out your ad campaign, and I talk about it a little bit in there as well. But yeah, so stack a bunch of interests, what your audience would be in. And again, this is very similar to broad. Third, A+. A+ is very similar to broad as well, but Facebook just does everything for you. And so people get A+ and broad confused a lot, and some people think they're doing broad when they're doing A+, and some people think they're doing A+ when they're doing broad. But broad is very, very similar to A+ to an extent where it targets everybody, but A+ literally will let Facebook do whatever the fuck it wants. If it's like, oh, yep, I'm seeing that people that are interested in solar panels are clicking on this ad, let's go over there. Oh, but now I'm seeing it's over here, let's go over here, right? And so A+, which I go over in how to build out the ad campaign, is very, very similar to broad, right? So if you are just starting, I would go interstack broad and A+ as your 2 ad sets. Next is a lookalike audience. So a lookalike audience is making a similar audience to the ones of your qualified audience. And so typically you can't even do this unless you have a bunch of fucking data or around $1,500 in ad spend in your niche or 100 qualified appointments, right? Like I would say more 100 qualified appointments than this 1,500. I would just say 100 qualified appointments. And this is usually the best performing ad set along with A+
if you have enough data for it. And so we have a video in the program about how to make a lookalike audience. And so if you do have these 100 qualified appointments, it's basically making a audience as close to the money, as close to your qualified audience, and making a group of people exactly like that. Lookalike will typically crush it. And yeah, so if you do have enough data, right, maybe you've ran ads in the past and you're in here, or maybe you've booked a bunch of appointments, I would make a lookalike and go with A+. Now, retargeting is basically targeting people that have seen your ad, engaged with your profile, etc. Make sure to turn Advantage Plus off. That's useless information for you guys right now. But this is part of the full marketing cycle. So it basically builds trust with your audience. So basically if they saw the ad and engaged with it, it means they showed some level of interest, right? And so let's say they saw your ad and they clicked it and it was like, yo, only pay per close deal, blah, 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 blah. They clicked it. That means they have to like at least want it a little. From there, we can take that data and retarget it. Just building trust. I talk about this a lot more in the video remarketing. So I like but this will like lower your CAC and lower your CPA a lot. If you're not over 10K a month though, I wouldn't focus on this. And you have to spend like, I would even say 3K on ads before retargeting, because if you don't, then there's no one to retarget because you have no clicks. But yeah, if you are at that level, go to the remarketing video. We'll go from there. Last thing we can do is test audience pockets. So it's having one audience to target in the ad set level. So whether that's for solar, we used to do Tesla, we used to do solar panels, and we just have one interest. So if you don't have a lot of spend, this is really good. Like if you can only spend like $15 a day, we like to test audience pockets because all of these are super big interests. Like A+ is like 200 million people. These are like 20 million people plus. Broad is like 200 million people as well. And so it's literally everyone in the United States who has Facebook. And so obviously, like you're going to need a decent amount of ad spend for Facebook to be able to find the correct pocket. Versus when it's an audience pocket, if we only can spend $30 a day on ads, we can still book 1 to 2 calls testing audience pockets, right? And so if you are in that situation, you don't have a lot of funds, that's what I would do. It helps isolate the audience to find a pocket in Facebook where your audience is. Essentially, if you never ran ads and your niche starts with interest in A+, if you have enough data for a lookalike, run that with interest in A+. If you're needing to scale horizontally, test other things. But last thing, if you don't have a lot of budget, I would test audience pockets. So like, let's say you're in roofing, we could have one audience pocket be roof shingle, and then the next one could just be roofer. Let's say you're in Cairo, it could be, I don't know what people in Cairo like. Like when I run agency ads, like to target you guys, some of the interests we use are Gary Vee, social media marketing, go high level, ClickFunnels, stuff like that. So hopefully that'll give you guys a little bit of context. But yeah, if we just have one interest, it gives Facebook some guidance on where to go. It's a smaller audience and we can just target a smaller amount of people. So us needing a lower amount of spend. And don't be discouraged if we have to do this, right? I'm sure I've talked about this in the course and you've heard me before, but it's like Facebook talks about how they also favor advertisers who don't spend a lot because they have to find a way for them to win or else the big dogs will always just crush, right? So typically your cost per lead is lower, the lower amount of money you spend, right? I have a client in roofing right now getting $4 Canadian leads, which I think is like $3 US. And he's only spending like $30 a day filling his calendar. It's fucking the most insane thing I've ever seen. But yeah, so don't be discouraged if you do this. You can still crush it and get a lot of appointments. Yeah. But like I said, you have any questions, drop it in the marketing channel. We'll take care of you.
Okay, so I'm going to be walking you guys through, if you're choosing to do lead forms, then how to create your lead form. And so rules and structures. So I'll just walk you through how I'd run it. So more volume, you are in here. Okay, you just click create form, more volume, intro, use image from the ad. That's if you're running an image. If you're not running an image, I would do something like, where is it? This. So either a photo of you or this, your offer just at the top. So you can make this in Canva, make it the same size. 628 by 1200 and just put the headline at the very, very top of it and just have it like black in the background. So those are two options if you're using a video ad, but if you're using an image ad, just use the same image from your ad. So, but if you're not, make something like this with the offer at the very top. And yeah, so, okay. So like I said, just make this in Canva, 628 by 1200, put your guarantee, your offer if you're on direct response. If you're not on direct response and you're just doing a normal funnel, traditional funnel, I mean, not traditional, if you're doing the value funnel with an image, with a video, I mean, and you want to do a lead form, then just do like free training XYZ, or go ahead and do something like this. This was my exact free training form, which I show you guys in one of the other videos. But yeah, so just an image of you. Now that we got that out of the way, create form, more volume, image from your ad, headline. So just go to this other page, and this will be in the bottom of the video. Just headline, hey there. Copy it, paste it. Description. Fill in your info down below, and we'll text you how this works. Now, okay. So the reason why we say text you how this works is a lot of people will put in not the right number. I like to bold the word text. So the way you do that is bold font generator, and you just type it, and then you type in text. And then you can just copy this, and hold up, let me put myself back in the corner, and you can just paste it right here. So now it says text, and it's a little more bold. You can do it all caps if you want to. Like I said, the reason we do text is to make sure they're putting their real phone number in there, so we can capture as much data as possible and contact them forever, essentially. So depending on what your niche is and what you want to do, I would add one qualifying question. So to do that, just add question, multiple choice, and the example here is above 10K a month. Are you above 10K a month? Answers yes, no. Now, oops. No. Now, I would limit the amount of questions you add, because the more questions, the longer it takes for them to fill out the form. The longer it takes to fill out the form, the more drop off you're going to get. So I would max this out at 2 questions, unless you're trying to get really, really qualified leads, and you're really having an issue with lead qualification. If not, but I would just have one qualifying question that's asking about budget. You see 10K a month, that's asking similar about budget, because if they're making 10K a month, they're obviously have enough money, right? So I would ask a question about budget at this very first question, but I would try and keep it slick, not ask how much money do they make. Maybe if you're in like solar, how many deals are you closing a month? Something along that nature, to make sure they're financially qualified to be able to buy your service. So I would just keep it at 1. If you need to, feel free to do 2. I honestly wouldn't go any more than 2. But pre-fill questions, go. So essentially, this page is done. Custom questions, I'm just going to add 1 for mine, right? Pre-fill questions, we're going to add email, full name, and where's phone number? Phone number. Make sure phone number is last, email is second, right? This is just the order we want things. Privacy, link is going to be, there's a video in the, I think it's the very last video in this ads called Privacy Policy Generator. So that'll teach you how to make your privacy policy. It'll take like 2 minutes. So add that link right here, and link text just be like privacy policy, right? And then completion, boom, we go in here, and completion, yep, see, watch privacy policy video. Headline, one last step, sorry about that, one last step. So for the headline, boom, due to high demand and limited capacity, by selecting lock spot, watching the short video, and booking a call. So we'll put this in here. So, due to high demand and limited capacity, lock in your spot by selecting lock spot, and then down here, type in lock spot below, and watching the short video. So if you don't have a VSL, obviously don't say to watch a short video, and by booking a call, so lock spot and then link. So the way you're going to get that link, essentially, right, is go high level, and whatever lander you want to use, right? So whatever, it's just going to be a calendar form or a two-step. So let me pull this up 1 second. It's loading. Okay. So let's say you're using this one. Let me make myself smaller real quick. Okay. Let's say you're using this one. Ignore the opt-in because we're not opting in. We're getting their information from Facebook, right? So if you're using a VSL, then you're going to put the link to this recording, right? Where you put the recording to the VSL. If you are making a VSL, then go watch the lead nurture videos, right? So a VSL essentially is a virtual sales letter. I explained this in a lot of other videos. I'll explain it for you guys one more time real quick. Basically, this is selling them, quote unquote, about booking a call. So if they watch the VSL, this is going to make them more qualified, but not as many people are actually going to book a call. So it just depends. I've seen VSLs 90 seconds. I've seen VSLs 2 hours. Obviously, if it's 90 seconds, they'll still be more interested than the person who didn't watch a video. And if it's 2 hours, obviously that person's going to be essentially a laydown. So again, with your VSL, this is something that has to be really, really good, and you have to put a lot of time into, because this is like their second impression of you ever, or their first impression if you're running an image ad. And now if the VSL isn't good, then they're not going to book a call, and they're also not going to answer your phone, right? Because they know it's going to be you. They know that you've been texting them, and they're going to duck you on purpose if they don't like the value that you gave them in the VSL, right? So follow the structures that we have in the lead nurture if you do decide to do one. If you're brand new, I just suggest that you don't do one, and you just give the link to this page, right? Which is a booking page. So just them booking. Now, to set this up, I would just delete all this, to be honest. It just adds more friction than needs to be. And delete this, and just literally have this booking call, and delete this button too. So schedule your call with us, and then you can put your offer here, right? Or you can keep it like this and then put your calendar in here. So click this thing, calendar, strategy call. And it's just glitching right now, but it'll bring it up. And if you need to link your domain, which you're going to need to do, then watch the video about linking your domain in the GHL tutorials in the operations and systems. Now, without context, I can't tell you exactly what to do with the VSL. So reach out to the Discord chat of the coach if you need help picking. But if you're brand new, like I said, I wouldn't suggest having a VSL. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, what is going on with Loom? Okay, rules of the lander. Include strict call out and offer. Keep it simple. I've done so much testing. I've spent a bunch of fucking money. You don't need anything crazy on there. You don't need testimonials. You need a clean, simple page that doesn't distract the prospect. Don't add more stuff to let them discredit you or get distracted. So the same goes for the booking page and the VSL if you have one. Always have it open in a new tab. Reason for this is I explained this too a couple times, but it's super small. If they're on their phone and it opens in a new tab, then they have 2 tabs open. And let's say they close the tab they're out and then swipe out. Let's say next time they go into Safari, they see it. They're like, oh shit, I kind of forgot to do that. I'll do that right now. And they book a call. Now, this isn't going to let you get a crazy amount of conversions. Maybe 1 in 200, 1 in 100. Well, maybe not even. But to give you some context, here is my VSL and my scheduling page. So literally scheduling page, it's this fucking simple. Schedule your call with us. That is it. And this is fucking converting very, very, very well. Now, free training, very simple. Headline, right? And then desire. And then click, I want this implemented. And that's going to claim their free call. So, I mean, like I said, if you're just starting out, I wouldn't do a VSL. I would just shoot them directly to this page to book a call. If you are not just starting out and you have some confidence in your ability to make a VSL and you watch the videos and essentially talk in front of a camera, then having a VSL will definitely help lower your CAC. So essentially that's it. That's how you're going to create your lead form. That's how you're going to put your booking page at the end. And yeah, hope that makes sense. What's up, y'all? So I'm going to be going over what to do when your leads aren't qualified when you're running ads. Now, this is going to be something that a lot of you guys probably like look into, just watch like the first time. What I like to do when it comes to qualification with ads is start with 0 qualification at all. So the other lead form, right? Absolutely none. And then there's like, we see there's a qualification issue, then we can start to add friction, which basically just means like add questions on the lead form, start qualifying people on the front end.
personally, I just want you guys to have as many book calls on the calendar as physically possible. And we'll go from there, right? Typically, it's not a qualification issue as long as your niche is fine. When I say qualified, I basically just mean in like the agency space that they have the funds to be able to get going. If they don't have the $2,000 for setup or $3,000 for the setup, that's when I would consider them unqualified. So like a lot of the times you'll get people that are like, oh, I don't want to pay ad spend. I don't like, which of course, like no one wants to pay ad spend, right? But that's just what comes with the system. So I like start with no qualification on the lead form. Then we'll start to like add questions if we need to. These are just some options I like to add to test, right? Like people collect, like have 10x ROAS with no questions on the lead form, right? But if like all the calls you're hopping on are unqualified, and I say all the calls, I mean more than half. And don't get emotional about this and just like be data driven, right? So go look at all your calls, be like, okay, I had 10 calls show up, 5 were unqualified. This is probably what we would do, right? So there's, like I said, like don't get like, oh my God, I had one qualified call, we have to change the ads, blah, blah, blah. Because at the end of the day, we're optimizing for one thing, which means we want one thing. And it's we want the lowest cost per offer made, right, to a qualified person. So that means we want to pay the cheapest amount for somebody to go book a call, show up to the call, be qualified, and we pitch them, basically, right? If we can have that number below 50, like $60, $70, depending on your niche, like that's traditional SMMA. If you're like targeting agency owners or coaches, probably like $250, $200. Then like we're good. But if all of that is like so we're optimizing for the cheapest cost per offer made, right? And so if we change the lead form, that's our goal, to optimize for the cheapest cost per offer made, right? And we can see if we're making better offers. So if you're going to test it, like don't test it for one day. You have to be able to test it to see what we get a lower cost per acquisition with, right? And depending how new you are, this might sound confusing, but go to Business Acumen, how to make like data-driven decisions, or like the most important things to like keep your eye on, stuff like that. And if you watch that video, it should make a little bit more sense if you don't understand what I'm saying. But let's say we analyze, we're like, okay, most of the calls are unqualified, like we can't even make good offers, things like that. Some options that I would go through. So we're going to need to use conditional logic on the lead form. So if you guys don't know how to do that, go to create form questions and just turn conditional logic on. So what conditional logic means. And so this is an ad we used to run towards agency owners, right? Towards you guys. So it would be, where are you at with your agency? 0 to 5K, we would DQ them. So we wouldn't get them as leads, right? 5 to 15K, that's a qualified lead for us. 15 to 50K, that's a qualified lead for us. 50K plus, that's not a lead for us, right? So essentially it's like allows us to DQ people. And to get a little bit like into Facebook and why this is good, it's because when Facebook triggers and gets a lead for you, they're like, fuck yeah, I did a good job, right? Obviously, Facebook wants your ads to do well because they want you to keep advertising on the platform. If your ads aren't performing, if you're not getting leads, like you're not going to spend any more money, right? So they want you to spend as much money as possible, and they do that by wanting your ads to perform. So when you get a lead triggered, then Facebook's going to keep pushing it to that audience over and over and over, and that's what it's going to learn, right? And if it's an unqualified audience, it can train your ad account, it can train your pixel, it can train basically your ad account, so basically like the account you're advertising on, to only get unqualified leads because that's all it's been getting, and Facebook doesn't know if they're qualified or not if you don't tell them. So this is your way of telling them. So here, we don't get a lead if it's under 5K or above 50K, which is me telling Facebook, yo, these people, I don't like them. Like I see that you're pushing into them, stop it. Don't fucking do that. And then these two end up being leads. So you see like so what you do, like how you logistically set it up is you set it up like a normal lead form and you go submit form, end page for leads. And then if you want them to be a lead, go to submit form, end page for leads. Like if you want them to be qualified, If you don't want them to be qualified, just do close form, right? So, and then at the ending, it'll show end page for leads, which is the normal lead form that we teach you to have in the other video. End page for non-leads, looks like you don't qualify. We just send them to my YouTube channel to a video, right? So this is what I like to do when we are having a qualification issue. Everything else on the whole thing is the same, but some questions I like to ask here are: one, what is your monthly take-home revenue? Which is just a fancy way of saying how much money do you make. It doesn't even make sense, but we've seen that people don't care about, like, of filling out their take-home revenue, which is like we've just seen the highest, like, what's the word? Like the highest, like they're filling it out the most, right? So one thing is, what's your take-home revenue? Like maybe you could DQ under 5K, and just be like 0 to 5K DQ. I would do that if you're getting a lot of objections when it comes to just they physically don't have the money. So if they physically don't have the money, I would go, what is your take-home revenue? I'd go 0 to 5K, 5 to 15, 15 plus, and just end page for non-leads for the 0 to 5K, right? Because that means they're making 0 to 5K a month. And they probably can't afford your service. So, but again, only do this if you're having a lead qualification issue. Now, the second thing you could do is, how many X are you, like, so for example, for solar, I used to do this and I would DQ 0 to 10K just because solar guys have a lot of money, same with roofers, but it depends on our niche, right? You got to know your niche at the end of the day. Another question we would use is, how many jobs are you closing a month, or how many installs are you pushing a month? This gives a range of like financial qualification as well, because it's like we would DQ them. So we would have 0 to 5 jobs a month, 5 to 15, 15 to 30, 30 plus, right? And we would DQ 0 to 5 jobs a month, right? 0 to 5 jobs a month simply means, they're not financially qualified. So I would do the jobs one, or maybe whatever, like dental implants or chiropractic patients or whatever. If you're having a problem with budget, like, so they just don't have enough money, and also like they're beginners, like they just don't want to invest because like they're scared and they're beginners. So like those are some things I would do if you are having that issue, right? The last one is, when you do pay per close, a lot of the times you're going to get objections like, I don't want to pay ad spend, because they think it's free, right? Which is fine. I want you to realize that's not a big deal from a marketing standpoint. We're still going to get calls for so cheap that it doesn't matter, right? Don't freak out about that. But if it's too much and it's like every call, again, more than 50% of your calls, what a question we have added is, are you willing to pay 30 days in ads for pay per blank, pay per install, pay per close, whatever? And then we just do yes, no. If they're not willing to, if they put no, DQ them. If they put yes, we'll take them through. Now, that one is kind of, I don't know, it's harder to get like cheap leads. We see that some of our clients can get like $20, $25 leads still, which isn't bad. But the reason we do it is because the calls are really good. Like those calls are really, 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 really good. Because they're willing to pay ad spend. If they're willing to pay ad spend, they know that you're running Facebook ads, so they know that it works and everything like that, right? So, yeah. And then so like that's what I would do in that scenario. And then something I also want you guys to keep in mind is, like, we still need our link click to lead to be 1 to 4, right? And so I talk about that in another video, but I'll kind of go through that now. And then, so, wait. What? Okay. Like, we still need okay, I didn't even spend anything on this, but we still need our link click to lead ratio to be 1 to 4, right? So I don't think this ad like performed, but so we got no leads and we got 2. This is like, 1 sec. All right. So I guess we spent a little on this. So we got 68 total link clicks and 23 total leads, which is around 1 in 3. Like, so our link click to lead, so 23 leads, it would be 80 link clicks, as that would be like within KPI. So the reason that we're looking for that is because it's like, how do I explain this? So a link click basically means they clicked on the link, which is they clicked on the lead form, right? So we basically want 1 in 4 people to be filling that out. If that's not happening, then that means that Facebook's still pushing it to the wrong audience, and we need to change the lead form again. but make sure we've gotten like 12 link clicks before we change anything, right? So the reason for that is we just need to let Facebook spend to like find what's working. Because if Facebook isn't driving leads at a good cost, like I said, they want to drive leads at a good cost, right? So yeah. I think that's all I got for you guys. This is probably like a little bit more advanced of a video. If you're a complete beginner, like I said, just stick with no qualification. But yeah. All right, what's up, y'all? So I'm gonna be a pretty short video, just like building out what the ad campaign is gonna look like for you guys, so you can just do it with me. Now, you should have already built out your copy. You should have already done your headlines. You should have already created your creatives, got them edited, or you should have everything in place when you're watching this. This is literally just a matter of building it out in the ads manager. So like I said, whatever spend you decided, whatever, anything like that, we'll go from there. So regarding how much to spend and stuff like that, we're always just going to create a campaign, always going to be leads objective for the most part, and then manual leads campaign here. Then let it load up. Name it whatever you want. Like for you guys, like all I would want to do is like maybe call it like P1, and like maybe your offer, so pay per close, and then like for you guys I would just do like in market, and then you can also date it, so whatever, 6/14, blah blah blah, right? It's not really a huge deal. When it comes to the campaign level, all this is the normal, like don't change any of that. Ad set. So ad set number 1, I would just suggest A plus, right? Advantage plus. So just name it A plus, and we always have dynamic creative on. So boom, dynamic creative on. Now, when it comes to your budget, right? I've talked about this in all the videos, and so typically 3 creatives per $10, typically lowest around 25 bucks. So if it's at 25 bucks per ad set, we're spending 50 bucks a day because we're going to run 2 ad sets. And so let's just say, for example, you guys are going to run $30 per ad set, right? Always do the same per ad set. Yeah. So when it's A plus, make sure you have dynamic creative on whatever budget you're doing. So however, let's say you made 3 creatives, 30 bucks. Leave all this alone. For Advantage Plus, literally, it's so fucking simple. We keep everything exactly the same, right? So, especially like, you could change this if you're targeting other places. Like if we're only targeting the States, obviously keep the States. Advantage Plus audience is this, right? So, boom, done. And then we keep manual placements. From there, we'll go and create the ads. So like, let's say it's static ads, statics, and then we can do like 1.1 or something, right? We have our Instagram connected. We have sorry, I'm recovering from being sick, so my voice sounds fucked right now. We have our Instagram connected, everything like that. And what we're going to do is we literally just select images or select videos, whichever you guys have done, and you just upload the 3. They'll all pop up right here. So upload all 3 in right here. Like this is an old ad account. So like, I don't know if I can, this is an old ad account. So like, yeah, you select your 3 images, boom. So primary text, this is the copy. So you should have 2 variations of the copy. So you literally just paste it in here, add another text option, you paste it there. Headline, same thing. You write your headline in here, you write your headline in there, right? So this is all done pretty much. Description, nothing. Display link, nothing. Call to action, we always do learn more, right? And then to create your lead form, go watch the video creating your lead form, and that's where it'll take you from here. But yeah, perfect. Regarding next steps, so we have our campaign built out, right? We have our first ad set built out. And once we have this ad completely built out, we have all the images in it we like, we have all of the text in, we have all the headline in, we have the call to action, right? We have the instant form, right? We go ahead and duplicate this. So we duplicate it into the existing campaign. So we're just going to have a completely new ad set, right? So we duplicate that, and this is where we're going to have our other ad set. So if you're a beginner, I also like interest stack for the second. So I like A plus, and I like the interest stack. Only thing we're literally going to change here, budget's going to be exactly the same. The start dates in the past. Boom. Ignore that. So when we're doing our interest stack, or anything that isn't A plus, even broad, right? We have to go to Advantage Audience, and we click Switch to Original Audience. Use Original Audience. Right? So when we're using Original Audience, we have all this set up. So locations, it gives us more details, right? It gives us a little bit more control. So age for solar, and like other contracting, we used to do 24 to 64, cap it at 64. Just depends on your niche. You got to know your niche. How old are they, right? All genders. And then for the interest stack, we go into detailed targeting. And right here, I explained this in the audience videos, but this is where we just add all of our interests. So let's say we're doing roofing. We're doing roof, shingle. Interest, right? Roofing, maybe that's one. Interests, right? And so we just add like around 15 to 20 interests until our audience size is around 20 million. And I would do the broad interest stack. So I would actually want it to be around 30 million. So add so many interests that you get your estimated audience size to 30 million, right? Like you see, we add another roof. It gets, so roof was a huge interest. If we add a roofing and maybe go job titles, if we just keep, okay, let me, roofing contractor, browse, or suggestions. This is good. Home repair. Yep, see, these are all good. So sometimes when your niche is huge, this won't change, and that's fine as long as we have like around 20, right? Because all these are so big that, so like all these are so big that like it's the audience size is huge, if that makes sense. But yeah, so I would add around 20, or get this to around 30 million, whichever one comes first. And once that's done, we keep all this the same, and we keep all this the same, right? Literally because we duplicated it, right? So this was all done. We duplicate it, and we're there. So what it should look like when we're done is we have this one campaign. We made 614. We have two ad sets, one A plus, one interest stack at $30 a day each, or whatever your spend was. And then we have our ads, right? From there, we're ready to just click publish.
All right, so I'm essentially about to be talking about how to find out when your creatives are doing well, which ones to turn off, which ones to scale, which ones not to scale, which ones to fuck off. Essentially, how to scale your ads and how to find out essentially which creatives are good to figure out how to tweak and make some adjustments and essentially like that. First things first, if shit's working, even if you're running DCO, dynamic creative, which is what we say out here, say to do out here, then don't fucking change it. Like, if you're getting $5 leads, let Facebook do its fucking thing and don't change anything, right? But if let's say your lead cost is a little high, maybe like $25, $30, like a little higher than you want it to be, then these are some things you can look at to be able to tell like how, like which ads are doing well to see which ones you need to change. So go to breakdown, and this is when we're running DCO, so dynamic creative, and by creative element and just do image. So this will show us, oh, where do I put this thing? Okay, so this will show us which creative, I don't even know why this is here. This will show us which creative is essentially doing the best. And Facebook is going to, Facebook's, when we're running DCO, Facebook is going to push the creative that's doing the best. Facebook is smarter than us. Facebook is way fucking smarter than us. So there's been so many times where I'm like, fuck yeah, this creative's going to fucking crush. And then I pop in, put it up in the ads manager, and it shits the bed. Right? So Facebook doesn't care how good you think the ad is or how well the editor edited it, right? So essentially, when it's DCO, so dynamic creative, it's essentially only going to push 1 to 2 usually out of the 3 ads that you're running, depending on your budget. It's only going to push 1 to 2 of them. And when it only pushes 1 to 2 of them, that means that one is really, really strong.
and those other two aren't really resonating with the audience as much. But because of that, that's why dynamic creative is really good. But when that starts to fizzle out, we'll be able to see which hooks perform the best, which pattern interrupt perform the best, which callouts perform the best, and bodies and things like that. So here, it's 3 bodies exactly the same, and it's 3 different hooks, right? And there's 3 different ad sets. So this is ad set 1, this is ad set 2, this is ad set 3. Now, I think, yeah, okay, so this first ad set is, I'm not even sure, but so you can see all the ad sets were performing pretty much exactly the same. Now, I'm just going to make this smaller. Now, version 3 of the video only got 1 lead. Version 3 of the video here only got 1 lead. Version 3 of the video here only got 9. So we're going to go ahead and guess, since Facebook's not pushing it, that this hook didn't fucking work. Now, version 2 got 48 here, version 2 got 64, and version 2 got 34 here. So we can go ahead and guess that version 2 was the best ad. And now what that's going to be able to help you do is be able to be like, okay, this was my hook here. Was it a negative hook? Was it a positive hook? How was my call out, right? Was I talking fast? Was I talking slow? Was I in the car, right? Did I have crazy editing or no? Like basically getting feedback of what's working and what's not. Some other things I like to look at are CTR, link click-through rate. And now a lot of people look at this CTR and it's just like, how is it performing? And I like to look at link click-through rate. So our target here is to be as close to 1% as possible. Now, CTR, if you're around like 1.5, 2%, you're chilling for this one. Link CTR is going to be around like 0.8, 0.9%. Now, all these are hitting that KPI, but they're not crushing it. But we're still getting $5 leads. So at the end of the day, you need to take all that into consideration, right? The CTR is at KPI, right, at the metric we're looking for, but the lead cost is way fucking lower than we thought it was going to be. Now, why is that? Because we're getting link clicks. Essentially, the data is hard to look at right here. So essentially, 1 of the 3 link clicks were converting to leads. So that means we had a really good lander. But essentially, this is how you like break down data. So let's say version 2. You see version 2 of the ad. Link CTR was 0.65, right? Not great, but I'm still getting cheap leads. So don't turn it off. And that's what I'm trying to get at you here. Sometimes it's going to look weird, but version 2 here, 0.74. And the only reason, and then version 2 here, 1%, right? And so same here, 2.7%, which like is pretty fucking solid. Version 2 here, 2%. And all these are pushing like 2%. And if you're pushing 2% on the total CTR, you're probably good on the creative. But this is able to be like, okay, version 1, high CTR, so that means people were clicking on it. And now what CTR means is basically the percentage of people that got an impression, so how many people saw it versus how many people clicked on it. So if you click on it, so clicked on the ad, clicked see more, clicked anything on the ad. Link CTR is the percentage of people who saw it versus clicked on learn more, the CTA. So essentially what I'm trying to get across to you here is to be able to tell like what hooks worked, what hooks didn't work, is just look at what Facebook is pushing. So right here, version 3 didn't get any spend, right? But version 1 and 2 got a lot of spend. So I need to look at what did version 2 and 1 have that version 3 didn't. And let's say my ads fatigue, or let's say I'm testing new ads, then we just implement what I had in 1 and 2 and forget whatever 3 was, right? And then just test like that. And so, yeah, like Facebook's way smarter than us. It's just going to push those. But essentially, some of the things I want you to look at, like I said, is link CTR, and then the amount of leads. So if you're getting your lead costs for cheap and they're decent leads, then don't freak out and just don't mess with any of this. But this is kind of something to look at when like you're testing more ads, you're trying to see which ads are performing to see which are the winners and which are the losers. But yeah, essentially, whichever ones Facebook is pushing the most is the one that's performing the best, because if it wasn't performing, then Facebook wouldn't be pushing it. And so, yeah, that's something to look at, how much spend is there, and then CTR and link CTR. So we want this number to be as close as 1% and this number to be around 2%. So if we're hitting those KPIs, that means it's a good performing ad. So now here we were pretty close on the link CTR, but all CTR, we were pretty much killing it. So yeah.
What's up, y'all? So I'm gonna be going over remarketing, basically retargeting, creating a whole top of funnel, bottom of funnel, and middle of funnel, which doesn't really exist anymore. But only watch this if you're advanced, like you spent over $4,000 in ads,
The reason for that is remarketing is basically having that top of funnel. So the way here, let me pull something up for y'all. All right. So if this is how we're going to think of like a marketing funnel, right? Right here, it's just top of funnel. So this is just completely cold, right? These people have no clue who you are, right? Fuck, it looks like toe. It looks like IO, whatever. But these people have no idea who you are. So this is all your ads, like the direct offer, the direct ads. Yo, paper close, blah, 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 blah. And now, when you're making somebody buy, not making something, but when you convincing somebody to buy something from you, right? It's difficult because they have no idea who you are, right? So what we're doing here is funneling these people at top of funnel down, right? And this is where businesses make probably around like half of their revenue. So if you're not above 10K a month, you don't have a predictable client acquisition system, and your ads, like you haven't spent 4K in ads, and don't focus on this right now. But if you have, let's do it. But this basically is where we're creating a bottom of funnel. And so for example, like you've seen this all the time. I guarantee it. Like Cole Gordon doesn't have necessarily, or Jeremy Minor, like they have a bunch of followers on Instagram, but they don't blow up organically, right? Like Cole Gordon didn't blow up organically, but everybody knows who he is pretty much. If you don't, he's like a big sales guy. Like they become celebrities within their industry. Like Toozer does this really, really well. If you guys know him, he's the Ecom guy. If you scroll reels a lot, it's like, I'm going to show you how to make $10,000 a month with AI. But low-key, people tell me I fucking look like him. But anyway, so like you see their top of funnel, and so Toozer's top of funnel is just his content. This is how he's trying to get as many clicks as physically possible so he can own the click, take all of the data, and retarget it with bottom of funnel, right? Because when you retarget with bottom of funnel from people who have already seen your top of funnel, they're going to trust you more because they've subliminally seen you, and you become a celebrity within the niche, right? You become a celebrity to them because they see you on their page all the time. So the goal with top of funnel is to get as many qualified leads as you can, right? Is to get as many qualified leads as you can. And then we own that data, basically in Facebook, meaning we have the click. And then when we own the data, we have the click, we can remarket it, right? So I'm hoping that's making sense. This diagram didn't help you guys at all. But like I said, this is advanced. But it takes 7 hours worth of seeing you before someone can make a buying decision without influence, right? But the more they see, the better. The biggest objection you're going to see in the agency space is trust. They're not going to trust you because they've seen a bajillion other agencies who offer the same exact thing, and they've probably been scammed by some kid. So all we have to do is reverse engineer trust throughout the sales process, right? So all the ad is supposed to do, the top of the funnel, sell the click like I was talking about. Once we have the click, then we own the data. We can follow them forever for the next year and retarget them with a bunch of content, right? So retargeting is where a lot of your money is going to be made. As someone begins to see you over and over and over and over again, they inherently think you must be somebody worth paying attention to and almost a celebrity, right? I'm sure there's even people on your feed that you have no idea who they are, but you think they know what they're talking about because you've seen their face a lot, right? Like whether it's testimonials or whatever, right? So we're going to take all the data we got from top of funnel, and I have a video on how to create retargeting audiences and like logistically set it up. So check that out if you're actually going to take action on this. But like I said, if you're over 10K a month and have spent 4K in ads within the last 90 days or ever, with it, like on a funnel that converts with this offer in one niche, 4K in one niche, then go for it, right? It'll lower your CAC a bunch. So what we're going to retarget is pixel everybody. People who engage on your Instagram, people who engage on your Facebook, people who open the lead form, people who watch the video if it's a video creative. And this is going to sound confusing, but go and watch the other video, what's it called? How to create retargeting audiences, right? Here's some disclaimers. Always use ad set budget. Makes sense. Don't allow Facebook to reach out of the audience, right? So when you're at the ad set level, there's a little button that says, allow Facebook to reach outside the audience, right? We always have that clicked when we're doing top of funnel, so Facebook can find what we want, right? When it comes to bottom of funnel though, we don't want that clicked because we only want to retarget the people that have already seen us before, right? Third, You only need 20%. If you click this, your retargeting will not work, by the way. You only need 20% of total budget for retargeting. So let's say you're spending $100 top of funnel. All we need is $20 bottom of funnel. It does not take a lot. You should be booking calls for cheaper. They should be more qualified calls. And yeah. And so you're only going to retarget 3 things. 1, content. So a piece of educational content, inspirational content, or something like that, depending on your niche. I would do educational and make yourself sound like a authority, right? So when we were doing this in solar, we just talk about the best states for solar. Oh, yeah, Maine's killing it. The PPAs right now. We're just using a bunch of solar words like PPA, fucking red lines, shit like that. Like just to make me seem like an authority, and only have 1 per ad set, right? Next is going to be your direct offer. So the same offer that you guys make on your top of funnel. So I guarantee you XYZ, or only pay per close. So basically the people are going to see us and we're just going to do it again, right? We're going to show it to them again. Another thing we can do, which you guys have probably seen in the past, is like, hey, I know you've seen my ad before. Why haven't you booked a call? Tanner Chittister does that a lot. Toozer does that a lot. And so you can do that with direct offer. It's like, yo, I know you've seen me. I know you've seen my ad. Why haven't you booked a call? Like, we're offering only pay per close deal. There's no risk on your end, blah, 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 right? And then testimonials and case studies. So you can either do a carousel for this, or like a carousel, just swipe, or you can do just a screenshot, or you can do a testimonial video, client interview, whatever. But essentially what's going to happen is this top of funnel, everyone's going to like we're targeting cold traffic, and we're going to be able to convert this traffic. But this is where a lot of our money is going to be made, right? And so they're going to see our top of funnel, then they're going to see some educational content from us, then they're going to see some case studies, they're going to see some testimonials, then they're going to see this direct offer again. And then they click, right? And so eventually someone will click, as long as you keep retargeting for 365 days. There's some people who aren't in a buying state right now, but that is okay. If we keep retargeting them, they will eventually come and need to buy something, and it will be from us. So yeah, if you have any questions, like always, drop it in the marketing chat and I'll take care of you. All right, so stop loss guidelines. When to turn something off, when to keep something on. And this is like for agencies, right? If you're a coach and somehow in this group, then don't listen to this. It's a lot different, right? So first things first, when starting out, always launch with at least 2 different ad set audiences, right? So ad set 1, ad set 2. This allows us to horizontally test stuff, right? So there'll be creatives that shit the bed with some ad sets and some audiences, and there'll be creatives that run with others, right? So when you're testing A+ and interest, one of those typically are winning audiences for all industries, right? So if the ads aren't working, we can go take that as a leading indicator that we need to change something, right? So make sure we have this campaign set up and we have 2 different ad sets with these same ads. Sorry about that, right? So ad set 1, let's say this is A+ or broad. Ad set 2, let's say this is interest stack or audience pocket, right? Something like that. So assuming you have this set up and you're running ads, this is when to kill or adjust the new ad, right? When to make new creative, when to change something. So if your ad set combination has spent initially $60 with no leads, then turn off that ad set. And when it comes to like what and why, first off, we need to spend at least $60 on the ad set level, not on the campaign level, on the ad set level. And I'll show you guys how to check that. So just in case, this is some random ad account, by the way. But so this only spent 20 on the ad set level, but it spent 38 on the campaign level. So make sure this hits 60 before doing anything, right? And the reason that is because we can still get a book call at $60 and be like, okay, this can still work, and it can give Facebook some time to learn, right? Give Facebook some time to learn, be like, okay, we got a lead, we got a book call, stuff like that. And that lead could end up closing, and this lead could end up being really, really good. Like I always tell you guys, we're not chasing leads, we're chasing qualified appointments that close. We're chasing closed deals, right? So if somebody closes at the $60, we're good. But if an ad set combination has spent $60 with no leads, turn that off. And so when we're looking at this to diagnose what the problem is, first thing we're going to do is look at link CTR, right? At the end of the day, I want you guys to realize that the only important thing is it producing qualified calls? Yes, keep it on. No, turn it off, right? So don't overthink this stuff. But when it comes to diagnosing what is actually wrong with the creative or what is actually wrong with this ad set, I like to look at a few things. So let me pull up something that we can kind of diagnose together. So basically, let's look at the CPMs and the link click-through rate. The higher our CPM, the higher our link CTR. So this is literally just an indicator of the creative. So, and I know I talked to you guys about this, like go look at how to diagnose a winning creative a little bit more to learn about this a little bit more. But for good metric, if we're at $70, 2.5% is good. If we're at $50, we want it to be around 1.5. If we're at this $30 range, this is low. We want it to be around 1%, 0.8 to 1%, right? So CPM basically means how much we're paying for marketing, how much we're paying for 1,000 impressions. Whenever we're marketing, we're literally just paying for placement. So it's Facebook ads, we're paying for 1,000 people to see it on their feed. A billboard, we're paying, this is how marketing is measured. So you're paying on a billboard. What is your CPM on a billboard? What is your CPM on YouTube? You know what I mean? So like how much, let's say you're spending $1,000 for a billboard, how many people see it? And then we go ahead and see, okay, we spent $1,000, 5,000 people saw the billboard. What's our CPM there, right? Just, that's how marketing spend is basically managed. So we want this link click to lead, this CPM to link CTR to be, by the way, make sure you're doing performance and clicks. Like $30, meaning we're not paying that much, right? It's very, very cheap for us to get 1,000 impressions, right? We want, then the link CTR can be lower because this is the amount, this is the percentage of people that are clicking the ad compared to the amount of people that are seeing it, right? So 0.3% of the people that see the ad clicked it, right? Click the link, right? And if someone clicks the link, that can be a good measure of, okay, they liked it. So if, like, in this sense, we spent $30 CPM, 32.32% link click to lead. This should be 0.8 to 1%, right? So this would mean that these had poor creatives and we needed to make new creatives, right? This is looking better. I probably wouldn't change anything here. $20 to 0.65. It's not great. It's not bad. This looks good, right? $24 to 1.4 CTR. This looks really good. So I hope all that makes sense. So if we go back to this doc, if it spent $60 and no leads and the link CTR to CPM is off, then we need to change the creative, right? The second thing could be link click to booking. So if these two metrics look good, then we look at this. How many link clicks do we have, right? 92. How many leads do we have? 26, right? We want that number to be 1 and 4. So if we have 92 link clicks, we want around 25 leads at least, which basically when they click a link, it means they click the lead form, and we want 1 in 4 people to fill out the lead form, right? So if link CTR and to CPM is good, then check that, right? One of those things will be messed up. So typically it's just going to be link CTR to CPM, and if this ad set has spent $60 and got no leads, we just need to make new creatives, make 3 new creatives, and launch these ad sets again, right? The same exact targeting. And then if an ad set combination has spent $100 with no qualified leads, right, then test the new creative, right? So the same thing here. If an audience ad set has spent $200 with no book calls, then turn that ad set off, right? So when it comes to calls being booked, there's one more metric that comes into play, and that's lead to booking ratio, right? Lead to booking. So if it spent 200, we need to look at the link CTR to the CPM, what I was just talking about. And again, watch how to diagnose a winning creative. And I talk about these a lot more, so it'll confuse you guys a lot less, right? But link click to lead ratio, we talked about that. The thing that can be an issue here is if we're not getting no book calls, is how many leads we're getting to how many people are booking. That number in the SMMA and agency space should be around 50%, right? So in this case, we got this. Let me go to a different campaign. So these are some old SMMA solar ads we're running, right? And we're getting leads at around $6, $7, and that means our appointment cost should be around $14, right? CPM to CTR looks pretty good, right? But what I need you guys to understand, like metrics wise, this isn't amazing, but we're still producing leads at a really cheap cost. So we don't turn anything off. At the end of the day, it's leads and appointments that matter, not anything else, right? So yeah, other than that, so out of all these 80 leads, I should be getting 40 appointments, right? And so some things, if you're not, some things that we need to be looking out for is one, are we calling the leads fast enough? Which we'll get into in the lead nurture section, right? Are we calling the leads fast enough? Are we following up with them enough? Which Eric talks about in the lead nurture section. And then the last thing that's super, super important is your landing page. So this is our landing page, and we just need to look at it and make sure everything looks good, right? So I would do inspect, and we always like to optimize for mobile. So this is what it looks like on mobile, right? Again, if your lead click to booking is not 50% or above, then one of these things is the issue. So at times, if this is happening, sometimes the link CTR to CPM is good. Sometimes the link click to lead is good, but it's just this, right? And so if you're having any of these issues, drop it in the marketing channel. I'll be super active in there as well, and a lot of the team will be too, and like other people can help you out. But like to analyze it by yourself, like we need to make sure this page is optimized for mobile. Basically meaning when people click on it, they just have to see the calendar. So like if that lead click to booking is a problem, go watch all the lead nurture videos again and make sure everything that we talk about is implemented. Other than that, this video was probably a lot. Rewatch it, and it relies on the fact that you have watched other videos in the program as well. So like I said, there's a lot more information on this, on how to identify a winning creative, and also business acumen, most important things to like keep your eye on the ads section. So like I said, if you have any questions, if you want feedback from me or the team, drop it in the marketing channel. We'll go from there. What's up, you guys? So I'm walking you through when to scale your ads, I guess when and how. So the first thing, y'all are all probably running lead forms. If you're not, then I don't know, you should be, especially like you should never really be going on to landers unless you have like Hyros and things like that set up. And I just like lead form more. So you guys should be running lead form. And so something you can do when you are running a lead form is, let's say you've been running your ads, blah, blah, blah. And I like to do this for your B2C as well. You go, like we see how we like have leads here. We go to the ad set level and we download the leads CSV, right? So you click CSV, it should pop up here and you'll be able to see everybody, right? So like this ad set, whatever this ad set was, I would have to go back, had all of these people come through. So Keith, Jamie, Raul, these are all solar leads, by the way. So maybe go dial them if you're in solar. But so yeah, like let's say we just click solar panel. This is like a audience pocket, just one audience. We download the leads here and we're like, okay, we had 3 people close and we're producing qualified appointments at a very cheap cost, right? That's when I would be like, okay, like you can be deceived very, very easily. Let's say low reach has $6 leads. Solar panel has $7 leads. By the way, this campaign was fucking insane. Like don't expect you guys to get this. But these were the lead costs, right? And like if we download the lead CSVs, we could be producing appointments at $50 for solar panel, but I mean for low reach, but everyone's booking solar panel. So like when you're seeing when you want to scale a creative or an ad, I would say, hey, where am I producing calls for the cheapest price? Not where am I producing, and I talk about this a lot, but where am I producing calls for the cheapest price rather than where am I just getting the most leads, you know? And I would do the same for B2C. So first, where am I closing people from? Like, where's my CAC the lowest? 1. 2, where are people showing up? And that's what I'm going to scale. But let's say I find that out and it's low reach. First off, most ads don't scale. Not most ads, but some ads just don't scale, right? Let's say we had $30 budget instead of $100 a day on this low reach. Some ads just, you try and scale it, it just doesn't scale, right? Facebook finds a different pocket, it freaks the fuck out, and you're like, shit, right? So there's a bunch of different ways to scale ads, but the first thing I want to let you guys know is a lot of ads don't scale, some ads do, right? So first things first, let's say, so there was a podcast with Facebook done, and it was basically saying, how are people that don't spend a lot of money on ads still going to win when there's like big dogs? And like basically Facebook says, yo, we favor lower spenders, right? And so a lower spender in an ad account would be under $50. So I like to keep most, and like I know I'm not even like, this is a little different, but I like to keep most things under $50. So I'm considered a low spender budget-wise on the ad set level. So let's say like we get basically put in a whole different like pool of sharks when we're above $50, right? So let's say we're at $20 on this ad set and we're like, okay, it's producing good calls. I want to scale it. What we're going to do is increase the budget 20% every other day, assuming the lead cost doesn't go up. So let's say it's at $20, we increase it 20%. So $24. 2 days later, lead cost is the same and appointment cost is the same. Then we scale it $30, right? And so we scale it 20% every 2 days, assuming the lead cost doesn't change until we get to $50. Now, when the $50, if we're ever at $50 or higher for budget, what I like to do is, let's say low reach was my best performer. I turned all these off and I wanted to spend $300, but only 100 was spending on low reach. I would literally just duplicate low reach, the exact same thing, and go publish it at 200 a day. So I would spend 300, right? The reason is low reach proved to work somewhere. Like low reach would have proved to work before, you know what I mean? So it should work again, right? And so basically, to sum it up, scale by 20% every other day until we're at $50. If we want to scale past 50, we just duplicate it and allocate whatever spend we want to. Yeah. So sometimes ads don't scale. What I want you to do is, if your ad doesn't scale, is just turn it like, so let's say we're spending $50 on like the new ad that we just duplicated, right? Oh, one sec, I'm getting a call. Honestly, that was like 20 minutes and I forgot what I was at. But essentially it's like, I think where I was getting at is like, make sure that we're duping the correct ad set, right? So only if it's producing those high quality calls like I was talking to you guys about. Let's say we want to spend $200 and we're already at 100, we just dupe it for another $100. If we want to spend $250, we dupe it at $150. Now, like I said, sometimes ads don't scale. If it doesn't scale, what we're going to do is turn it off and dupe it again at the same exact price. And the reason why we do this is because it's like that ad creative and that targeting was proven to work sometimes. So it's like, why wouldn't it work again? So Facebook likely just found a weird pocket, put it in a bad pocket when we have this pocket that should work, right? Theoretically. Now, if it doesn't work again, dupe it one more time. If that dupe doesn't work, we go ahead and say, okay, this ad probably doesn't scale, and we just horizontally scale creatives. So what that would mean is we just keep making new creatives and keep testing new pockets until essentially so like, let's say we have 100 spend here, we try and scale it to 300, so we have this other ad set spending $200, right? At that point, it's like, hey, it's not scaling. I turned it off, I duped it, I tried again, I duped it again, it's not performing. Just turn this off, but we still have this original performing one, and we'll just horizontally scale. So add another interest. Maybe we'll add a plus. Maybe we'll add a different interest. Maybe we'll add broad, right? At like $50 spend. And so we can just horizontally scale rather than scaling and just spending more. So yeah, I think I covered everything when it comes to scaling your ad creative. I know it's a lot and more like higher level stuff, but essentially, yeah, just dupe it, spend more. All right. So if you do have enough data and you are spending enough money to be running a lookalike, or if you have been spending in ads long enough to run a lookalike or run retargeting ads. So if you're running that full marketing cycle that we talk about, or if you just want to add like a middle of funnel or bottom of funnel just to get your face out there a little bit more,
things like that, then I'm going to be walking you through how to create lookalike audiences and how to create retargeting audiences. So if you aren't running a lookalike and you aren't running retargeting, then I would just ignore this video for now and watch it later. But first, you go to all tools. You're in the ads manager, click all tools, and you just click audiences. So essentially we need to make an audience, and yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple. So this is just a mock ad account I have up, and essentially you click, I'm trying to move this thing out of the way, click create audience, and then you're going to click a custom audience. Now, there's a bunch of different stuff. So let's just start with lookalikes. So let's say you're running a lookalike audience. Now, there's multiple different things you can run a lookalike audience off of. 3 things I would do, right? So 1, you want to get as closest to the money as possible. So this is the most preferred way. If you have 100 qualified calls, right? Like let's say you're a agency owner targeting solar, and like 100 people that had enough money to buy your product and things like that, then you can do this, right? And there's other ways you can do it, and you can for sure test lead form engagers or video engagers or website engagers. Not video, just lead form and website. But we want to be as close to the cash as possible when we're making a lookalike, because essentially what we're doing is making an audience of people that act exactly like the people that we're putting in do. Right? So like if we're putting in, like let's say we were to do it off of our lead form, right? Which does work, right? And I'm going to suggest that you do that and test that. But it's going to work better with a customer list, which is 100 qualified calls. So if you were doing it on a lead form, it would be the people who filled it out and the people who engaged with it. So just like opened it. Now, these guys weren't the most interested because some of them just engaged with it. And a lot of the leads that came in weren't even qualified, around probably like 40%, depending on your niche. So, right, the customer list is going to be the best because you can put people who closed in there, people who were qualified, who showed up, who were interested in your product. So, like I said, same with website. If you're running a landing page and you have those website visitors, then they were interested, but it doesn't mean necessarily that they were qualified. So to do a customer list, which is the one I'm going to suggest you do if you do have enough data to do that, right? And all Facebook is about, like I say, is buying the data so you have enough data, so you have the numbers and the data to basically have cheaper cost per leads and a cheaper CAC at the end of the day. So we'll do customer lists. So to do that, you go download the CSV and go high level, or whatever CRM you're using, probably high level, but you just download the CSV. So download all the contacts that you have from high level and it'll go as a CSV. You go next, and then from here, you'll go next, and you'll upload a CSV. Now, one sec, I'll do a mock one. All right, so I just downloaded some random file. Go here, here. So it's just CSV. So this is some old solar lead list that I had. So essentially you just upload the CSV. For customer value? Nope, it doesn't. Next. And then you go map the columns. So zip code, phone number, whatever. So this isn't phone number. Do not upload. It doesn't need that. Birthday. If you have it, it's better to upload it. So essentially family number, we'll just do number. The more information that you can map, the better for Facebook, because it can map it properly. Now, out of the 100, probably only 70 will map properly to people on Facebook. So the more data, the better that you have. So don't just limit it at 100. If you have 500, then do all 500. And just make sure that they're qualified. But the more data you can map, the better and the more accurate your lookalike is going to be. So just do upload, and it's going to go ahead and upload. So right here, it's going to populate, and it's just going to be like create a lookalike. So just click that, and select your lookalike source. That's where you're going to click the thing you just made. Target, United States. Boom. And then make a 1%. Right? You could do 5 lookalikes and do a 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, and 5%. And I would do that, to be honest, because you can just test, get feedback from your ads, and just keep testing stuff out. So I would make all 5 of those lookalikes. You do create audience. And then, yeah, essentially when you go, and I'll show you in the ads manager how to like actually implement it at the end of this. But yeah, so do all 5%, test one at a time. So test 1%. Let's say that's not giving you the feedback you want. Test 2%, test broad, test interest. Ads is all about testing, right? Getting data from what you're putting out there and finding something that works and then letting that run. And that's all that ads is about. So if something's working, and I say this all the time, don't do this, right? If you have brought an interest up and you're getting cheap leads and your CAC's good and your cost per qualified book call is okay, then don't do this random shit that doesn't really matter if you have something that's working. If something's working, do more of it. If something's not working, that's when I would start to test stuff like this. Now, if you do have budget to test that you aren't spending, this wouldn't be the worst thing to do. So that's how you make a lookalike audience. Now, it's the same if you just want to make it off your lead form, for example. Next. Anyone who opened this form, and then your lead form will pop up here, and do 90 days. If you've been running ads for longer than 90 days, do 365. So if you've been running ads for a while, but most likely just do 90 days, name the audience, and then again, it's going to ask you to make a lookalike audience. So that's how you make the lookalikes. It's the same thing for the website pixel. To do the retargeting audiences, it's a little bit different, but essentially the same. So when we do retargeting, what we're going to want to do is videos, lead form, and Instagram account. So that's if wherever people are engaging most, like that's not end all be all. So let's say you're running a landing page, do video, and you're running a video ad, right? This is only if you're running a video ad. Do video, website, and Instagram account. But that's if your niche is on Instagram and Facebook's pushing your ad on Instagram. If not, do video, website, Facebook page. You get the point. Video, lead form, Facebook page. Video, lead form, Instagram account. So I'll show you just one of these and then you'll understand how to use the rest of it. But just do, I don't even have any content up. So we'll just do lead form. Anyone who opened this form, and then it's just going to be your lead form name and then 90 days or 365, like I just explained, audience name. And then it's just going to create an audience. Now, you go ahead and do it with like custom lookalike audience, Instagram account, right? So it's going to be anyone who engaged. Something that you need to do if you're doing video is I would select all of these, right? So select all of these if you're running videos, and then click choose videos. Again, this is a mock ad account, so I don't have any actual videos in here to select, but just name the audience and create it. Now, something to keep in mind is when you do run these retargeting and the retargeting, here, I'll pull it up right now as well. Let's just say Instagram account, and we have the retention on 90 days. It's going to populate the audience from the last 90 days of you running the ad and of the engagers. So like tomorrow, it's not going to be the same 90 days, right? It's going to drop that day 90 days ago, and it's going to be a new 90 days. So you don't need to keep making new retargeting audiences like all the time, right? If you have it at 365 or if you have it at 90, you're pretty much good, right? You don't need to keep making them over and over and over again. So when you are running the retargeting and things of that nature, you're going to switch to original audience, of course, manual placements, everything's the same. But for the targeting itself, you just click custom audiences and you'll go like engagers with accounts. And this is for the retargeting, website visits, and viewers, right? So it'll look exactly like this. And this is for the retargeting. So the middle of funnel and the bottom of funnel, if that's what you're running, right? And when you're running retargeting, leave it completely open other than that. And unclick this. You have to make sure to unclick this because we only want to target people, right, that have been where we are, like that we only want to target people that have already seen us. And if we click this, then it's going to go on outside and it's going to find other people like them when we don't want that, because the purpose of retargeting is to get in front of the people who already saw us, already clicked on our page, already went on our website, already watched our video, things of that nature. So we don't want to have that clicked, essentially. So, and then lookalike, it's the same thing. So you find it in custom audiences, lookalikes, and then boom, whatever that is. So this is some weird lookalike, but it should be around 3 million size. But essentially that's how you go and use them in the ads manager as well. All right, so I'm going to be covering the most important metric to focus on with your paid ads. So the purpose of this training is to help you not make a pre-assumptive decision and not to get emotional with your ad spend. If you don't do this right, you could essentially lose a fucking bunch of money. So the main metrics we're going to focus on is CAC, so cost to acquire a client, which is the most important metric. I need to bold this. The most important metric, right? Cost per qualified book call, which is the second most important metric. and cost per book call, which is the third most important metric. Now, make decisions based on these metrics, not based on these leading indicators. So let me kind of explain. So CAC, cost per acquisition. So this is the cost to acquire a client through your paid ads. Now, if your lead cost is $100, but your CAC is $100, then you're good, right? So if you get that one lead, but that one lead is buying every single time, which is probably a bad example because it's never going to happen. But if that was the case, right, then it would be stupid to turn your ads off, because at the end of the day, CAC is the only thing that matters, right? So if your cost per acquisition and cost per qualified book call is still within KPI, but your cost per lead isn't, then you're still okay, right? So for a leading indicator, now this is on the very front end to see on the ads perspective, right? Because cost per lead, link CTR, and CPM can still give us data, but it's just not going to be exactly indicative of a good ad, right? So CPL on the range of $5 to $30, link CTR between 0.8% and 3%. So with CPM, this means cost per melee. So cost per 1,000 views. So if you're paying $30 for 1,000 views, so you should be paying between $30 and $80 for 1,000 views. If you're paying $30 for 1,000 views, then less percentage of people have to click on it, right, to get the same amount of leads. If you're paying more, then it has to be a higher percentage. So the link CTR and the CPM go hand in hand. Like I said, if the CPM's low, the link CTR can be low, right, on the low end. But if the CPM's high, then the link CTR should be high. So if your campaign is failing, it's for one reason. Or not one reason, it's for one of three reasons, right? So it's, are people clicking on the ad? So essentially, is the creative good enough to be driving clicks to the ad? Okay, so let's say people are clicking on the ad. Okay, they're clicking on the ad. Are they converting from the ad to a lead? So what this means is when they're on the lander or on the lead form, are they filling it out? Are you within KPI there, which is 1 in 3 for a lead form, 1 in 8 for a lander, right? So if they're clicking on the ad, that's good. Are there people converting? That's also good if both of these things in check. If they're not, address these bottlenecks first. So if there's no one clicking on the ad, then fix the creative. If no one's converting, then fix the lead form or the lander. Are people being sold in the sales process? Yes. If all three things are dialed in, and this goes with lead nurture, so the next part of the program. But if all three of these things are dialed in, then your CAC will be low. And your cost per qualified book call also will be low. So do not optimize for CPL. And this is the biggest mistake people use. And this is what I'm going to try and hammer into your guys' head to be good media buyers, essentially. Optimize for fucking CAC. And that is what matters at the end of the day. If you're only getting 3 shown calls a week with a 3 shown calls with 1,500 in spend, but 2 of them are closing, right? Then obviously you have a good CAC, even if your lead cost is super high. So all that matters is your CAC and your cost per qualified book call. If those are within KPI, then stop turning shit off and stop making that decision based on these front end numbers. So these numbers are important and can give you some data, but don't go turning shit off without having these back end numbers and the main metrics to make decisions on, right? So cost per acquisition and cost per qualified book call and cost per book call. So I would rather have a $30 CPL that leads to a $500 CAC rather than a $5 CPL that leads to an $1,000 CAC. So if one ad set had $20 leads, but was producing quality calls, lots of people would make the mistake of turning that off if they have an ad set with a cheaper CPL. And now the reason this is because like, oh, $20 CPL on this ad set, $5 CPL on this one. Oh, I'm just going to keep the 5 on and turn the 20 off. And now that could be true. That could be the case, right? But there's also a scenario where that's ad set with $5 leads is you're getting no responses on those leads and they're not booking calls and you're not getting a cheap cost per book call or cost per qualified book call. But with this $20 ad set, right, where it's $20 leads, maybe all of them are getting are qualified book calls and responding. So don't just look at the leads, how many, and the cost. Look at which leads and what happened to them to be able to see which ad sets are actually shooting out quality buyers, right? Because we don't want just everybody. We don't want cheap leads. We want a cheap CAC. So with all that in mind, here's KPI to shoot for. Like I said, CPL between $5 and $30, CTR within 1% and 3%, CPM between $30 and $80. So $30, 1%, 3%, $80, and then obviously like $50 would be like 2%. So like I explained earlier, CTR can be low if the CPM is also low. CTR is high, CPM is high. So CPM is going to depend a lot on the market and the time of the year. So on the weekends, CPM is going to be higher in Q4 around Christmas time. That's just how it fucking goes. Yeah. And the market segmentation you're in. Lastly, ad engagement. So if people aren't engaging, Facebook's not going to push the ad because essentially your ad's not keeping people on the platform if people aren't engaging, right? So if people are engaging, they don't like it, which means Facebook isn't going to push it as much, which essentially means, can mean it's a bad ad. So just depending on your market and depending on the time of year, and depending on the ad engagement. Now, cost per book call, $50 to $150, right? So these are the three numbers that we need to focus on. Cost per book call, $50 to $150. Cost per qualified live book call. So this is a cost for a shown call that is also qualified, right? So a shown call that is also qualified between $70 and $200, and CAC between $200 and $2,000. This depends on market, ticket price, your follow-up, everything like that. If you can keep within these metrics, right? If you can keep within these metrics, you're fucking solid. You were so fucking solid, right? So, like, if you can stay even like at $1,000 CAC, $120 cost per live book call, $80 cost per book call, you're fucking solid, right? If you're within these KPIs, don't turn shit off. Don't change shit. Now, if you're on the higher end of it, like 2,200, 150, there's probably some tweaking and optimizing you can do in your sales process and your ads. That's when you can look at these and what to do when your ads aren't working video to figure out what the bottleneck is and send us a loom. But essentially, if your numbers are here, right, 2K, 200, 150 on the higher end, that's when you can look about tweaking stuff. But if it's on the lower end of this, right, if it's within this KPI, do not go changing shit, even if the CPL is high. It does not matter. These are the things that we are going to make decisions off of when we're running our ads, and that's how we're going to make a fuck ton of money. So for the back-end sales process, back-end sales process, this is kind of KPI that we're shooting for, and this is not one size fits all, and these are just numbers that I've seen. 50% of leads are qualified, so 100 leads, 50 qualified ones. 50% of those book, so 25 sets. 50% of those shows, 12.5 shows. 30% live close, so like around three closes. Now, these back-end numbers just depend on the funnel you're running, the nurture, the follow-up process. So these are just rough guidelines. Honestly, just don't even pay attention to that. But know your numbers, know your data, or else you're going to end up making stupid and emotional decisions with your ads. So analyze, like I talked about, what calls came from where. Maybe your CPL is high, but what's my cost per qualified book call? This helps you find the real bottleneck, right? So the whole purpose of this training is essentially don't make stupid decisions, stay logical, don't be emotional with your ads or you're going to lose a bunch of money, and focus on these three metrics. CPL isn't indicative of a good ad. All right, so I'm about to cover what to do when your ads aren't working. So like whether you're getting a cheap leads or whatever, let's just say your CAC, right? Your CAC isn't optimal, right? You're going red your first month, whatever. You're not getting cheap leads. You're not getting appointments within KPI. Whatever's not working with your ads, I'm going to try and address the process of what you could do to fix it now. So like I said, the purpose of this video is to basically take action if you aren't within KPI of what you should be hitting for your ads. Now, there's another video on business acumen that that's also in the program, and it's something titled along the lines of like metrics to look for, business acumen metrics to look for. Watch that video before this one. It's going to give you a lot of clarity on kind of what to do. So, purpose of this video, like I said, is to see if we are in KPI, and if we're not in KPI, then what the fuck can we do? So, step one, and this is like a weird step Facebook is just weird sometimes. But if the ad was working in the past and then suddenly right now it just like fatigued and it stopped working, but you were getting qualified booked calls, and it's like after like 2-3 weeks, like it just started slowing down, lead costs are rising, turn it off, duplicate it, turn it back on, and publish it again. Same exact thing, same placements, same targeting, same everything. Duplicate the whole campaign. This is going to have Facebook find a new pocket. So like if it's targeting fully broad, it's going to find a whole new set of people. Same thing with interest stack, same thing with lookalike, same thing within the audience pocket. So even if you duplicate the audience pocket, it's going to find a different audience within the audience pocket, if that makes sense. So odds are, if your ad's fatigued, chances are that'll fucking fix it. Now, step 2, if that doesn't work or your ads never worked, then I'm going to be going about essentially how to fix, quote unquote, or improve your ads. Now, there's 3 ways, and I've mentioned this in the program before, that your ad can basically suck and not get you appointments. 1, creative. People aren't fucking clicking on it. 2, people are clicking on it, but they're not converting to a lead because your lead form or landing page sucks. Right? 3, people are clicking on it, and then they're going through your lead form, but then your sales process is awful and they're not closing into a client. So first, let's find the bottleneck, creative. So let's go into the ads manager. This is where we'll see, and I've already kind of went through this before, but essentially, this is the ad set level. So let's just break it down into, let's just go one of the ad sets, and this is a dynamic creative. So again, breakdown, boom. So we see here, cost per lead is $6. So this is within KPI, to see if we're getting calls for the right price. Is that within KPI? Like right now, I'm just using this as an example. I'm not saying that I wouldn't have changed these ads when they were up. So, essentially, first thing we look at is this, is essentially lead cost, right? Because lead cost is low right now. And then we think, okay, are they booking appointments and are they qualified? If the answer is yes, then it's good, right? Because if there's leads, then people are clicking it. So what we look at to essentially look at the quality of the creative, we want this number to be around 2% CTR all. We want this link CTR, depending on the industry and depending on the CPM, we want it to be around 1%. Now, the reason why the link CTR is so low here is because the CPM is so low as well. So since it's shooting to a lot of people, it's getting a lot of impressions. Compared to the amount of impressions it's getting, the link CTR is low. So there's 2 ways. If it's hot, if you're getting like $80 CPMs, that's not the worst thing in the world, as long as your link CTR is like 1.8 to 2%. If you're getting $20 CPMs, that's also not bad, as long as your link CTR, like I'm not sure if I'm making sense, but if you're getting $20 CPMs, then it's okay for your link CTR to be lower, right? On the lower range of like 0.8 to 1%. But if you have high CPMs, meaning it costs a lot of money to shoot it in front of 1,000 people, then a high percent have to click on it, right? So in this scenario, my CPM's low. My link click-through rate is on the low end, but it's still within and around KPI. So here, it's like, okay, CPM's low, link CTR is within KPI, so we're getting enough clicks, meaning the ad is okay. Okay? So in a scenario where the ad wouldn't be okay, let's say CPM's at $80, but then the link CTR is only at 0.8%, right? So we have to it costs $80 to shoot it in front of 1,000 people, and the link CTR is still at 0.8, right? That would not be within KPI, right? So that would mean that we need to test more creatives, that we need to test more hooks, that we need to change the images, right? And so that's how I want you to break it down. Don't look at it as the whole ad. The exercise that I'm trying to get you guys to understand is like, okay, what's the bottleneck, and then fix it. And then if it's not working again, what's the next bottleneck? Is it the same thing? Do I need to test creatives again? Or is it the sales process this time? So like I said, it's the number of CPM with link CTR. These are the only 2 numbers you need to look at for quality of the creative. Okay, so another example, let's say CPM's $50 and link CTR is low, it's at like 1%. right? That's still probably not within KPI. Now, if the lead cost is the same, if the lead cost is good, then it's okay. And if the appointment quality is good, then it's okay. And if the CAC is good, then it's okay. Don't be turning shit off when it doesn't need to be turned off. And now that's what I want to get across to you. And so I'm just trying to run you guys through a bunch of hypotheticals so you can kind of do this exercise on your own. But it's hard to give you a one size fits all because there's so many different scenarios with ads. And so if this video doesn't help you enough to be able to have that exercise in your head, send us the Loom in the chat or do the one-on-one request form and we'll take care of you and give you like that personalized one-on-one help, or go to the group coach. So, or your coach. But essentially, like I said, the link CTR and the CPM go hand in hand. So we want this thing to be around 1% at $50, right? 1%, $50. Okay. You see, this is 20, like $30. Okay. It can be a little lower. If it's at $80, then it's got to be like 1.5, 1.8, right? And so that's the metric to see if your ad creative is good. Now, if these are within KPI, but you're still not getting leads in the door, the next thing we look at is link clicks to lead ratio, right? So we have 99 total leads here, and we have 176 link clicks. So that's around a little more than 50% are converting from a link click to a lead, which is really fucking good, especially because this was a landing page. Now, within KPI here is going to be 1 in 4 link clicks should become a lead for a lead form, and around like 1 in 8 for a landing page. Now, that's very on the low end. We should really be hitting like 1 in 3 for a lead form and 1 in 5. And so let's say we're in that scenario where, okay, right now the CPM and the CTR is good, right? We have a good CTR. We have a low CTR, but our CPM's low, so we're still getting a bunch of link clicks comparatively, right? So we're getting it in front of a bunch of eyeballs, and a bunch of people are clicking it comparatively to the eyeballs. And I hope this is making sense with the CPM and the CTR, and I'm going to wrap it all up with that at the end as well. Okay, so let's say that's good. That means the creative is good. If that's not good, that means we need to change the creative, make more images, make more hooks, right? And just change the creative, because the creative is the most important part. It does the targeting, it does everything for us. So we just need to put more effort into the creative. And yeah. So let's say we're at that point where, okay, this is good. Link clicks is, but link click to lead is bad. That means we have some work to do on our lead form. So essentially, or a landing page, essentially make the offer really bold, play with stuff, change the background image, right? Change some small stuff, add less friction. So take away some questions. And now this is just testing at the end of the day. I can't tell you exactly what to do right now, but this is just a guideline. So you can go through and walk through this process yourself. But again, ping us in the Loom. Ping us in Discord, send us a Loom, whatever. So let's say you're at that point where, okay, you went through the creative. The creative's good, right? You're getting the goods. Your CTR is good, and your CPM is good comparatively. Okay, let's say your link click to lead ratio is good, right? So everything's good with your leads. Your lead cost is good, but then your CAC is high, and your cost per qualified booked appointment is high. What then? In that scenario, if your leads are good, right, you're getting, like I said, the creative's good and the lead form is good, then there's a bunch of different stuff that essentially means it's wrong with lead nurture and lead in the sales process. So you have to make sure you're calling these guys within 5 minutes. Maybe your sales script is wrong. There's a bunch of different things that it could be, right? But there's something wrong in that portion of your business, and that's just all that I want you to understand. So it's like, okay, maybe your follow-up with leads isn't strong enough. And now there's a bunch of stuff in the lead nurture section of how we're doing this and how you can do this as well. But I'm just spitballing out here. So like maybe maybe your lead follow-up isn't strong enough. Maybe you're not calling fast enough. Maybe your script is bad, like a bunch of different stuff that I said. So that's essentially how I look at what the bottleneck is and what to do when things aren't working. So essentially, if you're not getting leads at a good cost, it's either your creative or your lead form or lander, right? And if those leads aren't converting to appointments and clients, then on the back end, it's either your lead nurture and lead follow-up and actual sales ability. So this is just the paid acquisition, and so part of the program. And so you'll look at lead nurture and sales for the other two bottlenecks. But here, right, I'll explain this one more time. CPM means cost per melee. So it's essentially cost per 1,000 impressions. So 1,000 people to see your video. Right here, I'm only paying $27 for 1,000 people to see our video. Since that cost is so cheap, I can have a lower link CTR because so many more people are seeing it, right? And maybe I'm over explaining here, but if it was $50, then this would have to be higher. And so if these aren't good comparatively to those numbers in KPI that I was mentioning earlier, it's the creative. So, and if it is the creative, make the offer bigger, have stronger hooks, and just go back to the video with the go like brainstorm with offers and the other part of the program, and go brainstorm with static or video image creation, static or video creative creation and structure essentially. But yeah, I mean, I hope this video helped. I know it was kind of all over the place, but essentially I wanted you to give you the thought process on how you can make sure that on how you can kind of walk yourself through this process, but we're here to also help you get over these bottlenecks. So talk to your coaches, ask for help, and yeah.
Super quick video about ads for y'all. Probably will literally be like 3 minutes, but pretty important. So you can get one of these. I would say, fuck, I've been bullshitting for 13 seconds. How much of y'all's time can I waste? I'm playing. When you're running ads, a big mistake that I'm seeing a lot of people make is they run like a application, lead form, whatever, and they just let everybody in. Now, they let everyone book a call. Now, here's the thing. Facebook only knows what you tell it. And you letting shit leads convert on your page is basically you being like, Facebook, you're doing good, bro. Keep getting me shit leads. So like, it's like a kid jumping on the couch and we're like, oh yeah, good shit, bro. Keep doing it. Like, that's fucking retarded, for lack of a better word. We need it. So basically, long story short, if you're running an application, right, a survey, a lead form, or whatever, we need to make sure there's conditional logic in place, which I have a video that's called lead form options, I think it's called different lead form options that you guys should watch if you don't know what that is. But basically, we need to get everyone away from our ad who is not qualified, like financially. So let's say I'm running an ad trying to land agency owner coaching clients, and I only want people for my super high ticket ascension program that's $3K a month or whatever, and it's one-on-one, super one-on-one with me. And I only want the people to be doing $15K a month plus. I need to be calling that out in my ad creative, which I've already went over in these modules multiple times. Number one. Number two, I need to be saying on my lead form, are you an agency owner above $15K a month? And if they say no, I don't let them through my fucking funnel. Point blank period. I don't let them through my fucking funnel. Because then Facebook is going to see, oh, this type of person's converting on the ad. That means it's good. And then it's not. So Facebook's only going to learn on what you give it. So if you keep giving Facebook shit to learn off of, then Facebook's going to keep feeding you shit. So if you're going to have to take the longer your Facebook ads are up, the more Facebook's going to learn, the better Facebook AI is going to do for you, right? Sorry. So if you put an ad up and like a bunch of people are getting disqualified because you don't let them in unless they're an agency owner over $15K a month, and that was just in my example, on a long enough time horizon, Facebook's going to understand, okay, this is not who he wants. I need to find someone else. But if Facebook's converting on people, then it's like, oh, I'm doing well. This is what he wants. I'm going to do this. So actionables is if you're getting disqualified leads and you just keep getting them over and over again and nothing's changing, then I would probably add a qualifying question to your survey, lead form, application, whatever, and get everybody away from your page who you don't want to be there. But hope that helped. Hope that helped. I'll catch you guys.
What's up? So this is the DM course going over everything we need to start sending DMs, booking calls, getting people interested, and getting clients at the end of the day. I'm going to start off with the DM sales process because it is pretty simple, but people are overthinking. They're like, okay, cool, I'm sending DMs. Now what? Okay, I'm getting people interested. Now what? Okay, how do I book them in? What do I do now they're not showing up? What do I do now? Am I supposed to send this, or that? and they just get kind of caught up in these random things that really don't matter. I'm going to try to keep this as simple as possible for you guys. It's super simple. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly because I just don't want you guys to overthink it. A lot of people overthink this stuff when it's pretty simple. So the first thing we're going to do is reach out to an ideal prospect. Next, we're going to, this is assuming that everything goes perfect. Outreach to an ideal prospect. We're going to get a positive reply. We're going to call them, self-book them. A lot of people just like want to get DMs because they don't want to get on the phone, but you're going to have to get on the phone with them. You're going to have to chase people. You're going to have to get on a call with them because that is the best way to book them in and set them for a call. Next, what we're going to do is set them through a setting script, whatever setting script we have. We can talk about that. Send pre-call reminder, automations, whatever it is. Send a VSL, email, and then we're going to get on a Zoom call with them. Close the deal. And that is the last thing we need to do. Super simple, super straightforward, but people just like get caught up and don't know what the next step is. These are kind of just like diagnosing the issues because not everything's going to go perfectly. If you're not getting positive replies, they say they're not interested, send them a message to make sure. If no, leave them alone. If they don't answer, keep following up. If they don't say anything else, if they say anything else, continue to message them or get them interested. If you can't get them the book, ask, or if you can't get the number at all, ask them for the number. If they say no, keep talking to them, trying to get them interested. They're like, I don't want to give you my number. Keep talking to them, keep nurturing them. If it's a gatekeeper, try to get through the gatekeeper through the setting script. If not, you might just have to get a different niche. If you consistently get the gatekeeper, it's just going to be annoying, something to deal with all the time. But there's ways around that. They don't answer again, follow up. Continue to message them and get them the self-book. So we can either go about calling them. So let's say they reply, positive reply, call them immediately. Find their number, call them immediately. If you can't find the number, ask for the number, then call them. If not, you can just continue to try to set them and book them in through the DMs. Just be like, cool, you're interested. What's a good number to call you? I'll call you at this time. Yada yada. Ask in the calendar. The thing with this is that you want to be taking charge. Don't expect a roofer to go and book an appointment by himself. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it can happen. But you want to take the charge and start doing the things yourself. So whether it's telling them, yeah, does this time work tomorrow? Yeah, cool. Book them in, whatever it is. Again, this is just like an overview. We'll go more in depth. Setting them through the script. Consistently can't set, work on the setting script. Like if we're getting on a call and they're getting the number, if they're not answering, keep following up. But we should be able to set them with the script and then get on a Zoom call with them and then close the deal. Okay, that was super quick overview of everything. But it's pretty simple. That's all you need. That's the sales process. And yeah, we'll go on to setting everything else up. So this one is pretty simple. Just choosing your DM channel. Don't overthink this. It's pretty simple. You only have a few options when it comes to picking your outreach channel. For DMs, we're only going to stick to Instagram and Facebook. Those are only two we'll be focusing on. We just seen the best results of those, so we're just going to stick with those. Again, there's no set outreach channel for your niche. It's up to you to determine that. Usually for local businesses, like for a roofer, you're going to find them on Facebook most likely. Instead of Instagram, you can just find they're just more likely to respond. And who am I to say that you're not going to be able to get results with Instagram? You can. It's just like a matter of you testing and you seeing what works the best. Because at the end of the day, you will know your niche the best. And that's all that matters. Like wherever you're getting results at is all that matters. And just understanding your niche and where they hang out. Yeah, for typically Instagram and Instagram is where you'll find Ecom and like coaches, and you'll be able to get more in contact with those people. But again, keep it simple. Once you find an outreach channel that works, stick to it and focus on that and don't overthink it. So yeah. So I'm going to keep this super simple. Go through this step-by-step process when you need to buy accounts. And yeah. So we're going to go to bulk buy. So here's how to buy accounts. Super simple process. I'm just going to go quickly through the steps. So step 1, go to bulk buy. Cool. Step 2, pick either 10 Instagram or 10 Facebook accounts, whatever you decide. You can buy both, doesn't matter. Facebook, Instagram accounts. Let's say I'm going to buy Facebook accounts. I'm going to select, make sure they're aged accounts, ideally with some followers. I'm going to go here. I'm I'm going to aged accounts, 50 to 100 friends. Typically they have friends, followers, whatever, and you should be good for Instagram and Facebook. If they don't, you can buy them. It's fine. 10 accounts is the lowest you can go for both Instagram and Facebook so far. We're going to add them to cart. I have Instagram and Facebook here. Cool. Proceed to checkout. Yeah. Here's what I mean. Purchase with Bitcoin or message in the green chat for invoice. So they want you to pay with Bitcoin or crypto now, but most people don't have that. So if you don't, you're going to click on here, online, you're going to type in your email, copy the name of the accounts that you want, make sure it's the right name, tell them you want those accounts, how many you want, and then they're going to send you an invoice. It's going to look super sketch. They're going to send you an invoice, Stripe notification, or Stripe invoice, pay the Stripe invoice, or whatever it is now. Once they do that, then you will pay for the accounts, then you will receive an email with the account logins. This typically takes like 1 hour, typically. When I've done it is an hour. But they do say up to 12 to 24 hours, whatever it is. It depends on what you're buying. But yeah, you're going to receive an email with the account logins. Log into these accounts, make sure everything's good. They're going to be random accounts. Some will have followers, some not. So if there are whatever issue you can't, like, for whatever reason you can't log into the account, whatever random issue you have, you can just text the chat and they should be able to help you out with anything like that. And then if for whatever reason the accounts don't have enough followers, you typically want at least like 200 plus followers so you look more legit. But yeah, Facebook doesn't really matter. Instagram matters a little more. But yeah, you can buy them from this website and it's pretty straightforward. So that is how you buy accounts, and yeah. Cool. So now on to profile optimization. So once you buy these accounts, they'll have weird names, usernames, bios, pictures, whatever it is, already posted on or added onto the Facebook account. That's how they come. Cool. So now on to profile optimization. So once you buy these accounts, they will come with weird names, usernames, photos, pictures, whatever. You're gonna have to optimize them. You're gonna have to make them look legit, make them sure like you're a real person and you're reaching out to whatever. You want to look like a real person. You want to look like someone legit. And that's what we're going to be doing here. And that's the goal of optimizing your account. So first, change your username, name to your name, change profile picture, change bio and explain what you do. Don't make an agency account. Don't say it's marketing.com reaching out to roofers, solar companies, dentists, whatever it is. Do not make it your agency. Make it a real person. People buy from people, so they're going to want to buy from someone that's legit, that they can see, that's reaching out to them, not just some random company. Make sure you have legit photos, at a minimum of 3 to 5 photos, lifestyle, food, views, you, results. You can add company stuff, it's fine, but just like make sure you look like a real person. This thing also works too. It's weird and it sucks, I guess, but girls work better on Instagram, so don't make it like a freaking porn bot. Make it like a real girl that would seem legit. Maybe your friend or whatever that's cool with it. That's why I wrote friend here. Some friends are fine. You can just take their photos and just act like you're them, as long as they're cool with it, and just outreach from their account. And you would frame the friend or girl that isn't you as a team member. So you can be like, cool, team member, you're starting to book someone in. Yeah, so that's going to go to my CEO, whatever your name is. So it could be you messaging these people from different accounts that look like different people, that look like team members, girls, guys, friends, whatever it is. And they're just going to frame you as a CEO, so it just looks more like a team, more legit. That can work really well too. You can steal your friend's photos, whatever it is. Yeah, make sure you look like a legit girl and not just some fake girl. Other than that, yeah, you can buy followers, at least 200-ish followers, look more legit, and just look like a real person. Here's some examples. You can look through Cole's followers. A lot of people have profiles that are optimized, that are legit. Yeah, at the end of the day, just look like a real person, look legit. Just think with your head. Do I look like what I buy for myself? Do I look scummy? Do I look weird? Yeah, just like, it's up to you. You should know. I shouldn't have to go too in depth in this, but like some people still make weird accounts and they think they're fine and they start outreaching. So just make sure that it looks legit. What I buy from this account, do I look like a real business owner? Do I look legit? Yeah, so that's it for that. So that's it for setting everything up. Don't be a weirdo. Don't take 2 weeks to set up your accounts. Don't take 3 days to optimize your accounts. You can do this all in one day. Don't overthink it. Super simple. And yeah. What's up? So this is actually talking to your prospects and start finding your audience, people to communicate with. So yeah, super simple. Facebook and Instagram, Facebook groups, super simple. Just look up Facebook groups for dentists, chiropractors, roofers, whatever it is, solar people. You can find these Facebook groups. A lot of people say you can't find their Facebook or their target audience on Facebook or Instagram, or it's hard to, but don't overthink it. It's super simple. Like, you just have to do in the work. It's like, there's no reason you shouldn't find your audience. Yeah, so you can also pay for an audience. I know you can pay for groups that are, again, those like dental, roofers, whatever Ecom group that you can pay for. Get into and start interacting and talking to those people. Another thing you can do is create Facebook groups. So you can do this for both Instagram and Facebook. So we can go to like D7 Lead Finder, go to anything, towing service. Wait for this to load. Yeah, so here I can just look at all their Facebook accounts, Facebook, all their IG accounts, and just have a lot of people to reach out to. If you wanted to do towing services, so whatever it is. Phantom Buster, super simple. You can make a fake account. Basically, you can scrape hashtags. Anyone using this hashtag, scrape a whole list of that and then start reaching out to those people. You can also get followers and likes. People who like a post, whatever it is, you can scrape that list and start reaching those people as well. Yeah, super simple. So find your ideal prospect and look at their profile, followers, and likes. For Facebook or for Instagram, you can go to, again, the hashtags. So this is like e-commerce. Click on whatever. Outreach to whatever you need to. A lot of people bash on hashtags, but they still work really well. Another thing you can do, go to suggested on someone. Let's say this is my ideal prospect that I want to outreach to. I can look at their suggested and start outreaching to other people that are similar to them. Another thing you can do is look at the followers, go through their followers, find people similar and outreach to those people, and then also just go through their likes and comments, whatever it is. Super simple for that. And yeah, again, no reason you shouldn't be able to find your audience. If you can't, you're just being lazy. Don't overthink this. And yeah, on to the next one. So now on to a really important one, DM communication. There's a lot of things like I could give you a script and just tell you use this script and go figure it out. And yeah, that's it. But a lot of people just don't know how to communicate with the prospect in the first place when, and they're just like weirdos. They just don't know what to say. They like freak out. They're like, what I say here, what I say here. Just act like a normal human being, have a real conversation, genuinely try to help people out. And yeah, you'll start booking calls. People will be interested. People will be interested to hear you out, whatever it is. So yeah, there's again, no secret DM script or message. DMs are all about testing. If something doesn't work, like I can't just give you one certain script for one niche. It's just a matter of testing, seeing what works for different niches, and you being a true business owner, thinking, problem solving, and seeing what works and what doesn't work. Yeah, and just like being able to diagnose a problem. Like, I want to give you more of like a framework. I will give you scripts, but here's kind of like a framework for your first message. Yeah, they don't care about exactly what you're going to do for them. The automations, Facebook targeting, fancy automations, they're not going to be like, hey, I'm going to run your Facebook ads. Hey, I'm going to run your Facebook ads. They don't care about that. They don't care about any little fancy, cool thing that you think might be as cool, a website, whatever it is. They just want more deals, more jobs, whatever it is. Again, they care about getting more deals, patients, jobs, money, etc. Lead with what they want. See if they're interested. You can give them value. People like when you give them stuff for free, especially when you can make them more money. Lead with value. Lead with something that benefits them, not something that you think is just cool. Compliment can work. Makes them want to hear you and see you're a real person, not just trying to pitch them. And then, yeah, just expect most people not to follow up to the first message. You need to follow up with these people. It's super important that you follow up with these people, because you're going to be like, oh, didn't answer, whatever. Keep following up with these people. It's super, super important. Conversation. Once you're actually having the conversation with the prospect, remember that the goal is to book the appointment, not to sell them on the DMs. Don't get them super interested. Don't like find out like, yeah, here's our price. If they ask for the price, like, no, your goal is to book the appointment. That is the end all be all. You need to find inefficiencies. They won't get on a call with you unless you give them the reason to. It can be anything, whether it's a time issue, leads, revenue marketing, whatever issue that they have. Get them curious enough to want to get on a call with you and just have a normal conversation with someone that you're trying to help out. Don't be a weirdo. Don't sound too professional. Don't sound too salesy, like something that's not you. And yeah, there's just like, you just got to be a normal human being that knows what they're talking about and is genuinely trying to help someone out. Ask good questions. Again, not too salesy. Genuinely be curious and try to help them out with the issues that you see. Some people will seem like they're doing fine, but just want more work, which is fine. Like, you might not be able to find a clear problem because they might be doing fine, but they're most likely not, and they're just like problem complacent instead of problem aware. And your job is to make them more aware of, oh, I could be doing better. Oh yeah, I want more jobs. Yeah, sure, I'll hop on a call with you. Like, seems like you're genuine, honest. You can actually get me more deals. Whatever it is, just keep it simple. Don't overthink it. I'm trying to give you just like a rough framework. Objections, if they ask for price, deflect. Just deflect any pretty much objections. Just deflect. Tell them it's custom and you have different programs and prices. It wouldn't be fair for them to give them a price when you don't understand the situation, which is fair. Like, hey, I can't help you out, bro. I don't really understand your situation. I can't just give you a price. It wouldn't be fair to you. Can we just hop on a quick call? Go over everything? Cool, yeah. No, so just making sure you don't want desired outcome with outcome solution problem. These are kind of just like what to say when they say no. No worries doing another mowing company in Detroit. I would want an extra $100,000 to $200,000 in bottom line revenue by the end of 2024. We offer a killer referral bonus, and they can be like, oh, I didn't know you guys were doing that. Let me just, yeah, what are you guys offering? All this stuff. If they're not sure, continue to talk to them, understand their situation, get them curious, ask good questions, and find inefficiencies. Yeah, anything else? Deflect most things, don't tell them too much. Almost be vague, but get them curious. Think, how can I get them on a call? The reason I'm doing this is because I want you to think. I want you to be a business owner and not just like rely on someone else all the time. It's cool to learn. It's cool to want to keep asking others for advice, but at the same time, you need to be able to think for yourself and truly be that business owner and just be like, okay, why are they not responding? Why is this not happening? Why is this not happening? So, yeah, here's kind of just like a rough framework. Again, lead with what benefits them, gives them the benefit, not just what you think is cool or what you think is going to work. Conversation, have a normal conversation with them. Find inefficiencies if they don't want to book on a call. If they're not super interested, find something that they're lacking in that you can help them solve. And just genuinely try to help them out. And here's how to deal with some objections. So here are the DM script examples. Again, there's not some like set script that works every time. Here are just some proven scripts that have worked 100% for sure. In different niches, and it's just kind of to give you like a rough overview. So here's kind of just more like a classic first message DM scripts that can work really well. Some work better than others. It's a matter of you finding out what speaks more to your niche and what sounds more like you, and obviously what you think your prospect will be interested in. So yeah, we have these 9 scripts. Conversational approach. This approach works a lot better, and it honestly would go with this if you have more time. And it's just like the goal is to just like say whatever first message is not just like to straight up pitch them. Pitching the first message, like most of these, works and it's fine and it can get you results, but a lot of people are just tired of being sold to. So here's where the conversational approach can work really well, and the goal with this is to just get your foot through the door with the first message. Second, transition to offer, and third, book them in for a call. So let's say, for example, hey, just saw your page, looks like you're doing awesome with your business, congrats, may I ask how long you've been in the business? Super low key, kind of like, huh, he's interested in the business. Cool, I appreciate that. Whatever. They respond, awesome, we're actually looking for one company. So kind of just like low-key just sneaking in the DMs, not straight up pitching them, getting them a little interested, giving them a compliment at least. They can be like, cool, he gave me a compliment, I'll hear him out, whatever it is. Again, compliment, response, second message. I'll be 100% honest with you. But my marketing system, my team will generate more leads and appointments. Again, maybe conversational works shitty in your niche. Maybe just direct offer works amazing in your niche. It's just a matter of testing, knowing what works. I cannot tell you a specific DM script that will work for your niche, every single niche, you know. It's just a matter of testing. So booking them in, great. Next step would be to schedule a quick 10-minute chat to give you more info. Next step would be a quick 10-15-minute chat. Again, the goal is to get them on a call, not to just try to DM set them, which is still possible. If someone responds to me positively, I'm just going to call them immediately. I want to get them on the phone. I want to talk to them because that is just the best way to set someone in. Have a real, genuine conversation with someone on the phone. And yeah, so here's more of like a script that you can follow. You can schedule a call for same day, next day. That's really important too. Really quick, what's your best email, phone number for me to book us in? Whatever that is. After they book, awesome, thanks for reaching out to you X day. Yeah. Make sure that you get their name as well. Super important. Getting their attention. Let's say you're just trying to get their attention in general so they respond to your DM. You can engage with their content, follow them, comment, something personalized, react to their stories for IG only. Higher chance of them seeing DMs. And you can message these in their comments or on their post. You can comment that on their post. And then just follow-ups, just random follow-ups that you can start using. Again, super effective. Yeah, again, there's nothing crazy to this. I don't know your niche. You need to be a business owner, think what would work the best in my niche. And yeah, it's just a matter of going through this, seeing what works, testing different things, and yeah, not much more to it. For DM communication, bonus, if you have a lot more time, a little more advanced, but you can send a personalized video. Well, I guess this isn't advanced. You can just send a video with your phone, just like recording, hey, what's up? It's me. I'm trying to reach out, as long as you don't look like a bum and just like look like a legit person that they would want to work with. This is a more advanced one. You go over their Facebook page or Instagram page and just go over a Loom, going over what you can help them out with. Hey, I saw you're not running ads. Hey, I saw your Google reviews aren't this. I can help you out with that. Whatever it is, diagnose their page. You're pretty much doing an audit of their page and just sending a personalized Loom towards them, which just like means a lot more towards them. And yeah, if you got a lot more time, personalization and videos works really well. So, but yeah, again, this is more DM. Send a voice note. You can send a voice note, talk to them, and then just get creative. There's just no set way, and if anyone tells you there's a set way to send DMs, one script that's going to work all the time, there's just not. You need to get creative. You need to think. You need to, again, be a business owner. I'm always going to keep saying this. Be a true business owner and think for yourself. So, yeah. That's pretty much all I got for communicating with prospects. Yeah. All right, so now on to KPI and KPI trackers. So these are really important because you want to make sure that you're making the right decision in your business, whether it's sales, DMs, ads, cold calls, whatever. You want to make sure you're tracking the numbers and making the right decisions off of those numbers and not just like assuming. People get emotional. People think, oh, DMs don't work. And then you look at the KPIs and numbers and they're perfectly fine. Oh, I don't think this works. Oh, I feel this doesn't work. Oh, I don't really like that, but it's working and there's no reason for you to change it. Or you think it's working, but it's not, and you should change it, but you don't know because you don't look at the numbers. So it's really important that you're looking at the numbers and you're making the right decisions off of those. So don't get emotional. Look at the numbers and make logical decisions. Here are the numbers you should be aiming for. So 100 messages a day minimum is what you should be aiming for. If you're not sending 100 messages a day minimum, then you're just not getting enough data, not getting enough points to make the right decisions in the first place. Obviously, you could send 20 and 20 for 5 days, get 100. Cool, but it's just so much harder to track data and know what's working. You're not getting enough feedback to know, okay, I should change this, I should change that. But within like 5 days, 3 days, you can start getting an idea of if you're openers working, if you're not getting enough booked appointments through your conversation, not getting enough shown appointments, whatever it is, you can get feedback a lot quicker if you're doing more volume. So ideally you want to do 300, 500 messages a day, but 100 messages a day minimum. Here's an example. Out of those 100, we want 8 to 10 positive replies. So 8 to 10% of however many DMs you're sending is how many you want to reply. Of those positive replies, you want 50% to be positive. Again, this is just playing it super safe. 50%. Okay, let's say we get 4 to 5 positive replies. 50% turn into appointments. 50% turn into shown appointments. 50% of those turn into shown qualified appointments. So yeah, these are the metrics you should be looking out for. So it obviously depends. Let's say I'm doing 200 messages a day. 8 to 10% of that would be like 16 to 20 replies, and then it would just go lower. 50%, 8 positive replies to 10 positive replies, whatever it is. Yeah, so it all varies, but like take however many DMs you're sending and get the percentage of that. Just go 50-50 down till you get to whatever number you want to look for. It's super simple. We give you guys a client KPI tracker that you can start tracking everything. It is pretty straightforward. You're going to go down here to message tracker, go down to whatever date, DM sent, 100, replies, 10, 2 were negative, 8 were positive, 8% positive reply rate, book calls, 4 qualified book calls, 2. Boom, super simple. And this is just like every day. Okay, I can look at the numbers. Okay, I'm getting replies. I'm getting this many negative. Let's say maybe I'm getting 8 negative. Okay, I'm not within KPI. I need to change some things. I'm not getting enough positive replies, as many as I'd like. So it's just like whatever the bottleneck is, you'll be able to see it and identify it a lot quicker because you can track it and you can see the numbers. And that is the most important things. A lot of people just tell you to send DMs and not track how many you're sending or track exactly individual DMs. But like the most important thing is to just like every day at the end of the day, track how many DMs you're sending and just be able to make the right decisions off of that. So yeah, the most important metrics are at the same time, while your numbers are important, it doesn't matter what your reply rate, your positive reply rate is if you're booking shown qualified calls, which is the most important thing. Qualified book calls. Second is qualified calls. Third is appointments per day. It doesn't matter if you're getting 20 positive replies, but you're getting no appointments, no qualified calls, no qualified book calls. It does not matter. Because at the end of the day, you are optimizing and looking for book calls. That's why you're sending DMs in the first place. Again, it doesn't matter if you're sending 100 DMs and you're only getting 1 positive reply, but you're booking a qualified call every day. Let's say KPI is 100 messages a day, 1 shown qualified call. That's KPI. Yeah, you might be like, oh, I'm not getting enough positive replies. I need to change something. But you're still getting 1 shown call. Let me know if that makes like if you're sending 100 messages a day and you get 1 shown qualified call, but you only get 1 reply rate, like that's still KPI. That's still really good. Don't change anything. As long as you keep getting 1 qualified call every single day, you want to hit KPI. Don't change anything if it's working, because that's what you're working. That's what you're optimizing for. Qualified calls. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're getting 50 replies but no positive replies. Like you need to optimize for shown qualified calls, then shown appointments, and then appointments. Yeah, focus on the important numbers and don't change things when you don't need to, and then vice versa. You need to find the bottleneck and change things when things aren't working. The numbers just allow you to see things a lot more clearly and see, okay, this isn't working, that's not working. So here's kind of just like some ways to identify, okay, this isn't working, what do I need to do? Let's say you're not getting responses in the first place. You're not getting enough responses. You're not getting the 8 to 10%. You need to work on your opener message and make sure you're not landing in spam. Maybe whatever it is, you're not doing the right things when you're sending messages. You want to make sure that you are landing obviously in the right DM or in the message, not their spam or request box, whatever it is. Make sure that your opener is working and you're sending a right opener that people care about, that people are interested enough to open. So yeah, no positive replies. Your offer isn't good enough to get them interested, and you have to make some changes in the opener to get them more interested. So cool, you're getting replies, but nobody's positive. They don't like whatever you're offering. They don't like whatever you're trying to sell. They don't like your message, whatever it is. That's up to you to identify and solve, but it's just like to give you an idea. Okay, I need to change something here. I'm getting positive replies. I'm getting replies, but not enough positive replies. Okay, cool. What do we need to change? Change this, whatever it is. Okay. Next one, no appointments. You're getting people responding interested, but you're not saying the right things when you're trying to book them in. So maybe you're being too salesy. You're trying to force a call too much. You're saying the wrong things during the actual conversation. You're like, yeah, cool. Let's hop on a. You're like being like, yeah, no, we can help you out enough. We'll guarantee you results 100%. Let's just hop on a 30-minute, 40-minute Zoom call. We'll 100% guarantee results. Like, that can be super salesy. People aren't interested in that. It's hard to be exactly specific to what your situation will be, but this is just like a rough idea of what you should be looking for when these things aren't working. No shows, not tying enough down on the call. Is this time going to work? Are you going to be able to make this time? Are you sure? Okay, Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. Cool, I'll see you again. Just making sure, Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. Is there any way you won't be able to make this call? Cool, I don't want to waste your time. Either of our time. I'll see you then, whatever. You could also not sending the automations, not sending the confirmations, not sending a VSL that they can watch and see that you're legit and that you have a good solution to whatever they're dealing with and can bring them more deals, jobs, whatever it is. So, yep, that could be it for no-show, no qualified calls. You could be messaging the right people. Let's say you're getting good positive reply rate, good replies, you're booking appointments, but when you're getting on a call with them, they're just like not the right people, they're not qualified. You can that's something you can start changing. Maybe they're just not the right people that you should be getting on the phone with. Maybe you can start looking at other groups, finding a different audience, because maybe that they're not the right people that you were trying to get on a call with and your ideal prospect. And that's something to think about. But yeah, these are again just like rough ideas what you should be looking at. It's a numbers game. Make sure you're making the right decisions and not getting emotional. And yeah, it's pretty straightforward. But yeah, that's it for KPI and KPI Tracker. So DM guidelines, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Again, how to prevent your account's last messages from getting banned, landing in spam, or staying in request folder. What you want to do is send 10 messages per hour per account. Ideally on IG, you want to get up to 50 messages a day per account. That is the max amount of messages allowed by Instagram without getting banned. And you should be able to do that after warming up your accounts. Even if they're aged, still take your time. Don't be dumb. Make sure you're taking your time and warming up the account. So, yeah, just send, if you have 5 accounts, if you have the 10 accounts, just send 10 messages per account per hour. And the next hour, send more messages. The next hour, send more messages. You should be able to be like, that shouldn't be an issue in the first place. Just an hour should go by the time you finish sending messages on all 5 accounts, and then you can switch to the next account and be ready to go in an hour. So that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Make sure not to follow patterns. Don't like the same comment on everyone's post. Don't message the same amount of numbers. I know you're supposed to send 10 accounts per 10 messages per account, but mix it up. Don't just consistently send 10 DMs per account. Send 8 on one account. The next hour, send 11 on the same account. And just like send 8, 11, 9, 10, whatever it is. Mix it up. Look like a human. Don't look like a robot as much as you can. And yeah, even when you're sending messages, I know you're going to be copying and pasting the same message to every single person. But type out the message manually every 10 messages, 7 messages. Just be random. Mix stuff up. Don't sound too much like a robot, or don't make Instagram think that you're a robot. So yeah, switch things up. Seem like a human being. Increase deliverability. React to the stories. I know that if someone engages with you or says thanks for commenting on my story, yeah, sure, for whatever, your message is way more likely to land in their main inbox rather than their request or spam, whatever. So reply to stories, comment on posts. Again, sound like a human. Every week you can do this is another thing you can do. Every week you can do an account health check-in, so you can DM any account that you have access to and see where the message lands and see if your account's still good to go. And yeah, that's pretty straightforward, super simple. Again, DM guidelines, that's all you really need. Again, don't overthink it, and don't get your account banned. A lot of people just get too anxious or like They're just not patient, and they just want to start sending 20 DMs per account, sending the same thing, being dumb, and then just getting their account restricted. And it's just like annoying to go go get more accounts and stuff like that. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. DMs are pretty simple. Don't overthink it. But yeah, that's it for DM guidelines. Yo, what's up? So this is the cold call SOP, pretty much going over everything you need to start cold calling, getting your first couple appointments and getting your first couple clients. I'll break this down into 3 parts, pretty much the first one being general cold call knowledge, second one being objections, and third one being KPIs for cold calling. Starting off, cold calling is just a great way to talk directly to business owners. It allows you to book a lot of meetings really quick because you can talk directly to business owners. You're on the phone, and you pretty much get everything settled there and done on the cold call and book that appointment. I like it. It's super, super effective. Book meetings a lot quicker than any other cold outreach method. Only thing is that it depends on your niche. A lot of niches you won't be able to get on the phone with a business owner and you have a bunch of receptionists. So it depends on your niche, but most of the time it works. Another thing, you get feedback. It allows you to talk to your ideal audience or prospect. It allows you to get ideas on what offers are working, what offers aren't working, what they resonate with, what words they use, how they talk in general. It also allows you to not be weird on the phone. If you suck on the phone and just talking to people in general, you will be exposed if you're cold calling. So it's a great way to practice your sales. And once you start booking appointments for cold calling, it'll help your sales calls a lot more. So starting off, scripts. I'll keep updating this talk as we get more proven scripts. But starting off, there's just different ways to go about going and having cold call scripts. Different approaches, more low-key, more subtle. Others more direct and straight up front. It really depends on your niche and what works. At the end of the day, it's just testing. If someone just tells you this script works for every single niche, try it. It's going to book you a million appointments. They're lying. It does not work. It's a matter of testing, seeing what works to even yourself. Like the way you say things, some scripts just like work better for certain people than others. I'll kind of break down these 4 scripts that we have here. Pretty much the intro. Pretty quickly. The first one, kind of more low key. John. Oh, hey, John, this is Luis. X told me to call. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's just my boss. Haha. I was just calling, wondering if you're taking on more jobs right now. More low key. Kind of have like a little bit of authority. Oh, we're a legit company. My boss told me to call. Okay, what's this about? Whatever. I was just calling because the reason is we're looking for a few different solar companies right now to bring on more jobs, deals, etc. on a complete paper jobs, deals basis, whatever. The main thing here is that we're leading with the offer. The paper deal offer is super strong, so we're leading with the offer off the rip. So we bring you the leads, qualify them, set them on your calendar, and you just go ahead and close it. How does that sound? And then you lead with the offer, super strong offer. Most of the time they're going to be like, yeah, sure, I'll be down to hear more about it, whatever it is. Second one, again, who's that? Oh, that's just my boss. I saw your Google My Business that you did this XYZ. I was wondering if you're looking for more jobs in area, a little more custom to them. The reason I asked, because we're looking for a few different solar businesses right now to bring more deals on a complete, again, offer, paper, deal basis, job basis, whatever. We bring the leads, qualify them, set them on your calendar, and you just go ahead and close them. How does that sound? Again, the reason we lead the offer is because it's super strong and it's different. Number 3, again, the boss thing. I was just calling because we actually have a few leads in this area, neighborhood. We're looking for a solar company to push the deals through because I believe, because we don't have solar installers, whatever it is, and I don't know how to close the deals. Can you handle more jobs over there? Yeah, sure, I can handle more jobs over there. Again, these are different scripts that are proven to work, have booked multiple meetings every day, up to like 20 meetings a day. If you put in the work and put in the reps. So all these scripts work. Another one, straight, just to the point. I'll go right to it. This is a cold call, so would you like to take them now or give me 20 seconds to hear me out? This is the script that I use the most. And it just like works. You tell them it's a cold call. Sure, I'll hear you out. Lead with the offer. We generate solar companies more jobs on a complete pay per result basis, meaning that we don't get paid until you close the job. Are you taking on more jobs in the moment? Or are you at full capacity right now? And again, you want to work on tonality with this. Don't talk too fast. Sound confident. Are you kind of at like full capacity right now? You can even make it a little more conversational, add a couple words in there. And then from this point on, whatever approach you take, they say sure or whatever, or they say no, I don't have time, I'm not interested. I get you. Can I just ask an honest question before I let you go? If I send you 3 deals next week, would you be completely uninterested in serving them? Oh, well, I guess not. Tell me a little bit more, whatever it is. You can also take the approach of, okay, gotcha. Do you know any other solar companies in the Phoenix area that I could send these deals to? And then they might be like, oh, no, I want these deals, or whatever it is. Like, okay, tell me more about it. And they'll be a little more interested in that. Positive, go to booking them in. And then I want you to focus when you're booking them in to tie down, because you can book the appointment, cool, but if they don't show up, it doesn't matter. So tie down. Does this time work? This day, this time? Yes. Okay, I'll see you this day, this time. Are you sure? Are you 100% sure that you can make this time? Yes, cool. Okay, I'll see you again this day, this time. I say it over and over again, making sure that they can show up, clarifying that they can show up, and getting that commitment out of them. So, seems like we can help you out. Next steps would be to hop on a quick 15-minute Zoom call. Would you be against learning more? Again, there tomorrow. This is pretty standard. You can switch up the intros, see what works, but the booking is pretty standard. You tie down, get them to want to show up, get that commitment out of them. If you have a VSL in place, you can send them the video. Again, just builds trust, authority, shows them that, yeah, this guy does that, he gets results, he knows what he's doing. So builds that trust and authority, and that can help for sure. And if you do that, then you can say, hey, I'll send you this quick video that you can watch. This explains what we do and frame it in their benefit. It'll save us a bunch of time on that call. So I would definitely check that out. What time do you think you can watch this video? 6. Cool. Would it help if I send you a reminder at the time? And you can set up a reminder automation that sends them a reminder to watch the video. And again, you really want them to watch that video, gets them to show up more, and builds that trust and authority. I'll go over objections in a different video. Another thing you can do, if you have a show up rate issue, you can go into questioning. Some people are already doing good, and yeah, they want more deals and jobs, but it's not a super urgent, or they don't even realize that they have a problem. Some people think that they're doing fine, but they do have a problem. So your goal here is to create that pain, create that gap a little bit, and show that, yeah, I need more deals, or I'm not going to go to the business, or I'm not fine being where I'm at, you know. Because some people do have problems, but they're just not problem aware. So that's your job to kind of expose that a little bit, which will then make them want to hop on the call. So again, 4 questions. What are you doing right now? Where would you like to be? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? Where would you like to be? Why not just double down on what you're doing right now to get to this goal? Oh, well, I guess I haven't thought of that. I mean, I can't double down on referrals or whatever it is. You just get the gears turning in their head that, oh yeah, I need help. Yeah, receptionist, gatekeeper, most of the time, I got a receptionist, I would hang up the phone. It's just what it is. You're wasting your time most of the time. The only way to get around the receptionist is if you know the owner's name, and if you're just super confident. Hey, yeah, is John around? Okay, great, can I speak with him? It's some personal, he told me to call him around this time, thanks. Move on, confident. Some receptionists would be like, oh yeah, sure, my bad, yeah, send you over. But if you're like, hey, can I talk to the owner? I just really want to tell him something about marketing services. It's terrible. They get those calls all the time, and she's just going to turn you away, not even pay you any attention. Another thing you can do, hey, is the owner name. If you don't know the owner's name, can I speak with them? I sent him an email a while back, and he just told me to give him a call back around this time. Again, super confident, calm, collected. Transfer me, pretty much. Like, transfer me over to him. I know him. I've talked to him. Another thing, some little things you can do, voicemail, leave a voicemail if someone doesn't answer. You can try that. Yeah. Bait, little trick you can do. Call them, hey, I'm just calling for this, hang up, call back, and then some little things you can do. Another thing with the receptionist, the only reason I would call the receptionist is, I know when I was starting off, you want to build a little bit of confidence. Kind of feels weird talking to people over the phone. So just talking to the receptionist and trying to get around her, I don't know, it helped me. So you can honestly use it as practice. Get all the nerves or whatever away, and you can start practicing talking on the phone with people and trying to get around the receptionist. It's solid. Yeah, that's it for scripts. Cold calling softwares. There's a bunch of different cold calling softwares that work. There's like longer term ones, and there's ones that do the job for now, but you would really want to invest into a solid long term dialer. Kixie, Allaware, Call Tools, really solid long term dialers that cost a little bit more, but they have amazing features, makes it super easy to dial. Has a power dialer that calls 3 numbers at the same time. Calls on numbers for you, and you just have to pretty much, you only talk to people that are picking up, and you're not wasting your time typing in these numbers, using a lead list to type in the numbers individually, calling numbers that don't pick up. It's just super efficient, gets a lot more dials in, and allows you to not waste your time on stuff that you don't need to. The ones that we would recommend are Call Tools, Allaware, Kixie. Close CRM works pretty solid too. Again, not a long-term-ish dialer. Phone Burner. If you're broke, Personal Phone. I would try all of these, or try one that you think is that works with you, and you can afford. That's the thing. Biggest thing is just if you can afford them. It's a great investment. Makes things a lot easier. I know Kixie, Call Tools, and Allaware allows you to mask your number. So if I'm calling someone in LA, my number shows up as an LA number, and your pickup rate shoots up a lot higher. So that can help a lot with your pickup rate. Just dialing in general. Power dialer allows you to call. If I have 3 numbers or 100 numbers, calls 3 of them at a time, even 10 numbers at a time. And the first one that picks up, you get on the phone with. So you're not wasting your time calling all these people that aren't going to pick up. Another thing, that's it for cold calling softwares. Super important you get one. Lead list, D7 Lead Finder, and Apollo.io are the ones that have worked the best. You don't really need to try anything else, but you can do Outscraper. Just Google your niche, start calling them. Data Miner. Again, these are just scraper tools that scrape Google's search engine for whatever niche you're looking for, and you get a lead list of your entire niche. Call them up. But D7 and Apollo are solid. D7 costs a little bit of money. Same with Apollo, but you'll get a lot of qualified numbers, especially with Apollo, that are, you can only talk to the business owners if you filter it through. So, completely up to you. Don't overthink it. Get a lead list. KPIs, I'll talk in a later video. Following up. It does not matter if you book the appointment if they don't show up and you don't actually get a sales call in. It does not matter. All your work means nothing. So, make sure you are following this booking flow and making sure that they are showing up to the call. It's super, super simple. Book them in through GHL or Calendly. Whatever you book them in through, make sure they're getting automations. And yeah, here we just have email reminder, SMS, confirmation email, confirmation text. You spell the word appointment wrong. Appointment seems more like real, legit, makes them want to respond. This has worked really well. 24 hours out, again, just double checking, are you sure this time works? Yeah, this time works, whatever. 10 minutes out, email with the Zoom link. I'll be calling you in 10 minutes, looking forward. Hey, just letting you, I sent you a Zoom link with I sent you an email with the Zoom link. Yeah, don't rely on the automations, but they're super important. They do work, they are effective, but do not rely on them. You might have to hit them with a confirmation call, send them a voicemail before the morning of the call, or the night before if it's in the morning. You can try these different things to make sure they show up to the call. Don't just rely on automations. Call confirmation, and also, voicemail drops. Hey, I'm looking forward to speaking with you later today. I have some things that I found that can really help you out, or that you might really find interesting, whatever. And they'll read it or hear it, and they'll find it. They'll want to show up on the call more likely. So, tips: don't use DHL. Your number is going to show up as spam. If you can get a dialer with area codes, super powerful. Super, super helpful. Another thing, power dialer makes it a lot easier to just dial a bunch of numbers. Just run through a whole lead list super, super quickly. Makes cold calling just a lot better. So, yeah. Dialer with area code that you just mask your number and you show up as whatever area code you're calling. Power dialers for dialing efficiency. Tally counter extension. This is so this is the tally counter. Pretty much allows you to track your numbers a lot easier. You'll see your KPI tracker. You have different things to track. Here you can just do tiles, pickups, pitches, appointments, allows you to track everything a lot easier while you're doing it, and pretty much just can even make it seem like a game because you're trying to get as many as you can. So another thing to try, Clear Out Phone, super effective, allows you to only call mobile numbers instead of office numbers. So you can put your lead list into the software, it gets rid of all the office numbers, so you only get mobile numbers, and it just allows you to talk to more business owners, and your pickup rate just increases, so you're not wasting your time with the receptionist. Another thing, these 3 things, just put in the reps, be enthusiastic, at the same time just calm and unfazed. Put in the reps, it'll get a lot easier, and just get ready for rejection. A lot of people just don't want to cold call because they're just going to, people are just going to tell me no. Oh, I just don't want to hear no. I don't want to be rejected. No, it's part of it. There's a reason why cold calling builds character. It's just really good. Allows you to get better on the phone, and yeah, it's good. Builds character. Another thing, receptionist. If you get a receptionist, pretty much just hang up. Again, you can use it for practice. You can try to get around them, but most of the time, just hang up. And yeah, it's just super annoying to get a receptionist. So don't really waste your time with them, but yeah, it's up to you. So that's everything for that, and I'll get into objections and KPIs. So objections are just as important as you being able to make someone show up to the call. If you can't handle objections, you don't book the meeting, you don't book any meetings, and it just doesn't matter at all. So yeah, we want to focus on objections, making sure we're practicing these. As much as I wish that people just wouldn't give you any objections, it would be super easy to book people in. You're going to get questions like these, you're going to have to deal with them, and yeah, it's just a matter of practicing and not over explaining the objection. So yeah, starting off, I'll get to this one in a sec. Send me an email with more info. Yeah, for sure, I'll send it over right now. Just to know specifically what you want on that email. Just so I know, what specifically do you want sent over on that email? Oh, I want more info about what your guys' system. You're like, oh, yeah, no, and then you just go on with the call. Oh, yeah, so our system, yada. Oh, so yeah, our offer works like this, yada. Or we actually do this, and this. And then you just continue with the call, push the call, ignore what they say. Again, deflect, move on, or lower their guard. Don't get their guard up. Don't bring up sales resistance. Oh, yeah, sit on the same side as them as on the table. Sit on the same side as them. Agree with them. Understand them. Yeah, sure, whatever you want. What do you want sent over on that email? Oh, I want this. Oh, yeah, we actually do this, and this. Is there anything else? Oh, yeah, this and this. I mean, are you good to hop on a chat and probably talk a little more about it, whatever it is? Yeah, just like a matter of deflecting and moving on. What's the price? I mean, everything we do is completely custom depending on what you're looking for in your current situation. I'm not quite sure if I can even help you out yet, which is why I was kind of looking for that 15-minute call, whatever it is. And then you just proceed with the script. Practice this. What's the price? You can just move it like, yeah, is there any money up front? Ad spend. Honestly, we do have programs with ad spends, and we have programs with no ad spend. It just depends on what you're looking for. I have to hop off for a meeting in 2 minutes or so. So what we can do is let's book another appointment, book them in. You can use this again for this one. I'm not quite sure if we can help you out. I have to hop off. Again, you can use that for this one. Mix and match. But yeah, just deflect. Tell them, hey, it's custom, what we do, because it's true. I mean, what we do is just like, depends on what you're looking for, and it might not be something you're looking for. I've already tried this. Oh, you've already worked with someone that's offered you to bring you more jobs only after you get paid. Maybe they just didn't understand your offer. So yeah, it's just a matter of handling objections. These are some common ones you'll get. Yeah, you can also just be like, yeah, for like, send me an email. Yeah, I don't have a fantastic one-pager with everything we do because, again, everything we do is custom. So I guess for you, what specifically were you looking for? So I can just let you know or answer it on the call or whatever. There's just different ways to go about it. Don't overthink it. When someone gives you an objection, just like try to be vague, but also tell them enough info to like just move on, bro. Like, doesn't matter. So it's super important that you practice the objections. You know how to deal with them, and don't freak out when you get them. And yeah, other than that, we'll keep adding more objections and more common objections to the cold calling. And yeah. So now on to KPI and KPI tracker. It's super important that you track your numbers. Not enough people track their numbers. They get emotional. They say, oh, cold calling doesn't work. They put in the 500 reps. day in, day out, 500 cold calls. They get 0 appointments and like, oh, cold calling doesn't work. You're a monkey. You're not thinking. You're not looking, okay, where's my bottleneck, and then improving on it and then getting better consistently. You're just thinking emotionally. You're being emotionally. And I'll show you here how to prevent that and how to track your numbers correctly. So first, dials. 200 dials, or first, dials, pickups, pitches, appointments, pickup percentage, pitch percentage, appointment percentage, pickup to appointment percentage. Here's all the numbers you pretty much need. Here we can easily identify where's the bottleneck, what are we doing wrong, what do we need to fix. And here's an example, just random example. But yeah, here you can see every single day your numbers at the end of the month. See your numbers, see what's going on in your business, and not just being emotional. So starting off, if you're doing no dials, you're being soft pretty much. Minimum 100 conversations. I want you to have 100 conversations, not 100 dials with only 10 pickups. Oh, I did 100 dials, only 10 picked up. No, like 100 conversations daily, minimum. Like minimum, you should have 100 conversations, and you should easily be booking 1 to 3 meetings from 100 conversations with business owners. Stop being soft. You need to put in the work. Have a clear why. You're gonna easily quit if you just like don't have a clear why and you don't remember why you want it. It can't just be money, and it can be at first, but you just gotta remember your why, and whatever it is, when it gets tough, when it gets hard, remember that, and it'll keep you going. Remember that it's only temporary. You only have to cold call for, if you're good and you put in the work, honestly, 1 month of doing 100 quality conversations every day, hundreds of dials every day, booking quality appointments, getting sales calls, closing your first 1 to 2 clients, and you're done. At most 2 months. And obviously way longer if you don't want to put in the work, if you want to be on and off and not put in the work. But it's just temporary, and putting in the work for these next 1 to 2 months is going to change your life forever. And yeah, it's all it takes, 1 to 2 months of hard work, and from pretty much 0 to 10K, and it'll change your life. And obviously you'll have more struggles, but it's really hard to get off the ground just cold calling, and it'll be worth it. But yeah, not enough pickups. So let's say I'm doing 100 dials, and only 10 people are picking up. Okay, how do we diagnose this? Your number is showing up as spam. Call yourself or call someone else to make sure. Okay, my software isn't right. Whatever number I'm calling from, it's showing up as spam, and that's why our people aren't picking up. Okay, let me go test that. Okay, it's not that. Okay, gotcha. What's next? Calling too many office numbers. Filter our office numbers with softwares. Okay, people aren't picking up because I keep calling these random call centers, or maybe I'm calling whatever receptionist and I'm not talking to business owners. Whatever. People aren't picking up. Filter out their numbers with the software and try again. Okay, people still aren't picking up. Okay, lead list. Maybe I bought a bad lead list from some random person on Fiverr, and the numbers are just bad. Nobody's picking up at all. Let me get a new lead list from Apollo D7 Leads Finder or whatever. Okay, people still aren't answering. Okay, maybe I'm just calling at a bad time. I keep calling for some 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. I don't know. You're calling super late, 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Or maybe 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. or something weird. Maybe that's the issue. And okay, I'm going to start calling 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Okay, my pickup rate has finally increased. See how you just kind of like go through all these little things, and once one of them needs to change, whatever it is, whatever your bottleneck is, it starts working. Okay, I was just calling at a bad time. Whatever, that's just an example. Or maybe you were calling at weekends too. Maybe you were calling on weekends and you started cold calling the first 2 days and you're like, oh, my pickup rate's terrible. And you're like, oh, maybe it's just because I started cold calling on the weekends. Let me just cold call. Let me just wait a little longer, cold call throughout the week, and see if it's truly an issue. So yeah, it's just not looking at the numbers, not being emotional. And yeah, let's say, okay, they're picking up now. Cool. Okay, now I'm not getting enough pitches. What could be wrong? Intro script. You're saying something that instantly turns them off, or turns them away, brings their guard up. Hey, do you want to buy my Facebook lead services? Hey, do you want to buy my marketing services? Like, either you're not looking at the scripts that we gave you, you're saying random stuff that you don't need to, but the scripts we gave you are proven. Try those. There's no reason you should be switching them up too much. But yeah, you could be saying something just doesn't want them to even hear your pitch in the first place. They just instantly hang up, not interested. Try different scripts. Okay, it's not that. My script's good. Okay, I'm not talking to the business owner. Everyone I call is a receptionist. Again, use the cold calling software or the software to filter out the numbers. Okay, I'm talking to the receptionist, not talking to enough business owners. I need to use this software to filter out all the office numbers and only talk to mobile numbers. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, now I have a bunch of mobile numbers. I'm calling people. They're picking up, and I'm pitching more because my script's good, and I'm talking to business owners. Okay, I'm pitching enough. Okay, I'm good. But now I'm not booking appointments. Okay, again, script this year. Saying something wrong that makes them not want to book. You're over-explaining, sounding too salesy. Hey, yeah, the reason I want to... the next step would just be to, like, just get on, like, a hour-long Zoom call. Next steps would be to just, like, show you my process, and it's going to cost around this, whatever. Like, don't tell them the price. Don't tell them you're going to hop on an hour-long Zoom call, whatever it is. You're saying something wrong. Again, if you're following our script, it probably won't be an issue, but you could be adding things that just are unnecessary. Another thing, I'll get into it. Can't handle objections. They ask for price or more info, and you tell them the price. Oh, the price is like this. Oh, we do this, whatever it is. Look at the objection handle videos, and I'll break it down a little more in depth, but you pretty much just suck at objections, and it's just important as the booking flow. Doesn't matter if you book the appointment. If they don't show up, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if your pitch is good. If you can't book the appointment because you can't handle objections, and it's pointless. You need to work on that. So again, objections. You're booking them in wrong. You're forcing it too much. It's really next steps would be to hop on a call. When can you get on a call? Oh, why can't you get on at that time? No. I need you to get on at that time. Whatever it is. Like, I don't know specifically your situation, but that's how you can talk to us. You can think for yourself. You can watch your call recordings, and you can see what you're doing wrong and how to improve on that, and how you sound on the phone. Again, not enough appointments, no problem gap that makes them want to stay on or get on the call. Maybe everyone you talk to is like, yeah, I'm doing fine. I don't need anything. I guess your idea is cool or whatever, but I don't really want to hop on a call. You can go through the questions. What are you doing right now? Where are you at? Where are you trying to get to? Why aren't you there right now? Why not just double down on what you're doing right now to get there? And they're like, oh, well, yeah, I guess you're right. I do. Yeah, I guess. You make them realize, oh, I have a problem. Yeah, I'll be down to get on a call with this guy. And yeah. So those are different things you can try to just diagnose your issue and fix it. Because again, if you just keep doing the same thing over and over again with no results, you're being, and then you quit because you say it doesn't work. You're being a bot. You're being emotional. Don't do that. Fill out your KPI tracker. Look at the numbers. Do the reps and improve on it. Like, don't keep doing the same thing over and over again. So, another thing, key metrics: 40% pickup rate, 40% pitch rate, 5% booking rate, 10% pickup to appointment. So again, what's my pickup rate, or what's my pickup percentage? 40% pickup rate. So even here, they can improve on the pickup percentage. But yeah, we'll get into it in a sec. 40% pitch rate. Right now they're pitching 79%. 79% is really good. So obviously they're chilling. We're pitching enough. Booking rate is crazy. Appointment percentage, 9.5%. They're booking way over KPI. Pickup to appointment was 10%, 44%. And again, these numbers are crazy. 34 pitches, 19 appointments. They're doing something really, really good. And again, here's another thing. My pickup percentage sucks, but I book 19 appointments. Oh, it's 20. It should be at 40. I need to change it. No, if you're booking appointments, at the end of the day, the appointments are the only thing that matter. If you're booking appointments, don't change it. Sorry, I cut off, but focus on appointments. Super important. Doesn't matter if your pickup rate sucks, pitch rate sucks if you're booking 10 appointments a day, as long as your volume isn't crazy. But just focus on appointments. Put in the reps. Minimum 100 conversations. Focus on 100 conversations and 1 to 3 appointments. You should be booking 3 appointments with 100 quality conversations. 100%, probably even more. Focus on conversations. Don't worry about the receptionist. Don't count receptionists. Don't count people that don't answer. Don't say I did 500 dials but nobody answered. Focus on 100 quality conversations and book 1 to 3 meetings. So 100 quality conversations daily, 1 to 3 meetings, and you will get your first client and close your first deal really, really quickly if you do that consistently for 1 to 2 months. So focus on that. Focus on booking appointments. Track your numbers. Super important. Don't be emotional. And whatever you do, track your numbers and improve on it. So, yeah.
All right, boys and girls, I'm going to be covering the first VSL framework, and that is the offer-centric VSL. Now, in the doc, I will put Gym Launch's offer-centric VSL for inspiration. Cole Gordon has one on his funnel, so you can funnel hack him, look him up on the ads library. A bunch of people have one, but essentially this framework will help a lot, and you'll be able to see how these guys are wording it and things like that. Yeah. So essentially a bunch of people are running this VSL. Now, there's a bunch of different ways to go about VSL creation, right? This is the proven structure for a direct offer VSL. So if you're running a direct offer ads, right, this is going to be the structure you're going to follow. Now, this can also be used to send your prospect after the first call if you're doing a 2-call close. So let's say you're doing the value funnel, but you're doing a 2-call close or the full marketing cycle. This is a really good piece of content to send to your prospects after the first call in order to nurture them for the second call. So if you choose to create a VSL, this is something that is super important that you spend a lot of time on, right? I'm going to try and cover the basics and with the essentials, but I could go into this shit forever, especially this VSL structure, right? But what I need you to realize is that it doesn't have to be some super high production thing, but it does have to be quality, and it has to leave a good impression on your prospect. If it doesn't, this is one of the first things that your prospect sees. Your prospect either sees, if you're running a direct offer ad, your prospect likely sees an image, they click the lead form, they click to book a call, and then this is what they see. And if their first impression is some fucking shit video, they're not going to book, and they're actually not going to answer you when they text or call, right? So, and your looks doesn't matter, record it outside, record it wherever, but put time into making something valuable, right? The tricks of the trade doesn't matter too much, right? Obviously, if you have a decent background, with decent lighting is very, very important, actually. You need to have good lighting, right? But if you have, you look taken care of, right? You look like you shower and shave and, you didn't just fucking wake up, and you have good lighting on your face, so you can even be outside. Whatever you're doing, just look put together, have good lighting. You don't need a crazy background. You don't need a crazy camera. Be you, and leave a good first impression on these people. Now, I didn't create this framework. Cole Gordon didn't create this framework. None of these people who you've seen crushing it with this exact framework, with this exact way that, Jim Launch didn't create this framework, right? It was one of my favorite marketers, Alex Becker, created this framework, right? He has a YouTube video, I think it's called made 12 million, 20 million with one sales asset or something. You guys should go watch it. He breaks down his exact VSL. I will, if I can find it, I'll also leave it in the doc below, but I'll for sure leave Gym Launches in there. So he's the founder of Hyros, which doesn't matter, but this framework is offer-centric, very offer-centric, which essentially means that it's very focused on the offer, right? Fucking makes sense, and it's straight to the point. Now, this works extremely well for B2B or solution-aware markets. So that's markets that are looking for solutions, actively trying to find somebody that can solve their problem. So this is why it ties really well into direct offer, because direct offer is hey, you got a problem? You need 20 installs? I will guarantee you that. You need 50 appointments? I will guarantee you that. And then they're solution aware. They're I need that problem, right? I need to get it fixed. And then after that, they watch the VSL, right? And that's where it's really, really, really fucking powerful. And that's why it's also powerful with the 2-call close. Because if you get them on that first call with the value funnel or the full marketing cycle, and there's videos about 1 versus 2-call close. Eric has one. So if you're deciding which one, ping us in the Discord or watch Eric's video about it. But the reason it works for between the 1 and 2 call close is because if they're getting on that first call, they are solution aware. They want a change. They are obviously are looking for a solution, right? So this is why we can leverage this VSL, and it's going to work really, really well. So the goal of your VSL is to get them to realize this is what I've been missing. This is what I need to get me to my goal. I realize why everything I've tried in the past has failed and why this is going to be different. We need them to see that this is a no-brainer, that it clearly works, and that this is what I need, and to help it build trust. So if you can do this and do it properly, it's going to make your life so much fucking easier throughout the whole sales process. Show rate's going to skyrocket. Close rate's going to skyrocket. It's going to be really, really fucking helpful for you. So essentially the framework of the VSL is headline. So this is what's going to be... Let me go ahead and show you. Now, this isn't the same structure of the VSL. So, don't ignore what this is a belief shifting VSL right here. So if you're running an offer centric VSL, which is the training that we're going over, don't watch this video for inspiration, essentially, right? So the headline, focus on the most emotionally compelling part of your offer. So it should be the main thing that your market wants. So we created you, at this point, it's probably going to be a few weeks back, we created you an irresistible front-end offer. That's essentially what it should be, right? So, and then below it should be your risk reversal that we also made for you. So right here, right, it should be, this is a different VSL, so it's going to be a little different, but I just wanted to give you a little visual of what the headline would look like. It would be you can also do a little call out if you want above. So 10K a month established solar business owners, 30 installs guaranteed, or you don't pay a single penny, right? Anything like that. So essentially, irresistible offer, risk reversal right below it. Like I said, we've already created this, but get creative with it. What would make it a no-brainer where worst case scenario, they still win? If you're still struggling with this, watch the irresistible offer, front-end irresistible offer video, and think about this. What promise can I make at the beginning of my VSL that will get my customer salivating? So what can I tell them at the beginning where they're like, oh shit, I need to fucking watch this shit. This is gonna fucking change my life, right? That's what we want them to kind of realize. So the first 5 seconds of this video, and this is this is the structure of the headline, essentially what this is going to look like, right? So like I said, roofers over 500K ARR, access the free training. I mean, no, not that. Get 50 jobs guaranteed, or you don't pay, plus we'll give you $1,000, right? So first thing is going to be hook and call out. And so this is recording the VSL. Now, before we get into it, there's a few different places you can record it. You can record it in your room, in your office, outside, in a car. Really doesn't fucking matter that much. Like I said, as long as you have good lighting and you look put together. Now, it's not the end of the fucking world. You can also use Lucidchart or Loom. I mean, you can also use loom.com, which is what I'm doing right now with the circle thing with a Google Doc. You can do your VSL exactly like this. Yeah, you can do your VSL exactly like this. Something that you can also do is have a Lucidchart. So you've probably seen me use something like this before, right? A Lucidchart with the VSL. Now, this isn't ideal, but you can use a Loom with a Google Doc. You can use a Loom with a Notion page, right? Get creative. Look at other people's stuff. You don't have to use a Loom at all. You can just record yourself the whole time. If Loom, you can use a Google slideshow. You can use a presentation. You can have the first minute, right? When you're doing these first things, you can have that just be you. And then you can have it cut into a Loom or cut into a presentation. You can play with it. Get fucking creative. But don't get too stuck on that stuff, right? I would suggest, honestly, if you're just starting out, just do a presentation the whole time. A presentation with Loom, right? Make sure to have your face in it. That is the one thing I'm going to tell you guys. Have your fucking face in it and make it big like this. When you're doing Loom, get the desktop app and don't do the small one. They can't even see you. Do the big face, and I would start with a presentation, to be honest, or a Google Doc. Now, don't do a Lucidchart, to be honest, unless you have some very complicated thing that you feel like it'll really help with the process, right? So, like I said, hook, call out, first 5 seconds. So these things should all be happening simultaneously. So the purpose of this is to, A, make sure the right people are watching and consuming the video, right? So ensuring that, let's say your target on, I'm going to use the example here the whole time that it's, we're targeting 10K a month agency owners, right? So we want to make sure that the right people are watching the video and engaging. So we would just be like, agency owners above 10K a month, right? And then hook them to make sure that they engage, right? Because this is where they're going to decide if you want their time. Like, this is where they're going to decide if you're going to earn their time or not. Because it's like, bro, they could be doing anything. They could be like doing drugs right in this moment. This is their time. They can do whatever. They're probably chilling because they're watching a video. How are you going to earn their time to where they're like, maybe their wife comes in the room. They need to be like, no, I'm locked in, honey. I need to watch this video, right? So how are we going to make that happen? There's two parts of this. One is the pattern interrupt. So essentially, this is similar to your ads. If you are doing video ads, intrigue your audience. Give them a reason to stay. So something that one of my mentors, KC, used to do is he used to hold up like his Tesla key. He had like a Tesla key, and he would just be like this at the very beginning of the ad, or not ad. Well, he did it in ads too, but in this VSL, and he'd be like the Tesla key, and it would just be like, to get to 7 figures, here. It'd be like, to get to 7 figures, it all depends on the vehicle you're in, or something like that, right? So something just different, something to like interrupt what they were watching and be like, oh shit, like what's going on type thing. So that could be like a shocking statement. Imminent danger. So essentially, like, you guys know that video where it's like someone like getting a like their baseball, there's like a baseball and it's like the catcher's view, and they like hit the ball and it's like a foul ball, like a foul tip, and it like hits the phone. It's like, oh shit. Like, you could even use that, or you could use like there's a bunch of weird stuff that people are using in the ads manager and on their VSLs, but essentially getting them to like pay attention to the video is the pattern interrupt. So something that's essentially going to make them take a second look. Something important to mention: if you draw someone's attention to an object or something particular, then you're going to have to answer that later in the VSL. You can't open a loop and then close it. So let's say with KC's example, it's all about the vehicle you're in to get to 7 figures, right? And then towards the middle or the end of the VSL, you're going to have to wrap that together, right? So it's like, okay, yeah, and then we'll get into this later, but it's like when you start to explain the mechanism and what you guys like kind of actually offer, quote unquote, it's going to be like, yeah, it's not about the car you're in. It's not about the boat you're in. It's not about how hard you row the boat. It's about what boat you're in. It's all about leverage, blah, blah, blah. Like tying it back into the beginning, they're like, why did he even say that? You know what I mean? So with all else failing, make sure to keep a fast-paced intro. Because if I'm like this, imagine if I was like this. Wait. To get to 7 figures, it matters what boat you're in, right? Versus like high-paced, bring the energy. Now, if that's not what type of person you are, where you're like, bring the energy, just make sure you talk fast. People like are really like have no attention span these days, and you really have to like get their attention within the first 5 seconds, so they're just gonna like X the page. So that's the first thing, pattern interrupt. 2, call out. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Call your most ideal audience out and be very, very specific. So if you're a coach or agency owner between 10K a month and 50K a month, if you're a solar business owner above 10K a month, something I like to do, even more than almost a call out specifically, is call out a pain point. So there's 2 things you can do with this. One, you could be like, if you're a coach or agency owner between 10 to 50K per month and you're struggling to generate XYZ calls on a consistent basis, so that ties on where they're at and a pain point. And if that is them, then you got to think about it. Oh my God, this dude's talking to me. I have to watch this video, right? And then at that point, you're getting your most qualified segment, the people who can afford it, the people you can help the most. And that's our point of finding these qualified calls. So this is something you can do with the call out. So if you're a solar business owner and if you're a solar business owner whose team is out there knocking doors, sweating their ass off, barely generating a couple deals per month, then watch this video, something like that. So you could do that, the call out plus the pain point, or you could just do the pain point, right? So if you can't generate more than 30 to 50 calls per month with your done for your coaching offer, listen up. Right. So that's not calling out a very specific person, but it's calling out a pain point that you can go back, tie in, and solve. So this is subtle. I use this a lot because it calls out my audience, but subtly qualifies them because I'm implying they're generating 30-ish calls, right? If you're knocking doors every day, barely closing 5 deals a month, blah, blah, blah. The more specific you can go here, the better. The better your VSL will perform, and more importantly, the more qualified calls you'll generate like I was talking about, because essentially you're going to get the very direct people that you want because you're calling them out. So also this is just going to increase the quality of the VSL, how many people watch it, because when you are talking to them and you're like, imagine if somebody was like calling out you in your ad very, very specifically. If you're an agency owner at $3K a month and you landed this client who did this, like maybe not getting that specific, but you're landing a few clients a month and then you just end up churning them and blah, blah, blah. Like you're like, oh my God, this dude's literally fucking talking to me. I have to watch this video. Right. And that's the idea that we're trying to get off to these people. So that's between the first 1 and 5 seconds. Second 5 through 20 is going to be to just state your offer and irresistible offer and guarantee. So this is also going to help increase retention, especially blasting your irresistible offer and risk reversal in their face. I can't stress this enough. I don't care if you're back end, you help clients with more things, right? So I don't care if on the back end you do placing and consulting and tracking sheets and all of this stuff. In marketing, you're always going to speak to the one big thing that people actually want. No one gives a shit about like marketing systems and tracking systems and like all these things that you do offer. Yes, they help, right? But they want the big thing. They want revenue. So take me and my business as an example, right? We help our clients with sales teams, offer creation, repositioning their model, recruitment, marketing, booking calls, outbound, leading teams, scaling, etc. But in our ads and our VSLs and everything, I don't talk about any of that. Not the one-on-one coaching, not anything. Even though this is something people do a little bit want. The only thing I speak to in our marketing is the fact that you will make money guaranteed with us. Why? Because that's all my market wants. They need much more than this, so that's why we offer so much. But they want to increase their rev, and that's what we offer. Right? I can't stress this enough, right? If I was offering them front end, like just like recruitment or placing, they would see value in it, but not nearly as much as money guaranteed, and they wouldn't care nearly as much, right? So we need to speak on the thing that the offer wants the most. So after you state your offer, state your big risk reversal. So, 200K guaranteed, or we're legally obligated to refund you what you paid to join. No questions asked, right? 30 installs guaranteed, or we'll pay you 10K. XYZ guaranteed, or we'll buy your company from you. Get creative with this. There's a bunch of stuff we can do. Basically, make it feel really safe. And you probably, not even probably, at this point, you definitely already have your offer done, right? So transition, this is 20 to 30 seconds long. Not 20 to 30 seconds. This is between the 20 to 30 second mark. So when you're done with transition, it should be 30 seconds long. Elaborate on your offer. So usually the word I like to use is meaning XYZ. So meaning if you don't at least double what our fee is, you don't pay a single dime, you don't pay a single cent guaranteed. So meaning if you don't get at least 30 installs, you don't pay a single time, essentially elaborating on it, emphasizing it, making them be like, oh shit, really? So in other words, if we charge 15K and you don't make at least 30K, we're legally obligated to refund you the entire 15K you paid to join, right? So what would be more powerful here is to use the framework, right? So meaning if you don't get at least one big thing, like the one big thing, so if you don't get at least your front end offer, we will conditional guarantee, right? Or not conditional guarantee, we will risk reverse, right? So meaning if you don't get irresistible offer, we will risk reversal. In other words, if you irresistible offer, right, as tangibly as you possibly can, we will risk reversal. So then address the elephant in the room. Why can you offer such a crazy guarantee, right? So like whether you're a young guy, like something I like to do is do the thing that Eminem did in when I used to do solar, the thing that Eminem did in 8 Mile, where he's like, I am white, I am a fucking bum, right? Like that. So it's like addressing the elephant in the room. So now whatever they say to him, it doesn't fucking matter. But anyway, I'm getting off the point. I would be like, I know you're probably like, who is this Asian guy and what the fuck does he know about solar marketing, right? Something like that. And so most overlook this part. You must provide a compelling reason why you're offering such a crazy guarantee. overall offer, so you can answer the inevitable question. People are gonna be like, all right, yeah, I mean, everybody's offering some crazy shit. Like, what's the fucking catch? Like, right? Like, everybody's offering some shit like that, right? So most of the time, my reason why is clients' results. So it could be this or personal results, right? So if I was now, now I know you're probably like, this dude's like some bullshit marketer on the internet, whatever, or like, so addressing the elephant like I was just talking about. So I know you're probably like, who is this Asian kid and what does he know about solar marketing? I've been doing this for this, blast some testimonials on the screen, show some social proof. So that's social proof about you as an individual, or you can show client results. So client results could be, now you may be wondering, why am I offering such a crazy guarantee like this? Now, why you may be wondering, why am I so confident to offer such a crazy guarantee? You could also advertise the real catch to the offer, but the catch would always be a net positive. So an example of this would be, now the catch is once you get those 30 installs, we hope you'll become a private client, as an example. So this is like a reason why, but it's still a net positive. So it's like, yeah, we're gonna offer you that, and it's still really fucking good, but there's like a benefit for us. Like, we're not just out here just fucking offering it. So it seems more genuine, right? So it's like, if that makes sense, it's like, we want to help you get here, and then we want you to do this. Like, this is the long-term goal, right? And so that makes it feel a little bit more genuine, personalized, man-to-man type thing. Next is proof of claim. So this should take 20 seconds. So from the 30-second to the 50-second mark, you've just made a crazy claim that you're going to guarantee them essentially a lot of shit, right? So hopefully it's one your market has never heard before, right? Be different. So now we need to back up the claim with results. Every time you make a claim, you must back it up no matter what. So when stating results, you can also subtly handle objections that commonly come up when you take sales calls, right? So when you're creating this, you should have already taken a bunch of sales calls, and you should already know objections that they like to give you, and you can handle objections here subtly. So some verbiage for this would be like, it's simple. Look at our track record. We helped XYZ do XYZ in XYZ time frame. And then something important to have here is like a before and after phase. And then before, you can try and relate it to their situation as much as possible if you have a client that was in like your specific client situation. So let's say you're targeting agencies at 10K a month. So Johnathan was an agency. He was at 10K a month. He had a semi-consistent way of landing clients, but his margins were low, blah, blah, blah. And then we implemented this. Cover this very fast, by the way. Don't go in too depth into like what you guys did for him, but just be like, after he was here, he was feeling like this, and things like that. And then related to the prospect, like I said. First CTA is going to be right after this proof of claim within 50 seconds. So to preface this, if you're doing this for the 2-call close and you're not, like, if you're doing this for after the first call and the 2-call close, obviously don't like skip this part. Don't have a CTA, because you're not having a CTA. You're not having them click anything. You're doing this just for content and to build trust. But if you are doing this for your direct offer VSL, just say, now, if this is all you need to hear and you're thinking, okay, well, I know this works. I know I need to book more calls, or I know I need to XYZ every month in order to ultimately scale my business, and I know you've done this for yourself and it works, then click the link below and book a call. And again, we're not going to hard sell you on this thing, because again, if you don't XYZ, then we're going to have to XYZ. So if we don't irresistible offer, we're going to have to give you a full refund. If we don't irresistible offer, we're going to have to risk reverse. So the point of this is to convert the people within the first 60 seconds without experiencing the drop off of retaining through the whole vid. Because there's going to be people that watch the full 60 seconds, but don't watch the full 6-7 minutes of the video. And our point is our goal is to capitalize on those people that have watched the first 60 seconds. Now, if they do convert here, they're still going to be just as qualified and warm as if they watched the whole video. The reason being, they believe the process. They're your target avatar because they went through this first 60 seconds and they saw the social proof and or testimonial, depending on what you did. Now, next is the second transition. So this is around 10 seconds after the first CTA. The goal here is to rehook the audience and transition into your unique mechanism in order to get them to their desired situation. So the structure of this would be justify their failures by revealing the real problem, right? You want to take the blame off your prospect's shoulders and put it on the old opportunities that they've tried. The way we can do this is by simply reversing your answer to how are you unique. So how is this unique? It's the only, and so this is an example for some sort of trading thing that I made. It's the only indicator in the, not that I made, but I made up. It's the only indicator in the world that helps you get in the trade before the news is published, right? So how is this unique, essentially? So like, let's say you're just doing local biz, right? How is this unique? It's XYZ automated with AI, whatever your mechanism is. How do you justify their failures, right? The real problem is, with the same example, the real problem is you get into the trade after the news is published. By the time you get in, it's already too late and the big gains have already been made, right? So the same thing. Oh, the problem with the way you're running your, like the problem with like essentially how everything's going on and how they're doing it, but why it's okay. So the reason your prospects have failed is that all the solution they've tried in the past haven't addressed the real problem, which isn't their fault. However, your new opportunity does, right? So that's what you need to hammer on, right? And this is just the mindset that you need to keep, and that, not that you're telling them, but you need to keep. The reason they're in the situation they are now is because of the actions they put themselves in. So essentially they're doing something wrong. But we need to give our prospects a sense of security and safety and be like, okay, it's not my fault. That's just what's been out there. But this is the quote unquote new thing that's going to help me scale, right? So that's the point to get across here is like, how is this unique, right? How do you justify their failures, right? So essentially, one second, I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, okay. So the pattern language here, or the verbiage here, is essentially, now if you want more detail on why this works so well, and then go into the rehook, right? So after this, after we rehook them with the second transition, it's going to be our unique mechanism, right? So this is essentially what we built out in offer creation a while back as well, like what we offer our clients essentially. So whether you have a name for your mechanism, you call it the XYZ. I think I have an example right here or down here somewhere about naming it. Like P90X, right? Their mechanism was called the muscle confusion method, right? So whether you have a name for it, whether you don't have a name for it, this is going to be covering your mechanism and so essentially what your mechanism is what is going to bridge their gap from A to Z, and what's going to help them get your guarantee. So you have one single goal in this section: to create an explanation as to why everything in your market that they have tried in the past has failed, right? Why they're not in the situation they want to be, and why what you have going on is different and they're going to succeed from it. So you want to explain why your approach and your option is exponentially better than anything else on the market. Think of all the other ways that they could achieve the result and show why are you exponentially better than those options. So ideally, you want one big reason why what you have going on is different. Like essentially one big reason on why like the old way is doing it is wrong and the new way is doing it's right. So let's say we're just talking about like if our mechanism was normal Facebook ads, right? So it's like you're a roofer and you're a real estate agent and you're door knocking every day. You have no leverage. You can only hit 100 doors per day. How many good listings can you get off of that? We need to be inside of our house focusing on bigger things, Facebook ads, right? So that would be like the key to getting them the result. Obviously, everybody knows what Facebook ads is now, and that wouldn't work. But that's just an example. So that's very hard to do. So you can come up with 3 reasons max, right? So make it clear why what they've tried in the past has failed and why this is the most direct, easy, and safe and guaranteed path to their ultimate goal. The explanation must be clear and make the prospect think like, oh yeah, like that makes sense. So in order to do that, leverage quick stories, big names in the industries, analogies, stuff like that to help your prospect understand. So like something in solar that I used to use was like leveraging the name Zane Jan. He has like 600K on Instagram. So like I would leverage like how Zane Jan does this in his business. Because when you're like, oh, Zane Jan, he's doing like 300 mil a year. He's doing this? Oh shit. Like that's good. Like for the agency space, Iman Gaji's doing this? Like, oh shit, that must be good. Like he's making a lot of money, right? So like leveraging quick stories essentially helps your prospects learn faster and understand. Same with analogies. Whenever you're trying to educate people, storytelling and analogies are 2 fucking amazing things to use to be able to bring your prospect up to speed without having to over explain stuff. So what you need to realize is that your market subliminally wants to know what makes your thing not only different but better than every other option, because ultimately they want to buy the superior option, the best solution. Nobody seeks out the second best or third or fourth best way of doing anything, right? So this is what we have to get the point across, that ours is the best option and there's not one close or comparable. The purpose of your mechanism. So the purpose of your mechanism is to enable you to your market to affect okay, sorry about that. It enables you to market effectively to a more sophisticated audience, right? So saturated, like, and exposed to a lot of messages and claims. So when you have a mechanism and it's like in like a normal local business marketing agency, let's say, it's like there has been so many people saying stuff about the mechanism, so many people like offering guarantees, so many people like burning the market, like essentially like a bunch of saturation in the market, a bunch of people. And so they've seen so much stuff like this. A mechanism, a special mechanism helps with this essentially. And it helps give your prospects hope that essentially maybe this time with your mechanism that they're going to be successful rather than last time when they tried this and it didn't work. It's like the new thing that's going to help them scale essentially. And it gives them hope for that, right? So how to create your mechanism. Okay, so to do this, examine your competitors' marketing, right? Funnel hack them, look up if they're coming up on your page, on your Facebook page or Instagram page, fill out their funnel, look at what they're offering, look at their guarantees, look at stuff like that. Funnel hack them, look at the ads library, things of that nature. So we're examining our competitors' marketing to know what not to say. We don't want to be similar to them. We don't want to be able to be compared to them. We don't want to have anything similar to them at all, right? So don't copy these people. Innovate on something for your own, because if you do, you're just playing somebody else's game and you're going to lose. So what's the mechanism behind their offer? How does their mechanism work? Like, how does it actually work in depth? What are some positives and negatives about their approach? Does their mechanism solve a symptom of the problem of the root cause? So understand what your prospects are hearing from competitors is critical. Sorry about that. That was my dog, if you guys could hear that. So understand what you're hearing from your prospects is critical. If you don't know what they are already hearing, then you have no way of knowing whether you're presenting something different or not. This is why I always say to funnel hack people. And so about the wrapping paper, which is essentially what you're going to call your unique mechanism, don't get hung up on it, right? Make it sound scientific, make it sound real. Yeah, so make it sound real. They understand what it is, not just in the context that you're using it, and just don't be cringy with it, right? So, like, see how you, like the P90X example, the muscle confusion method, like it sounds real, it sounds scientific, right? It's not cringy, and they understand what it is without like having like a 5-minute in-depth, like muscle confusion. That makes sense. Like, that's a phrase that's been used in like a lot, right? So we're not talking about the product. We're introducing them to a new method or mechanism and educating them on how it works and why it works. And by the time you're done educating them on the mechanism, they understand why this mechanism gets them the result they so deeply want, right? They want the mechanism because they now understand why what they've tried in the past has failed. So why they failed in the past. And why this is going to work. So now they want the mechanism because that is their ticket to their goal or their dream, right? The mechanism gets them exactly to where they want to go, right? That is what's going to bridge the gap. They're here, they want to be here, and they failed so many times. They've just gotten here, they've gotten here. They haven't actually bridged the whole gap because they wouldn't be buying something if they have, right? And so the mechanism is what's going to take them from A to Z. We lead them to want the mechanism first. Now we've created an all roads lead to us because they can't go anywhere else to get the mechanism because it's our proprietary approach and not a commodity that they could go and get anywhere else. So now that they know that this is the mechanism that they need to scale, they have to come to us because no one else is offering the same mechanism and the same thing, right? So the only way they can get the mechanism is through us and paying us, obviously. So the structure of your mechanism delivery. So like there's the structure of how you can say it in the VSL itself. So, however, the reason why our clients are achieving XYZ consistently, 20 deals a month consistently, whatever consistently, 20 clients a month consistently, is because of one reason, blah, 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 right? So, and then you go into reason one, right? So reason one, they're doing XYZ, small explanation, right? And then that's where you can give an explanation, a little story, or about an analogy, very, very short, around like 30 seconds. But this explanation should simultaneously explain why your option is better than any of the other options your market has, and it should also provide a clear path to desired goal. So like if you, let's say with the same example with Zane Jan, right, with solar, I would be like, do you think Zane Jan is out there knocking doors doing 300 million a month? Does he have door knockers? No, that's not leverage. He needs something higher leverage than that. He needs to reach way more people and have them trust him more. Like maybe not even maybe, don't go as in depth as that, but you get the point, to be able to be like, the biggest guy is the industry is doing this, so why would you do this? Like, this is what we, blah, 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 right? So the prospect should think of themselves, like, that makes sense. I can easily see that how this can get me to my goal, and I can see why what I've been trying to do in the past hasn't worked and how this is different, right? So that's why the stories work very, very well for me. So the framework should be, everybody is doing XYZ problem. The issue with that is because of XYZ, which ultimately means that they're going to XYZ. So instead, what we do is ZYX, right? Which allows us to XYZ, which ultimately means XYZ. This is where you could leverage a story, like I said. Oh, shit. Okay. So essentially, out with the old, right? The old doesn't work anymore. The old, we need to throw it away, in with the new. So that's essentially delivering your mechanism. Second to last part is proof of claim part 2. Restate 3 to 5 different results than what you stated at the beginning and lead on from your mechanism. So, and that's exactly how one of our clients, X, went from X state to Y state. It was directly by X mechanism, right? And explain 3 different client results to 5. Don't go like too in depth with them, but like, this is how he did it, all by leveraging the mechanism and getting their time back, whatever. Last step, CTA and wrap up. Again, if you're doing this for a 2-call close, you don't need a CTA because there's no call to action. But if you're doing this for a VSL, it's going to be click the link below. So CTA and wrap up. Restate a strong CTA and your guarantee. So, and again, if you don't see these types of results in your business, then you don't pay or whatever, because the results, we just mentioned the results that we got our clients. So, and again, if you don't see these results that we just mentioned guaranteed, then we will pay you $5,000. As I previously mentioned, XYZ guaranteed, right? Or you don't pay, right? So like, restate your guarantee essentially, right? Along with your client results. Like, and again, like, if you don't see this type of results, then we'll irresistible offer, legally binding in the contract. So if this sounds interesting and you want XYZ ultimate goal, so whatever your clients were getting or whatever your guarantee is, then click the link right below this video and schedule a call. And again, we're not going to try to incentivize you to do anything that you don't want to do or that doesn't make sense for you, because otherwise we'll have to refund you anyway. So click the link. This is making them feel safe, right? Making it a no-brainer, no risk on their end to book a call. So click a link below, book the call. And like I said earlier, you can use Loom, presentation, doc, no visual at all. If you're just starting out, I would suggest a visual, right? Especially for social proof, to be able to put like screenshots, especially if you don't have an editor. So to be honest, I would put a presentation together with like screenshots, photos, like some stuff to help you out. Again, Gym Launch even uses a screenshot. They're doing multiple millions a month. So, I mean, not screenshot, a presentation, a Google Slides. They're doing multiple mil a month. I'll leave theirs in the video, but I hope this helped you guys. See ya. All right, what's up, y'all? So super quick video about a little bit of automations, the calendar software you're using, how we want that to be set up, and how we want to like book appointments and like thank you pages and just some small stuff like that. So this is like more like tech stuff. There's a lot of go high level stuff and Calendly stuff we could walk into. I'm not going to do that here because it's like, quite frankly, a lot of shiny object syndrome. So first things, automations. You can use Calendly, you can use wherever. I like Calendly, I like GHL. With automations, we need to make our automations as automated as possible. Eric probably talks about this a lot. We're in his portion as well, but it's like
The purpose of the automated text is to be automated, right? Is to be like, hey, I'm reminding you that it's coming up at this point in time. The iMessage is where we're actually nurturing them, having a conversation and building trust and like building a relationship with the prospect, right? And so automations, we like to do a confirmation automation. Hey, your call was booked with XYZ at XYZ time, like when they book an appointment. And you can do that in Calendly. Like if you're a beginner, very beginner, it's really easy to set up. Just look it up on YouTube. Same thing with GHL. It's less easy, but you can still look it up on YouTube. So very first message, hey, saw you booked in. No, just, hey, your call has been confirmed by XYZ time for XYZ. Talk soon. And then send email and text, and then send one 24 hours before the call happens, and then 2 hours before the call happens, and then 30 minutes. All are simply very automated reminders. That's first thing. Second thing, in your calendar form, when you're booking people on DMs or cold calls or ads, calendar form, first off, we want to be as available as physically possible. Why isn't, okay, here it is. We want to be as available as physically possible, meaning like have our calendar open for the longest time. Our calendar is open from 4 a.m. to 11 p.m., like physically as long as we can. Meeting interval, 60 minutes, so they can just book every hour. Minimum scheduling notice is 2 hours, so they can book 2 hours before the call. So if it's currently 3 p.m. right now, so at 5 p.m. they can book an appointment. And date range 2 days, meaning they can only book, it's Monday right now, they can only book on Monday or Tuesday. Now, the reason for that is we've seen if somebody even books on Wednesday, the show rate drops around 60%, right? And so while we might take a hit on how many appointments we actually book onto the calendar, we're going to end up having more shown appointments, right? And so make sure that it's only 2 days, which is the same day and the next day, right? So this is about the calendar. Regarding the scheduling landing page, right? What I just want to make sure you guys are doing with this is optimizing it for mobile view, right? And so with your calendar, so whatever page your calendar is on, edit it in mobile view. So make sure it's mobile. So here, let me see. We edit it from, I don't know why it's loading, but like we want the least amount of stuff here. Sometimes we don't even do logo or headline. We literally just have the calendar. And so we just need, when somebody goes on mobile, so like somebody clicks on this page, this is a little trick for you guys. You can do expect element, and then this is what it looks like on mobile. We just need to make sure that they can see the calendar, like when to book, right? They can see like that they should book right when they click on the website, rather than being like, what do I do, right? We want to create no confusion. So optimize it for mobile because that's where everyone's going to be looking at it. No one's looking at it at the desktop. Same thing with this thank you page, right? This thank you page, the format we want you guys to have is literally this exact thing. After they book, send them to a page like this. And we don't have like funnel building tutorials in the program, but it's just like a very easy YouTube search. So it's stop, don't leave this page. Your call is booked. Follow next 2 steps is what I would do for an agency. 2 steps. Follow steps for your call will be canceled. And then watch this video if you haven't already. And then that video is just your VSL. And then second is check out our client testimonials. And then just like link them to a page of testimonials. If you don't have a page of testimonials, then just follow this next step. So hope that helped. Let me know if you have any questions and we'll talk soon. What's up, y'all? So going to be going over case studies, how to get them, how to use them, power partners, basically how to improve close rate and trust on call in your agency, right? How to close more deals, things like that, right? Make more money. So your biggest objection on sales calls 99% of the time is going to be a trust, right? It's going to be, I don't trust you, I've been scammed before, or something like that. And they simply just don't think that you can get them the result that you say. Because if they did, then they would buy, right? If they were like, oh yeah, he's going to get me 5 installs, he's going to get me 10 new patients, he's going to get me 3 new listings, then they would buy because there would be an ROI. But the only problem is they don't trust you to do that. So it's a smokescreen though. Most of the time, it's usually them saying they need to talk to their partner, or it's too much money, or they need to think about it. But in reality, they're just bullshitting here, trying to put you down soft, and it's going to be trust. But think about it. They've been scammed by other agencies, and all agencies have such a bad reputation in the industry. And your prospects book dozens of calls. They're literally just looking for an agency to actually get them results. And the agency that can actually make that undeniable throughout the sales process is the one that's going to win, right? So 99.99% of your prospects are going to buy from somebody, right? Like if they're getting DMs from you and booking a call, they're getting DMs from so many people and booking a call. Same thing with ads. If they saw your ad, they're probably booking calls on dozens of other ads. And so they're going to buy from somebody. This is how we make sure it's you. We need to show undeniable proof that we actually do what we do. Now, if you don't have proof yet, that's cool. But I'm going to show you how to get it. So we want to come across as professional throughout the sales process, right? Like we're a business and we get results. Try everything you can do to not look like some one-man band who has never done this before. Because if you do that, then they're not going to trust you, right? They want to work with a business. They want to work with somebody professional who can handle themselves with professionalism and poise. So that's how you have to act throughout the sales process and your VSL and everything like that. Now, how to get case studies, right? So it might sound surprising, but you actually have to deliver good results to get case studies, right? Or testimonials, because someone has to vouch for you. But if you already have clients, it should be pretty easy. First off, just care about fulfillment. But you can just ask your clients for a video in exchange for a discount on the next payment. Yo, can you record a video saying just your results on your thoughts on us? In exchange, I'll give you $500 off your next close. You're supposed to pay us. I'll give you money off, right? Or the next performance fee, or the next retainer, whatever, right? And ideally, we want to ask them this right after the first big win with us. So whether that's a big closed deal, whether that's their first appointment that they're really excited about, whenever they get excited for the first time, that's when we want to ask for that testimonial, right? We used to get testimonials within 3 days because the onboarding experience was so nice. But if you don't have any clients and you're a beginner, I would just get to outreaching, right? Just start setting appointments, closing appointments. That's the only thing that matters. Don't even watch this video. Since they're only selling the setup fee for $500, the offer, you shouldn't really need that many case studies. You guys selling it at 4K probably do, right? And so you can give discounts to people in exchange for a testimonial, even at the beginning. So be like, usually we charge $250. You do it right now. We'll do $300, and I'll give you a test. And as long as you give me a testimonial, as long as I do a good job, right? And then focus on actually doing a good job so you can get that testimonial. These testimonials will be an asset for you to use for the rest of your life when you run this agency, right? And so like that is something I do suggest doing, getting as many as you can, as much as possible, right? If you do deliver a good service, get a testimonial. Next, you could even take someone on a free trial, exchange for a testimonial if you deliver. Yo, 14-day free trial, then we'll talk about me getting paid, and as long as I do well, can you give me a testimonial, right? But me personally, if I'm you guys, I'm just starting at that $500 setup fee, maybe offering some discounts to get people in with testimonials in exchange. And yeah. So using testimonials throughout the sales process. Number one, we want two things. We want a testimonial page or a client interview, testimonial page, something like this, right? Just a bunch of testimonials. So this was our old solar one, and not old one, it's complicated, but this is a solar one that we had. And a case studies page. So we want a page like this, testimonials, ideally just spam a bunch of screenshots, right? And then we also want a case studies page of us walking through specific clients. So right here, we have Ashley Martin. We click learn more. It's a video.
Hey there, it's Ashley, and today I'm here to $15 and these leads.
So, and then we walk through like in depth. Ashley came to us relatively new to solar, had only been in the game for around a year, but he worked for a fair share of marketing companies. Check out below, blah, blah, blah. Client overview, actions taken. First thing we do is analyze our goals, come on board with us. For example, she didn't need to be doing 20 deals a month and drive a supercar. She wanted to take a few calls a week. And so realize this builds trust, one, but this also is so professional. It feels professional to the prospect. It's a professional business and it's not just some bullshit, right? And so we like to have a testimonial spam page and a 3 website PDF of 3 different pain points. So you'll see here that Ashley is a girl. She isn't all in on business. Like she likes to balance stuff, right? That's one pain point. That's one type of person. Terry, he's all in on business. He's got a bunch of reps. He's worked with a bunch of different solar agencies before. And so that's a different pain point, right? And so we have testimonials for each pain point. Something else that this allows us to do is on the sales call, be like, oh yeah, you actually remind me of my client, Terry, a lot. He was in the same situation, pull up the case studies page, right? So it allows you to be like, oh, you remind me of our client Terry a lot. Like actually he was doing this, like check out this video. He worked with Prospect Bacon too. He worked with Solar Exclusive too. And so you can use this in your pitch, and you can also redirect after the VSL on the thank you page, which I talked about in the calendar availability and thank you page video as well. So if you can have both of these assets and send them to them prior to the call, it'll help a bunch with trust and basically increasing close rate as well. So if you don't have these, don't fake them. It's going to do the exact opposite of what you think. And yeah, it's going to do the exact opposite, and it's just too risky. So I wouldn't do it personally, but just have these two things. And if you can send that to them before the call, if it's on a website or PDF, and in your manual nurture sequence as well. So like Eric has in the pre-call nurture, like we could just drop this case studies page as well. So last thing I wanted to cover was power partners. So a power partner is basically a client that you do a good job for, that likes you, that can talk to prospects and push them over the edge. So we used to have a few power partners on that we serviced for completely free. We would run their ads for completely free. In exchange, whenever we had a prospect that wanted to talk to a client, they would just do it. So if this is something you guys can leverage, I would do it 10 times over. This helped us bring an extra like $30,000 a month in revenue, because like at the end of the day, a lot of prospects, if they can talk to a client, they are going to love it, right? And that client can essentially close them for you, right? So you could either do that, or you could do like just tell that power partner, yo, like, could you talk to some clients? I'll give you $200 every time someone closes. I'll give you $300 every time someone joins with us, right? And so if this power partner actually likes you, actually likes the service you provide, they'd love to do it, right? And so this will just help with trust, help increase your close rate a little bit, and yeah. So let me know if you guys have any questions. Drop them in the chat as usual, and I'll see you soon. So if you're running ads, this is something huge that I want you guys to make sure you're doing, right? And so I talk about a lot, and I'm sure Eric does, like when you're setting leads like that come in from Facebook, like we need to make sure we're calling them as soon as possible, right? And so it's like, how can we do that? Like this. We need to set up notifications for us to get a notification when a lead comes in as soon as possible. And so we just go to Zapier. It's like you can get a free trial, or you can get it for like $29 a month. But this is going to basically give you a notification when a lead from Facebook comes in, so you can call it ASAP. So new Zap, very quick video for y'all. And then the trigger is going to be Facebook lead form. Yeah. And then event, new lead, and account. I'm not going to put the account, but you click your Facebook account and then action for here, you can do whatever you want, right? Our communication with our team is in Discord. So we say Discord. If you want it over Slack, you can do Slack. So these are both just apps. Like you just click Slack or event, and then it's going to be like send channel message in Slack. And then boom, we just have a Slack channel. Pick the channel, culture, like new lead inbound. And if you connected your Facebook account, it'll pull up right there. And so you can just put the phone number and stuff in there. So if you don't want to do Slack, if you don't have Slack for your team, I guess you probably don't really have a team, but if you do, wherever you're handling your team and your clients, but you can also send a text. Let me see. Do they take it off? SMS. Yeah, SMS by Zapier. And so literally send SMS, and then you got to connect here, but let's see if I need to do it. Yeah. You just have to basically write your name in there and SMS, and Zapier will send you a text. So if you're doing this, this will make you book 10 times more leads if you're running ads. And so this is like a non-negotiable if you are running ads. So you can call the leads within 5 minutes.
Welcome. So quick video here, just going over a high level overview of your sales process and really the key indicators and key points you really want to focus on. Okay. And really throughout this, so you know, well, 2 points, because these are the two things we see people fail on time and time again in the sales process. Number one, do not change shit. Do not make it fancy. Now, the reason why I say that is because like when you try to change it, make it fancy, like not only are you adding more friction, you're likely to focus on the stuff that does not matter. Like this is meticulously thought out and it's been proven to work, and it's extremely simple and it does work. So use this. Number two to that is just do the boring work. So like this sales process, the thing is, there is a lot of boring work in here. There's a lot of stuff you do not want to do. It's going to be very meticulous, take up extra time, etc., etc., etc. However, that's what's going to get your show rate from a 50% to a 70%, which is a 20% increase in throughput in sales. Important, right? Now, really a high-level overview, and as simple as I can make this, well, we get a lead, right? Now, no matter where the lead is from, we have a lead, and the lead will book in a call. That's either from a setter, you doing a set call, or a self-booking. Like it's one of those three every single time. Now from there, between whenever they book a call and having the actual call, we're going to go through our sales process. And the most important thing there, and the 2 points, are doing some type of confirmation call or text, and also making sure they see the VSL. Those are the 2 key points here and what's super important for you. Now after the call, they either close or we put them into the BAM fam. BAM fam means we book a meeting from a meeting. In other words, if you do not close someone on a call, you book another meeting, you book a follow-up meeting, and then you try to close them on the next call. Crazy idea, I know. Now from there, we have a hot list. These are leads that you made an offer to in the past 15 to 30 days, and you want to be reaching out to these leads and following up with them every 1 to 3 days. And then lastly, we have the long-term farming. This would be more so your leads that you made an offer to 1+ months ago, and you're follow with them every 2 to 3 weeks. Okay. Some of that may not make sense. We will cover all of it. So as of right now, here is what you need to focus on for your sales process. So the big points here, and these are the most important things. And if you make sure every single lead goes through just this checklist alone, I promise you, you will have a bare minimum 60% show rate, most likely 70% plus. But make sure we're doing all this with every single lead. It will help tremendously. And not only with show either, also with close. So number one, we want to make sure we're going through confirmation calls. And I'll go through all this more in depth later as like how you do it, what it means, etc., etc., etc. But I'm going to go through it just super high level now. Number one, a confirmation call. If we get every lead on the phone before their Zoom call and just can confirm and actually get confirmation from them, also make sure they're going to be sitting down, they're ready for the Zoom meeting, they have an hour blocked off, they're not like a roofer on a roof or something crazy like that, that's going to do you so much good. Number two is the lead nurture text. So we want to nurture our leads by texting them. I'll go over that later. If we make sure every single person watches the VSL, there we go. Like that's going to double your close rate. If you have leads that are unresponsive, meaning you are not able to get in contact with them for multiple days leading up to their appointments, their meeting, etc., mark them as unresponsive or cancel them. Like we don't want to just take up dead space on the calendar because they may or may not show. We want people that we know will show that will help you tremendously. Also, color code your calendar to stay organized. And most importantly, and probably the biggest thing here is speed to lead and speed to apply. Like you need to contact your leads fast. It's some crazy stat. I think like I would have to look it up to check, but I think leads that are contacts within the first 5 minutes have like a 75% like increased likelihood to not only show but also close. So like long story short, contact your leads fast. Super quick video here and just going over the rest of the sales process and what we will cover throughout the next few videos. We will be covering what we're doing specifically to increase show rate, the lead nurture process, and also setting leads who don't book. So these will be the big points of your sales process all prior to having an initial appointments. From there through other sections, we will go over closing, follow-up, etc., etc. Big point here, guys, is make sure every lead goes through this checklist and you guys will be good. I'll see you guys in the next video. Boom. Video here on increasing show rate. Once again, we're going to go through a few things here, and they might not make sense quite yet. No worries there. Once you go through all the videos, you can always go back, and it will make a lot more sense. Also, key point here, a big thing, it's go through this video if your show rate is bad and make sure you're doing all this stuff and you're probably either not doing something on here or half-assing something or change something, and just dial that in. And then from there, if your show rate's bad, we can take data and look at the data to make a database decision. Like most likely it's something on here, and that's why your show rate isn't where it needs to be at. So anytime your show rate is low, go through this list. So number one, and one of the most important things, are we getting in touch with every lead prior to the meeting, either through a confirmation call or your lead nurture text, ideally both, right? So we want to be in contact with every lead before the meeting. If not, what's the likelihood they show? Probably very low. So make sure we're doing these things. Cool. Number two is go high level automations, or whatever CRM you're using, probably go high level. And like reminder here, the call reminders, like the automations, should look purely as reminders. Don't make them fancy, don't make them anything crazy, just reminders, that's it. So number one, do we have them on? We should. Number two, do we change them and try to make them fancy? So make sure they're nothing fancy and that they're actually on. So far it's like, are we getting in touch with every lead before the meeting? And do we have our go high level automations on in the way they should be? Number three, and this one is very much on like you as a closing perspective or on your closers, are you properly managing your calendar? So that goes into a few different aspects. Number one, are we color coding it so we know what's going on with every single lead? So I color code my calendar so I know this lead I'm following up with, this lead no show, this lead canceled, this lead I closed so I can ask for a referral. Like knowing what's happening with every lead. And as a closer, you want to color code your calendar or just be super into your pipelines and your CRM so you know what's happening with every lead. Like ideally, and actually not even ideally, you should know what's happening with every single lead on your calendar as a closer. In a day, I should be able to ask you what's going on with this lead 2 days from now that's on your calendar and you have the call booked with at 3:30 Central. Like you need to know every single lead on your calendar, because the key thing there is you should be working every single lead on your calendar like they're the only lead you have on there. So make sure you're doing that. Now, another key piece there in terms of calendar management, if someone's unresponsive, either cancel their appointment or mark them as free. And like you're let them know like, hey, by the way, if I don't hear back from you through text, I'm gonna have to cancel your appointment, right? Or like just tell them that, right? And like the reason why, because like if you can't get in contact with them, aka we don't get in touch with every lead prior to the meeting, and it's not on you, like you're doing the stuff you should do and they're just not responding, do you think they're gonna show to the Zoom call? Probably not. So we might as well go and cancel it and or mark it as free on the calendar. And then during that time, if there's not another call books, go ahead and ring them up and see if you can get them on the phone at least. I mean, that's massive. Like, it's going to massively increase your show rate so we don't just have taken up dead space on the calendar. Next thing there is speed to lead and reply. So like how quickly are we responding to leads? It should be 5 minutes after them coming in or 5 minutes after them booking, and also speed to reply. So let's say, for example, we're on our lead nurture text. We should have that entire conversation with the span of 3 to 4 minutes. Like you don't want to text them, they text you back, you text them back 6 hours later. Like you need speed to lead and speed to replies, okay? And lastly is calendar availability. Should be same day, next day. I'll add that in, yeah. So same day, next day calendar availability. So ideally you wanna make it 36 hours out. And then from there, either two things happen. Either you get 2 booked up and you have no slots open on your calendar, then you can open up like another 12 hours, another 24 hours, whatever it might be. And ideally, the way you want to work that, it's like you want to see a show rate consistently at 36 hours. Once you see like you're getting really booked out and like show rate's really good, increase it 12 hours. See if show rate decreases. If it stays the same, you can do another 12, another 12. I wouldn't say get anything farther than 3 to 4 days out, ever. Like you never want to do that. Like ideally, just look at it. Like if my show rate is the same as 2 days out from 3 days out, okay, sweet. Do it 3 days out, but do it in small increments. Ideally, the more calendar space we have open, the more availability, the more likely it is that they show us the call. The more likely, the more we're maximizing for throughput. Key point here, calendar availability is the #1 indicator of sales throughput. That does not mean open your calendar for 7 days at a time, because you're going to get the most shows within 2 days. So have it same day, next day, and then slowly over time kind of increase it. and then see if it affects show rate. Because if you open it from 36 to 48 hours and show rate decreases by 20%, okay, go back to 36 hours, right? Like, obviously. Just same day, next day, that will help tremendously. So if your show rate is low, this video is for you. It's all simple stuff. Like, don't have your calendar open 4 days at a time. Respond to your leads fast. Manage your calendar and cancel unresponsive appointments. Have your automations in place. Get in touch with every lead before you call. Like, this is super simple stuff, but if you do all of it, I promise you, minimum your show rate will be 60%, most likely 70% plus. You're probably like, Eric, these videos are so simple. They are simple, and the process is simple. But it's important that you guys follow and you do the boring stuff. And what I'm about to go over in this video, the lead nurture process, is the most boring thing. And you're not going to want to do it. And you're going to get lazy with it. So I'm telling you, if your show rate's bad, it's probably because you're not staying on top of your lead nurture and or calendar management. Now, quick tip, guys. Everything here should be done within 5 minutes of them booking. Hit speed to lead. Like, that is the most important thing. If I can say one thing throughout your whole sales process, have speed to lead. Now, I will show you guys, number one, the lead nurture process and the confirmation scripts as well. Now, for the lead nurture process, number one, this should all be done from your personal cell. Ideally, you have an iPhone, so it sends a blue text. I kid you not, that literally rapidly increases show rate. Because it's not like some automation or whatever. Is actually you texting them from your personal line. So do it from your personal cell. Oh, but if I have a closer and I can't track it. I don't give a fuck. That's what's going to make you money. Do that. Now, secondly, if you're outside the US, by the way, buy a US number. It's not going to be as good if it's not an iPhone. So if you can do that, do so. If not, buy another number. It's still better. Cool? Cool. Now, I will say this too. Whenever someone books in a call, if they are a self-booking, you want to double dial them and call them within 5 minutes of them booking an appointment. Within 5 minutes, okay? So once again, it's speed to lead. Now, if they do not answer the confirmation call, or I'll say this, if they do answer the confirmation call, saying you go through this whole script, which we will go over in a minute. So they answer the call, they just self-book, you call them, they answer, you go through the scripts. You're going to hop off the call, and you're going to send them these texts. So right after you have the confirmation call, copy and paste this. Great, speaking with you, John. If you need anything before I call, feel free to reach out. Talk soon. Boom. That's it. Super simple. It seems like you're actually a person. You're texting them from the iPhone. It's the blue bubble. That will help you a ton. Now, the morning of the meeting, you're going to copy and paste this. Hey, John, I'll see you at 3 p.m. Central Time. Send. So send the message. Then another message. Here's the Zoom link, by the way. Add in the Zoom link. Boom. So it's just not only reminding them, it's also being like person to person, so like they feel like they're not talking to a robot, and also giving them the Zoom link so they remember it's a Zoom call and they have easy access to the Zoom link. I want them to join on a computer. Yeah, ideally we do. It just depends on what industry they're in. For example, like we work with a lot of like roofing agencies and such. Roofers probably not joining the computer most of the time. That's okay. You can still close them. Okay. So there we go. If we have the confirmation call, those are the texts we are sending. Now, the confirmation call itself, by the way, is super simple. Hey, John, this is Eric from XYZ Company. I saw you booked my calendar. Do you have 30 seconds super quick? I mean, you're saying it in a better tone, like, hey, John, it's Eric from whatever, XYZ Company ABC. I saw you booked my calendar. Do you have 30 seconds just super quick? And by the way, if they ever say no, like, I don't have time, are you sure? It'll be super quick, I promise. Like, always push back. And all we're doing here is, like, making sure, A, the time works for them. They have the Zoom link, basically saying, do you have a full hour blocked off, and you're going to be like in a quiet place, camera on, etc., etc. And like we're just pre-framing all this too. Like, I want to treat you with the same respect that I treat my clients with. Do you have a full hour blocked off, quiet place, camera on, all of that? Awesome, right? And also like you're going to do a little bit of a convo here, like what made you book in, other than like seeing what we had to offer. So like now we're kind of start nurturing up the lead a little bit. You also send the VSL. So really the goal here is like, we make sure the time works for them. They have the Zoom link. We clarify they actually have an hour blocked off. They're going to be ready to go like on the Zoom call, and they have the VSL in their hand. And then they know they need to watch the VSL before the call. So that's why the confirmation call is so like really more powerful than the text as well. Because not only do you get the person-to-person interaction, you also get actual confirmation. Oh, I know it's a Zoom call. I have the Zoom link. Yes, that time 100% works for me. Oh, I'll have my camera on for you. Oh, I got the VSL. I'll watch that before the call. So like it's just like really accelerating everything there and making sure the sales process goes as smoothly as possible. If not, no worries. Let's say they don't answer the confirmation call. What you will do It's right after you try to call them, so still within 5 minutes of them self-booking, you will send these. And by the way too, if you have a set call, you can send these same text. Okay, so like if you do a set call with them, or like you saw the books on your calendar, whatever it might be, and like your setter just talks to them, go ahead and send these same texts. Obviously, if your setter books them, change that up a little bit. Hey John, heard you just spoke with XYZ setter name. If I'll speak to you XYZ day and time, if you need anything, let me know. Right? That simple. Now let's say they didn't answer the confirmation call and they were self-booking as well. Here are the texts you're sending. Hey John, send. This is Eric from XYZ company, send. I saw you on my calendar for 2 p.m. Pacific time. Just want to reach out personally. Is that 100% work for you? So we're just getting confirmation that the time works. All we're trying to do over text basically is get them to show. So like the confirmation call, we can do a lot more because we're on a phone call. During the text, it's like, let's just make sure they show and make sure they see the VSL. So once they respond, perfect, check out this video before the call. It covers and will answer most of your questions. Send the VSL. If they answer to that too, you can send this text just saying, hey, if you need anything, let me know. Now, a lot of times you won't get responses to this. Whenever you do not get a response to this, the next day or the morning of the meeting, number one, you're going to try and call them again. I know it's a crazy idea. Like, what? They have a call there, say, try to call them again and get them to confirm the meeting. If they do not answer the call, they haven't answered any of your calls yet, they haven't answered any text yet, you will send this. Hey John, my calendar is packed. I want to make the most of our time. Please confirm you'll be attending our meeting. Otherwise, I'll have to cancel. And if you want to be nice, you can have a little thumbs up emoji afterwards. Now, once I send that text, I'm going to go ahead and mark their time slot as free in my calendar, or just go ahead and cancel it. If they're serious about it, they will respond. You can uncancel it or put it back on your calendar, get them reschedule worst case. And it sets frame pretty hard too. Cool. Now, I will say as well, if you have only confirmed them through text, let's say you went through this whole text thread, I would go ahead and give them a confirmation call the morning of the meeting as well. It will help the show rate. Cool? So to cover all of that, do this from your fucking personal cell. Number one, hit your leads within 5 minutes to do a confirmation call. If they don't answer, you will send them these messages. If they don't respond to these, you will cancel their appointment and send them this message. If you have a confirmation call or they went through a set call, you will send these messages. And that is it. Super straightforward, super simple, and this will massively impact show rate for you guys. Boom. Super short video here on setting leads who don't book. Not even gonna go over scripts and all of that. Basically, long story short, follow the scripts word for word, call your leads fast if they don't book, and set them. And I would say the biggest things like people don't do, it's they literally just get lazy and they do not call their leads. Like, call your fucking leads. Like, you paid for them. Like, that is literally just free money sitting there. Not only is that free money sitting there, also like when you don't call them, you're just burning money. Like, for no reason, right? So, quick process here. We'll zoom in on this real quick. So you get a lead in. You should double dial every lead within 5 minutes. If they book, they don't book, whatever. Like, especially if they don't book, double dial within 5 minutes. Do the set call. If they don't answer, you do the dial sequence. If you're like, Eric, what's the dial sequence? Long story short, you double dial them in the morning, in the evening, every single day for 3 to 4 days. So every single day they call it a total of 4 times. Morning twice, evening twice, every day for 3 days. If they don't answer, go ahead and shoot them a personal text and call them from a personal phone, new number, maybe they answer, and then you put them in a dial list. What is a dial list? Basically people or leads that have never answered your calls or texts and they just sit there. And then when you have time, you can call them up. You can hire like a setter to call them, whatever it might be. Anyway, that's the process at a high level. And like the purpose here is just to make the most out of every lead, maximize throughput, make the most of your ad spend, like really maximize for a good CAC. Now, these are activities here that would make you a lot of money, like allow you to set a lot of appointments. So like number one, the most important thing is to double dial your leads within 5 minutes. Also use your dial sequence. We have that in the GHO pipelines. If you're in like the like free course or anything we're doing of that sort, and like we don't have the GHO snapshot in there, basically you double dial them twice a day, every day for 3 days. That's the dial sequence, okay? Boom. You also should have GHO text and email automations, reaching out to your leads to like try to get in contact with them. Because like your only job when you have leads that aren't booked is to get in contact with them. Number one, we cannot do a single thing until they're in contacts. That's number one, get in contact with them. Also, we text them from our personal phone. I say that to the fact that if we call them from our Go High Level number or HubSpot number, whatever it is, and from your personal phone, they are more likely to answer than not. right? Like once again, your only job is to get in touch with as many leads as possible and then get them to the next stage of the sales process, aka on the call. That is it. Super simple. Long story short, you have a lead, call your leads as fast as you can, call them multiple times a day until they answer, and then use this script. Here's your appointment setting script. Intro, it's like, hey, is this John? Confused tone, right? But A type, so confused tone, but like very like straightforward. Is this John? Yeah, it's Eric from XYZ company. I saw he clicks on our ad about XYZ. Does that ring a bell? Boom. I just wanted to reach out to see if you qualify for our pay-per-close model or our 10 client guarantee, whatever it is. So we're taking the qualification frame here. It's very good for most agency models. Boom, do you have 5 minutes? The biggest thing is people will always say they don't have 5 minutes. Always give them pushback. It will be super quick, just 5 minutes. Can you spare that? Are you sure? Like always push back at least once, if not twice, because the likelihood you get them back on the phone is slim to none. Boom, you just set agenda real quick, sweet, and all we'll do is run through some basic info on your business. Then if it makes sense, we can book another call to go over what we do, dive deeper into that. That being said, dive into it. So like super light intro here. We're just introducing ourselves, taking qualification frame, trying to get them to say like they have a few minutes to talk. I mean, it really should be a 5-minute call, maybe 10 minutes, and then setting a very light agenda here or frame. Boom. Now the disco, number one, it's like, why'd you click on the ad? And you want to like pre-handle the objection here because they're always going to say, well, I want to see what you have going on, or the pay-per-close model. Other than the facts that we're pay-per-close model, like what made you click on the ad? Oh, I don't have enough leads. Door knocking's not working, like whatever the fuck it is. Got it? Got it. Like what are you currently doing to get leads? Oh, I'm door knocking. Oh, I'm going, I'm doing flyers. I have someone running Facebook ads for me. I just have my website SEO, just word of mouth. I'm not doing anything, whatever. So like, why'd they click on the ad? What are they currently doing? How long have they been doing that for? Like after all that time, like what is your interest in looking at other opportunities? So now we're kind of diving into like a little bit of problem here, nothing crazy then. And then give me some context, like do we have a full team or what's the situation? We're finding that out to make sure they have no business partners. So if they have a business partner, we can get them on the call as well. That's it, because we want to pre-handle that if possible. From there, we book an appointment, super simple. We can definitely help, make sure it's a good fit mutually. Let's book another call, dive deeper, blah, blah, blah. Then when you book meetings, always give binary options. Today or tomorrow, mornings or evenings. What times are you? Does 3 p.m. or 5 p.m. work best? Boom. And then after that, we're just doing tie downs. It's a Zoom meeting, it's 4 hours, all that doable. iPad calendar, can you 100% make that? Boom, I'll treat you with the same respects I treat my clients as, being a quiet place, 100% focus, camera on, can you do that for me? So like we're just setting like the expectation now for the meeting. You're gonna show up and actually be like ready, professional, etc. Boom, quick video, and you're basically saying, do you want to watch this on your own or before a call? It's quick scripting there. So we're setting the expectation. You can either watch the VSL on your own or we're gonna watch it together. But one way or another, it's gonna be watched. So we're already setting that expectation from the front. Send the VSL, make sure they get that on the call, boom, and that is it. Super simple scripts. So easy intro, just go through a little bit as like why they clicked on ad, what they're doing now to get leads, like why they're looking around at other options, like a little bit of problem there. And then from there, we just book in the meeting, do a few tie downs. Like that is literally it. It's about as simple as it gets. And the biggest thing too is like you just go through the sales process in the sense like you dial your leads fast and you dial leads every day. If you follow the scripts word for word and you sound somewhat confused on it, and then you dial your leads every single day and you dial them fast, I promise you're going to set enough appointments. Just don't be lazy with it. Boom, that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're discussing a 1-call versus 2-call close. Ping me in Discord and or your coach, and we will tell you which one you should use, the reasons why we think you should use it. End of the day, it is your decision, and I want you guys to have the education, number one, on why we chose what we did for you, and number two, in case you want to do testing in the future, or you create a new offer, or whatever it is, so you can differentiate between which one you should do. That being said, let's jump in, and I apologize. I guess I was really angry when I made this, this being like all caps, and me saying it both fucking works. But that is a key point here, guys. Don't get stressed out and be like, what do I do? Which one's better? Because they both fucking work. I mean, I've closed a lot of fucking money on both of them, so don't stress about it, And end of the day, too, like, we'll tell you which one's better, because there is going to be a better option for your market, your niche, everything. End of the day, though, both work. Don't stress. Now, the biggest differentiator, guys, between the two, it's a 1-call close is going to be more for your B2C markets. B2C, lower ticket items, stuff like that, okay? Versus a 2-call close is gonna be more of like your business needs, your more B2B stuff, your higher ticket items, etc. And basically the biggest pros to the 1-call close is they're in the emotional buying pocket, and the fall off rate, like there's no fall off rate because it's just 1 call. 2-call close, on the other hand, there is a good fall off rate. However, it gives us more time to nurture the prospects, but on the flip side too, they're less in the emotional buying pocket. So let's dive into a 1-call close and how it works. Now, essentially, you're doing everything on that call, right? So you're doing a discovery, you're pitching and handling objections and trying to get it all closed in 1 call with no follow-up calls, nothing, just right there on the spot. It does require more sales skill, I will say that. However, for certain markets, it works phenomenal and way better than a 2-call close. So like if I'm selling, you know, whatever, B2C fitness coaching, there is no way in hell I'd ever do a 2-call close. Like no way in hell. But your 1-call close is going to work phenomenal for that, okay? Now, the sections of the call, and if you guys don't know the sections yet, we will cover this in the closer training, so don't worry about it. But it is connection, situation, problem, desired state, solution, consequence, commitment, pitch, and objections. So 9 overall. In other words, it is the discovery. So you're going to ask questions, and then you're going to pitch, and then you're going to close and handle objections, okay? That's everything we're doing on that 1 call. And really the goal is like we close them on the spot. We don't want to do any follow-ups. We want to decrease that fall-off rate and really attacks the prospects while they're in the emotional buying pocket. And once again, it's best for like the B2C market, smaller ticket items, more personal ones, okay? And when I keep mentioning the emotional buying pocket, is because during the discovery phase of the call, we're going to be asking questions that's going to get them to open up and understand emotionally why they don't like where they're at right now in life, why they want to make changes, and how it would feel if they did reach their goals, right? So like, for example, if we're asking them a question like, what would that mean for you personally if like you're able to make 10K a month, if you're able to lose 50 pounds, if you're able to drop 100 pounds, what would that mean for you and your family? It's going to put them in a very emotional state and a great place to buy on that 1 call. Same if we have to ask like a consequence question, like what happens if you don't lose 100 pounds and you die 10 years early? Are you okay with that? So if I ask them a question like that on the call, we want to close them on that call, right? Because it's going to put them in a very, very emotional state, and it's going to be much easier to close the prospects. Now, I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent here, just real quick, because especially when you're doing 1 call closes, and especially when you're dealing with like B2C stuff, like if you're dealing with weight loss, you're like a BizOp offer or whatever it might be, it doesn't really matter. But if it's a B2C market, it's a lot easier to get prospects in an emotional buying state, okay, especially on the 1 call close. And people can make rash decisions, okay? Now it's important, like we're not ignoring that as, you know, salesmen, as closers, etc. People will make rash decisions on the call with you. So it is your job as a closer to get them in the emotional buying state, 1, but to identify if it is the best route for them or not. If it's not the best route for them, you should not pitch them, and you should let them know that and say, hey, I think you should do this. Now they shouldn't be on the call in the first place. If it's not, your setter should identify that. But end of day, even if they want to buy, if you do not believe in the bottom of your heart it is not the best option for them, it's fucking hard because you're not going to get your commission and you're not going to make your 5K or 6K or whatever your price point is. But you should tell them, hey, I think this is the best option. Here's why I don't think you should buy from me. It's hard to do, and obviously, like Eric, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to sell them anyway. They have money and they have a card and they're willing to give it to me. But if you get them emotional buying pocket and they make a rash decision because you're, you know, a good closer, granted, but you go ahead and close them when you shouldn't close them, number 1, your refund rate is high. Number 2, they're going to get buyer's remorse. But number 3, more importantly, the image and the branding and the success rate of your company drops. Okay, that's the last thing we want. The 5K you make as the business owner is not worth it. The 500 you bring in as a closer is not going to be worth it long term. Plus, like, you're going to know in the back of your head you should know well that person. So a little bit of a tangent there, but like when you're dealing, especially with B2C people, and you're good at what you do, like you're going to be able to get them to a very emotional state. And for a lot of people, they do make a lot of rash decisions in their life, and it's your job to identify if that is the best decision for themselves. Sometimes the prospect won't be able to do that. Sucks to say it, but it's true. Okay. Now that aside, they're going to be in a much more emotional buying state in this call, so it is much easier to close them. And on top of that, you have much more leverage to handle objections, because when they're in that emotional state, you can use more emotions against them, or for them rather, because you're never going against the prospects or on the same side of the table, but for them to help close that deal and to help them make the right decision for themselves. And so, you know, I just wanted to once again recap and restate it, like, You're not doing any of this just to close the deal. You're doing it to help the prospects. But sometimes, especially for B2C people, they get very rational, they get very scared, they don't want to spend money, they're scared of failure, and they're more comfortable staying where they're at in the life they already hate. So sometimes we do have to use their emotions to help them, to make them buy, to make them purchase stuff. But as long as we identify and we make sure it's the best route for them in a discovery, then you're fucking doing your job right. So good job. Now, the cons of a one-call close. Number one is harder to sell, higher ticket item. For example, the stuff we sell here is around 50K in contracts value. If we're guaranteed 200K revenue, we do 15% rev share, and it's around 15 to 25K up front. It's bare minimum around 50K contracts value, as long as we fulfill everything. You're not going to make that decision on one call usually. You know, especially with like the current brand we have. Granted, we just started building up the brand, we just started growing, but like it's just very hard to close, 15, 20, 25K service or products or whatever on one call. Okay. Another thing is they're a lot less nurtured. Like we have a lot less time in the sales process to nurture the prospect and get them ready to buy. And the issue with that is too, you're gonna get a lot of people joining this call and they might not even know it's a sales call. Granted, that's probably more of an issue with like your marketing and or your setter, but it happens. Like no matter what, it's going to happen some. I've been on a lot of offers and I sold it to a lot of people, and it's very difficult to not only help them on the call and see if they're a good fit, but also go through the entire thing of, okay, this is a sales call. Here's what we can do for you. And now I'm asking for $5,000. And then handling objections after you make sure they understand what's going on. Basically at that point, you're doing the entire sales process on one call, which is very, very difficult. So that's a big con for one call close. But pros, like they're in the emotional buying pocket. You have no fall off rate, which fall off rate for B2C stuff is tremendous. That's why for B2C, we're gonna stick to one call. And you have less time per prospect, which a shorter sales cycle, there's pros and cons. The pro would be that they're going to be more of an emotional buying pocket. If they understand what's going on, they're going to be more ready to buy, ready to make a decision. But at the same time, you have less time to nurture them. And if they're being more logical, you have less time to show them as much information as possible to make the decision. So, pros and cons there. Overall, though, it's like one call, that's going to be your B2C stuff. Okay? Two call. Let's dive into that now. It's been a couple minutes. So two call is going to be more of your B2B stuff, your very high ticket stuff. And overall, it just gives you more time to nurture, but the fall off rate and the overall skill it takes to close them on second call is pretty hard. So number one, nurture, and you give the buyer more time to be informed. Okay. Now, a huge thing here on the two call, if you have a good brand built up, you have good reviews, good testimonials, it gives them more time to absorb that. So they can join the second call, like really knowing what they want to do at that point. Now, obviously, if you don't have any of that built up, the two calls, it might help a little bit. Probably not going to help a ton though, just off the fact you don't have much to give them between calls. But if we have a good brand and everything, we have good testimonials and good reviews, then it's just nurturing them. So on the second call, it should be an easier close. Okay. Once again, it's best for B2B, high ticket items, business needs, in other words. These sections of this call. So in a one call close, we're doing discovery, so the questions. Then we're pitching and asking for the close and objection handling. On a two call close, section one or call one is going to be boom, most of the discovery, so questions. Second call is going to be pitching and asking for the close. So what it actually looks like, more like on a micro level, is going to be call one is connection, situation, problem, desired state, solution. And then from there, we go a high level overview of what you do. So to build curiosity, and so they at least know what's going on, and then giving them homework. So content, media pages. If you have an offer-centric VSL, I would send that there. Boom. So by the end of the first call, it's basically we see if they're a good fit for us, make sure we can actually help them out and everything. We should get a really good idea of where they're at, where they want to be, and then we give them more stuff to nurture them, and they should have some type of curiosity and some type of idea of what you guys do. Then the second call, which should be within 3 days maximum, ideally it's within 1 or 2 days, 3 days maximum though, maximum's key word there. We recap that first call. We ask to make sure they went through that content. It's kind of shitty for them to be on the second call, but make sure they went through the content. Then we do consequence. Then we do consequence. So in other words, just trying to get them back into the emotional buying pocket as much as possible, and then commitment. So in other words, we're finishing the discovery right there, trying to get them back into the emotional buying pocket. Then we pitch them. Then we objection handle. Okay. So two call is basically just we recap. Second call is recap, try to get them back to the emotional buying pocket, pitch them, handle objections. And ideally it's It also gives them a little bit more touch points, so people usually feel a little bit more comfortable making a decision because it's been a longer sales process. So that's another key thing there, and why it's easier to sell higher ticket items. But once again, they're not as much in the emotional buying pocket. Like, if you're really good at what you do, granted, you should be able to do consequence and commitment and get them back in the emotional buying pocket, and same with your recap, but it's not going to be nearly as much as on a one call close. However, you're going to be doing this for more like B2B stuff, higher ticket items, so like this will help if you're doing that. Now, more pros, like more time to nurture them. You get a lot less trust-based objections if you nurture them correctly between the two calls. It's a lot easier for high-end package. And if they join the second call, like at that point, if you send them the right content between, they probably have a good idea if they want to work with you or not. Cons is you have a high fall-off rate. For example, on a one call close, if your show rate is just 70%, that is your show rate period. That's how many people you have the chance to offer to. On a two call close, if your show rate is 70% on the first call and then 80% on the second call, well, obviously you have a lot less people to offer to, right? So, there's that con too. Higher fall rate, especially for like B2C stuff. They're less in the emotional buying pocket. So overall too, like a longer sales cycle, pros and cons. So like the con of that is like they might no longer like care as much about solving the problem. That's why like on a one call close for consumers, we literally might try to move a consumer through a sales cycle in one day. Like set all the way to the close, get the job done, collect payment, boom. Because they're very much just ready to solve that problem, make that decision now. Versus a two call close, it's like if we're expanding that over a week or two, it's like, well, they're a little bit less in the pocket to make that decision. They might have other stuff that's on their mind now, stuff like that. So that's a con there, but pro, we get to nurture them more. We get to really warm them up. We get to really get them to understand what we do and understand who the company is, etc., right? Who the founder is, right? Now, another con here is not only are they less in emotional buying pocket though, it's just like less leverage to handle objections. Like them being less in emotional buying pocket, you have less leverage. So just overall like pros and cons, and you have to identify which one's best for you. Like one call, faster sales cycle, more emotional buying pocket, B2C. That's what you need to worry about. Two call, longer sales cycle, so you have less people you're offering to overall. However, you get to nurture them more, and the people you do offer, like they're very, very ready to go at that point. Granted, you still have objections to handle and everything, but they're just more primed to actually make a decision. So pros, cons, ask us and we can help you make the decision on which one's better for you. End of the day, they both fucking work. But yeah, hopefully that was helpful, and I will see you guys in the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Setting Appointments Crash Course. Now, this is going to be the only video I make over appointment setting that's going to go over basically everything you need to know. So like if you're going to start setting later, say in a couple hours, or like you're a setter that's trying to ramp up, like go through this video as much as you can, and then when you have time later on, go through the rest of the setting content. That being said, let's get to it. So number one, what is appointment setting? If you don't know this, we need to talk. Like, you should know this by now. However, we're going to review it and make sure you do watch this part of the video. So obviously it is a quick conversation to take the prospects from a lead to being booked on the closer's calendar, right? Now, really what's key here, guys, is the purpose behind the set call, because that's what so many setters, so many companies get wrong in general, is that they try to set appointments and the only purpose of the set call is to book them on the calendar. That's not the fucking point, right? Else then we just have a, to be honest, crappy sales process. The prospect's not primed to actually be closed, especially on the call, especially if you're doing a one call close. And on top of that, it's like, why are you even setting appointments? Then have an American setter go hire a call center in the fucking Philippines and they can do the same thing but more volume, right? So the purpose is to not only book them in the calendar. We have a lot more things we want to cover on that set call and a lot more reasons to do the call, right? So number one, on the set call, we need to qualify the prospects. Because if they're not qualified and we're just putting people on the calendar, we're wasting the closer's time, and like we need to start filtering through so we're only getting the right people on the closing calendar. We're not wasting your time as the founder or the closer or anything like that. Okay, we want to leave those spots available for people that can actually close. So we want to make sure they are actually qualified. That's number one. Number two, we need to see if we can help the prospect, because granted, everyone has problems, but if you're on the set call and you can't even help the prospects, well, what's the fucking point? You know what I mean? So if you got to make sure you can actually help the prospects, and if so, how? Okay, so number two, number one, make sure they're qualified. Number two, make sure you can actually help the prospects and what you have fits the problem that they have at hand, right? Number three is we want to create some type of gap, a gap between where they are and where they want to be. Okay, now it's super important we create that gap because that's going to help create that desire and a reason for them to join that closing call. Because the next thing we want to do there is create curiosity. And not just curiosity, but curiosity in what we do, and give a hint that what you do can bridge that gap. So the set call, we create some type of gap between where they are and where they want to be, point A, point B, and we kind of start hinting at that we are that thing to bridge the gap. Okay, so we create the gap, we hint that we are that bridge. On the closing call, we're going to instill that we are the bridge, but for now we want to create it. That's the first step, and the second step is kind of hinting at the bridge. Okay, obviously too, we have to book them in, like granted that has to take place, right? And lastly, it's like we want to nurture them as much as possible, make sure they kind of like the company and everything, make sure they like you and everything, and make sure they show to the closing call. If they don't show us the closing call, none of this matters. Now, the more you do all of this, or the more you do these two really, and the better you are at them, the more likely they are to show and the more nurtured they will be. So get really good at these two things, and everything else will kind of fall in place with itself. Lastly, this is super important, and another major issue we see on set calls, it's like, okay, when people start to understand this all the time, it's then they still, like, they just do too much telling on a set call. They do too much pitching. The conversation should be based off of Socratic style questioning. Okay, Socratic style questioning, not based off of telling the prospect or pitching the prospect. 90% of the conversation, 90% of the call should be based off of Socratic style questioning. You're not telling or pitching, and it's super, super important on there, guys, because what a lot of people do, it's, you know, they get asked questions during set calls, stuff like that, and they just veer off and they start pitching, they start selling, trying to convince. No, like, we're going to hold frame, we're going to continue going through our discovery, through our setting framework until we are done. We're not going to just answer all these questions and lose frame and start telling them stuff. We're there to learn more about them. And a quick little hint for you guys, if they start asking questions when you're trying to go through discovery and ask them questions, you just say, hey, so it really depends. A lot of stuff we do is custom, but, you know, I do need to find a little bit more about you, just to see, like, you know, how I can answer that question or how we can help you. That being said, question. And a little hint for you guys there too, if they ask you a question, what you want to do is deflect it, number one, and then number two is you ask them a question. So we deflect, we give reason for asking the question, then we ask a question. So for example, if I'm in the middle of a set call and they ask, okay, so, like, I mean, how much does it even cost? I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to waste your time. Yeah, 100%. I appreciate that, John. The thing is, we do a lot of custom stuff. So I can't really give you a number yet until I find out more about your situation and what you're looking for and what you need. That being said, question. Okay? So if they do ask you a question and it kind of throws off your Socratic style questioning, you deflect it, you give them a reason as to why you're about to ask the question, and then you ask the question. Okay, because what we want to avoid is going into telling, pitching, persuading, etc., or even just answering too many questions, because A, we lose frame, and B, you never know what the prospect's going to put up as a red flag in their mind. Like, you might answer a question and it immediately turns them off from the sale. So we want to be very, very careful when we're doing that. Anyway, that should cover, like, some basics there. Now let's jump into a little bit more in depth here. So obviously you guys know it's a 10 to 15 minute conversation. I mean, that's pretty basic there. Like, it shouldn't be 5 minutes. It also shouldn't be 30 minutes. I've had long set calls, and long set calls are great, but at the same time, like, you don't want to do too much on a set call. You know, 10 to 15 minutes is usually that sweet spot. Sometimes even 20, but once you start getting to around 30, not really. And if you're at like 5 minutes, you probably didn't go deep enough. Okay, super important too, guys. Don't sound like a robot and just read the scripts. Like, ideally, you don't even want to use the scripts like line for line, or use the scripts we give you line for line. It's like, you just want to use that, like, in case you need extra questions and more as a framework. Okay, it's like a lot of people are talking to, like, oh, I don't do good with scripts, I need a framework. Don't go fucking make your own framework. You're not there yet. That's okay. However, use the scripts that we are giving you and use that as the framework. And use that in case you don't know what questions to ask, in case you don't know how to go deeper, okay? Like, if you are reading the scripts because you still are at that point, which is okay, just don't sound like a robot. Like, sound like a person and be conversational. Because we also want the prospects to like you, because we also need to remember this is the first time that the prospect is talking to you in your company. Okay, so it's important that you don't sound like a robot and just, like, you don't know what's going on. You know, like, we want to sound very well put together, very charismatic, etc. Okay? Also, once again, repeating it because it's very important, do not go into a pitch or just a spiel about what you guys do and trying to persuade them to sell them. We want to stick away from that. Okay? Also, do not assume anything, ask anything, back to Socratic style questioning. We're not assuming you're telling, we are asking. Now, I know a lot of people that assume stuff on sales calls. It's like, we don't want to do that because 9 times out of 10, they're just going to agree. Because, like, the prospect doesn't want to be there. They don't want to go through the trouble of correcting you. They will just agree, and then the rest of the set call is way off in fucking left field when it should be on the football field over there. You know what I mean? So we do not want to assume anything. We want to ask. Even if it seems simple and like a no-brainer, we ask. Okay? I don't care how dumb the question is. We ask. We do not assume. And another key on that too. Ooh, lost my train of thought. There, I apologize. But assuming is just so much less powerful too. Even if you're right, it's just less powerful. And I've even had setters tell me before, it's like, well, if I assume and I'm wrong, then they'll probably just tell me I'm wrong. No, because they don't want to be there. And it's a lot easier most of the time for them just to say, you know what, you're right, and move on, and then the conversation's moving in the wrong place. Now, secondly, I didn't add this to the doc, but I really want to bring this up to you guys. The prospect doesn't want to be there, okay? Sometimes they do. 9 times out of 10, though, they don't. Like, you got to think, you called this person out of the blue, they're just going about their day, and now you're talking to them, and they're being sold to, and they know that most of the time. Like, they don't want to just be fucking, they don't want to be sold to, they don't want to waste their time. You're interrupted their day if they're with their family, at work, you know, on the bus, whatever it is. So they don't want to talk to you. You need to realize that, and that's why it's so important that we really use your tonality right. We really use your energy right. We really go through the entire portion of the set call and we do everything correctly, because that's what's going to allow us to slowly open up the prospect over time, rather than hit like barriers and hit serious resistance. Because we got to remember the prospect does not want to be there. So we got to be a little bit pushy. We got to use our tone. We have to use our energy and follow through the set call all the way. A lot of people don't do that, and they stop like halfway through the set call. They go do their own thing. Follow through the scripting. I promise you it works. I cannot tell you how many appointments I've set and how many set calls I've been on. It works. Trust me, we want to follow through the entire scripting here, okay? The entire framework at least. Now, onto tone and energy, because we just kind of mentioned that there. We have 3 C's of setting. And we're going to go into tone a lot deeper later on, especially in the closer training and everything. But in setting, we have 3 main C's. In the beginning of the call, you want to sound confused. The middle, you want to sound curious. And the end, you want to sound confident. Okay? So the beginning is confused because it won't introduce any sales resistance, number 1. And number 2, it will let the prospect kind of bring their guard down so we can kind of sneak our way in there. Okay? And that's just the very intro. The middle, we want to be curious because it's, we're really asking them a lot of questions. And once again, they don't want to be there most times, so it's hard for them to just answer question. But if we're just really curious, then it lowers their guard once again, and it just automatically gives a reason for why we're asking so many questions. Like if we just sound curious enough, it will literally give a reason for why we're asking that question. We don't have to give one, but if we sound curious enough, it will give one, okay? And not to mention, easier for the prospect to open up if I didn't mention that. The end of the call, we want to be confident. And confident not in the sense like, this is what you need, this will change your life. Confident in the sense that you know what you have works and what you have is what they need, so you're just so laid back about it. You know, you can push them away. Like, if you're open to it, you know, we can get you on a call, talk about how we can scale you to 7 figures. Up to you, though. You know, it doesn't really matter. Like, the type of confidence where it doesn't matter to you. You're not affected. You know what I mean? Like, the type of confidence, like, you're a billionaire, even, and you're on a set call. You don't give a fuck. If you make the commission or you make the $5,000 that you're going to make from closing the deal, you don't care. Okay? That's the type of confidence we want towards the end of the call, pushing them away so they come back running. Also, not to mention, we want to be neutral, have an authority frame. So like we be an authority by being neutral and asking questions like a doxer. Think about a doxer. They're going to ask you questions, and they're going to be very neutral. Like they're not going to go super high or super low in their emotions, and just be an authority overall. And whatever frame you set on the set call, it will carry over to the closing call. That's why it's super important. You don't break frame here. You don't answer a ton of questions, and you stay in authority in the call. Okay? If we keep the authority frame, it's going to transfer over to the closing call, and it will be much, much easier to close the prospects. Not to mention too, like it is the first impression that we have. Mention that once again. So be upbeat, be charismatic, and that doesn't mean be upbeat the entire call, like super high energy. But like the beginning of the call, bring just a little bit more energy a little bit more energy than they have, than the prospect has. So the way your energy level should work throughout the call, the beginning, here's the prospects. We want to bring a little bit more energy, just a little bit more. Nothing crazy, but a little bit more. And then throughout the call, we want to match the prospect's energy. And if here's neutral, like here's the most neutral energy possible, here's the prospects, we want to be one step closer to neutral than the prospects, okay? So the beginning, bring a little bit more energy, and as the call goes on, we want to be one step closer to neutral. So kind of the way all this ties in, it's like being confused, being curious, confident, it will allow them to lower their guard, have less sales resistance, and trust you more. That's why we're using this type of tonality and energy here. Being neutral and authority, it's going to be easier to persuade them because, as Robert Cialdini talks about in his book, being an authority figure makes it easier to persuade people, right? They're more likely to listen and trust you. And then beginning the call, we want to be a little bit upbeat just because they don't want to talk to you, right? So being upbeat, being charismatic will, kind of bring up the energy for the call some, so they don't just like hate you, right? And then lastly, it's like we match the prospects, but we go one level closer to neutral because people also like people like themselves. So if we kind of match their energy, it's like we're kind of like them, we're kind of similar, so they start liking us because we're similar to them. So they let their guard down a little bit more, but we're also a little bit more neutral than them, so we're a little bit more of an authority figure. So we can still, like, we're using multiple persuasion tactics throughout our tonality and energy by doing all this. Now, it's hard to do all this at the same time. You're going to master it over time. But overall, if you can just do either just these three or just these two to start out, it's a really good starting point. And over time, we can kind of merge them all and do all 5, all 6, okay? That's tone and energy. And lastly, getting prospects on the call. Because, like, here's where you're at in the sales process, guys. You have a lead, and the goal is to book them in a call, right? So, like, the in-between there is the set call. So step 1 for the set call is getting in touch. Now, what we're doing to get in touch is we're dialing new leads within 5 minutes. That's going to increase answer rate. We're dialing leads for 2 to 3 times per day for 3 to 5 days after they come in, okay? Consistently dialing, consistently trying to get in touch. We're sending them messages. We're DM setting people, right? We're sending them message on WhatsApp. We're also dialing all leads. We're dialing no-shows, etc. Obviously, we're going to go over this more later, but it's like overall, we just want to be consistent with what we're doing here and consistently trying to get in touch with our leads, right? Because the first thing that has to happen is we have to get in touch with the lead. And then on the side call, like the rest of the point is like we got to create that desire, we got to nurture them. But overall, quick reminder too, here's where you're at in the sales process is right here. And if you do this properly, all of this will come a lot easier. That's why setting is way more important than you probably think, because if we do this properly right here, everything else becomes super fucking easy, okay? Back on track though. So that's kind of like the basics of setting, okay? That covers like really all the higher level stuff that you need to worry about, like the purpose, the tonality, the energy, all that shit. Now we can get into like the actual frameworks. So first we're gonna go over a high level framework. After that we'll go over the general appointment setting scripts. And then lastly, we also have our appointment setting scripts. We're not gonna go over it on the crash course. Did not know that was here. Not gonna go over it on the crash course. However, I highly recommend like you guys go through this, and you can even make your script a little bit based off the general one and based off of this, okay? So just a tidbit for you guys more than anything. Anyway, high level framework, let's dive into that. And once you get good enough at setting 2, you can just use this instead of a script. But if you're new to setting or you haven't used this script yet, use that a few times and get used to it first, okay? So we're gonna start off here with the introduction. So the introduction, once again, the 3 C's of tonality and setting, we want to be confused, okay? Now, the purpose of the introduction is, number 1, make it known who we are and why we're calling. Gotta remember, we're calling this motherfucker out of the blue. They don't know who you are, why you're calling. They don't want to answer the call in the first place most of the time. So we need to let them know who we are and why we are calling. We're not a telemarketer. They did opt into our ad, right? Number 2 is we want to get confirmation to have that call. If we don't have confirmation, you think the prospect's gonna fucking open up? No, they're gonna hang up in your face. And also set frame. And like the higher level you get in setting, we don't need to set frame as often. Like I set frame maybe like every 5 calls now if it's closing or setting. But especially like the B2C markets, or especially if you're really new to setting, I highly recommend you do it on every single call. So once again, introduction, sound confused as fuck, make confused faces. It will help you look or sound more confused with your tonality. Sorry guys, cannot talk. Make it known who you are, why you're calling, get confirmation, and set frame. The next part is the discovery. In other words, the Socratic style questioning you're using to understand more about the prospects, where they're at. That's where you're qualifying sometimes. That's where you're seeing if you can help them, you're creating that gap, you're bridging that gap, etc., right? So the first part, or real quick too, second C of setting is curious. You want to sound curious with the tonality here, with that upward inflection, like kind of curious. You have that question at the end of your tonality, right? So the first part of discovery is current situation. Oh, Jesus Christ. First part is current situation. So in other words, where are they at now in terms of the problem you solve? So if you do weight loss, okay, what is their weight? Why are they interested in losing weight? What are they doing to lose weight? Like just find out more context, okay? If they own an agency, what offer? What niche? How many clients do they have? What's their monthly recurring revenue? Like we just want to find out the groundworks of whatever is going on with the problem that you help solve, okay? So we can get some more context. Because if we don't have context, the rest of the college becomes very difficult, and the prospect will feel like you don't know where they're coming from. So discovery, We jump into that, we sound curious, we want to find out more context about where they're at now in terms of solving that problem. Now, the second thing we want to do there is we're going to go, okay, current situation, we know where they're at, we want to ask them about their goals, and then use that to find out the big bottleneck, the big problem that we're going to help solve. So the way we do that is we find out where they want to be, we expand on that if possible, and then we find the biggest problem that is holding them back from getting there or getting there as quickly as they want to get there. Okay, so current situation, find out the goals and find out the problem holding them back from being at the goal right now. Because obviously something is holding them back, else they would already be at their goal right now. Okay, then lastly for the discovery, we want to get a why now. So why do they want to change this now? Do they want to overcome this problem now? Is it important to them now? And then why now? So it's going to create more urgency, increase the likelihood they show to the closing call, and increase the likelihood they close. Okay, recap that: discovery, current situation, goals into problem, and why now. Next up, we want to transition. Third C here, confidence. We want you to sound confident, not like this is what you need, not that type of confidence, but confidence as in you're laid back, you know it's what's best for them, and you don't need this at all. Okay. So the transition, in other words, is going to be a very, very short recap here. Don't try to be fancy and do too much. That's what a lot of sales reps try to do. Keep it nice and short. And we're literally going to recap and say what they said word for word. I literally mean word for word, because they're not going to realize it, but they're going to hear you say exactly what they said to you, and they're going to be like, wow, you understand me so much. You're great. I trust you now. And then it's easier to pitch them, to get them booked in for the appointment, etc., because they feel like they're heard from you, which is super important in human psychology. Boom, easier for them to buy in. So transition, confidence. Lastly is we book and qualify. You still keep up that confidence here. So we book and qualify. Number one is we give a reason for the appointment and we book them in. Now, there are two reasons we can have to book in the appointment. Either A is the problem that they have at hand. Okay, now we can use that to book them in. Like, hey, let's get you on this call and we can go over how we can help you solve XYZ problem and give you some frameworks to help solve that. Okay, for example, or really though, I'm only going to use that if it's very relevant or a major issue. If it's not a major issue, I'm going to use the second method, which is pitch them on the mechanism. Now, depending on what you do, like some people, like weight loss, for example. I know I keep going back to that, but it's easy for everyone to understand. You're probably not going to have a huge mechanism unless you're selling like something specific, like a keto and some specific training plan. You're probably just going to use the problem that they have at hand. Like you need accountability. We can show you how we have great accountability and how we will keep you accountable to help you lose 50 pounds that you want to lose, right? But like something like what we do, a build and release or a biz op offer, you want to pitch them on the biz op idea, not on what you do, but on the idea of the biz op, right? For example, on a call, I can either use someone's lead flow to book them in. That's the problem you have. I can teach you how we would help increase your lead flow and give you some frameworks, or I can pitch them on the mechanism, which is we can help you do a build and release. That's the reason for the closing call. It's more profitable. You're gonna make more money. It's more scalable, etc. Right? Recap that, or lastly, we want to qualify them, then send them content to nurture them. Okay. So recap that for you guys. Introduction, we get confirmation, we let them know who we are, why we're calling. Discovery, current situation, goals into problem, why now to build urgency. Transition and book the call, we sound confident here. Short recap, word for word what they say. We give a reason for booking the appointment, either the main problem they have at hand, which we found out here, or pitching them on the mechanism that you use as a company. We'll get into that in a second. From there, we qualify and we send content. And that's going to be it for the high-level framework. Now let's dive into the actual scripts and you can hear how it sounds, how your tonality should sound, etc. Okay? So we're going to go over the general appointment setting scripts now. Like I said, we also have our appointment setting scripts in there. Not going to go over it on this video because it's very, very similar, obviously, to the general one. But like if you want to go through it or if you want to use it to create your own, there we go. It's literally what our setters use here. Super good, converts obviously. But yeah, I just want to drop that in to help you guys out. Anyway, let's go over the general one. So intro or the connection phase, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. We're letting the prospect know who we are, the reason we're calling, getting confirmation to have the call, and we're setting frame. Ooh, my voice is absolutely done for, so I apologize if my tonality is kind of off. Okay, but obviously we're gonna start the call like, hey, is this John? Hey, is this John? You see how I look confused? Look confused, it'll help with your tonality. But just be kind of skeptical. Have that upward inflection. You're not sure. Hey, John? Okay? That's how the tonality for the entire book needs to work. Yeah, it's John. Oh, cool. It's just Eric here from Cole's team. Saw you on one of our ads about whatever it's about growing your SMA to 100K a month. Saw you on one of our free trainings about X, Y, and Z. Does that ring a bell? And like, you just replace this word here with whatever it is. If it's a free training ad, you say free training. If it's a direct ad, you say ad, like whatever, and then whatever it's about. You know? Does that ring a bell though? And you see how like, I'm not talking really fast, I'm not like trying to spare everything out, like you're taking your time, you're kind of like adding ums, ifs, buts. Does that ring a bell? Like you see I'm kind of like putting gaps between my words too. Yeah, cool. I just a second here. Just want to reach out, see if I could help you out a little bit. You got a few? You got a few minutes? You got 5 minutes real quick? Once again, now we're giving them the reason we're calling. Confirmation they know who we are, reason we're calling. Okay? Then we're also getting confirmation it's okay to have that call. Half of the time, 50-60%, they will say, oh, no, I don't have time. Can you call me back later? Most of the time that is bullshit, and they do have time, they just do not want to talk to you. So if they say no, you're not going to just reschedule, okay? You're going to push back at least one time. Are you sure? It'll be 5 minutes real quick, I promise. Nice and quick. You have 5 minutes? We push back. You have 5 minutes real quick? We want to push back at least one time. Okay, guys? So if they say no, we push back. From there, okay, cool. We want to ask that first question to understand why they clicked on the ad. If we don't understand why they clicked on the ad, we can't fucking do the rest of the call. So we get confirmation. They say, yep, I got 5 minutes. Let's have the call. Cool. So John, give me some more context here. What caught your attention? Check out that ad in the first place. See, I'm still a little bit confused. Taking my time. What caught your attention? Check out that ad in the first place. Oh, X, Y, and Z. Then we set frame. Cool. Well, I'll tell you what then, John. If you are open to it, I love to find it up. Cannot talk. I apologize. Cool. If you're open to it, John, I'd love to find out a little bit more about your situation. Like really where you want to go, and like worst case, I can send over some free resources, or maybe even connect you with the right people on the team. Does that sound fair? Is that okay with you? You okay with that? So then we're setting frame. And we want to be very, very loose with frame. That's how we don't introduce sales resistance with frame. Cool. Like if you're open to it, if you want to, we could have this call. I can find out a little bit more about your situation, like where you want to go, and connect you with the right people, or like worst case, send you some more resources. Is that okay? Are you against that? So boom, we set frame, we get confirmation, have the call again, then we jump in. Going back through all of that. Hey, is this John? Yeah, it's John. Cool. It's just Eric here from Cole's team. I saw you're on one of our ads about scaling your SMA to 100K a month. Does that ring a bell? Yep, that rings a bell. Cool. I had just a second here. Just want to reach out, see if I could help you out a little bit. You got a few? You got 5 minutes real quick? Oh yeah, 5 minutes. Cool. So John, give me some more context here. Like what really what caught your attention to check out the ad in the first place? Oh, X, Y, and Z. Cool. Well, John, if you're open to it, I'd love to find out a little bit more about your situation, like where you're trying to go. From there, like I can either A, connect you with the right people, or B, worst case scenario, send over some free resources. Is that okay? Does that sound fair? And like you see here, you don't have to say word for word. You just want to say like the same thing in general, right? Like in general, we want to say this. You can say it in your own words, whatever comes natural for you, but in general, we want to say that. Boom, that's intro. Now discovery. Now in this part, we're sounding more curious. So a little bit less like and just a little bit more of an upward inflection at the end. Like we're kind of curious like what's going on. Okay, very similar, but just like a little bit less like the kind of questions. You know what I mean? Here we want to gather information on the prospects that we can use to find out if we can help them, if they're qualified, and then use it to book them in and create a deeper desire. So situation, we find out more about the situation, obviously. So here's some questions you can use to choose from. So for example, in the ad, like if you asked what caught your attention about the ad earlier in the intro and they say X, Y, and Z, I was just super interested because I want to scale my agency to 10K a month. So I know you said you want to scale your agency to 10K a month. Like why is that? What's going on? So we can use whatever they said earlier in this question. Whatever you ask here and whatever they say here, that's typically what you want to start with. So like, what do you mean by that? Why is that? Can you expand on that for me? Basically, we want to use this question again here and just say, hey, I know you said this. Can you expand on that for me? Can you tell me more about that? Also, it's like, help me understand, like, are you currently, like, I know you're interested in weight loss, but like, what's going on right now? Like, tell me more about that. Or like, you want to scale your agency, like, what are you doing right now to scale your agency? What are you doing right now to solve X, Y, and Z problem? Okay? And then from there, it's like, you just want to use logic, like, to kind of dig deeper, to just continue to find out more. Like, if you're doing weight loss, you want to find out, okay, how much do they weigh now? How much weight do they want to lose? What are they doing right now to lose weight? What's your diet look like? What's your exercise look like? If you want to, I don't know, you're coaching single moms who are extremely stressed, it's like, okay, how many kids do you have? How long have you been a single mother for? What type of impacts has it had on you? Like, what are you doing right now to work on your stress? How much sleep are you getting? How stressed do you feel? Can you explain that to me? If you're selling marketing to roofers, okay, cool. What's your job flow look like right now? What's your lead flow look like? What's your close rate look like? Like, just get more context surrounding the situation. Some more questions to choose from. How long has that been going on? How's that been going? So you mentioned doing X, Y, and Z. Can you expand on that for me? Like, for example, so you mentioned you're doing, like, you want to lose weight. You mentioned you want to scale your agency. You mentioned X, Y, and Z. Can you expand on that for me? And overall, we want to get things like, if you're doing weight loss, get numbers. If you're doing scaling your agency, get their offer, get their niche, get their clientele, etc. So get more about their current situation. Once again, I don't gotta overdo confusion here, but sound curious. Add an upward inflection at the end of every single question. Okay? Boom, that's current situation, easiest part there, and you can go as deep there as you want. I honestly want to go deeper on situation than you probably think you should go. Okay, that's my little tip there. Go deeper than you think you should. Boom, we go to goals into problem awareness. So once you find out their main goal and use that to find out the biggest problem that's keeping them from being there right now. So I get you want to scale your agency. I get you want to lose weight. I get you want to get more jobs for your business. But like, what's the goal with that? Like, what are you trying to reach? And if they give you pushback there, it's like, yeah, but like, do you want to lose 1 pound? Do you want to lose 100 pounds? Do you want to, get one more client per month, or do you want to get 1,000 more clients per month? And do you want to scale to an extra $1,000 a month, or do you want to scale to 8 figures a month? Like, give them ridiculous ups and downs here if they're, kind of being a hard ass, and they're going to tell you, okay? But overall, we want to find out what that bigger goal is, what they're trying to reach. From there, you want to expand on that as much as you can. Like, if you can't expand on the goal, expand on the goal. If it's super difficult, don't worry about it. It's a set call. We don't have to go super deep. But if you can't expand, you want to expand. And also ask why. Okay, you want to reach 10K a month. Why 10K a month though? You want to lose 50 pounds. Why lose 50 pounds? You want to get an extra 5 jobs per month. Why 5 jobs per month? I'm kind of confused. Okay, so find out the goal. Ask them why. If you can go deeper, but you don't have to. From there, the most important question you're going to ask, it's what's the biggest thing stopping you from getting there, or at least as quickly as you might want to get there. Now, the reason we ask it like that, number one, it's or as quickly as you want to get there, we add that in so we buffer their ego. Because if we just say, what's stopping you from being there right now, their ego is going to get in the way, and they're going to be like, whoa, nothing's really stopping me. I'm going to reach it anyway, X, Y, and Z. But if we add in as quickly as you want to get there, it's going to buffer their ego some, and they're more likely to actually tell us why. Okay, because we don't want to hurt their ego, because it's all precious. That's the closer's job. Okay, so we ask their goal, why that's their goal, we expand on it, then we go, what's stopping you from getting there as quickly as you want to get there? If you can't expand on the problem, you expand on the problem. For example, how long has that been the case? Like, how long has that lead flow been the case? How long has that been an issue? Have you tried anything to solve that? What have you tried? How'd that go for you? So like, if we can't expand on the problem, we want to. If not, no worries, it's a set call. From there, we get the why now. That's the last part of the discovery. Like, is, like losing 50 pounds, like, is that really important to you now? Like, does that really matter right now, though? I mean, it's been 6 months. It's been 6 years of being overweight. Does that matter now? Does getting more jobs and scaling your roofing business, like, does that matter now, though? Because it's been a while. Yeah, of course it matters now. Why now, though? So when they say, at the moment they say it's important now, you ask them, you cut them off, you say, why now? It's like, is scaling your agency important now, though? I mean, it's been a year, John. Like, does this matter yet now, or can you put it off another year? Well, of course it matters now. What, John, why now, though? Like, why does it matter now? Oh, X, Y, and Z, right? So ask them, is it important now? Cut them off and say, why now? At this point, we understand context by the situation. We understand where they want to go. We understand what's holding them back. We understand at a deeper level for both as well. And we have like a buy-in that's important for them to solve now, that they want to solve it now. From there, we transition. So like they transition before we book them in. We're giving them a reason to book them in. So we have two versions. Either A, if you're going to use the problem at hand to set them, or B, if we're going to use the mechanism to set them. So we will go over both. Here we use the confidence, right? So 3 C's, now we're at confidence. So we're transitioning, we're giving them a reason to book in the call. So if it's a problem, it's like, okay, we understand everything now. Now we're going to go to the pitch. So, John, can I share a few? Getting a phone call. So boom, we transition. Now we're confident, right? So John, can I share a few thoughts with you? Yeah, of course. Cool. So look, I have a few trainings. Like I'm definitely gonna send them over, but it's like not necessarily gonna get you to 10K a month overnight. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, of course not. Like we just make it sound ridiculous here. It's like, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Like I completely understand where you're coming from. Yeah, it's like I mean, more than anything, it sounds like you could definitely reach 10K a month, but the only thing holding you back is just your lead flow. It's just getting enough conversations going. So you sound like you're great at closing. You just can't get enough conversations. Is that about right? And if I repeat back to them here exactly what they told me for their goals and exactly what they said their problem was, oh, dude, 100%, like you're spot on. That's so accurate. If you don't say the exact words they said, they're always going to be like, kinda, and then the rest doesn't. It's not as powerful. Okay, so we want you to say back to them word for word what they said. Okay. From there, well, I'm gonna tell you what, John. If you're open to it, I'd love to get you on a call with one of our advisors here. Like regardless of if you become a private client or not, we can actually walk you through a game plan on how you can reach 10K a month and how you can get some more conversations going. Is that something you might be interested in, or are you pretty opposed to that? And we ask it that way because, like, if we really say their goals and their problems to them, and just say we're gonna walk them through how to solve that, and then we ask if they're opposed to that, you really think anyone's gonna say no? Like, no, they're not gonna say no. They're gonna say yes every time, and they're gonna feel really heard and really good about it. Now that's if we're pitching the set call based off of, the closing call based off of the problem they have. Now, if we're using it based off the mechanism, ours is a little bit different if you want to check that out, just because of what we do. But here's the overall framework. It's like, so look, John, like here we help our clients, I'm trying to think of one. We help them, start their own businesses doing X, Y, and Z. Or we help them start their own coaching business. You know what that is? Then we explain it at a high level. So like whatever, I don't know. I don't have a mechanism at hand. Like we explain it at a high level. Okay. So for example, it's like we help people start a coaching business. Like, what that is? Yeah, I know what a coaching business is. Yeah, okay. So like what we're doing here is like we take someone's individual skill sets, the skill sets they already have through their experience in life, and we help them start their own coaching business based off that. So not only can they make a lot of money doing it, but they can also help a lot of people in the process. Now that's why I really want it. That's why I really say. That's why I really think. If you want to reach, 10K a month, and you also want to have a lot more fulfillment in what you do, that's their goal. Repeating back what they said, then there's no better route for you than starting a coaching business, because that's going to allow you not only to make that type of money or even more money, but also allow you to have the impacts that you said you wanted to have. Is that something like you might be looking for? Boom. So we get the buy-in. So what we want to do here is we want to get the buy-in. Like, do you know what that is? I don't know what that is. So you're just getting the buy-in to explain it at a high level, and relate to them. That's why I say, like, if you really want to reach your goal of X, Y, and Z, if you really want to make 10K a month, if you really want to lose 50 pounds, there's no better route for you than whatever your mechanism is, and here's why. Then little buy-in, does that make sense? So once again, repeating that back. So it's like, do you know what a building release is? Like, you know what that is? Cool. So like at a high level, like, you know how you said right now, like, unfortunately, you're only charging the same as like all these other guys in Fiverr, right? Okay. So what we're doing with the build and release is we're providing more value. We're solving more problems for the businesses you serve. So you're not just a commodity. So you can charge a lot more and you can make a lot more. Does that make sense? Okay. And that's why, like, I'm really thinking here, if you do want to reach 7 figures, even 8 figures the next year or two, like, there's no better route than creating a build and release. Because that's going to allow you to charge a lot more, increase your OTV, and you're going to actually stand out in the market this time. I know you said earlier you don't stand in the market, but this time it will allow you to stand out in the market and get clients even easier for more money. Does that make sense? So like, we really want to use what they said earlier and really use it here to pitch the mechanism. At that point, they're like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That sounds great. Then boom, we use that to pitch the call. That being said, though, like I'm not asking for a decision here, but like if you're open to talking more, I'd love to get you on a call with one of our advisors. He can talk about like how we can help you implement, how we can help you start your own coaching business, how we can help you implement the build and release, how we can help you do X, Y, and Z, and like what it would actually look like for us to help you reach 10K a month, to reach 7 figures, to whatever it is. Okay, so recap that 2 different transitions in pitching the call. Either A, using the problem and saying we'll help you solve that problem on the call, or B, using the mechanism. The mechanism one is more powerful, usually, by the way, but if you don't have a mechanism, obviously we can't use that. So if we explain it, we relay the mechanism to them in reaching their goals, and then boom, we use the mechanism to pitch the call. Boom. All that being said, they want to hop on the call. They have like an actual desire, reason, and curiosity for jumping on the call. They already have the gap built up. They're kind of being hinted that, you can bridge the gap. Now we just need to qualify them. We need to nurture them a little bit more and send them some content. Okay. So lastly, we go into booking. Here's the boring part, and most people don't want to go through this entire section. And it sucks too, because you have to stick in pocket for quite a while, and you can tell at this point it's like 15-20 minutes in, the prospect usually wants to leave. Stick through it, do it, it'll help with nurture, okay? And if you build a good relationship at this point, which you should have, they'll have no issues sticking around for the rest of this call. That being said, I'll go through real quick. Cool. Like that being said, like we can get you scheduled, but there's a few more questions I need to run you through. Just make sure like we're as productive as possible in the meeting. Is that okay? So getting by to go deeper and asking the qualification questions. The first one I'm gonna ask is, okay, what's the biggest thing you need help with? We already know that, but number one, it's getting confirmation, and number two, it's just a little warm-up question for the qualification ones. Up next, we ask about partner. So do they have a business partner or a spouse? That would be part of the decision-making process. So we know if we need to get a second person on the call or not. Obviously, if they have a business partner or a spouse that would help them make the decision, they need to be on that call. Boom. Okay, and like in terms of your timeline, what's your timeline for starting? I know you mentioned like it's important now, but like are you looking to start this a few months from now, or is it like something you want to start ASAP? Boom, we get the bind that they want to start now. If they don't want to start now, we need to either discuss that and pre-handle it, or we shouldn't book them in, right? So here, we want to get their timeline and make sure they want to do this now. Lastly, we want to get finances. Now, the way we want to frame this is like, look, granted, obviously it's going to depend on like the value we give you, like the numbers we give you. Like, let's just say everything makes perfect sense. It's the perfect pick. It's exactly what you're looking for, John, to reach 10K a month. Like, how much do you even have set aside to invest into something like that to help you reach 10K a month? So if we use the goals they said here, and we really say like it's a perfect fit, it makes perfect sense, how much do you have set aside, then they're more likely to actually tell us and give us a realistic number. Okay, so we really need to frame it really hard, else they might not tell us, or they might not give us a realistic number at all. Okay, so super important we do that. And if they give you pushback on that, it's just like, yeah, look, I completely understand, I just can't give you a number yet. Because we do a lot of customized stuff here. So as much as I would love to just say it's going to be this much and see if it makes sense or not, like we can't do that until we find out more information about you and what you need, and that's kind of what that call is for. Does that make sense? Okay, that being said, then how much do you even have set aside? Because I can at least let you know if you can give me a ballpark, if it's realistic. So we just reloop. In other words, what we do is custom. I can't give you a number now, so I need to find out more about you. That being said, what are you working with so I can see if it's realistic? And if they give you more pushback, you just repeat that again. And you keep relooping that until they tell you, and if they aren't going to tell you eventually, you just let them go because they probably aren't going to close anyway. Boom. At that point, they're qualified, they're good to go. Cool, everything looks good. That being said, when are you typically free? Mornings or evenings? What's your time zone, etc.? So what we want to do is while we book them in, guys, give them binary options. We don't want to give them a ton of options to go back and forth on. Binary options. What time zone are you? Central? Okay. Mornings or evenings work better? Does tomorrow or the day after that work better? Does 10 a.m. or 12 p.m. work better? Boom, book it in. Make sure they accept the invite. Do you have your email on you? Perfect. Can you pull that up? Can you accept that invite for me? Zoom link's there too. You see that? Perfect. Go ahead and start that email for me. Besides that, get confirmation. They can make the call. Perfect. And you're 100% sure you can make the call. If nothing else would come up. Great. And I sent over another email too. Did you get that? That's going to be your pre-call email. Make sure they go through that. Then say, boom, I'll let you go. Make sure you check out that email. Quick heads up too. The closer will give you a quick call. First of all, I would hype up the closer some. Super great guy, knows a ton about whatever the fuck you help with, knows a ton about losing weight, knows a ton about scaling SMAs, whatever, right? So hype up the closer some, so they're super excited for the call. Then just say he's gonna give you a quick call to confirm that, introduce himself before that call, just so you know that, and make sure you can answer that. So just letting them know too, the closer will give them a quick confirmation call beforehand. Boom. Lastly, we want to end off on a very good note and the aspects that we're here to serve them. Is there anything else I can do for you? Boom, take care. We leave it there. So know that was a lot, guys. But going back through the booking part, we just want to make sure we can run them through qualification questions. We ask them biggest challenge, decision maker, timeline, finances, binary options to book them in, hype up the closure and make sure they know about the confirmation call, leave off on a serving aspect, and boom. That is it. That is the entire set call. That's everything you need to know. Go through this video a couple of times. This should help you guys tremendously though in your setting, and I'll see you guys in the next couple of videos where I go a lot deeper on some more specific skill sets in setting. Y'all take care. Ladies and gentlemen, a video here on common mistakes and objections on set calls. So we're gonna start off with mistakes and then we'll go into objections. And this is just like super important you guys watch the video, because these are just things I see so many sitters, so many business owners run into, and just, I mean, it's just stuff that you guys are doing on almost every single call, and it's like, some of the bigger stuff here, if you literally make these mistakes on the call, it almost ruins the point of having the sales process. As unfortunate as it is, it can still do its job, and it can still help, but when you have certain things, like you get derailed by an objection or you pitch too early, it almost ruins the entire point. As a matter of fact, it can almost hurt the closing call. So that's why it's super important, like we actually go through this and you guys understand what not to do. And then when you do get stuff like quote unquote objections, how to handle them on the set call so you can still successfully get everything properly set up for that closing call, okay? That being said, jumping into it, the most common mistakes, we're gonna go section by section of the call. So for the intro, one of the biggest mistakes people have is they talk way too fast. Okay, another one is they sound like a salesman, and lastly, it's reading from the script. So all these kind of go hand in hand. It's like we just don't want to sound like we're reading from a script. We want to sound natural, like we're calling the person, and like they're almost like our friend, or like we're just kind of confused, making sure it is the right person on what type of energy, but not like, hey John, this is blah 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 from XYZ company. Like we don't want that energy, but we want to, number one, take it slow, right? 3 C's of tonality for setting. We're confused. Take it slow, be kind of confused, you know? Now that's gonna help so we don't sound like a salesman. So if you sound like a salesman, they're probably gonna think you're a salesman because you are, right? So we don't wanna sound like a salesman, and not talking fast, sounding more confused is going to help with that. Also, making it, if you sound like you're reading from scripts, you're gonna sound like a salesman regardless. That's just the case. So if we can make sure it doesn't sound like we're reading from a script, in other words, we sound somewhat conversational, somewhat natural, fluid, and then we also talk slower, we talk more confused, you're gonna have a good intro. Like, biggest mistakes is people talk way too fast, they sound like a salesman, they're reading from a script, especially for the intro. We don't want to do any of these three, because it's automatically gonna raise a red flag and introduce sales resistance into the call. It's harder to actually dig deeper, get them sent for the appointment, etc., etc. Okay, so avoid these 3 things in the intro. Now, for the discovery. Discovery is the hardest part of the call, to be honest, right? But one big thing that people do is they take bullshit responses. So as you guys know, the discovery is basically based off of Socratic style questioning. Now, a lot of people are just going to say bullshit responses though. Like they ask a question and they just, I'm trying to think of an example for you guys that I can actually give you guys so you understand what I mean by a bullshit response. For example, if I say like, what's your goal with this? Like 100% like you want to get more lead flow to your business, but like what do you really want to do? And someone goes, I just want to scale. Well, that's a bullshit response. No shit you want to scale. Every fucking business owner wants to scale their business, right? So when we get a bullshit response like, oh, I just want to scale. Yeah, but like, to what? Does that mean 10K a month or does that mean 10 million a month? Like, what the fuck does scale mean? Like, what do you mean by that? Because that's bullshit, okay? So like, when you get responses that like, they're just kind of bullshitty like that, you don't have to even call them out unless like it just is kind of called for the situation, but just ask the question again. Either that or just give them like absurd examples and they usually tell you. So like absurd example is relooping the question, so you're making sure you're not getting any bullshit responses. Now the next thing is people are trying to educate them rather than find out more on the discovery portion. Like the discovery portion, the Socratic style questioning everything, the entire point is to dig deeper, find out more about the prospect, see if we can help them, build the gap, etc., etc. It's not like you're not coaching them, you know, like you're not trying to educate them on anything. You're just simply trying to find out more through Socratic style questioning. So on the discovery, stop trying to educate the prospects and find out more information about them. The third one is just like not being conversational. In other words, once again, you sound like you're reading from a script. You sound like a script robot. Like we want to be conversational, guys. We don't want to just go, and what is your lead flow like now? Like, you know what I mean? Like, in a really, really easy way to sound more conversational is between your questions, add in some filler words. So I go question, you respond. Okay, yeah, gotcha. That makes sense. And by the way, what's your goal with that? So you get what I did there? It's like I added in a few filler words, like okay, gotcha. By the way, so then I'm just kind of like adding some extra words there, but I'm also taking my time. So when you take your time too, it sounds like you're thinking more, and you're not just reading off of a script. You know what I mean? Another one, and these are two huge ones. They kind of go hand in hand that people have or make mistakes on during the discovery portion, especially in these are probably the most like the worst mistakes, the most lethal mistakes you can make on a set call. So one of them is ending the discovery early to go into a pitch. So I know a lot of sales reps, even closers too, and they just end their discovery early because they don't know where to go, they don't know what to do, they get scared to ask the next question, whatever the fuck it is, and they just go into the pitch. Do not do that. We need to go through the entire discovery. Like that's why you have a script, that's why you have frameworks. So if you get lost, you have something to fall back on. And if you're scared of like feeling uncomfortable or the next question's not gonna land right, I don't give a fuck. Do it. It works. That's why it's there. Okay? So do not end your discovery early to go into a pitch. You want to follow through the entire discovery process. Okay? You want to get situation, goals, problem, why now? Like you want to go through the entire thing. Do not end anything early to go pitch. Also being derailed by an objection, for example. If someone says like, okay, what do you guys do? And then they just go straight to the pitch instead of finishing the discovery. Or if they go, well, tell me the price of your program, and then they just tell them the price. Like we don't want to be derailed through any objections. That's why we're going to go through this framework next. But that's another big thing. Like people just get derailed by one objection and the rest of the call is fucked. Now the issue with these two, it's number one, not only do you not really understand the prospects from a high level, but number two is you lose your frame as an authority. Like when they start asking you questions and you just start telling them and pitching them and all the other bullshit, you automatically lose authority. And then what? They join the closing call and the closer has to fight to get the authority back when he should join the call and already have that authority in his hands on a silver platter, right? So those are the big things for discovery, especially the last two. Now, for booking the prospects in, actually I'm gonna add a few things for you guys. Okay, so I want to add in for transition for you guys. Not giving a reason for the call and just booking them in the calendar. Like, granted, you might give a little bit of reason, but we need to give a very strong, solid, evident reason that either this problem is why you should hop on the call, or because you have this problem, this mechanism would help you solve that. That's why you should hop on the call. Okay, so very, very important there that you actually give them a reason to join that call, to have that call. It's going to dramatically increase show rate, close rate, the likelihood they watch your content, etc., etc. Now, when you're actually booking them in, a huge mistake is not giving binary options. We do not want to give them too many options. They're already confused, never won't. Don't give them anything but like two options, okay? Like, does 10 a.m. or does 11:30 a.m. work better? You know what I mean? Also, people get really, really rushed a lot of time to get people booked in. It's like, don't rush. Take your time. You know, like there's no rush to do it. Granted, if they have to go in like 30 seconds, okay, you probably should rush a little bit. For the most part, people try to rush through the last section of the call, and it's like that was a very, very important section to have a good last impression, to send them content, to make sure they show up for the call, and you rush through it. So don't rush through that. Up next is not getting confirmation that's what they really want. And what I mean by that is you pitch the call, you ask if they want to do that, and they're like, yeah, I guess. Sure. Well, if someone says that to me, I'm like, well, cool, we don't have to do it then. I just won't book you in unless you like really want to do the call. You know, I don't want to waste anyone's time. So like people are just booking them in to get them booked in. Like we don't want to do that unless they really want to be on the call. Okay, you're not booking them unless they really want to be on the call. And then lastly is pitching too hard during the booking and transition. Like you're just either A, you're pitching the company where you're not supposed to pitch the company, you're supposed to pitch the call, or B, you're just going really hard at it. It's like you need to calm down. Like now you're just introducing sales resistance. They don't want to talk to you anymore. Okay. Up next is at the very end, the last thing you're doing when you're qualifying and sending content. A lot of people just rush and skip that. I know they've been on the phone for 15, 20 minutes. You can tell they want to go and everything, but you need to follow through. Do not rush anything, and do not skip this, because that is very, very vital to not only what you do and making money for you as a setter, as a business owner, closer, whatever it is, but also just lost my train of thought. But actually like, nurturing the prospects up, getting them ready to go for the closing call. So do not skip that. Up next is tonality and energy. Like people just giving off like salesman vibes, people being very rushed, or people being too excited or too like down, like too emotional, in other words. So the last one, when you're too emotional, it's gonna make you seem as less of an authority. Okay, so now we don't want that. We want to have that authority frame, as we already went over. Being rushed and sound like a salesman, or when you're rushed, you sound like a salesman typically. Plus, it's not the energy you want to be having, not the energy the prospect wants to be talking to either. So don't do those. And then lastly, like for the purpose of the call, a lot of people only focus on getting as many appointments on the calendar as possible. Granted, we want to book as many people as possible, but that's not the purpose of the set call. The purpose is to qualify, book, nurture, create a gap, create curiosity, see if they're a good fit, and see if we can help them. Okay, so like, the goal is not just to book them on the calendar, the goal is to do all of this. Now that's it for common mistakes. Now we'll go into objections. And real quick too, guys, this isn't objections in the sense like you pitch the call and they're like, well, I need to think about that. I need to go ask my partner before I decide if I'm going to do the call or not. Objections in the sense that they're throwing stuff at you usually during the discovery phase that kind of derail your usual process and can be dangerous if you not handle it the correct way. So the way we want to handle this stuff is by framework here. There's 3 steps. Number 1 is we deflect. Okay, we deflect it. That's number 1. Number 2 is we give them a reason for the next question we're about to ask. And lastly, we ask the question. Now we do this all at once. We always want to do this in one go, because what can happen sometimes is people just deflect it, which isn't horrible, but then guess what? The prospect's going to come back and ask you another question. And at that point, the person who's asking the question owns the frame, and at that point, you lost frame and you're down here and the prospect's up here. That's why we always deflect, then we give a reason, and we go straight into the next question, so we hold frame up here, okay? And like by deflecting, guys, it's like you're mentioning either what you do is like custom, or saying like, oh, you need to find out more about them before you say anything, or like maybe talk to an advisor would help them out a little bit more, something along those lines. So if they ask, well, we'll just go through it here. So if they ask me, tell me the price of your program first, let's say they say that during the discovery, like I'm just asking them about like, okay, what are your goals with this? What do you want to reach? And they go, well, I mean, it kind of depends, like how much does your program even cost? I don't want to waste your time. Well, if it's in a discovery, I'm going to say something along the lines of like, well, to be honest, it kind of depends on what you need. We do a lot of custom things. That being said, if I did know a little bit more about your situation, where you want to take this, I could at least give you some type of ballpark or let you know if this is realistic for you. So I'm kind of curious then, what really is your goal with your agency? Like, what are you trying to reach? So to go back over that, it's like, well, it depends on what you need, because we do a lot of custom stuff. That is deflecting, okay? You're deflecting by saying, it depends, because we do a lot of custom stuff. In other words, I can't answer that question right now, okay? We never want to answer the questions, we always want to deflect. Reason being for that too, guys, is not only can we lose frame, but also we never know what's going to set off a red flag in the prospect's mind. Like I might, like obviously for this it's a little bit different, but like if they ask us what we do, or they ask us some stupid specific question, and you answer it, you never know, you might set a red flag, and then, you know, they might not want to be closed anymore, right? Or like work with you, whatever it is. But anyway, we deflect. After that, we want to give context, give a reason for the next question we're going to ask, which is, that being said, if I found out more about your situation, I could give you a figure or a ballpark. So I'm kind of curious. So boom, now we give them a reason for the question we're about to ask. And then lastly, on top of that, we're gonna go straight into the next question. So like question, and obviously if they ask you that during the middle of your discovery, you just reloop the question you just asked. Boom, easy. Now if they ask you that while you're financially qualifying, saying, you know, meaning like you just booked in the call, you're about to book in the call, saying, okay, how much do you have set aside for a program or mentorship like this? Here's what you're gonna do then. I'm gonna say something along the lines, well, to be honest, that's kind of the point of the call with our advisor, because like we do a lot of custom things, so I can't really give you a number or figure until we get some more information about you and where you're trying to take this. That being said though, if I did know kind of like, at least a ballpark, like what you're working with, I can let you know if it's realistic or not. So can you at least give me a ballpark or something so I can let you know? So once again here, we're going to start off with deflecting. So that's kind of the point of the call. With our advisors, we do a lot of custom things. That being said, if I find out more about you, if I can know what you're working with, whatever, right? So it's like, that's kind of the point, but we do a lot of custom things. That's the point of the call. That's the point of the call. We do a lot of custom things. So we're deflecting it here. In other words, we're just saying, we're going to have to wait for the fucking call with the advisor, number one. And number two, we do custom stuff. We're deflecting. Now the second thing is giving a reason for the next question. Like that being said, if I can at least get a ballpark, I can let you know if it's realistic or not. Now that basically serves as a question and a reason for the question all in one. So that one's fine, obviously. But overall, it's still the same framework. Deflects, reason, question. Deflects, reason, question. Boom. And so you guys know these are the three main objections you're going to get. You guys will get other ones, but overall, it's all the same. You do this for literally any objection on a set call. Now, the second most common objection you guys will get is, what do you guys do? And you're probably like, well, how is that an objection? It's because either A, as a salesman or as a setter, a lot of people just go into a pitch, which is not what you want to do. Or B, once again, we don't know what will set off a red flag in their head and then make them like not want to buy or work with you. Okay, that's why we're considering this an objection. Now, what I would do is, once again, we want to deflect. Only a little bit though. I do want to give them a little bit, because if we just completely deflect this and we don't actually give them any information about what we do, it's like they genuinely just might have no clue, right? So we probably need to give them a little bit of context before we move forward, right? Plus, if we do it correctly, we can even build a little bit of curiosity here before we continue with our questions or wherever we're at on the call. So what I typically say is like, cool, well, at a high level, X, Y, and Z. At a high level, we help people scale their agencies from, wherever they're at, to be honest, to 7, sometimes 8 figures. That being said, I can definitely dive a little bit deeper and give you some more specifics on that if I get a better idea of where you're at. That being said, boom, question. So it's like, at a high level, we do X, Y, and Z. So we're kind of deflecting. We're kind of giving them a little bit a very, very high level overview, literally one pretty quick, short, to the point sentence, 10 seconds long, nothing more. And then we go into that being said, I can definitely give you some more information. I can definitely help you out a little bit more, give you some specifics if I find out more about your situation. So now we're giving context for the next question, and then we ask the question. That being said, question, right? Same framework, guys. Deflects, reason, question. Last one you're gonna get in very, very, very common here, probably gonna get on around half your calls, is I'm busy, call me later, whatever, right? Now, if you get this during the intro, meaning you just asked, hey, you got a few minutes? You just want to, whatever, ask you a few questions, see if I can help you out, whatever, you got a few minutes? Just want to help you out. You got 5 minutes real quick? So basically, in the intro, whenever you ask if they have a few minutes, that's when you get this objection. No, I'm busy. Can you call me back later? I don't have 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Can you call me later? Can you call me tomorrow? I'm busy right now. I'll give you a call back later, though. So most of the time, that's bullshit. Because once again, like we talked about in the crash course, they don't want to talk to you. There's no reason for them to talk to you because you just interrupted their day and you're trying to sell them something, right? So they just do not want to speak with you. That being said, if they give you that objection, you're going to fire back one time. If you really want to, you can do twice. I used to do twice, but I switched it over to one after maybe 4 or 5 months of setting, just off the facts that then you're not angering the prospects, you know what I mean? And it's if you have to push back twice, it's either A, they're angry and they probably won't join the call you schedule, or B, they probably weren't going to join that call to begin with or have that call anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So I just push back one time. It's are you busy? Nah. Or, sorry, you got 5 minutes? No, I'm busy. Give me a call later. Are you sure? You don't have 5 minutes, just real quick? And just make it sound really, really absurd and really easy to say yes to. Are you sure? It'll be 2 to 3 minutes, just really quick, I promise. Make it easy to say yes to. It'll be 5 minutes real quick. You got 5 minutes? Are you sure? You don't have 5 minutes? And then if they say it again, then you can reschedule them for a set call later. And then if you get this objection while you're booking them in, meaning you're okay, what works better for you, Tuesday or Wednesday? And to be honest, I'm busy. I can't do this for 2 weeks. Now, if they give you anything under 5 days, obviously don't say this, but if it's 1.5 weeks and greater, obviously you want to kind of pre-handle that and see if they're even serious. So if they say that, I'm just going to be well, I'll honestly take a wild swing here and say this isn't a priority for you, because if you can't make 45 or 30 minutes for the next few days, I mean, it's just probably the case, right? So that one you're not going to get quite as often, but when you do, it's like they're just not serious. Like end of day, they just are not serious unless they're going on some vacation or have some family thing. So if they give me that objection towards the end of the call, I'm gonna be like, look, I'm gonna be honest, it just sounds like you don't care about this. You're not serious about, you know, losing weight, about scaling your SMA, whatever it is. Is that fair to say? Is that correct? And then either A, you get them booked in sooner, or B, they say yes and you fuck them off. So yeah, those are the 3 most common objections. No matter what though, you deflect, you give reason, and you go straight into the question. And also the mistakes down here that we want to avoid. Hopefully that was a helpful video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Okay guys, quick video here on how we can increase your show rate through set calls. Now, obviously, like end of day, this is basically saying have a good set call and you're going to have a high show rate. And obviously that's true, but here we're gonna like actually break down each step by step. So maybe if your show rate's not as good as it should be, or set call's not as good as it should be, you can kind of go back through this and see, okay, I'm doing this, I'm not doing this part I need to work on, etc., etc., etc. So we're gonna kind of dive into this, why each section will increase the show rate, and then like how exactly that works, what we want to focus on to really make sure we have, you know, an 80% plus show rate from your set calls. So the first thing, and the first 2 go together, once again, we talk about this in almost every setter training, but we want to create some type of gap between where the prospect is and where they want to be. And the issue why that's so big to really increase show rate, it's like if there's no gap and they don't see like they're not where they want to be, and there isn't some type of problem or issue that needs to be solved there's not really a big reason for them to join the closing call, right? Like granted, yeah, if there's no gap, there's no reason for them to join because there's no problem for them to solve. And you could be like, well, what if they just want to do it faster? Because some prospects just want to move faster. Well, with them not moving as fast as they want is that gap, and we have to build that gap out more. So if there's no gap, like the likelihood they show is just very, very small. The likelihood they close is even smaller, right? Now the second thing we want to do there is if we can build curiosity that we can help bridge that gap with what we do, then your show rate's gonna skyrocket. Because they're gonna understand they're not where they want to be, there's some type of problem there, and if you can help them solve the problem, like worst case, they at least will show up to the call and hear what you have to say. The third thing here is build genuine rapport, okay? So once again, this is the first time these people are talking to your company like person to person, so your first impression and your last impression matter a ton, okay? And when I say genuine rapport, I don't mean like a little small talk in the front of the conversation, like, oh, how's the weather? What city you live in? Oh, I always wanted to visit, you know, whatever the fuck, San Antonio, Burning, Texas, whatever, right? So we want to build genuine rapport. The way we build genuine rapport is 2 things. Number 1, we match their energy. So we're going to talk about this in the energy and tonality training, but we want to have not the same, but similar energy, okay? Similar energy to the prospects. That's going to help build rapport and help them like you more, therefore you're going to be more persuasive to them. The second way we can build genuine rapport is near the back half of the call. We can have a little bit of small talk, a little bit of conversation, only if it comes naturally. And the reason why we do it in the back half, because then it's pretty evident, like you're not chopping on the call, trying to, you know, build a fake relationship that doesn't exist from the start. You know what I mean? Like, but if we do it throughout the call, especially towards the tail end, it's going to be more natural and it will actually build genuine rapport. Okay. Now the next part, very, very similar. It's like we want to build respects and be seen as an authority. Because if we build respects, like they're not going to want to disrespect you and not show up to the call. And if we're seen as an authority, like you don't want to no-show the doctor. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's like when you're more of an authority, you're going to be more persuasive, number 1. And then number 2, they're going to be really eager to talk to you more because they see you as an authority, as an expert, etc., etc. The next part is getting confirmation. That one is very little, but it's like if we can get them to accept the invite, to start the email with the Zoom link, and overall just say, yep, I'm 100% making that no matter what. It does help a little bit. Like just them saying that out loud and making that verbal commitment and everything, it does help. Obviously not nearly as much as everything else on here, but it will help, okay? The next thing is letting the prospect feel heard. If you have really good discovery and you really relay your transition in a way where you're repeating back word for word what they tell you, and the prospect feels very heard, they're more likely to show up for the closing call because they're probably going to like you more. They're going to feel like you really understand them. You probably do a lot of custom stuff and you can really help them out. So if the prospect feels heard, they're also a lot more likely to show. Up next is going deeper than surface level. If we just go surface level, it's like we didn't really dig into anything. So like the quote unquote gap you might have is like, it's there. It's just like not nearly as deep as it should be. But if we can go deeper than surface level and really start like pulling away from the gap, really start hitting the pain, really start hitting the goals, really make sure it's what they want to do, then the likelihood they show is a lot higher. Okay, because it basically will just amplify everything else here. Also having a really good why now, that's another reason, right? So like if we have a really good why now, like I have to do this now, I need to make a change now, and they say that on the set call, do you think they're going to show up for the closing call? Most likely. So if we can have a solid why now, granted we can't always control like how solid the why now is, but if we can, it does help. Then lastly, it's just if we get them to watch content from the set call, we get to nurture them a little bit more. Obviously, if it's good content, they're more likely to show up for the call. Yeah, that's it. I know like basically this video is like have a good set call and then you're going to increase show rate, but it's like here are the separate parts that increase show rate and like the specific things that you can do to help them out, etc., etc. So y'all can at least look back and review and see what you need to work on. That's it for this video though, and I will see you guys in the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, want to go over the structure for a closing call. Now, once again, like the setting structure video, this will be very, very high level stuff. We're not going in depth or anything. I just want you guys to be able to understand things at a high level, because as you get better, you're not using the scripts, you're just using the high level frameworks, the high level sections like this in your call, and you're kind of maneuvering throughout each section on the call, just with your mental and sales IQ and everything, okay? That being said, we will dive much deeper in these, especially for closing, in the next, I think, 6 or 7 videos. So definitely go watch those if you need some more help here. That being said, we have 3 different parts to the call. We have the discovery, which is going to be 70 to 80% of the call, to be honest with you. Then we have the pitch, so just relating. First of all, discovery is bridging a gap between where they're at and where they want to be, okay? And creating some urgency there, creating a want, creating a desire to change and for them to take responsibility for that. Then the pitch, just relating what you do to what they need help with, essentially. And then objections is just, okay, you try to close the deal, and if they're not closing right then, we can objections so we can close that deal, right? Now, for discovery, and so you know, if you're doing a 2-call close, we have the structure set up. So you only go through the first few sections on the 2-call close, then you split it up. But either way, the structure is the same. There's just a little line in between here, okay? That being said, the first part is discovery. So the first section there is connection. Connection, what we want to do here is just hop on the call and not build sales resistance and put the energy and kind of like give the prospects an open plane to talk, okay? So it's like we don't want to build sales resistance, so we want to not say anything with super sales related language or like super sales related tonality and everything, because what happens if we do that is they put up a big wall in their mind, a big red flag, and it's hard to get through, and if they do that in the first 10 seconds of the call, it's nearly impossible to close them. So we don't want to build sales resistance, and we want to give the prospects an open field. So it's like, what are you looking for specifically here? Now, when we give them the open field, then we can find out why they're here, what they're looking for, and even just see if expectations are right to begin with, to be honest with you. Once we get that done, I mean, this is literally like 1 to 2 minutes max, really quick. We want to go to current situation. So during current situation, that's always going to be the second step, really, no matter what. It's just like, what's going on right now? Let's get some more context, because I don't really understand anything. It's literally like I don't understand where you're at right now or what's going on. I need to get more context here, so let me do that. So like, for example, let's say you're selling how to make money online. Okay, like what are they doing for work right now? What has them interested in trying to make money online? What are they doing right now to try to make money online? Like just get a better understanding of their current situation, of what's going on there, so we can ask more skilled questions or more loaded questions during problem, during solution, during desired state, etc. Depending on what you're selling, depending on the prospect, this might be as short as 1 minute, or it could be as long as 20 minutes, like genuinely. So like if you're selling how to make a biz op offer, for example, so like how to quit your 9 to 5, make money online, 90% of the discoveries literally give me a situation problem most of the time, like back and forth, especially if they have a big pain. Anyway, once we figure that out, we want to figure out the problem. So kind of start building that gap between where they're at, where they want to be, and really just trying to figure out like what is the problem, number one, how long has it been a problem, what impacts has that problem had? Because obviously there's some type of problem they're here to solve, because that's what businesses do, right? Businesses solve problems, so your business solves a problem for this person. So what is that problem? And we need to start making that problem more prevalent. So it's either one or two things most of the time. Either they understand it's a problem and they're just gonna start opening up and cranking open on that problem, and you can just nudge deeper and deeper and deeper. Or the second situation would be like, they might not even know it's a problem, or they don't want to even admit it's a problem. So we have to ask such skilled questions that it literally it just makes it obvious that there's just such a massive problem there. Like literally will make them feel stupid for them to not admit that there is a problem. Like for example, Jeremy Miner, when he sold his sales strength to Google, they didn't think there was a massive problem, but he was like, so what are you guys doing to like train your sales reps on like tonality? So the prospect that lets their guard down and will answer their questions to a deeper extent. And they're like, fucking nothing. And then with that skilled question, they then realize that they had a massive problem that needed to be solved. Now from there, once we get the problem, we dig deeper in there and we really know the impact of it, we go to solution. So solution is two things. Number one, what if they tried in the past to solve this problem? So we can find the good and the bad of it, so we know what to pitch and what not to pitch, and also what are they looking for. Once again, if we get what they're looking for, we can include that into the pitch and literally tell them back word for word, really word for word what they're looking for, and say, hey, that's what we do. So it just makes it like, wow, you guys really understand me, you're exactly what I'm looking for, etc., etc. So solution, once again, what have they done in the past? Expand on that in both ways, and then what are they looking for? Now, desired state is depending on your offer. We really want to build this up as much as possible, really build up the future pace here. Like what goal, what do they want to reach if that problem that you help solve is solved? What would that do for them? What would that do for the business? How would life look differently then? What are they looking to do long term? What's their long-term vision after that initial goal is hit? Like we really want to build that up. Like what is their goal? What does that look like? How does that feel? What's their long-term goal, long-term vision, etc.? Once we get that like at the top of the mountain here, and we move on to consequence. Now consequence is essentially, okay, they feel really good. Wow, that's great. If we solve this problem, blah, 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 blah. Boom, pull the rug from beneath their feet and say, that's fucking wonderful and dandy, but you're not even there right now, and I need you to admit that and admit you need to change. Okay, so consequence is basically saying, what happens though, I know you want to be there, what happens though if you don't make any changes and you stay exactly where you're at, and they're going to start feeling shitty, which is what we need, because when they feel shitty, it's going to give them more urgency. It's going to make them realize, I need to fucking make a change, I need to buy what you have if it makes sense for me, right? Now the last part is commitment. This part is literally 30 seconds. It's just tying down, is this important now? Why is it important now? Are you ready to make a change? And it's not even saying, are you ready to buy from me? It's just, are you ready to fucking make a change in? And if you do desired state and consequence correctly, commitment's going to be so easy, and you can really give them a lot of pushback. Like if I do that correctly on a call for here, I will literally give the answer like, are you sure you're ready to change now? Yes. Are you sure? Like it's not fucking easy, and it's going to cost you a lot of money. Like, are you really positive you are ready to make a change? Because you can stay where you're at, and it's going to be a lot easier. And they always come back running. They always come back running. And at that point, they're practically going to beg me to pitch them. And at that point, I have so much leverage and so much emotional buying going into the pitch. Now, during the pitch, we'll go deeper on this, but essentially you're just relating what you do to them. So it's not like a one-size-fits-all pitch, but you relate what you do to the prospect to make it feel more personalized and to make it feel like you really understand them. Like your service, your products are more custom for them. Lastly, we ask for the close, and if needed, we handle objections, which is a lot, and we're going to do a lot of trading on that later on, but that's the last part there, and we'll go deeper onto that later. Overall, that is the structure for a closing call. Hopefully that was valuable, and I'll see you guys in the next couple of videos where we go much deeper on all of that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing crash course. Now, on the video here, it's like, if you're about to go make your closing scripts, if you're just getting to closing, if you have your first sales call in an hour and you don't know what the fuck to do, watch this video. I'm gonna go over the basics and the high level overview of what closing is, what you need to be doing, how the call works, how the script works, etc., etc. Now, jumping straight in, because we don't want to waste any time here. Actually, let me make this a tad bit bigger. Boom, what is closing? It's a conversation to convert the prospect into a paying client. Now, side note here, the deal is not actually done until they either pay you or they sign the contracts, okay? So, boom, that's what closing is. You sure I know that though. Now, the section of the closing call will have different purposes. The first one is to qualify and or see if they are a good fit. This means not only are they good fit to work with you guys, like for us if they're doing above 5K a month, or they have a high IQ, right? But also making sure you can actually solve the problem that they have at hand at face. So making sure you guys are both a good fit for each other, right? Besides that, what do we want to do? Well, we want to create a gap between where the prospect is and where they want to be. That is the biggest purpose of the closing call. We have to create the gap between point A and point B, because if there's no gap there, there's no problem to be solved, and they're not going to buy your stuff. So creating that gap. Now, the next thing is we need to create doubt within the prospect as well. We create that gap. Now, there's an imaginary bridge in the prospect's head. When we create doubt, it breaks that bridge, and they're like, fuck, I can't do this myself. Now there's a gap, there's a problem, and I can't solve it myself. Then what do we want to do? We want to put responsibility onto the prospects, because when we put responsibility onto the prospects, they're going to understand it is up to me to fix this gap. There's a problem in my business, in my life, in my marriage, whatever it is, and it's up to me to fix this gap. So now we have doubt, they can't do themselves, and responsibility, it's up to them to still fix it. What else do we want to do? We want to bridge that gap. That's going to be your pitch. What you do is bridging that gap between point A and point B, so the prospect clearly sees you're what they need to solve their problem and get to their desired state. What else? Well, before we ask for the close, we want to pre-handle as many objections as possible, because objections are hard to fucking deal with, especially when you're new to sales. So we want to pre-handle as many as possible to make it as likely as possible that we close the prospect. Now, lastly, we ask for the sale and we close or handle objections if need be. Okay? Now, super important here as well. This conversation should be based off Socratic style questioning, not telling and not pitching. In other words, you're not convincing the prospects, you're not selling the prospects. However, you're helping create a belief within the prospects, helping them see problems that were otherwise unseen, helping them see really what they need to do to achieve their goals using questioning. And very skilled questioning, okay? So we use Socratic style questioning on the closing call. We're not telling or convincing. Now that covers some basics. Let's go into a few more. So number one, obviously, is a 30 to 60 minute Zoom call. This can be done over a 1 call close or 2 call close. If you're like, what the fuck does that mean? Go back to the lead nurture one and the sales process videos and go watch the difference so you understand them. Anyway, now it's super important that we're using, once again, Socratic style questioning. Now that's going to be to create the gap, to pre-handle objections, and to handle objections. So in other words, unless you're bridging the gap, in other words, pitching, you're using Socratic style questioning the entire fucking call. Got it? Got it. Now another thing that's very important is a lot of people try to make this pitch, the pitch for the closing call, like really fancy, and they try to like sell them really hard and like just make it sound so good. Like, yeah, we use AI and we're gonna do this, and here's another feature, and blah, 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 blah. No one gives a fuck. Now, the pitch is not a fancy spiel. The pitch is simply just saying, here's what we do and here's how it relates to you. In other words, I know you're here. What we do is this, and that's gonna help you get to point B. Okay, it's just relating what you do to what the prospect needs and what they earlier told you. Now, another important point is to go fucking deep on these calls. We have a lot of people in here and they're doing these quick 15-minute calls that's not going to close the prospects. We want to go fucking deep. And I promise you're not going too deep. There might be a few people in here that are going too deep. I promise you, you are not one of them. Go deeper on your sales calls, okay? Now, another important thing is we want to get what we need from each section of the call before we move forward. Okay, if we don't get what we need and we move throughout the call, well, it destroys the whole purpose. Like, for example, if you don't actually create the problem and see how it's impacted them and create the gap there, and then we move on to desired state and we try to build up a goal in their head, it doesn't fucking matter because we didn't get the problem. And it doesn't matter if we get the goal if we don't have the problem. So finish every section and get what you need before you move on. Period. Don't pussy out, in other words, okay? Because a lot of people, they get uncomfortable, they don't know where to go, and they just leave, and they just go to the next section, get what you need before you move on, period. Other important things, it's like, don't take bullshit from prospects. Prospects are gonna give you a lot of bullshit. Do not take bullshit, okay? Like, call them out for that. Another thing is like, do not be the prospect's friend. I'm just trying to spit a little bit of game your way to help you guys out. But like, do not be the prospect's friend. You're not there to be some friendly guy. You're there to get the job done. You're there to close the deal. You're there to coach them, advise them, not be a friendly guy. What else can I give you guys? That'll be it for now. I'll probably throw a few more nuggets your way later on. Up next is tonality and energy. So we want to be neutral and be seen as an authority. So being very neutral is going to help you be seen more and more as an authority on these calls. A very good frame for that is like you want to have the frame of a doctor. For example, when you walk into the doctor's office, you're going to answer any fucking question they ask you, period, right? And they're going to sit there and they're going to make question, right? Like you're not questioning the questions they're asking them, because they are the authority and you're going to listen to them. Whenever they prescribe you something, you're going to take that, period, because they're the expert, they are the authority, right? Like they don't have to sell you on the prescription, you just go take it, you go buy it. And that's what we want from these calls. We want to be seen as a dogster, and the pitch is a prescription, and they do it by default, right? Because you're such an authority. Overall too, it's like, you don't need to sell. I mean, you don't need to sell. Like, you need to have the energy, like, I do this every day. I'm relaxed. You don't even want to be upfront and tight. Like, relax a little bit. You do this every fucking day. It's what you do. It's easy. And you should be detached from the sale. That's the big thing there, guys. If you're detached from the sale, it will help you tremendously. Okay? Now, up next is two C's of closing. We want to be charismatic and curious. When we're charismatic, obviously the prospects will want to talk to us more, and they're going to like us more. Then by default, it's going to be easier to persuade them. And then when we're curious, it's going to help us go deeper on our calls. It's going to help us create a bigger gap, find out more about the prospects, understand them better. Therefore, it's easier to close the prospects. Lastly, in terms of energy, what we want to do is we want to match the prospect's energy. Because whenever we match their energy, so if they're really like this and they're really talking like high energy, like really talking fast, you want to kind of mirror that on your call and kind of talk like this. Now, if they're really low energy, they're kind of chill, leaning back, you want to lean back in your chair a little bit. You want to talk a little bit slower, be a little bit more chill too, a little more monotone, right? So it's like we want to match their energy, because whenever we match their energy, they will see themselves in us, because we're mirroring them, right? And then they're going to like us more, and when they like us more, it's going to be easier for them to open up and easier to persuade them. So match the prospect's energy, but one level closer to neutral. So what do you mean by that, Eric? So if the prospect's energy is up here and the neutral's here, you want to lower it one and be one level closer to neutral. So it's like we get the liking effects. However, we still have the authority effects at the same time. If the prospect's down here and neutral's here, we go up one. So one level closer to neutral. Now I'm going to recap off that. That was a lot. Number one, Socratic style questioning throughout the entire call except for the pitch. Number two is on the pitch. It's not a fancy spiel that you're trying to convince them on. It's just relating what you do to what they need. Go fucking deep on these calls. Get what you need before you go to each section. Don't take bullshit, and like really follow through on every section of the call. In terms of energy and tone, be an authority. You want to have the confidence and the energy like you do this every day. Like you do not need the sale, and like you're detached from the sale. Being detached will close you so many more deals. Another thing here is have insane conviction. If you're extremely convicted, actually I'll touch on that in a second. So another thing is be charismatic and curious, and then match the prospect's energy, but one level closer to neutral. Now back to conviction. If you don't know how to fucking sell, conviction will solve 90% of your issues. Now you're probably like, Eric, what do you mean by that? So if you're extremely convicted in what you do, it would just be so much easier to close the prospects. Because it's like, for example, if you knew for a fact like how to make $1 million right now today, and you went back to your younger self, that's let's say 10 years younger, right? And you wanted him to make the $1 million now so you could take care of your mom, like and retire her earlier, whatever it is. Think about how you would explain it to him or her on why they should do that thing that's going to make them $1 million. Now pretend like your younger self does not know that's your future self. They think it's a random person. Let me explain it like this. That was kind of messy. Let me explain it like this. Imagine you're going back to your younger self like 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever it was, and you're trying to explain them to buy into Bitcoin. The thing is, they don't know it's you. They just think it's some random stranger. And you have to explain it to them to buy into Bitcoin then. Imagine the conviction that you're going to have to say, put all of your fucking money in this because it's going to change your life, or change your life in 2 to 3 years, and 4 years from now. So like, imagine if you're doing that, you're not even thinking about closing them or sales process, but you're just so convicted in what you do, you're probably going to persuade them. Because at first they're probably like, no, what the fuck do you mean? But you're going to continue pushing and continue pushing and continue pushing until you close them. Because you're so convicted and you care about yourself so much, you're going to make sure that deal happens because you have the opportunity. That's what you need to have on the sales call. You need to be fucking convicted in what you do and say, if they do this thing, it's going to change your life. So I need to convince them. I need to persuade them. I need to change their beliefs so they get onto my side of the table and they can do this thing because it's going to change everything for them. So don't give up on your prospects either like that. Because if you're convincing yourself to buy into Bitcoin, like whatever it was 4 years ago, you're not going to give up on yourself. You're going to convince that motherfucker and be convicted as hell until they do it. Okay? Now I'm not saying be sleazy and push people to buy. You don't want that. But I'm just saying be so fucking convicted in what you do that's going to solve 90% of your sales problems for you. Be fucking convicted, and everything else will come so much more naturally. Objection handling, tonality, energy, asking good questions, etc. Here's another piece for you. If you're really convicted in what you do, really convicted in your products and your service, you're going to have a better discovery. Because it's like, if I'm really convicted that I can help a online coach scale their fitness business to 80K a month, well, I'm gonna have a really good discovery when someone hops on a call with me. Because if I don't even know if they're an online coach that has a fitness business doing X, Y, and Z per month, I don't know if I can help them out. And if you're truly convicted that what you do can help that prospect solve their problem so well, you're going to have such a good discovery by default, because you need to find out more about the prospect to see if you even can help them, right? In other words, what I'm trying to get at here is be fucking convicted in what you do. That will solve 90% of issues. And like, honestly, if you're convicted, you don't have to worry about any of this. It's gonna happen by default, okay? Now, if you're not that convicted yet, or you're still working on that, or you're still trying to dial in fulfillment, well, here we go. Here are the basics. Here's how you use your tone. Here's how you use your energy, etc. Okay? I'm gonna go and recap one more time for you guys. So it's like, number one, here are the purpose of the closing call. Qualify them to make sure they're a good fit for you and you're a good fit for them. Create a gap, bridge the gap with the pitch, create doubt, create responsibility, pre-handle and handle objections. Use Socratic style questioning throughout the entire thing. For tone and energy, you're going to be neutral. In authority, you want to be detached from the sale. You want to be charismatic and curious. You want to match their energy but closer to neutral. But overall, conviction will solve all these issues, okay? Now that you understand a little bit more about closing, the energy and everything you need to have, it's like, okay, what do I do on this fucking call though? Like, I have a 30-minute or 60-minute Zoom call, books on the calendar. How the fuck do I close them? Here is the framework we're going to use. And essentially how this works is your discovery will be 70%. Connection to commitment, I know you don't know what that is yet, but that is going to be discovery. Pitch is going to be really quick. It's just bridging the gap with what you do to what they need. And then objections is whatever they say after the close that is basically keeping them from buying, right? So I'm going to walk you through that. Connection, that's going to be the introduction to the call. Now the goal out of connection is to put the focus on the prospects. Now I'll show you what that actually looks like. So during the connection phase, the very intro to the call, here's how you're going to start it. Hey John, can you hear me? Can you see me? Bring a little bit of energy, right? Like, not too much, because we don't want to introduce sales resistance, but bring a little bit. John, can you hear me? Can you see me? Perfect. Now we set frame. Now, depending on your offer, we might tell you do not set frame, because it will introduce more sales resistance. Otherwise, we're going to set frame. So John, let's just use today, to get a better understanding of, where you're at, where you want to go, and just kind of see if I might be able to help you out to get there. That being said, what are you looking for on today's call specifically, so I can really help you? So I'm going to run through this again and explain it. So number one, during the connection phase, the goal is to do an introduction for the call and put the focus on the prospects. Now, what we don't want to do is introduce sales resistance, because a lot of sales training, a lot of people, they want to hop on calls and be like, hey John, how's it going? So today I'm going to ask for a yes or no decision. I'm going to run you through a few questions and blah, 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 blah. Fuck that. Every single salesman they've ever talked to they've heard that from every sales guy ever. It's going to introduce so much sales resistance, in other words, blockage in their head, and you won't be able to get around that, and then just like that, you can't close the deal. Or even if it doesn't, it's like everything you're saying there, it's not helping you close the deal. You don't care how the fucking weather is in Milwaukee. You don't care how their day's going, right? And if you tell them you want a yes or no answer on the call, you really think that's going to change their mind if they're not sure about it? If anything, they're just going to say fucking no. So what we want to do here is the first 30 seconds to 2 minutes of the call, introduction to the call, and put focus on the prospects, and do so without introducing sales resistance. So like small talk, the only time you're going to use small talk is if they bring it up. Then you're asking, yeah, how's your day going, John? Oh yeah, the weather's great here. How about yourself? Only if they bring it up and you can tell they want to talk about that. Otherwise, fuck this. As a matter of fact, I'm going to delete this because I know too many people try to do that. So it's just, can you hear me? Can you see me? Perfect. Set frame if you need to. We're not setting the frame hard and strict. It's like, I want a yes or no answer. I want to run you through a few questions. It's laid back because we don't want to introduce sales resistance. And as a matter of fact, really good salesmen, people don't even know it's a sales call. right? So it's like, look, I just want to get a better understanding of like where you're at, like what you're going through and where you want to go, just to see if I might be able to help. See how laid back that is? Like we want to be that laid back with our tonality, our energy, the words we're saying. Then the only real question we're asking is, what are you looking for specifically? What caught your interest? How can I help you out? Why did you book in the call today? Now we're asking that because we want to find out why they're there and give them an open floor, put focus onto the prospects, right? Like we need to find out why they're there in the first place. So that's the whole point of connection, guys. Now don't overcomplicate it. Like end of the day, you're just saying these 3 things here. Like we don't want to introduce a ton of sales resistance, and we want to be laid back about it. That's connection. Now the next part is going to be situation. Now if you're confused, before I go into situation, if you're confused, all you're saying in connections, like just, can you hear me? Can you see me? What are you looking for today specifically? Like you can just say that, it'll help you out. So if you're confused, you're lost, like holy fuck, Eric, I don't know what you just said. I have a call in 30 minutes. There you go. Okay. Now situation, it's like, we want to get more context on what's going on with the problem you help solve. So what is the prospect currently doing to solve the problem your business helps solve? And what is the surrounding context that will help them make an informed decision and help you see if they're a good fit for you and vice versa, right? So questions for situation phase might be like, what are you doing now to lose weight? What are you doing to get leads? If it's B2B, you want to gather info. So like what's their monthly revenue? What's their close rate? What's their lead flow? Where are they getting leads from, etc., right? If it's B2C, we want to go a little bit more probing. Like, what are you doing right now to lose weight? What do you mean by that? Can you expand on that for me? What's going on in your life that made you like talk to me today? Like, when did this happen? How long has this been going on? So like, in other words, current situation, don't overcomplicate it. We're just trying to get more context on the current situation in their life surrounding the thing that you guys help solve, okay? Now the next section there is problem awareness. Now, essentially for this, guys, it's like we gather information on what's going on now, then we dive straight into problem. Now the point of problem or problem awareness, it's like, what is the problem at hand? How is it affecting them? How long has it been a problem, etc. So we usually have one of 2 situations for problem. Either A, the prospect doesn't know there's a problem and we have to help them see and before unseen problem. That's fucking hard to do, but it's our job. Now the second version is they do know there's a problem, but we have to have them admit it and find out how it's affected them, how it's affected their business, etc., right? So questions we might be asking, or how I would typically go in, it's like, okay, we found out what they're currently doing to lose weight, to get leads, whatever it is. We need to find out how it's going. Now we want to ask this in a neutral way and say, how is that going? Not, is that going good or is that going bad? It's just, how is that going? Now the reason we ask that in a neutral way, it's because if we say it neutral, they can only say one of 3 things. Good, bad, or a neutral response back. Now, the power of that is it's going to give us the next question, okay? So if we say, so John, what are you doing right now to lose weight? I'm doing X, Y, and Z. Okay, how is that going? Okay, if he says good, okay, well, it sounds like it's going pretty well then. Or if he says anything that's along the lines of positive, sounds like it's going pretty well then. Would you change anything if you could? In other words, you're basically saying in a nicer way, why are we here then? Like, why are we on the call today if the stuff you're doing is working out? If they say a negative or a neutral response, it's, okay, can you expand on that for me? Can we get some clarification around that? Like when you say bad, what exactly do you mean? Now besides that, that's basically just getting to the problem. Finding out there is a problem, getting them to admit there's a problem, etc. We need to find out, how is that impacting you? How is that impacting the business? Can you expand on that for me? Has that put you in a tough spot? How long has it been going on? You don't have to ask all these questions, but it's like, overall, we don't want to find how long it's been going on and the impact it has had on themselves and or the business. Now, a really good question to tie it all together, really both these questions here are really good to tie it together. It's either A, just so I understand, like what's really the rationale of you looking at other options rather than doubling down? Or if they already gave you the reason why there, it's like, I understand X, Y, Z is not going great. I understand, you can't stay accountable. Like, what's the rationale of you really looking at other options though, rather than just doubling down on what you're currently doing and seeing if that will eventually work? So in other words, we're slowly tearing apart what they're currently doing. We're creating that problem, we're creating that gap. Like what you're doing is not going to get you to where you want to be, right? Now another way we can word that is, okay, do you feel like you're going to reach, 10K a month if you just keep doing what you're doing? Or do you feel like you might have to make a few small changes? So it's a very nice way of saying, it's a very polite way of saying it's going to put, what's the word? It's going to kind of like put a pillow over their ego, whatever it's called, I kind of forgot. But it's going to kind of like soften the blow for their ego, right? So they're more likely to actually answer the question, not take offense. So like, do you feel like, just running every day and eating the same foods you've been eating, like that's going to get you to lose 100 pounds, like as fast as you want to lose it? Or do you feel like you might need to make a few other small changes? Oh, I'll probably just make a few other small changes. So it's just getting them to admit what they're doing now is not working, right? But it's like overall for problem, guys, this should be your longest section of the call, right? Between this and current situation, they kind of should mix though. So I want to go over this a little bit more for you guys. So connection, just the intro. Situations, like what is the current situation of like what they're doing and kind of surrounding the problem you help solve. Then problem is helping them realize there is a problem, making them admit there's a problem, and then seeing like the impact it's had. So it's like if you help solve lead flow, right? It's like the problem at hand is they probably have poor lead flow, or maybe it's not quality leads. Like we need them to admit that, right? So like, how's that going? Like let's say they're doing door to door. How's that going? Hey, it's not going great. Okay, can you expand on that? Like, what do you mean by not great? Well, I'm actually only getting 2 appointments today. Okay, where do you want it to be at? I want it to be at 8. Okay, so like just making them admit there is a gap there, in other words. And then making them admit there's a problem, and then going to the next level. Now, how you guys are gonna get really good here is starting to kind of find words that they're saying, like key words, like, it's not going great. Grabbing that and using that to ask your next question. When you say not going great, what do you mean by that? Things have been slow recently. When you say recently, did something happen or what's going on? When you say slow, can you kind of define that for me? What does that actually look like, right? So essentially here, it's like we want to find the situation surrounding it and find the problem and dig into the problem. And we do that by finding keywords, grabbing them, and pulling them. Okay, hopefully that makes sense for you guys. I know it's a little bit higher level stuff. I just, want to really help you guys go deeper if you do have a little bit of knowledge. And if you don't have a ton of knowledge, like what the fuck are you talking about? Just follow the script. That's the next thing we're going over, okay? Now, solution is going to be the next stage there. Solution is pretty simple. It's just, what if they tried to solve that problem? What was their experience with that? And what are they looking for, right? So questions would be, okay, and have you tried anything else in the past to solve X, Y, and Z, to get better lead flow, to lose weight? If they tried something, we want to expand on that. Okay, how'd that go? What went well? What didn't go well? So if we find out what went well with it, it's like, okay, that's the things they like, and that's the things we should probably include in our pitch if we do it, right? If we ask what did not go well, and they talk about whatever group coaching, I'm probably not going to mention group coaching even if we do it during our pitch, right? So they're going to tell us what to include and what not to include. It's also going to help us pre-handle the objection, because else their objection after you ask for the sell will probably be they don't want to get burned again because they've already been burned once. Now we also want to ask, what are they looking for though from us? What are they looking for to help solve XYZ problem? Because they're going to tell you once again, here is what I'm looking for and here's what you should include in the pitch. So solution is going to help us pre-handle a lot of objections, number one. And number two is going to tell us how we should pitch them. Because remember, the pitch is just relating what you do back to the prospects, and they will tell you how in this section. The next phase, boom. After that, it's like, okay, we have current situation, we understand the problem, we understand they need to make a change. What are they looking for and what have they tried to solve that problem? Now desired state. In other words, what are their goals once they solve this problem? What would life look like for them? How would they feel about that? How would that affect them? So questions for that would be, what's your goal once you solve XYZ problem? What are you trying to reach once you're able to get better lead flow? What's the goal out of that? Now, when you ask them what the ultimate goal is, they can give you one of two things. Either A, they can give you a tangible thing. Oh, I would reach 10K a month. I want to lose 100 pounds. I want to do X, Y, and Z. When they give you a tangible thing like that, we want to follow that up with how would that affect them. Okay? Now, if they give us how it affects them, like, I want to get financial freedom and be able to travel to the Bahamas. Okay, and when you say financial freedom, how much do we need to make that happen? So we either get tangible or how it affects them, and whichever one we get first, we use that to ask for the next one. So they're interchangeable, right? Once we find out that, the easiest route to go is, okay, and how would things look differently then in your life if you're able to reach X, Y, and Z compared to how they look now? So now we're comparing and we're contrasting how much better their life would be. Or if they own a business, how would things look in the business if you're able to reach point B, even though you're at point A right now? Like, how would things look differently? So it's like tangible, how it affects them, compare and contrast. Okay. Lastly, it's like, okay, what would that mean to you personally? What would that mean to your wife? What would that mean to your employees? What would that mean to your kids? In other words, now we want to get more emotional. What would it mean to X, Y, and Z person and or themselves if they were able to reach X, Y, and Z goal? If they're able to do X, Y, Z for the business? If they're able to get more time with their family? Whatever it is, right? And lastly, we want to tie it all together and go even deeper by going, okay, instead of expanding what they already told us, we want to go to the next level. And is 10K a month like your end goal? Is losing 100 pounds your end goal? Like, what's the end goal? What's the long-term vision for you? So like, we build it up here. Here's your goal. Here's how your life would look. Here's how you would feel if you're able to reach that goal. Now, what's the long-term vision? So we're slowly expanding. So to give you guys a better picture here, it's like this here. So it's basically like the prospect starts here, right? Or here. They start here. Now, current situation, everything, they're right here. Now, the goal of problem is to tear them down so they understand they have a problem that they need to solve. Solution is finding what you need to bridge the gap. And the goal is saying, so they're at point A, they want to be at point B. So solution is going to find out what they need and what they're looking for to solve it, what have they tried. And then goals is point B and how things would look for them and building up the mountain there of how great their life would be. So they're up here now, okay? This is the end of goals. So it's like they start here, we tear down what they're doing with problem, we find what should bridge it with solution, and then we build up their goals, okay? Now at that point, it's like their head's in the clouds, it would feel so good to reach 10K a month, it would be great, my life would be perfect, blah, 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 blah. Now we want to ask the consequence question. I cannot speak today. So consequence is basically what happens if you don't solve the problem. Now we want to ask that to A, get urgency, and B, get them to admit that they must make a change in their life. They must make a change in their business, whatever it is, right? So consequence questions would be like, so understand, losing 100 pounds is the goal. Understand 10K a month is the goal. But what happens if you don't make a change and you stay at X, Y, and Z? In other words, it is great that you're up here, but now we're going to pull the rug out from underneath you and you have to realize you are still right here right now. Here's where you're living. You're right here. What happens if you stay there? How would that feel? What would it look like for you? Do you want to stay there? Would you accept staying there? In other words, we're pulling the rug from underneath them, even though their head's up here, we're bringing them back to reality and making them feel that, and then we're getting a buy-in. Okay, so would you accept that? Why would you not accept that? So now we're creating urgency in that they have to make a change. They have to make a commitment and change. That's going to lead us straight to the next section, which is commitment, which is getting a buy-in before the sale, before the pitch, that they need a change. So the whole point of discovery here is we want to, in discovery, or let me finish commitment. So it's like, do you feel this is important now? Why do you feel it's important now? Because we can push this off another 6 months, another 6 years like you already have. Do you feel it's important now to reach X, Y, Z so you don't stay X, Y, and Z? Why now? So it's getting a buy-in, getting a commitment before we go to the pitch. So by the end of discovery, we should have them bought in that they have to make a change with their current business, their current life, whatever it is to reach their goals, okay? So it's like, recapping all of that. Connection, answer to the call. That's it. Current situation, get some more context. Problem, find out what they're currently doing to solve the problem and tear it apart. Solution, find out what you need to say to bridge the gap. Goal is we want to build it up in their head so they fucking get their head in the clouds, and the consequence, we bring them back to reality and pull the rug out from beneath their feet and they fall flat on their face. And the commitment, we say, you don't want to be there, do you? Okay, so we need to make a change? Yep. So we're buying in. So by the end of discovery, they're like, I need to fucking do something. By the end of the discovery call, they should, or by the end of the discovery phase, they should realize, I need to change something about this. I need to fucking listen to this guy and see what he has to say now, because he might have something that can solve my problem that is fucking massive at this point, because I need to do something about it, period. Okay? Hopefully that made sense. That is going to be a discovery. Now from there, we go into pitch. All pitch is doing is relating what you do to what they said. So for example, I didn't even write it out here because it's pretty basic, but it's like, you know how you mentioned X, Y, and Z problem? So what we're going to do for that is X, Y, and Z. As a matter of fact, I'll write that out for you guys real quick. So pitch is super basic. It's just 3 pillars. You always want to make it 3. Just it's easy to remember, easy to comprehend. If not, you can make it 2 or 4, but like try to make it 3, okay? And all it is like, so you know how you mentioned problem? You know how you mentioned, you just can't get good accountability? So what we do here is we give you a one-on-one coach who's going to talk to you every single day over text and hop on a phone call with you once a month to keep you accountable. All that means for you is no matter how hard things get, we're going to hold your hand throughout this process and keep you accountable so you can reach XYZ goal. Okay? So it's just, so you know how you mentioned problem. So what we do is this feature, all that means for you is a personal benefit. Okay? You're going to do that for all three pillars of what you do. Super simple, super easy. And at the end of that, you're going to say, and here's how much it costs, and ask for the close. That's it. So all that being said, it's going to be a 12-month program. It's going to cost you $30K. That being said, you ready to get going? Do you have any other questions? Boom. That's it. Okay? Don't overcomplicate it. Now there's going to be examples of pitches down here in the scripts. So now what we're going to go through is going to be the general closing script. So it's like you should have a decent understanding of like how the call works now, and you're probably like, okay, now how the fuck do I actually put this on paper and put it together? So here's the closing scripts, the general one. We're gonna go through that so you have a good idea of what the call actually looks like, sounds like, etc., etc. Okay? So it's like at this point you should have a good understanding of how it works. Now like I'll actually walk you through the script, how it all works, etc. Now I will say below this too, we do have our closing scripts. We do a to-call close. Now if you do a to-call close, or you're not sure what that is, go watch that video in the sales process section like I said earlier. It's really just here in case you want to check it out, you want to look at it, you want to read through it. Y'all can come in and see for yourself what our script looks like, so you have something more than just a template. You know what I mean? But starting off the script, okay, we have the connection phase, right? So like the purpose is to know you're human, to get into the call, build rapport if possible, but it's really just like let's get into the call, not build sales resistance, and put the focus on the prospects. So I'm gonna start off every call like this. Hey John, can you hear me? Can you see me, brother? Bring a little bit of energy there. Nothing crazy though, right? Now, option one, it's like, you can really do two things here. If you set them, I like to review the set call and then go from that into what are you looking for specifically, okay? Make sure my keyboard is connected. So option one, it's like if I set them, I'm like, great, I know we talked a little bit like Thursday. I just want to review that conversation real quick. Boom, review the conversation. Is that all about right? Cool. And then like today, what are you looking for specifically so I can really help you out? Or if I didn't set them and I said or set them, I'm like, okay, cool. So it looks like you booked a call on so I could help you scale your agency. Is that about right? Okay, cool. You want to be very skeptical, very confused on that. So John, it looks like you booked in with me so we could talk about how I could help you get in better shape. Is that about right? Cool. And John, what are you looking for specifically today, just so I can really help you out? Okay. So boom. Can you hear me? Can you see me? We either review the set convo or say it looks like you booked in for X, Y, and Z. Is that right? What are you looking for specifically? And we can add in frame. And I know on the other scripts like frame was before, we can say frame whenever. We can say before this, after this, it doesn't matter. Okay. I prefer to say before this, to be honest, but it doesn't matter. That's why I have both. Anyway, then we set frame if we're gonna do that for this call. Great. So I just want to use today then, John, to have like a deeper conversation, really about your current situation, where you're trying to go, and from there we can talk about how I can help you out. Does that sound fair? So it's like, hey John, brother, can you hear me? Can you see me? Perfect. Looks like you booked in this call today. It talks about how I can help you scale your agency. Is that about right? Okay. And what are you looking for today specifically so I can really help you out, John? Gotcha. Okay, and well, I'll tell you what then. Let's just use today to get a better understanding of where you're at right now, like where you're trying to go, and from there we can talk about how we might be able to help you out. Does that sound fair, John? So like, take your time, talking nice and slow. Really cover everything. We're trying to not introduce sales resistance. So avoid small talk, avoid asking them how they're doing, avoid setting frame very harshly. Okay. Boom. Then we go to discovery. Discovery is a majority of the call. The purpose is to pre-handle objections, to build a gap between their current situation, where they want to be, to create doubt, etc. Let me fix this up real quick. So up first, we have current situation, right? So it's like, ask questions to get a better understanding of their current situation and what they're currently doing to solve that problem. How long have they been doing that? Or what results have they gotten, etc. This is like the simplest form, by the way. Like the very, very minimum I'm going to ask for current situation is 3 questions, which is what are they doing, how long have they been doing it, and what results have they gotten. A majority of the time, like for our scripts, for example, let me see how many we have. So it's like if they own an agency, it's when did they start it? Why did they start it? What's their offer? What's their niche? How many clients do they have? What's their monthly recurring revenue? What is their goal to scale? How long has that been their goal for? What are they doing now to scale? Or if they don't own an agency, when do they want to start one? Why do they want to start one? What's kind of their goal out of starting one? How long have they been wanting to start one? What are they doing now to get this up and running? So if you see how we added more current situation questions there, just obviously for the, it's very dependent on your market, your niche, so it's hard to add a bunch in the general scripts, you know what I mean? Nonetheless, for example, for selling how to make money online, okay, so like, John, what are you doing for work right now? Because that's how they're making money right now, right? So what are you doing to make money right now? What are you doing for work? Okay, how long have you been doing that for? And how's that going? So what are they doing now? How long have they been doing that? And what results have they gotten? Now we can find out what results they've gotten by asking them, how is that going? Because remember earlier how we were asking how is that going, then we get positive, negative, or neutral. So in other words, this will feed straight into problem, and then we can go from there. So bare minimum guys, we're gonna ask 3 questions. What is your current marketing look like? How does lead flow look like with that? How long have you been doing that? Right? So like, what are they doing to solve the problem? How long have they been doing that? And what results have we gotten? What are you doing to XYZ? How long have you been doing that for? What results have you gotten from that? How's that going? Right? From there, it feeds straight into problem, because after we ask them, how's that going? Well, guess what? Just like we talked about earlier, this isn't working for whatever reason. So it's just like we talked about earlier, guys. After we ask them, how is that going? They can give 1 to 3 responses, right? A positive, a negative, or neutral. Okay? Now if they give us a positive, like, oh, it's going pretty well, it's going pretty good, or XYZ is great. Okay, so it sounds like things are going pretty well. If you could change or improve anything, would you? So it's trying to find the problem there. It's like, they just said things are going well, but there has to be a problem, so they wouldn't be on the call. We're trying to find that. If they say things are going negative or neutral, I'm just gonna say, okay, can you expand on that for me? Or what do you mean when you say like poorly? What do you mean when you say just okay? Can you expand on that for me? Okay, so I'm gonna rerun all of that for you guys. So connection, can you hear me? Can you see me? What are you looking for specifically? Set frame loosely. Then it's what are they doing to solve the problem? How long have they been doing that? What results have they gotten? In other words, how is that going? We get positive, negative, or neutral, and we try to find and or expand on the problem. Okay, at that point in the call, we should have a good idea of what the problem is and where they're at with everything with that, right? At that point, we want to transition and find out, okay, how long has this been a problem? What impact has it had on them, etc. So, okay, where are you coming from then, John? And like, how's that impacted the business? How's that impacted you? How's that impacted the family? Whatever it is. And we can ask both. How's that impacted the family? How's it impacted you? What position has that put you in? And the goal isn't just to ask these 3 questions here, guys, but it's to go deeper. So if he goes, things have been really tough with the family, like I've been able to spend time with my kids. Okay, how long have you felt that way? Like, how long has that been going on? Okay, how does that make you feel, like not being able to spend time with your kids? So like, we want to be able to go to the next level there just by probing, clarifying, and expanding on the information they gave us. But this is like the bare minimum, the bare basics of like the questions we want to be asking, right? And then it's like to wrap up problem, because you want to wrap it up nice and well in a little bow. It's like, okay, if we feel like we didn't cover things well, I'm usually going to ask the rationale question. So if I felt like this on a super deep problem or it's not super clear, I'm going to be like, cool, I'm going to get like X, Y, Z is going on. I understand X, Y, and Z. I understand lead flow still. I understand you want to lose weight. Like, what's the rationale of like you looking around at other options now than just doubling down on X, Y, and Z, right? Or maybe if I feel like I covered problem a little bit better, I'm just going to get confirmation that they need to change. So, do you feel like if you continue doing X, Y, and Z, you're going to reach X, Y, Z goal? Or do you feel like you might need to make some small changes along the way? Right? So at that point, it's a really easy yes to say, I need to make changes, right? Or if you feel like you didn't get goals good enough, you can ask the rationale, you didn't hit problem good enough, you can ask the rationale question, and it's basically them relooping the entire problem and explaining it back over to you. Okay, so nice, simple there. Like I said, the goal here is to expand further, but these are kind of like the basic questions we can ask to go deeper and make the prospects admit and go into their actual problem. Okay, so we say, how's that going? Positive, negative, or neutral. Okay, and then we need to find out how has that impacted the business, how has that impacted their lives, the family, etc. If we feel like problem went well, and do you feel like it's fair to say then, John, like to reach XYZ goal, you're probably have to make a few small changes? Okay, cool. Or if we feel like we didn't reach it well, okay, I understand X, Y, and Z, John. Like, what's the rationale if you're like looking around at other options than just doubling down on what you're already doing? So either way, we wrap it up in a bow, and we have a clear problem that must be solved so they can continue, living their best life, reaching their goals, etc. Right? From there, we go to solution. Once again, solution, it's what if they tried in the past and what are they looking for? It's what we're going to use later on to bridge the gap, to pitch them, right? It is the same two questions no matter what. It's always going to be, okay, and like, what if you tried in the past to solve that? What if you tried in the past to lose weight? What if you tried in the past to increase your lead flow? What if you tried in your past to scale the agency? Now, if they say they've tried something, I'm going to ask them how that's going, how that went. Okay, how'd that go? You said it went well. What do you mean? Okay, did anything go poorly there? What happened? Like, why'd you stop? Or if they say it went bad, okay, what do you mean by that? Okay, and did anything go well or what happened? Because like I said earlier, we want to find the positive and the negative so we know what to include in the pitch and what not to include in the pitch, right? And if they didn't try anything, cool. We just move on to the next question. Then we ask, and what are you looking for now to help you solve X, Y, and Z? So we can literally get from them, like in their own words, how they want to be pitched. Well, I'm looking for some one-on-one help and someone to keep me accountable in X, Y, and Z. Then during the pitch, we can say, well, we're going to keep you accountable, we're going to do blah, 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 and we're going to do X, Y, and Z, just like you mentioned, right? Like literally repeat back to them word for word. So boom, we get the problem, then we go, what have you tried to solve that? Expand on that, and what are you looking for now to solve that problem, right? Simple. Then desired state. Now, the way you do desired state, it can vary, obviously. But these 4 questions, like in this order, are going to work with any industry, any market, and it's going to be the easiest way to get there, okay? So you're going to start off with the main goal. From there, it's how would things change? What would that mean to them or the business or whatever it is? And what are the next steps? So I'm going to show you how this builds on top of each other. Because it's like, so John, if you're able to, like lose weight, what's that main goal though? What are you trying to reach? John, if you're able to scale your agency, like what's the main goal? Like what are you trying to reach? So we find out their main goal, the ultimate goal, the big goal there, right? 10K a month, I'm trying to make 7 figures per year, I'm trying to lose 100 pounds, I'm trying to do X, Y, and Z, right? We want to find out that main goal. From there, the easiest question, because eventually we want to ask them how that would make them feel personally, but it's kind of hard to go straight into that. We want to kind of warm them up, right? So it's like, okay, and then if you're able to make 10K a month, like how would things look differently for the business then compared to now? Or how would things look differently in your life then compared to now if you're making 10K a month and you're bringing that home? It's like we're comparing and contrasting. We find the main goal, we compare and contrast. How would things look differently in the business, in their life, with their family, whatever it is, compared to how it looks now? Okay, and what that means like you, like to be able to reach that. What that means to the business to be able to reach that. Okay, so it's main goal, compare and contrast. What would that mean to them? So more emotional, more personal. And lastly, and if you were to reach 10K a month, is that like the end all be all goal? Or do you have like a long-term vision here? And if so, what is that long-term vision? So we build them up, and now they're expanding to the next level, okay? And honestly, I ask these same 4 questions now. I've asked them for the past year. Like these 4 questions work wonderful, okay? Highly recommend. Now, once again, it's like, just like we talked about earlier. So it's like we get current situation, right? Current situation here. Problem, we slowly unravel them, and we get them to the lowest point with the rationale question or making them admit they have to make changes. We find what they need, what would bridge the gap, right, through solution, and then we go to goals. And each question is going to build up a little more. So like, what's the main goal? Compare and contrast. How do they make them feel? Long-term vision. Once we have that long-term vision, what do we want to do? We want to strip it from them. We want to take it away, okay? So it's like goal. We go to consequence. Okay, and that makes sense, but like, let me ask you, John, what happens if you don't do anything? You just, you stay 100 pounds overweight for the next 5 years? What happens if you don't make a change, you don't scale your agency? Like, what happens then? What does your life look like then? Now, what this is going to do, it's going to put them in a position where it's like, oh, this is what happens if I don't make a change. It's going to create urgency and make them admit and take responsibility for, I have to fucking change something. I have to make a change. Even if it's not work with you, we get them in the position to know they have to make a change in life. And that's what's important. Because when they know they need to make a change, then we can just bridge the gap with what they do, what we do, and boom, they buy it, right? Okay, and would you accept that from happening? Because we want them to buy in that they won't accept that and they're ready to change. So would you accept that? And they're always going to say no. They're never going to say yes. Why not? So we role play that. So like, I understand that though, but like, what happens if you don't make any changes, John, and you stay 100 pounds overweight for another 5 years? I mean, you're already 45, John. Well, I'd probably have health problems, and I would cut them off there. Would you accept that from happening though, John? No, I would cut them off again. Why not? Why would you not accept that, John? A lot of people would. Why wouldn't you? Okay, so it's like, get them to sit in the pain a little bit, make sure we get the buy-in they wouldn't accept that, and then find out why they wouldn't accept that. So now they're like really, they're amped up, they're kind of like, no, I wouldn't let that happen. I'm not going to let that happen. Now they're very much in an emotional buying state, which is perfect. Boom. From there, the last part of the discovery, which is commitment. So that being said then, John, do you feel this is important now? Like, you know, to make a change and actually lose weight, or how do you feel? Yeah, I feel, cut them off again. Why now though? We don't have to do it now, John. We can do this, you know, 6 months from now. We can wait another 5 years if you want, John. Why is this important to you now? So now they're literally, you're pushing them away and they're coming back to, and they're selling themselves on why they need to change now. The importance for them to take action now. And if we do this section properly, if we do this properly here, we're not going to get bullshit objections like I need to think about it, right? Because we just told them right then and there. Like, they just told us why they can't think about it, why they need to take action. You know what I mean? And that is going to rapid discovery. So to recap that, for anyone that is confused, connection, we enter the call, right? Current situation, what are they doing to solve the problem? How long? What results have they gotten? Positive, negative, or neutral. Impact, we wrap it up with one of the two questions, either rationale or admit they need to make small changes. Solutions, what they tried, what they're looking for. Desired state is main goal, compare and contrast. What would that mean to them in the next steps, their long-term vision. Then we do consequence and commitment. And that is the discovery. From there, we go into the pitch. Now the pitch is just relating what we do to what they just told us they need help with, right? So like, now they're committed, I need to fucking make a change. I can't keep doing what I've already been doing. Then we go in there and we just bridge the gap with the pitch. It's a nice and easy sale. Now, the biggest thing for the pitch, guys, is don't go on one extravagant like rant or try to go on some spiel or anything like that. Now, overall, there are two different ways we can make the pitch. So either A, we can do features and benefits. So it's like the framework I showed you earlier when it's like, so you know how you mentioned problem. So what we do in that scenario is feature, and what that means for you is personal benefit, right? That's the way I like doing it most of the time, just because it's a little bit more personal and they're going to feel like you're really talking to them. It's also a little bit harder to though. So what I laid out here is actually the second option you can use. So you have this document, you have both options on it. You can use either one, it doesn't matter. Now what you're doing for this one, it should be 3 to 4 steps, and it's walking them through what it will look like to work with you, right? So it's like, for example, if this is I think I made this for like a biz up offer I was on a while back, but it's like, okay, so the first thing we're gonna do for you is we're gonna build out your offer, okay? And when we do that, we're gonna have a coach work with you directly to make your offer so good, it's going to literally make anyone feel stupid to say no to it. Does that make sense? Do you have any question on that? Cool. Now the second thing is like, we need to get people coming to your dream customers. We gotta do that marketing, right? So for marketing, we're gonna do one-on-one, we're gonna do X, Y, and Z, we're gonna get one channel, and we're gonna get consistency through that one channel, so we have people ready to give you their car. Does that make sense? Cool. The third thing there is sales process. So then we have leads, we gotta convert those into people paying you money so we can actually have a business, right? Blah, 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 blah. So does that make sense? It's like, we can either go A, 3 pillars, you know how you mentioned X, Y, and Z problem. So what we do is X, Y, and Z, and that means for you, benefit, right? Or we can go, so what we do here is, first thing we're gonna build out is X, Y, and Z. Here's the benefit of that. Does that make sense? Okay. The second thing we're going to do is do X, Y, and Z with you. Here's the benefit of that. Does that make sense? Okay. And the third thing we're going to do, it's like either way we're saying the same thing, just the second one, like this version that you see here, is a little bit less custom. Versus the first version is going to be more custom, but it's also harder during calls because we have to make it custom to every single person we talk to, and you have to be ready to spit on the spot, right? But boom, you go through that. That should be 3 to 4. So like, you know how you mentioned X, Y, and Z problem. So what we do for that is X, Y, and Z. All that means for you is X, Y, and Z benefit. We do that for all 3 pillars, or we walk through this. So the third thing we're going to do is blah, blah, blah. The last thing we're going to do is blah, 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 right? And then we give them benefits. And after every single one, which no matter which way you're pitching them, it doesn't matter. After every single one, we ask them, do you have questions? No questions? Okay, does that make sense? It makes sense. Okay, cool. So we double down. We confirm them twice. No questions. It makes sense. Because if they don't have clarity around this, like they're not going to close. Okay? But yeah, those are the 2 ways we can pitch people. I'll probably go ahead and throw the document to the second way, just so you guys can pick and whatever. It doesn't really matter which way. It's just like I want to give you guys options because everyone pitches a little bit different, right? Once we go through that pitch, we want to ask 2 questions. Do you have 100% clarity on everything we went through? Because if they don't have clarity, they will not buy. Okay. Now, do you feel this can help you reach your goal? Why do you feel it can? Then we just tell them the next steps. So it's like next steps are great. So from here, we process investment and we get your onboarding call scheduled. Does that make sense? Cool. Then we can drop price. And so you know, I want to be clear about this. I don't care if you drop price before your pitch or after your pitch. I will recommend you do it after. It doesn't matter. I've done both. They both work. Okay, because a lot of sales trainers get really like antsy about this and like, oh, you have to do it here and it's so important. Just don't make price some big thing. Don't make it a big deal. It's just another part of the bridge. The doctor's not going to be like, and the cost of surgery is $50,000. You know what I mean? They're just going to say, okay, so it's going to be $50,000 for surgery. We can talk about like insurance, whatever it might be, but I recommend we get this done, okay? Like, they're not going to make a big deal, so don't make a big deal out of price when you're on your sales call either. So we ask the 2 questions. Do you have 100% clarity? Do you feel this can help you reach your goals, and why? Then we tell them the next steps. So great, from here we process investment and whatever the next steps are once you go ahead and close them. Cool, so the entire program is going to be 16 weeks long, 12 months long, it's going to be 2 years, it's going to be 3 days, whatever it is. It's going to be a total of $6K. Any questions? Now, if it's anything like that's not insanely expensive, just tell them the PIF and don't mention any payment plans. For what we do, we know most people aren't going to give us like a 20K PIF, so we're going to give them the payment plan options, right? But like, if that's not the situation and yours is like 10K or below, go ahead and be like, okay, so it's going to be a total of X, Y, and Z. Any questions? And then we can leverage that during objections, right? So if it's under 10K, do not tell them about any payment plans at all, and we'll get into that into objection handling on like how we can actually use that to our advantage to close the client. But it's just cool, it's going to be 10K, any questions? And if it's more like what we do here and it's just absurdly expensive and people aren't going to pay a 20K PIF because they can't afford it, it's like, okay, so we have 3 options on how payments processed. A is we can pay 20K up front. B is we can do 5K up front and then XYZ per month. C is we can do 3K up front and XYZ per month. Do you have any questions on that? Okay. That being said, like, where do you want to go from here? That being said, you ready to get going? So we process investment, next steps, length of the program and price. Ready to get going? Any questions? From there, if they give you an objection, so if they do not say yes and they say anything else, it's probably an objection, right? Now, we're going to go over actual objection training later. However, for the time being, I will go ahead and give you guys like some very basic frameworks and just walk you guys through this real quick. So the first thing we want to do when they give you an objection is diffuse it. Because if we just attack them head on, they're going to like put up their guards and they're going to get really antsy and they're going to feel like they're about to be like pressured into the sale and they're not going to want to close. So diffuse it. If they say, I need to go think about it, yeah, that's cool, man. I understand that. That's cool. If they say it's not a lot of money, or it's a lot of money, if they don't have that much money, it's like, yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from. Sorry about that. Just diffuse the situation, okay? Like step 1, any objection, diffuse. Step 2 is we want to clarify that. So when you say it's a lot of money, what do you mean? When you say you need to go think about it, what exactly is coming up for you? Like, what are you going to go over in your head so I can really help you out? When you say X, Y, and Z, can you expand on that for me just so I understand so I can help you out? So if we diffuse it, and then we ask for clarity, and we preface or frame the clarity like, so I can help you out, It's very much from a helping figure, still from that authority figure, and it's going to allow us to be able to overcome the objection, right? And then lastly, we overcome it. So it's like, oh, it's just a lot of money. Yeah, but if, I mean, all we did here is, you pay 20K, but you're able to make 200K no matter what in the next year, is it worth it? Well, yeah, it's worth it. Okay, boom. That objection is overcome. They're probably going to give us more objections, but that's the overall simplified framework. Now we'll go a lot deeper in all this stuff later, like objections we will go deeper on. Pitch we will go deeper on. And you're probably wondering, like, Eric, why was a majority of this training just the discovery? Because to be honest, that's what matters. Make your discovery really good on these first few calls and just try to oversimplify your pitch. Like if you're about to hit a sales call and you don't know what to do, work on your discovery and then your pitch, try to oversimplify it and don't even worry about objections. Like genuinely, if you're about to get on your first call, it's like, try to make your discovery really good, oversimplify your pitch. That's why we didn't go over pitch a ton, because we want to oversimplify it, and we're going to go how to do that in a different training, right? And then lastly, it's like for objections, don't even worry about it right now. Wait till you watch the objection training, then we can worry about how to handle that, unless you just feel comfortable using that framework. Then lastly down here, guys, before we wrap up this video, this is ours, so we have a 2-call close. If you want to go through this and see the questions that me and or our closers are using, you can actually see it for yourself, but you can see how simple it is, okay? So hopefully that was helpful training. I know there's a lot covered. Overall though, like end of day, all this stuff is great, but just go hit your first call and just go see how it goes. And just work a lot on your discovery, having a really good discovery, oversimplify that pitch, and boom, you're good to go, see what happens, okay? So don't get too in your head or anything, just go knock it out, see how it goes, and then we can actually dive through this training again. We can go through a few more trainings, we can start doing some role plays and stuff, and get you guys a lot better. Anyway, that'll be it. I will see you guys in the next vid. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be one of the most important closing training videos, is on how to ask skilled questions. Now you're probably thinking, Eric, what is a skilled question? I don't even know what that is. Well, here we go. They are questions that lead your prospects down the correct path, the path you need them to go down during the sales call. Okay, for example, if you have such a skilled question during the problem phase that they then see a problem that was before unseen, unknown by them, that is a skilled question. And my favorite example for this is, I mentioned this like 3 times during the course, by the way. It's Jeremy Miner when he was selling to Google. Now, they didn't think they actually needed like some crazy sales training or anything. They didn't really see a big problem. They just kind of like need to up it a little bit, nothing crazy. And Jeremy asked them during the problem awareness phase, he's like, so what are you guys doing right now to train your sales reps so they can use their tonality and their energy to help the prospect lower their guard and introduce less sales resistance? And everyone in the room is like, I don't know, because they're not doing it. So Jeremy had such a good question there. He was actually able to help them see a before unseen problem and unravel the rest of the sale for them, and he closed the motherfucking deal in one pitch with Google. Okay, that's pretty insane, right? Just because he has such a skilled question there. Another example is helping your prospects see that their objection is illogical. So if I'm on a sales call and they're like, look, Eric, I get it, but it's too much money. It's not worth the money. Really? So right now, how much are you making a job? You're making 50K, okay. So if you invested 25K with us, and bare minimum you make 200K, which I guarantee you make 200K over the next year, right? Is it worth 25K? Well, sure is, because the maths. You're still making more than triple what you're making right now, right? So it's like, they can see then, with this skilled question that I asked them, that their objection is illogical, right? So it's like, we can use the skilled question to help them guide them down the path and help them realize, what they're saying is illogical. Maybe see a problem they didn't before see, or maybe build up their future really well during desired state, or get more context on the current situation, whatever it might be. Now we're gonna go through different types of skilled questions next, and then also skilled questions we can use during specific phases of the call, okay? That being said, one of my favorite ones is asking a loaded question. Okay, asking loaded questions are skilled questions. Now, loaded questions have so much context and they're prefaced so well. Like, it literally gives the prospects very, 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 very little wiggle room in their answer. Now, it's going to guide them down the right path, and it's still, letting them lead so they feel like they're leading the call. But end of the day, it's like we're giving them so little wiggle room here, they're going to sound like an idiot if they don't answer the question the way it needs to be answered to move the sale forward. For example, if I say, so John, I get where you're coming from, But like if you just, you continue cold calling, in your 30 minutes after work every day, you put in a few hours on the weekends when you're not with your family, and you just keep using your current sales process that got you to 2K a month. Do you feel like that's going to help you reach 30K a month? Or do you feel like you might have to make a few small changes to reach 30K a month? So I'm giving him so much context there, he's going to feel like an absolute idiot to say, no, I'm good. I will reach 30K a month doing this. Because I'm like, if you continue cold calling, not just that, but cold calling in your half hour you have after work every day, ooh, that's not very long. And just putting in a few hours on the weekends when you're not with your family, so not very much time, and keep using your current sales process that only got you to 2K a month, which is fucking nothing, that's one sale, right? Do you feel it's going to help you reach 30K a month? I could talk there and he's going to say probably not. He's like, no, I don't think it will. Probably have to make some changes. But then I even add on more to that. I load it even more and say, or do you feel you might have to make some small changes? So for him to say and admit, I do not even need to make any small changes and I'll reach 30K a month by just cold calling for half an hour every day and putting in a few extra hours on the weekends and using a crappy sales process, like he's gonna sound like an idiot. And I'm just gonna call him out and be like, that's bullshit. That was stupid. Let's re-ask that question, right? So it's like, I'm loading it so much, like he basically has no other option but to say, yes, I'm going to have to make some small changes to reach 30K a month. That's like, cool, we're on the same page now, and you know there's a problem, and you admitted there's a problem. Boom. Okay, so like, that's one way you can do it, is just loading questions with a massive amount of context, so they have literally, they can't give you a dumb answer. Right? For example, with you during desired state or future based, whatever you want to call it, it's like, I can load it up and be like, so, I mean, then John, like that being said, it's like, okay, if you're able to spend more time with your wife, you're able to actually start, seeing your kid before you go to bed every night. You're able to bring home, triple the income you're bringing now, so you can take care of your family. I mean, what would that mean to you? So if I ask him all of that, I'm like, you're able to spend time with your wife and see your kid before he goes to bed, and like take home triple the income to support not only you but your family, John. It's like when I ask him all of that and ask him how that'll make him feel, he's gonna sound like an idiot if he just says, "Oh, it'll make me feel really good." Like he's gonna have to expand on that and actually get emotional because I loaded the question with so much emotion, especially with his family, right? So like that's one way we can ask a skilled question, is loading it with so much context. They literally have no other option but to answer it the way we want them to answer it. And especially when you have difficult prospects, like the guys that don't want to answer questions like super deep, this is super powerful, okay? Because like we're not giving them any options but to go down the path we want them to go down, right? That is number one. Number two is using what the prospect gives you. Because if we utilize what the prospect gives you during their answers, it will almost always automatically give you the next good question that we need to ask, okay? Now you do this by staying present in the conversation and selecting keywords, strings like we like to call them, and using that to propel into the next question. For example, if the prospect says, lead flow seemed to, slow down recently. The salesman can ask multiple questions off that by pulling strings by selecting keywords. So, for example, we can use slow down. Like you mentioned slow down. Like, what does that look like? What does that mean? What do you mean when you say slow down? When you say slow down, like how many leads are we looking at there? Just so I understand. So, like we can take one keyword there, which is slow down, and we get some more context. What does slow down mean? How long has it been slowed down? Or how long have things been slower for? Like how many leads are we actually getting when you say slow down? What was leads for like before? So we select that one keyword there, and we're able to go off a branch of different questions there, and they're going to be more skilled questions, more precise questions that help us go deeper in the sales call. That's number one. Another one we can use there, another keyword, is recently, right? So we can also ask, okay, I noticed you said like recently. Like, what do you mean like recently? How recent is that? Are we talking like a few days, a few months? Or like when you say recently, did something specific happen recently that you feel like made leads slow down? Did something specific change in your marketing? Did something specific change in your sales process? So it's like we have two things there that we can clarify. And guess what? The beauty of this too is we can store one in our back pocket. We can store, slow down in our back pocket. Like, okay, and when you say like recently, how recently are you talking about? Okay, and is there any like specific reason where you feel like, in the past week or two, like lead flow slowed down? Okay, gotcha. And just to clarify there, when you say slow down, like what exactly do you mean? What are we looking at there? Okay, gotcha. How many leads per day would that be? Okay, and where do we like typically get with that? So you see how off the one response they gave us, we get 4 or 5 questions. We can go so much deeper with it, and we can just take keywords, store it in our back pocket, and ask the next question. Okay, so very, very, very powerful there to ask good questions and go a lot deeper on sales calls as well. Okay. Now the next thing is setting the trap. Okay, because when you're able to set a trap, well, let me explain what this is. Setting the trap would be a series of skilled questions, and we already know where the prospect's going to go down. Like we know the next 3 to 4 questions and what that's going to give us from the prospect. Okay, so it's not just asking a single skilled question, but it's having 3 to 4 lined up, ready to go, ready to fire off. That being said, it's very important to say, even if you have the next 3 to 4 lined up and you already know the trap that you're going to set on the prospects, the trap that they're going to go down, the funnel they're going to go down rather, it's like we still want to have in the back of our mind, like we still need to be present. So if a better question comes up or something else that we need to cover comes up first, we can still cover that. And we can always put the trap in the back pocket. But setting the trap is basically, okay, I know where you're at now, and here are the next 3 to 4 questions I'm going to use to unravel what you're currently doing and reveal the problem. Here are the next 3 to 4 questions I'm going to ask to build up and really get you like in your head in the clouds and building up the future pace in your head, right? So for example, I might ask 3 questions in order to get their head high in the clouds for future pace. So my first question might be like, by the way, John, do you have a wife or kids, or what's it look like? Oh, okay, gotcha. And I know you mentioned 10K a month. Like why 10K a month though? Like what does that actually do? Okay, and like when you're making 10K a month though, like how do things even look differently though? That's what I'm kind of confused about. Okay, gotcha. And like, do you have like a long-term vision, or is like 10K a month the end goal? Oh, you want to make 30, 40K a month? Okay, and like, what would that kind of like do for the family? Like how would that affect your family if you're able to make 30, 40K a month? I know you mentioned you have a wife and kids. Okay, gotcha. And do you feel like things would look differently in your at-home life? Okay, gotcha. And like, what about for you, like as a father, as a husband though? Or even more so for yourself? Like, what would it mean to you to reach, 30, 40K a month, to reach the 100K a month, right? So it's like, we know off of this one question, I already know I'm going to loop it back to him making 10K a month. I know I'm going to look back to how would things look differently. I know I'm going to look back to how that affects his family, how does his wife feel about that. I know I'm going to ask him the long-term vision, because I know 10K a month isn't his end goal, and I know I'm going to ask how would that mean to him as not only a father, not only a husband, but to himself to reach that. So it's like, I know from this question, I'm going to get a lot out of his wife and kids, and him opening up about what that means for him, his family, his wife, and his kids. Him opening up about that is going to make him open up about how that affects him more. Obviously, I went a little bit off scripts there, but the flow I just was obviously way better than this. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's like if we know the next 3 to 4 questions, for example, during problem, it's like if they mention lead flow has been kind of slow, it's like, okay, when you say slow, what do you really mean by that? Okay, how many leads are we getting for that? Okay, that being said, where do we want leads to be at? We want it to be at that. How long has that been going on? Okay, that being said, then do you feel like the way we're currently doing it's going to get us there? So it's like the way I preface that and the question I asked before, like, okay, you're here, but you want to be here. How long has that been the problem for? Okay, do you think what we're doing right now is going to get us there? No. And the reason I know they're going to say no to that no matter what is because they just admitted to me that things have been here for 6 months. Things have been slower for the past year. So it would be illogical, irrational for them to be like, oh no, it will get us to point B. Because it hasn't for the past 6 months or a year, whatever they said. Right? So it's like lining up those questions, knowing I'm going to eventually ask them, do you think that's going to get you there? But if I ask them how long has that been a situation beforehand, or what if they tried beforehand, or something like that, then it's going to automatically preface that question from to say nothing else, but it will not get me to point B. And then I can expand on that and dive deeper into the problem. But what's important there is they admitted there was a problem, right? So that's there. Setting the trap, super, super helpful. And if we can start combining these two, so like if we can ask loaded questions, if we can use what the prospect gives you to ask loaded questions, and with all of that also have a trap set and know where we're going to go in the next 3 to 4 questions, I mean, that's really when you get good at sales. Like that's when you discover it gets really, really good. It's like we already know what we're about to take the prospect down and how we're going to open that up. But we're prefacing the questions and loading them up so much that they have no other options, but we're still using what they're giving us to open them up and go to the next level and go deeper throughout the entire process and putting ammo in our back pocket. So like when we can really get good at all 3 of those, like that's when you get good. That's when you get really, really good at discovery. Now the last one for like more tactical stuff before you get into, the last one of like a higher level skilled question before you get into like more tactical stuff per phase, it's knowing and flowing. So just like if you know where you need to go on the sales call, and you know the sections to such a deep extent, then you know how to ask the right questions at the right time. Okay, now this is done by just understanding the sections at such a deep level. Okay, so like if we do that, we know what questions to ask during that phase of the call, if that makes sense. Now, obviously, it's like this is a very high level. It's like, okay, of course that. But it's like if we can study every single section very, very deep, then you know what you need to get at the current situation. If we know what we need to get, then we can just start creating really good questions to find that. Now, The reason why I still bring this out, because I know this one seems very simple, it's like a lot of you guys probably don't know like the reason of problem. Once again, it's like we need to unview the problem. We need them to admit there's a problem. We need to know how long the problem's been there. We need to know the impact of the problem, right? And if we know we need to get out of that, and we just kind of start flowing through the sections and we flow through problem, and we know we need to get that, well, guess what? You will ask good questions because you will continue asking those questions until you find what we need to find. So we must ask good questions by default so we can find what we need to find, if that makes sense. Like obviously it's high level stuff and it's like no dirt, but it's like if you study these sections and you know what you need to get out of sections, by default you have to ask good questions, especially with difficult prospects. Like that is just something you will have to do. So go study the fucking sections, and when you understand them to a deep extent, by default you're going to have to start asking better and better and better questions. How to get some water upside. Next one, it would be problem revealing questions, because one of the most difficult things to do in a sales call, it's revealing a problem to prospects, especially in the B2B space. On B2C it's pretty easy, especially B2B. So it's like questions that reveal or illuminates the current problem. So like the example I told you earlier about Jeremy Miner and Google, that is one of the best examples out there. Another one would be like, do you feel like X, Y, and Z? Do you feel like what you're currently doing will help you reach goal? If they say no, then there is a problem there. So that's one way we can, illuminate or at least unveil that there is some type of problem. And then once we know there's a problem, we can dig into the problem. Or another great one, this one's really good if we can't find the problem and you're struggling and like, dude, I've been problem for like the past 10 minutes. I don't know what to do. I cannot find a problem. It's like, cool. Like what's really the rationale of you looking at other options than just doubling down on what you're already doing? So we can always ask that to wrap up problem, because by asking that, we're basically saying, we're asking them to unveil the problem. We're asking them to unravel what they're already doing. Okay, so that's a really, really good one to illuminate and reveal the problem to not only yourself, but the prospect. Because if everything was fine and dandy, they wouldn't be on the call. You know what I mean? Like they can say whatever you want, but if they ask that, you can honestly just reloop this question until they give you the problem, because else they would not be on the call. So yeah, that's really, really good question there. Now the next one would be future pace. Right? So like if we're trying to future pace or desired state or whatever it is, and I use all these different ones because I've been Sony sales programs, Sony sales trainers, they all call it different stuff. It doesn't really matter. Goals, right? Now these are questions that build up the desired state and potential future in their mind. Now this will be done by stacking multiple skilled questions on top of one another. Now the reason why people have difficulty with this is because they jump to the wrong question at the wrong time. That's why like in your scripts, and any scripts to be honest for anything I'm selling, future pace questions, desired state questions, whatever, are going to be like really the exact same every time. Because the reason why it's set up like that is this: there's such skilled questions for the moment you're at during the call, it slowly builds it up. Because if you automatically go, so how much do you want to make per month? 30K? What would that mean for you personally to reach 30K a month? Like the prospect's not in like that emotional state right now, number one. Number two, most people just aren't going to open up to that. That's why we have these skilled questions stacked on top of each other to make it a skillful section and to actually open the prospects up and actually build it up over time. Because we can't just go from point A to point Z. We have to slowly build up A, B, C, D, E, etc. Right? So it's like, what is 10K? So we know 10K per month is a goal. Like, what's your goal? 10K per month? Cool. What does 10K per month do for the business though? Okay, what about like for you as the business owner? How would life look differently then, if you're making 10K a month compared to now? Okay, if you're able to, not only help the business do X, Y, and Z, and also be able to, get more free time personally, like what would that mean to you? So like if I just jump, okay, 10K is the goal, okay, and like what would that mean to you to make 10K? Most prospects aren't going to give me a good answer for that. You know what I mean? They don't want to tell you that. But if I go, what would that do for the business? That's not very emotional. And they can just outright tell me, well, if I'm making 10K per month, I want to be able to hire a salary, I want to be able to do this and this and this and this. Okay, and would that, like, how would your life look differently then? It's still not asking them what would that mean for you, or how is your life even look like. It's like, how would your life look differently? Because if you're making 10K a month compared to 1K a month, your life has to look differently, right? So how does that look differently? So it's still a very easy question for them to not only build up their future, but also answer. Okay, and then lastly, wrap it together. It's like, okay, if you're able to, help the business do X, Y, and Z, if you're able to do X, Y, Z personally, what would that mean to you? So I throw the business in there too, and I throw what they've already told me back in there. So it's very easy for them to open up about it, because I'm using their own words and we've already built it up. So it's like the hardest part about, desired state, future pace, whatever, right? It's like asking skilled questions at the right time. Because if you jump from point A to point D, like it's not going to work out super well. So we need to ask skilled questions during the right moment of the call, right? Now that's kind of how we do it here. So like problem, It's like we slowly unveil the problem, then if we need to, we can ask a good question like this just to take care of a problem. But like future pace, desired state, goals, like we have to slowly build up with multiple skilled questions. It's more like stacking questions make a skilled section for future pace for desired state. Lastly is going to be consequence. Now, consequence is usually the hardest section to land. Now, these are questions that will bring the prospect back to reality after desired state and help them understand the importance of making a change. Now, this is done easiest by just prefacing questions really, really good. So really, in other words, loading the questions very well. Now, obviously, I usually use this, like if they don't give me a good answer the first time, then I'll just reloop it and I'll preface a little bit more. But here are a few things that you can use, a few loaded questions you can ask during consequence to get solid answers and have it land in the right way. So if you're doing B2B, one of my favorite ones, like, look, so what, John, as we know, as you know, as a business owner, like failure is important for us to look at. Because when we have a push and a pull, it increases the likelihood you're going to succeed, right? That being said, though, like, what happens if you don't solve XYZ problem and you remain at 2K a month? Like, what happens then? So we're prefacing it by basically saying, if you don't answer this question correctly, you're basically admitting to being a poor business owner, right? And then if they say, well, I'm not going to let that happen, blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, but like 100%, like to be a good business owner, we still need to look at failure. Like that is just a matter of facts. That being said, then reloop the question. So we can use that preface 2, even 3, even 4 times if we need to, right? Another one would be like, so all of our students that do the best explore failure. Because for example, if you're running a race, and granted, I put a gold medal in front of you, you're probably going to run fast. But if I put a line behind you, you're probably going to run a lot faster. So that being said, if you don't reach X, Y, and Z, you continue doing X, Y, and Z, like what happens then? If you have for another year, what does your life look like? So we're just prefacing it by saying, we need some type of push. Like I understand this is your goal. Like what happens if you don't make a change? Because we want that push, and that's going to drive you to succeed. So it's going to be unreasonable for them to not give you that. And if they don't, they know they're going to make it difficult, and they're basically admitting to that. I believe that covers it all. Yeah. So those are a few questions you can throw into your actual scripts if you're having trouble landing anything during these sections. But overall, it's like if we can get really good at setting a trap while using what the prospect gives you, and using what the prospect gives you to ask loaded questions, like you're going to get really fucking good at discovery. And when you're really good at discovery, guess what? Your pitch isn't quite as important, or your pitch will be that much better because you have that much more context. And it's easier to overcome objections because you have more context and you went deeper for the prospects. So hopefully this was a helpful training. I highly recommend watch this 2 to 3 times. Start practicing this in your role plays and everything. Start practicing on your calls. Hopefully that was valuable, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Good morning. So today we're going to go over the a little bit more in-depth script training. So we'll do that over the general closing scripts. I'll give you guys a few other things at a little bit higher level that aren't in the scripts that you can add to yours if you feel like you're there, and really just go over like the reason for everything, etc. Right? So we start off with connection phase. Now, what's the purpose of connection phase? It's basically the introduction of the call. We don't want to introduce any sales resistance. We want to put focus on the prospects and find their overarching goal. So number one, it's like, well, how do we avoid sales resistance, avoid sales-based language, and avoid being, really like on the call, you know what I mean? So it's like, we don't want to hop on there and be like, hey John, how's your day going today? Cool, so today we're gonna have a conversation. I'm gonna run you through a few questions. At the end of the call, there will be, we don't want to like set frame like super strict like that. We don't want to just ask them how their day is going and have all the bullshit small talk if they don't care about it, you know what I mean? Now what we do want to do, like we do want to hop on the call though and be charismatic. We do want them to like us. And not necessarily even build rapport through the things we're saying, but just the way we're acting, the way we are talking, etc. So I'll jump into that in a minute. But it's like, what we also want to find in the section is their overarching goal and then potentially set frame. Now, back to what I was saying though, and it's like, we want them to like us some without like having the bullshit small talk. Because it's like, if they come on the call and they have the small talk with me and you can tell like that's the type of person they are, have the small talk. Do not be a dickhead, right? But 9 times out of 10, it's like, they don't care. Like for example, the energy you want to have for this part of the call, it's like if you're approaching a woman at the bar, and you can ask her about her day and the weather and where she's from, but she doesn't care. That's not getting you laid, right? Like just end of day, you asking her about her day, is that going to get you laid? No, it's the other stuff you're saying. It's the more playful stuff you're saying, right? So it's like, we want to hop on the call and basically we want to have that type of energy. We don't want to say a bunch of bullshit that doesn't matter. We want to say stuff that's either A, to the point, or B, it's just very charismatic, natural flowing stuff. You know what I mean? So that's the type of energy you want to have on this part of the call. Now, it's very important too, like you don't want to hop on here like a dickhead, right? Just because I say a lot, like you don't want to hop on here and be like, hey, how's your day going? And have like all the bullshit small talk. Don't be a dickhead either though. Because I used to do that. I used to be like, well, that's the only way to do it then. Like, hey, what are you looking for specifically? And I just sound like a dick. It's like, well, no one wants to sell or buy anything from a dickhead either. You know what I mean? So it's like, we want to hop on the call, not just add in a ton of sales resistance and have a bunch of bullshit small talk, but like read your prospects, recognize the prospects, and recognize, does this person want to be asked how their day is? Does this person want to have any small talk? Are they okay if I get straight to the point with it? Should I make a joke? Should I compliment them? Obviously, anything we say though, we want to be genuine. Because if it's not genuine, like the prospect's able to read that and it doesn't really matter, you know? So be able to read them, number one. From there, it's like, okay, you know, hopefully we're a little bit charismatic. You know, we potentially said a little bit of something, maybe we didn't. It's like, okay, we want to find the overarching goal. Well, first of all, you can always say this is a really easy intro. Like if you don't know what to say, this is just a really easy one. So it's like, John, it looks like you booked in a call with me so I could possibly help you, whatever your business helps people solve. Possibly help you scale your agency. Is that right? Possibly help you lose some weight. Is that about right? So that's just a really easy like intro opening line there, in case you don't have one, right? But overall, it's like, okay, what's next? We want to find the overarching goal. And when I say overarching goal, it's not like, you know, they want to lose 88 pounds or they want to make 100K a month. It's like, I want to scale my agency. I want to lose weight. I want to get more jobs for my business, whatever it is. So we want to find that overarching goal. So, okay, John, and what are you looking for specifically today so I can really help you out? For our script too, it's like, okay, so I can really help you out. What are you looking for really more help with specifically? Because when I say more help with, well, they're probably going to say, well, scale my agency or, you know, client acquisition. It's like 100% like out of client acquisition, what's the goal? I'm guessing a scale. Is that right? Okay, cool. So we want to recognize and have them recognize the overarching goal and why they're there is for that reason. Because if I get on a call with someone and they think the overarching goal, like I had this happen the other day before I reframed it for him, and he thought the overarching goal for him was to have us help him hire a CSM. Now, granted, that's more of like a setter issue, right? But he was a self-booking. We didn't get to talk to him before, and I had to really dig out of him. The goal is not to have us help him hire a CSM, because that's only going to get him so far. The goal he wants is to scale his agency, and then we can work through the call with that, right? So it's like find the overarching goal, and from there too, if you want to go and set frame, we can. Just make sure if you do set frame, you're very, very loose with it. I'm like, cool, John, you know, let's just get a better understanding like where you're at, where you want to be, and if it makes sense, we could like potentially talk about how we can help you out. Does that sound fair? You know, just like really, really laid back with it. You know, not the old type of sales talk when it's like, so today we're going to do X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? So just be very laid back with all this. Be charismatic. Find the overarching goal, and that's about it. Like, don't overcomplicate it. You know what I mean? But that's going to be about it for connection phase. Now we go into current situation. It's like essentially we're trying to find three things here. Number one, gather information that's just going to make it easier to have the conversation. So it's like if I'm talking to an agency, well, I probably want to know their company size. I want to know their offer. I want to know their niche. I want to know how long they've been in business for. Like for example, let's look at ours. So this is our closing script here. Okay, I want to find out how long they've been in business, their team size, their niche, their offer, how many clients they have, and their monthly revenue. Or if they don't own an agency and they're looking to start one with us, when they've been looking to start one, why, find the number of their goal and how long it's been their goal and what are they doing to start. So it's like just gathering basic context here that's going to help you throughout the call. You know what I mean? Like if I don't know their offer and their niche, I can go through the rest of the call, but if I know, it's going to be a heck of a lot easier. Plus it's like, if I get to the very end of the call and I'm asking for the sale and it's like, I don't know their offer or their niche yet, you know what I mean? It's just like, you don't really understand where the prospect's coming from. You know, so I just gather basic information, some basic context here that's going to help propel the sale forward and help you get more context so the rest of the sale is easier. That's step one. Pretty simple, pretty basic, nothing crazy. Now step two there. It's like, okay, what are you currently doing to whatever the overarching goal is, whatever the problem your business helps solve? So for us, it's like, so what are we currently doing to scale your agency? What are you currently doing to lose weight? What are you currently doing to get more jobs? So what are you currently doing for whatever their overarching goal is, right? From there, we want to find out how long they've been doing that too. Okay, and how long have you been doing that for? Just so we can get a good timeline on that, and then we can jump into problem awareness. Okay, and then for problem awareness here, we have 4 main sections. Now I'm going to give you guys a little tidbit on one of my sales mentors gave me a while back that will help you guys quite a bit. Okay, so the first thing we need to do in problem awareness is get results. So whatever they're doing to reach their overarching goal, how is that going? Is that going good? Is it going bad? And clarify that. So it's like, essentially, if it's B2B, we want to get numbers. So what are we doing to get more jobs? I'm doing door knocking. Okay, how is that going? Right? And let's get some numbers there. Okay, and how many points per week are we getting with that? How many closes per week are we getting with that? What's your close rate looking like? So like, get solid numbers so we can actually clarify how it's going. If it's more B2C, you want to probe and clarify a little bit more. So if you ask them, how's that going? It's going to be a little more like, oh, it's going good, it's going bad. Okay, what do you mean when you say that? Like, can you expand on that for me? Right, so we can have them dive a little bit deeper. Then it's like we want to use those results to dive into the problem. So it's like, if the results were overall good, or you thought they sounded good at least, it's like, okay, so it sounds like things are going pretty well. Would you change or improve anything if you had the power to, or if you could? So it's like, then we're still asking, okay, we're kind of at a crossroads here, and it's like, okay, is there some type of problem there, or what's kind of situation looking like? So then we're asking for the problem because we didn't really find one there. Right now, if it's negative results, we're just asking them to expand on that, because if they give us negative results, if they got negative results, say, okay, that is the problem, we want to expand on that. Like, yeah, lead flow has been really slow. Okay, boom, that's the problem, that we can dive into that problem. If it's more neutral, like, oh, things are going okay, or whatever it is, or not really sure, just ask them to clarify, okay, like, things are just going okay, or like, what do you really mean? And once again, we're probing, we're clarifying, we're trying to dig deeper into that problem. So it's like, we're getting results, and we're using that to find the problem. So they either give us the problem once we get results, and we can probe and clarify into that, or we don't get it because everything seems to be going well, and when things are going well, then we can ask them, okay, like, basically, why are we here? Like, try to clarify why they're there, and use that to find the problem, which we can then probe and clarify into. So it's like, then we expand to the problem. So it's like, expanding is probing, clarifying, etc. So it's like, okay, when you say things are slow, lead flow is slow, what do you mean by that? Like, can you expand on that? We want to dive deeper until we get clarification on the problem. Like, we don't need to go super deep, because most of the time it's like, if their problem was that deep, they would have already bought. You know what I mean? Like, if their problem was really bugging them that much, they probably would have already bought something to solve the problem. So we don't need to make them cry here, but we still want to clarify, go a little bit deeper. We also want to find the impacts. Okay, what impacts has that had on the business? What impacts has that had on you? And what position has that put, you or your employees or your family, whatever it is, right? And also, how long has the problem been going on? Okay, and how long has that been going on? So now we have a time frame too. So it's like, okay, we basically find the problem here, we unveil it, and then we can expand into it. Now, this one's not in the scripts, and it's a little bit higher level. But after that, if you feel like you didn't really get a problem, then we can ask questions that will help them see an otherwise unseen problem. It's a little bit higher level, and if you do it wrong, like, it just kind of makes the call kind of funky. So if you're not there yet, if you don't know, ask me. But if you're not there yet, like, just don't worry about this part, okay? But it's like, if I go through number 3 and I feel like I just didn't get enough, I'm gonna ask them questions that make them see an unseen problem. So Jeremy Miner talks about this basically with Google when he was trying to sell them. I probably mentioned that like 10 times during these trainings. But it's like, he asked them, like, what are they currently doing to teach their reps how to use the tonality to let the prospect lower their guard? And they couldn't answer that question, and they realized when they couldn't answer that question that was a problem that they otherwise did not know was a problem beforehand, right? So it's like, if they maybe don't think there's a problem at hand, how can we ask such skilled questions that helps them see an otherwise unseen problem? So for example, one thing for us might be like, okay, so obviously there are thousands of Facebook ad agencies out there. What are you doing right now to stand out in the marketplace? That can help them see an unseen problem in their business model or their offer, right? Or what type of predictability in data do you have right now in acquisition? Because that's one thing we provide for our clients very heavily. It's like predictability in data that we can help them use. Or what do you have set in place for your sales process that can help you educate and nurture your leads, nurture your attention, so you're able to convert, 40, 50% plus. So like, if they don't have that stuff in place, they're just gonna say like, nothing. And then you can be like, okay, gotcha. Like that's it. It's just helping them see that there is some type of problem there, right? But yeah, that's kind of like, if you go through number 3, so expand on the problem, you feel like it wasn't enough, or you feel like they just act like they don't have a problem, you can ask some skilled questions to help them see an otherwise unseen problem, right? If you're not there yet, don't worry about that though, okay? And then lastly, it's like just tying down that change needs to be made. So it's like, what's really the rationale though of like looking at other options? Why don't you double down what you're already doing? Or it can be like, okay, do you feel like it's fair to say to reach XYZ, at least as quickly as you want to reach here, you're gonna have to make some small changes. So just getting the minutes, getting the commitment that there must be some changes. Another one that we added into our script here, it's so we ask either the rationale question or like, is it fair to say you got to make some small changes? And then also I like to ask, okay, besides like making more money, like what really makes it important now today though? So just building up a little bit more urgency too at the end of the problem before I go into the solution and everything. I just like doing that personally, personal preference, don't have to do it. But yeah, that's basically it there for problem. So it's like, we want to find out the results they're getting from what they're currently doing. We use that to find the problem, we expand into the problem, and then we tie down that change must be made. Okay, because like we don't need to make them cry during the problem, say, oh, things have been so horrible, I can't do this anymore. But it's like we need them to see a problem and see they need to make a change. You know what I mean? And from there, we can now go into solution awareness. So it's like solution awareness is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Really, no matter what I'm selling, it's not going to change. But it's like we want to find out what have they tried in the past, do a mini disco on that if they've tried anything, and then what are they looking for. So basically trying to gather stuff here for the pitch, right? So it's like, number one, what have you tried, if anything in the past to help you scale your agency, to help you lose weight, whatever it is. Then we can expand into that if they have tried anything. If they haven't, we just go to the next question, right? But if they have, we want to expand into that. Okay, what went well? If it went well, it's like, okay, we should probably include something like that in the pitch. And if we have that in what we do, we want to really, really hammer in on it. Now, what didn't go well? Well, if that's something that's in our program, I just wouldn't mention the pitch. You know what I mean? So they're basically telling us right here what green flags and what red flags they're going to see in what we have to offer, That's number one. Plus number two there, if it didn't go super well, it can help us pre-handle that objection of them being burned in the past. Okay, so doing that mini disco can help us load that ammo so we can handle that objection when the time comes. That's number one, okay? Number two, it's like, what are they looking for to actually solve? It's like, ideally, what are you looking for from us to help you scale your agency, to help you get more jobs? Sorry about that, to help you lose more weight. So they can really tell us here, like, this is exactly what I'm looking for, this is exactly what I need, etc. Okay, then we want to probe and clarify there too, just to make sure we really understand where they're coming from. So it's like, okay, I'm looking, for some really one-on-one support. Like, okay, for example, I think I closed a deal last week and he was talking about like, I just need some one-on-one support, to be honest. I really want more of like a mentorship partnership. I've done, XYZ program in the past, and it was like a ton of group calls and video courses, but I want like that one-on-one help. That's what I really want, like an actual mentorship. So on the pitch, I didn't even mention the video course or the group calls we have. I just hammered in the fact that we're going to give you the one-on-one support. It's like a partnership. You have one-on-one access to me, Cole, and your coach whenever you need. Okay. So that's solution awareness. It's basically just finding out and loading stuff in for that pitch. It's like, cool. Now we can hop into future pitch, right? So it's like we kind of tore down what they're doing now. We found what would bridge that gap. Now we want to find out what's on the other side of the valley if they're able to, overcome this problem and then start achieving those goals that they have. So number one we want to find is their main goal. Okay, so if they're able to scale their agency, if they're able to lose weight, if they're able to overcome XYZ problem, what is their main goal out of reaching that? Now we want something that's tangible and we can actually we can clarify there. So tangible, and if you need to clarify what it is, okay? So like, I want to scale my agency to 50K a month, to 100K a month. I want to lose 50 pounds, something that's actually tangible. Now the second part and the easiest thing to do is compare and contrast. So it's like, okay, and if you're able to reach goal, how do you feel things would look differently in the business compared to how they look now? Or like, if you're able to reach goal, how do you feel things would look differently in your life compared to how they look now? And then we can also probe and clarify there if we feel it's needed. In what way? What do you mean when you say X, Y, and Z, right? So it's like we're slowly building them up here. We're slowly building up their goals in their head so their head gets closer to the clouds, you know what I mean? Then the third one is like, okay, now we want to make them feel that. We want to pull the emotion out of it. It's like, okay, and how would that make you feel? Like, what would that do for you personally if you're able to reach X, Y, Z goal? What would that do? Like, money aside, like besides more ones and zeros in the bank account, because of course that's going to come, like, what does that do for you though? Like, what would that mean to you? And then lastly, we want to expand. So it's like, we found their goal, we compared and contrasted so they know it would look that much better than their current life. We found out how that would make them feel personally, and then we want to expand to the next level. Okay, and is that your end-all be-all goal, or what's the long-term vision? Okay, like us for our script is very, very similar. So it's like, okay, we found out the main goal, how would things look differently for the business, and then when they get to that position, what would that mean for them as the business owner? Once again, it's just comparing and contrasting, right? Besides putting more ones and zeros in the bank account, what would that mean to them, like personally? So now we're pulling the emotion out of them, and then we're asking if that's long-term vision or what is the long-term vision, okay? So it's just a very, very easy ramp up there. Obviously, you have other questions you can use if you want, but it's like main goal, compare and contrast, emotion, long-term vision. So we're slowly building that, because if we just go straight to long-term vision, try to expand on that, it's very hard for them to really go deep. But if we slowly build up, like it's slowly building it up in their mind as we're talking about it, it makes them easier to answer their questions to a deeper level, okay? That is the job for Future Pace. So it's like we tear it down, we find what will bridge the gap, and then we build it up. Now the job of Consequence is to pull that away from them and say, unfortunately, you're not there yet, and you have to make a change, make them admit that as well. So it's like Consequence now. It's like, okay, what is the cost of inaction, right? So that makes sense, but let me ask you, what happens if you don't do anything? If you just stay at current position for another 6 months, another 2 years, whatever it is. If you don't solve a problem for another 6 months, another 2 years, like what happens then? What does your life look like then? What do things look like for the business then? So the first part is like we want to find out what happens if they don't make a change and they fail, basically, right? And obviously we have pre-frames for this as well. So it's like one of my favorite pre-frames, because I deal with business owners, is like, look, obviously looking at failure is important in business, and like if you're able to recognize what failure would look like, you're going to push yourself that much further to succeed. That being said, what happens if you do fail and you stay at 2K a month for another 6 months, another year? Like what happens then? What does your life look like then? Right? So it's like we want to actually find out the cost of inaction. Now, I will say this too, we have to have pre-frames for this and loops and stuff, because sometimes guys will be like, well, I wouldn't let that happen. So when they say stuff like that, my go-to is like, yeah, 100%. But if we want to get tactical about it, logical about it, it's like as a business owner, you need to look at the possibility for failure. Like, and if you're not willing to look at that, it's going to make you a worse business owner in the long run. That being said, reloop the question. Another one we can do is like the 100-meter race. So it's like, cool, yeah, I understand that, but it's like, look, if you're running a 100-meter race, right, and there's a goal line in front of you, you're gonna run fast. But if I put a line behind you, you're gonna run faster, right? Okay, cool. So I'm trying to understand what's not only your pull, but what's also your push. That being said, right, if they're really being difficult about it and they just won't tell you, like, I just want to let that happen, I wouldn't do it, then sometimes I'll go the route and it's like, okay, but why are you that way? Like most people, would accept that. Most people are okay with failing. So you yourself, why do you feel you're gonna make it happen no matter what, right? Why do you feel you're gonna make this work out? You know what I mean? So really push them there and really make, work with their ego instead of against it, in other words, right? But overall, it's like the first step is like inaction. What's going to happen if they don't make a change? You'll build up urgency. It'll also make the pain deeper, and it'll really start making that gap even wider, okay? Now, the second thing is asking if they would accept that. Obviously, they're going to say no, but just getting the buy-in that they have to make a change because they're not okay with staying at their current position. So in other words, any prospect will buy if the pain of staying the same is worse than the pain of change. And what we're basically saying here is by would you accept that is we're helping them recognize that the pain of staying the same is worse than the pain of change, right? And lastly, it's like, why not though? So really get them to really rationalize to you and sell themselves on why they need to make a change. Not even on what you do, but sell themselves on the facts they need to make a change of sorts, right? And lastly is commitment. So we want to get a buy-in before the pitch. Do you feel it's important now? Why is this important now? Or it doesn't even have to be now, to be honest. It's just some type of commitment. So sometimes I think I called it yesterday. It was like, okay, and do you feel now is the time to draw that line in the sand and take that first step over and actually commit to achieving X, Y, and Z goal, right? So it's just getting that commitment from them that they're ready and willing to make a change. And then at that point, if you actually do this properly and you get them bought in the fact that they have to make a change, all we have to do is relate what we do to what they need, and they're going to buy. You know what I mean? So we have to get that commitment that it is important now and they want to make a change. And that's going to be it for your discovery. Now, forward transition. Pretty simple here. I always ask, I don't have any more questions. Do you feel like there's anything else we should cover? Or not always, but a lot. If you're a little bit higher level, you don't have to ask this anymore because you want it to sound less like you're about to go into a pitch. If you're not there yet, they'll ask this for sure. It's going to help you overall undercover more stuff if you need from the prospects, and overall it's just pretty polite to be honest. Then we go to the transition. Now what's important in transition is we mention their goals back to them word for word. So it's like at a high level, what we're going to do is work with you to help you reach goal by mechanism high level. Just one sentence, basically a high level overview of what you do. Okay. Now that's not even the important part here. What's important is we repeat back some of their goals, because when we repeat back some of their goals, they're going to feel more heard and like we're talking to them more, and they're going to be more open to listening to what we have to pitch to them. So we want to make sure we're actually repeating back to them word for word what they told us, because then the long-term plays help you reach long-term goal by being more of a partner rather than freelancer, or like whatever you want to say here. You can kind of mess with this ending here depending on what you do. But like that's what we use. That's what I use. Okay. Cool. What it looks like more tactically is boom, we dive into the pitch. Now, honestly, the only important thing in transition is like you relate what you do to them and you get the buy-in that they want to hear what it is. That's basically it, okay? Now, we go into the pitch. It's like all we want to do here is relate what we do to what the prospect said. So it doesn't matter what option you pick. I'm only going to go for one because they basically say the same thing. You know, they basically say the same stuff just in different orders. So it's like my favorite way. It's like, you know how you mentioned problem. You know how you mentioned your lead generation is, you know, kind of slow right now. You know how you mentioned you're not getting enough conversations, whatever it is. So what we do is pillar, and that pillar is going to be one of your 3 pillars, and whatever pillar best helps solve that problem, right? So if your pillars are, you know, lead gen, lead nurture, lead conversion, and it's like it's like, you know how you mentioned your lead generation was slow, right? So what we're going to do for that is, and then we're going to do the pillar that's about lead generation, right? So the pillar that relates to the problem that we just mentioned. And all that means for you is personal benefit. Okay, so we're tying it back into them at that point. So it's like when we mentioned the problem that they said, it's like, you know how you mentioned, they're going to listen more. Like, yeah, I did say that, right? And then so all that means for you is, so then we're tying it back to them personally so they can see. So instead of your prospect trying to remember these pillars, they can just see what that would do for them. Because on the end of the day, it's all that matters, right? Is what it would do for the prospect personally. Okay, and all that means for you is personal benefit. All that means for you is you no longer have to go cold call for, you know, 3 hours a day like you're mentioning. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Do you have any questions? I always do two tie downs, by the way. Does that make sense? And do you have questions? But it's like, we just want to relate it to them. You know, if we say the problem that they mentioned word for word and we relate it to an actual benefit they would get personally, that's why they're really going to be bought in. And that's why they're really going to like what we have to do. That's going to be it for pitch. We're going to repeat that for all 3 pillars you have. You know, if you have 2, all 2. If you have 4, all 4. Ideally 3. And then we go into deliver. So okay, and tactically what that looks like is, so tactically what it looks like is you're going to get a video course, you're going to get one-on-one coaching, one-on-one access to me and Cole, and whenever you need to, you know, whatever else, we have group calls, etc., right? So actually how it's delivered, because we don't want your pillars to be how it's delivered, right? We want your pillars to be like actionable steps that every prospect's going to go through to be successful. You know what I mean? And then lastly, we wrap it up. Wrap up is my favorite part of the pitch, because it's like the wrap up alone should be like the one thing, everything aside is the one reason they should buy. So it's like, and look, we can get more into the details, more into the weeds if you want, but at the end of the day, you're going to get me and Cole to literally be in your corner and act as your business partner to make sure you succeed and reach whatever their goal is, no matter what. Does that sound fair? So it's like the one thing that no matter what, they're going to buy because, okay? So I wrap it all together. So if they're any bit confused, if they don't know what's going on, or they have questions about something, that alone usually wraps up in their head and like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I like that. You know what I mean? So that alone should be enough for them to buy. Okay. Boom. Then we go to asking for the close. So we want to ask a few questions beforehand. Number one, make sure they have clarity. If they don't have clarity, they're not going to buy because they don't know what it looked like on the inside or how that would help them, right? So we need to make sure there's clarity there. Number 2, it's, do they feel this can help them reach their goal? And then if so, why? So it's making them personally persuade themselves on why they should do this, basically, and tell themselves, this is what I need. So earlier we got them to commit, they make a change, they need to make a change to reach their goals, right? And now they're committing that this is what they need. So in other words, they basically said, I need to make a change, this is what I need to make the change, now we just have to finish the deal and then handle any objections that come up, right? Boom, from there, just go, great. So we wanted to tell them the next steps from here so they can actually see it for themselves. Because if they can't see what happens after the close for themselves, they're probably not going to buy, right? So it's like great, or sorry, not that, but like it's just harder for them to buy because they don't even know what happens next. Like, okay, I gave you money, now what? I signed the contract, now what? You know, so like great. So from here, we cross investment with the contract sign, whatever it is, and then whatever the next steps after the close are. We get you on an sorry about that. We get you on an onboarding call. We get you to fill out the form. We do X, Y, and Z, whatever it is, right? Now to work with us, it'll be whatever the time frame is. So it's going to be a year-long program. It's going to be a year-long mentorship, and the investment that's going to be whatever the price is. And you do not mention payment options unless you're told to. Like We mentioned payment options because most people are not going to pay $21K up front, and they're going to fuck us off at that point, right? But if you do mention payment options, if you do have payment options, we do not want to mention them here, so we can leverage them during objection handling. Boom, ask for questions, ask them if they want to get going or how do they feel, and then handle objections. So that's it. I know we already went over this in the closing crash course, but I just want to go over this again, drop in a few extra nuggets for you guys. Any questions, let me know in Discord, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Yo, quick video on how to make decisions based off of data. So I have a client's KPI tracker up here. First, I'm gonna show you like a solid one that like, okay, there's not really any major constraints here, but it's like, what would the main focus be moving forward? What would the main 1 or 2 focuses be? And then I'm also gonna show you a client's KPI tracker with 1 or 2 really big bottlenecks and showing you how to identify those and move on. So I'm always starting from the top down. So like number 1, let's start at the top. We have 80 scheduled calls per month, 19 reschedule and or cancel. That's a 24%. So 1/4 of all of our calls are rescheduled or canceled. So I'm gonna ask him or ask the closer or whoever's doing it or myself, okay, out of these 19, how many am I actually getting back on, and look through the data. If I'm getting at least half them back on, I'm not gonna worry about it. But if I have like 20% plus of my scheduled calls, so like let's say I only got like 2 of them back on, okay, so I need to fix the reschedule and cancellation rate. That is the constraint. We need to focus on that. Now, let's just say that's not the constraint. I've talked to him, he's getting like, oh no, don't worry, I'm getting half of them back on, it's not a big deal. Okay, sweet. Now that means we've had 44 shown calls. Now, that means show rate is 72%. Is that a constraint? No. 72% is great. If you're 60% and above, I wouldn't worry about it. 50 to 60%, it's like, okay, we need to start focusing on more. Anything below 50%, red flag, let's fix this. But 72%, that's fucking great. Not gonna touch a thing there, okay? Now DQ rates. I would say anything above 20%, I'm gonna start looking at this quite heavily. Okay, am I just being greedy on calls and like lazy and just DQing everyone? Or is it like my lead quality is just horrible, I need to fix that, or what's going on? Like 11%, not a constraint. Above 20%, just ask yourself that question. It's either A, we need to fix marketing, or B, the closer and or yourself need to start being so picky. Don't be a calendar fucking princess. You're here to increase throughputs, right? Like you're here to increase throughput, not just get good fun calls all day long, or maybe a mixture of both. But 11%, I wouldn't worry about it. Offer to close, 16%. That is okay. Okay, like that is decent. Not bad at all. Ideally, we want that 20% plus, like minimum. So like that would be kind of like one of the first things I want to focus on. Okay, how can we get the offer to close percentage up? Like that's going to be the biggest focus here, because we can easily get that to 30%. And 16 to 30%, we double throughput. So instead of 18,000 here, we would be at 36,000 or 37,000, right? So that would be my biggest focus so far. Now, scheduled calls to offer, scheduled offer. This would be scheduled call to offer percentage. So like out of 80 scheduled calls, we only made an offer to 40% of them. So like that's something I'm gonna look through and say, okay, where can we decrease things? Like if show rate's good or DQ rate's good, that means likely we just aren't getting enough rescheduled and canceled people back on. That would be my second focus. How can I get more people that reschedule and cancel back on the calendar? So let's work on the offer to close. So just closing people on the call. And also from there, how can I get more people that cancel or reschedule back on the calendar every time? Then lastly, scheduled call to close. The minimum KPI I want for that is 5%. If it's at 5% or higher, I'm not going to stress about it. Obviously, we want to see this increase, but this will increase with these two increasing. Because if we make more offers, and we're closing more of the offers we make, this will therefore increase. So like this is an example of like really good numbers. This one's like, okay, what's going on here? Are we getting them back on, yes or no? 72% show rate's great, 11% DQ rate is great, 16 and 40% are 6%'s So like we need to get these two numbers up. That would be my main focus here. And we could easily double this closer to 40K. And it's only the 21st, right? Now, if we go over to this KPI tracker, oh, and then by the way too, it's like, let's say for example, he's at 18.7 this month. And then not last month, but the month before that, he did 34K. It's like, oh shit, I'm not on pace for that. What's going on? Okay, so right now it is the 21st of the month, and he's had 80 scheduled calls. So we'll do 80 divided by 21. He takes an average of 3.8 calls a day, multiplied by 30 days in the month. So this month he's on pace for 114 scheduled calls. The month where he hit $34,000 in cash collected, he had 233. 233, and like he made 75% of the offers he were making to like scheduled calls that month. So those would be my three main focuses then, like looking off the past data as well. How can I increase our offer to close rate? How can I make more offers? And then how can I get more scheduled calls? Honestly, the biggest thing here, because the other numbers look way better than the other month, it's how can I increase this? Anytime this increases, everything else will go up. Let me get this up and then focus on this and then this. That would be my main focus if I were them. Now we'll look at a KPI tracker with a very evident constraint. So number one, 103 calls, 27% of them rescheduling and canceling. Same thing there, it's a little bit high. Okay, what's going on there? And also it's for their industry. Like if this was coaching or consulting and it was 27%, I'd be like, holy fuck, we need to fix this. But it being roofing and solar, these two clients we have, that's pretty typical we see. So like I wouldn't stress about that, but okay, just making sure we're getting as many people back on as possible. Now here is where the issue lies. The show rate is 49%. So if he had the same show rate as Arjan over here in the 70%, he would increase throughput by 20%. He would have an additional 3,000 cash collected, and he would be about equal in Arjan in terms of cash collected for the month. That's why this is show rate's a really big thing. It's usually a really big lever we can pull. 50 to 70%, you just made 20% more money for the month just by texting your leads faster, right? So now show rate's going to be the main issue. Now the second thing I want to look at, it's DQ's 43%. That means almost half the people. So out of the people that schedule the call, he only hops on a call with half the people. Then out of those people, he only offers half of those people. So only 1/4 of them get an offer. Actually, you can see here, 18% of them get an offer. That's an issue. So we need to fix this. And then asking yourself there, is lead quality just horrible and we need to fix marketing? And if so, how is that feedback loop with marketing? Or are we just being DQ like on a frenzy? And we're just like being a calendar princess and we want really good leads all the time when that's not always how it works. So like those are the questions we would ask here. Because like nothing else even matters here. Like this isn't even a horrible stat. This is a pretty solid stat. This is horrible though. It is simply the number of people from booked call to calendar, that's the issue. So it's just focusing on these two numbers right here. So that's how you make decisions based off of data, like go through the metrics and find out where is that constraint at. Because if all he did was get this to where Arjan's at, he would double his throughput. If his show rates and his DQ percentage were where Arjan's were at, so same as this right here, he would now be at 30K a month. Doesn't have to get any better at closing to do that. All he has to do is do his sales process checklist, go through why his leads are no showing, and then either fix or have a faster feedback loop on marketing so we can fix this, or stop DQing so many people, and he would be at 30K. That's why making decisions based off data is so good. Because like you can, especially closing, it's very easy to get emotional quickly. So like when you can just make all of your actual sales process and marketing decisions based off the data like this, for example, that's when you can make a shit ton of money. Anyway, that's gonna be it for this video. Hopefully that was helpful.